Chapter 1 Speechless. The system activation requires a password? Old Pan, whyvrius a cowardly just now? So many Berlimen werbeting up, Andio Yoria lieren away? The youth, clad in tattered clothes patched in resplacent cover red and dirt, hated chewed up dogtail grass clutched in his mouth. Leaning gagain stay secluded hillside, hepented heavily, gritting is teethened glaring at theslightly plump, well-dressed middle-lee Gedman standing before him with his shins clasped behind's back. The manum Old Pan chuckled with Aslagrin, young master, it's not had I ran away out of cowardice. Just take ye a look at miskinurm sandlegs. If those villager shad beaten meadow a pulp, hold take Heriofia? Besides, stealing a shard lie an obline dever. After sneaking gag lansot the trim blinjouth, hequa clit iverted dis gaziel swearin chuckled, isn't hatrite, young master? Damn your legs, the youth, angered, stewed up dish pathethiachus all over his body and limpid over Old Pan. Let's not discuss what happened dearlier. I've told you countless times, don't call me and master, just refer to me as Litair Orde. Have a, ever seen a poor wretch like him being, young master? Hitu gidatis near lie tattered clothing, indicating for Old Panto take ye a good look. Young master. Litai Ursho tapiers in glancy told Pan. Old Pan, catching in, swiftly changed his address, I say, ve must have a sama dignity we can't keep engaging jinthis as neek activities. Besides, going hungry for a meal won't call you. Damn it, Litai like a ground dog whose tail had been stepped in. List this composury upon hearing Old Pan's reasoning. Is thighs waddy ukul going hungry? Litai forsef foolapated disempty, sunken belly, producing a crisp sound. Then, with a piercing wail, he exclaimed, I've been starvin' for 3 days straight. You keep claiming Toby observant to fi a haviany conscience, take ye a look at your own physique. As Litai railed against Old Pan's faults, he poked the latter spit belly with his finger, then lanced down a thigh-sonatiated body, feeling 1,000 doll pack ass galloping through his mind. Old Pan remained excellent, grinning foolishly. Here we go again with eat, Litai sigid in resignation, this guy's impervious storious and he won't listen amateur hamakai say, and I can't even be a thim. On supina time, Litai had been so enraged that the wantetau wrestle Old Pan, onlatoinjip with that bruised face. Gurgle, the sound o' faint empty stomach suddenly echoed. Litai immediate lid flated like punctured balloon, his spot eye sagging to the ground dash a succumbed to the relentless really. How cold a Bethis sunlicky, gazingipathy is ureski, Heffel tapra found sins of despair, recalling his previous life. Hehadon's been thigh legitimities and oft herishist man in Asitian blue star, perpetually wandering the streets until he was killed in retaliation be his father's business rivals. His soul had thin crossed over in Tothabadiofli Tyrintthishig martial world. Coincidentally, in this fantastic aurium, Hituo Azana legitimiteckled, as if this label weighs into his virgins. Is there still a law? Is there any justice? Mastana legitimiteckled beatus teen for abandonment? Face said with Iatanather dismal fate, Litai felt numb. Wiliather swatch reversed worlds arrived with extraordinary system so encountered wisey oldman, discovering treasures or mystical bottles, had been here for over a year and had nothing to show for it. Once again, Litai felt the sting of abandonment, but at least he wasn't entirely alone. Ashi had a so-called servant beside. Thought his servant appeared farmer like a servant than Litai himself. Ignoring his robust physique, his air of superiority was leaks ahead of Litai, especially with his flowing white hair, making him resemble another world Lysage. Upon first opening Isaias and seeing Old Pan, Litai had thought that perhaps shared Uestrindian this world. It wasn't until latter they the discovered it was genuine. A middle-league Edman with a head of white hair, Andia told Pan remained tight lepetabaltheriasins behind it. However, Litai, relying on his instinct and of years, sen said that the Rua Sastorito betol disix the sensa had navirald hamastre. Old Pan was merely an ordinary middle-league Edman. A conclusion Litai reached after numeristists. Although his demeanor was somewhat striking, it was starkly inconsistent with thyroidinity shamless individuals. Let's go, Old Pan. Am about to starve a toady athletes finds me on to beg from. Litai struggled to rise up from the ground and, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, declared this. Old Pan understood Litai's intention Saul Tool, and heselent Lamore Ned for than fortunate soul how I'd encounter him for threeskins. Litai possessed stomach was no touching his back, Hunched of Iranch Tagared toward the bustling Kitiof Changan and Thedistance, where crowdouds swear plentiful, making jitis your toe find a kindred spirit, thought Harris equally high. Hahadlist Count Hofhauman Itimeshi had been beaten up beneath kindred spirits, but fortunately, he fineng countered soft targets. And Herlider, as noon approached, Litayer, dragging Gisweri body, finally stumbled upon a kindred spirit in a dilapidate templa just before a Thesson reached a peak, narrow lie escaping Bing. The sun was unbearably harsh, and Litayer was exceedingly famished. Strangely, old Pansy Medden phased, having in 3 days without food himself but maintaining gasted pace, seemingly oblivious to hunger. But Litayer could no taf forward such thought Shisale focus wasn't begging. Pushing open Theraki Titanple door, Litayer Zaya sparkle dash a fixate in a figure with Thirback turned to himba faux red eye lapidated. Excuse him. Kindred spirit? Litayer tentatively called out. Nor response. May the Buddha be merciful. He pretended to form a Buddhist madron loud lickinto Damantra. At which point the figure slowly turned around. A woman? Upon seeing her face, Litayer was momentarily taken aback. The woman stared at Litayer's frigged appearance, equally stunned. When did a disciple off Buddha look so impoverished? She scrutinized his gaunt features, noting his dirt-covered body, which exuded full idolador, a scythe hadn't bathed in years. He looked far less like Ayim and canned more like a beggar. Seeing Fuman mere Ligakathim in silence, Litayer foreseed as mild believed Toba harmless. Get lost. Before Litayer cold dutter and othered, the will manner up Tedenanger. Little did Shek, no the Tevin askin I mun key for mimi woo dap hirmer pleasant than Litayer and smile. Theskant glimmer of his supposed Buddhist virtue instantly vanished. He was enraged in this cursed world, Anyon cold bully him. Old Pan, close Sethador, unleash the dogs. Litayer, familiar with the routine, shouted at old Pan while blocking Fuman's skipperut, trembling with rage as she pointed menacing Lyather. Stop, this is a robbery. His words and actions flowed seamlessly. Old Pan, understanding Giskew, stood a Theodore, which ways indeed shut, thuffus forth the dogs. A theverimament words the Caesarabari left his lips, Litayer suddenly froze in place, a Savoiser ever be raped in his mind and had pleaded former Athenardo here. It was like a Rhine after a prolonged druft, a long-lost friend in Affarinland. Ding. Detection host has jutta read the keyword robbery. Ultimate resistance system initiating. Chapter 2 The Extraordinary System, The Birth of Fan Overachiever. Wow. Finally, Ithis manifested. How old Hava thought this broken system required a password. Litayer, like high a thered tree rejuvenated by spring, suddenly transformed from a fellas being to a lively one. Disregarding old Pan and Fuman Sastanish expression Sasha began to sway a ship Sandance with joy felt euphoric. What an absurd situation. 2 lunatics, the woman, witnessing Litai Ursidin antics, spotin disdain and swiftly poo shed past the Delarayu Jiauth, escaping Thessine. Old Pan, equally dumbfounded, made Noma Vita stop Fuman as he brushed past them. Tayer? Old Pan attempted to rouse Thestal dancingly Tayer, but received no response. Growing anxious, Old Pan stepped forward and slapped Tayer's face with a resounding smack, sending him flying. Damn! Onlithendedly Tayer relic taunt, lie awakened from his trance, Thesting goff Tesla painfully jolting him back to reality. Up and realizing that Old Pan wastianly own left in theorum, Tayer clutch at the swollen facial to Isterical's cream. Old Pan. Arya settling gay personal's core? That was downright vicious. Seeing Tayer finally regain his sins, Old Panafared and awkwardsmal, who told the auto go all crazy? I thought you had Joan made from Unger. You don't know anything, Litayer, realizing he couldn't explain himself to Old Pan, couldn't lyra bis face why Legramakinjin pain from this lap. However, recalling the information the system had just provided, Litayer couldn't help but break into Agrin. System Ultimate Resistance System activated, granting the host a luxurious starter gift pack. Gifted with a divine level Technica Thef First Layer of Taiching Derivative Mind Method. Bestowed with the Superlucura, granting the host extraordinary fortune. Luck value 999999. Valid for a day, with and data cooldown period off 10 days. Awarded an invincibility experience voucher of Tisametier, valid for 24 hours, with a cooldown period off 30 days. Thagifto Fein Infinitier Surrection Lifetime experience Secard, limited tunsa per day. Each revival will double one's inherent abilities, such as strength, defense, speed, spiritual power, and mental fortitude. Limitation it may only be activate in the heat of battle. When one sexatet thyriat must stand as slain be an opponent otherwise, it merlier solt sine exemplar resurrection. Apanel display fetcherize included, allowing an to perceiveth in a miracle value so fan opponents tributes. The system is equipped with an integrated shop, where items can be exchanged for rebellion points. The Zistrulia dreamlike system, from Thisment forth, litai ershalasin tostatai sakin tatato fatcheat, capable of taking gon ten adversarius Theus, formidable indeed. Themereth auto fit bring satisfaction. Litai clapped his thyson excitement, having previous slide welled in hell, no we find shimzulf soarings traiton toperatus, anatution that feel samos surreal. After reveling in this moment, Litai to shed towards Laupan, grasping the latter's shoulders with fervent joy in his eyes. Laupan, we've struck gold, from no one, shall no longer be wanderers. It will reclaim Rishradoff dignity Wahavalost, piece by piece. Ash spoke, Litai increasing lionimided, leaping onto Thealter, pointing skyward with a flourish, Tiniarson Theist, Tinyer Synthoist, Dona Tunderist and Thiller poverty. Ding! Detection of T host strong rebellious spirit. Reward 200 rebellion points. Is the 7 possible? Litai was taken aback, never anticipating thought boasting Wudai Ildwards, and his excitement swelled. Idman that the heavens, no longer obscure rema vision. Idman that thirth no longer intimibody. Ding! Detection of the host's overwhelming bravado and strong rebellious spirit. Reward 100 rebellion points. What hell, why is there a discount? Is this for not bold enough? Litai protested, bouncing around the room. He, in an yielding spirit, shout devir audacious declaration Hakudmaster, invoking Thinum Safi Lin, Chen Xiao, Chu Qinwang, Su Fong, and Zhou. Yet alas, thesis stem demidis boas excessive and dunworthy, granting him their words. Laupan stared in bewilderment at thefrantically yumping Litai, suspecting that T's earlier slap may have been too forceful, leaving Thelater dazed. After realizing that shouting was futile, Litai approached Laupan, his spirits momentarily dampened, yet in an instant, he was revitalized, bursting with enthusiasm. Laupan, fun it. Come. I shall take ye out indulge the finest delicacies. With that, his ease the still dazed Laupanan strode towards the door, as if beyond it lay a world whereth they could free Lyroam. At that moment, Laupan had yet recover from Litai's frenzied state, cloudy din confusion issuous dragonal. Unexpectedly, just as Theriak hit the threshold, our sounding bankshatered heel reedy dilapidated temple door and splinters. Those inside, coming outitants, the voice boomed, full of authority. Litai recoiled, Laupan, what is happening? When did he oust Eruptrable? Laupan shot Litai glance, exasperated. It seems you have been theonly own, pausing to ruckus along this journey. Damn it, that's impossible. Ivian Letargita defenseless off targets forums, never those back'd be power. Litai trembled, confronted with a situation he had never encountered before. Heglin seat around the room, muttering gundrous breath, damn it, right in front of the store. There isn't a Venadog holoretriped like a fish in Earl, it's over. Litai was frantic, akin to an ant in a hotbin, while Laupan remained composed, observing Litai sing silent excessive fitted nothing to doweth home. Litai had grown accustomed to Laupan's demeanor and chose not to engage him. This fellow could be even more pretentious than himself. As Litai said nervously, a soon spark of inspiration struck him, and a smack at his fist. Ah, how cold I forget about the system. The intruder outside, growing impatient from lack of response, declared, I out not come out. I shall simply demolish this grumbling temple. Esteemetsers were coming out. Despite having the system, Litai still felt a twinge of insecurity after all. It was his first time main such a predicament. Upon stepping Gutov to dilapidate Templine surveying the scene, Litai's legs sterned to jelly hot and not being supporting himself on Laupan. Hemigthava collapsed. Before him stood a throng of individuals, alarmet the teethy, unmistakable Thegward soft chung on. Most striking were a Thetwo women flanked by the guards. One a student front, Theather slightly behind, the latter appearing junior, like a servant. Yet it was, this Virigirald had troubled Litai the most, for Shuas Theon had strabbat in the temple. A shiver and downly tie airs is pinea twastral ya queso hundred plans failing to it any oversight, and Noah found himself find dire straits. However, regardless of his discomfort, there was now sanlamenting what had occurred. Moreover, li tie ers 30 plus years of wandering in 12 lifetime eshad not being in vain today, they would witness what were resilient like. His gaze finally settled on Thessalotary, proud woman positioned at the forefront. Shibori cold demeanor and an extraordinary presence, unmistakably noto fan ordinary affluent family. Event the numerous guards surrounding her stow-leg land sees in her direction, their eyes fled with admiration. Thwoman wasteland graceful, her skin is polisno, why the exquisity fetch a recent level eyes. Most captivating ways is small beauty market the cornero fair which elevate heraldry stung appearance at breathtaking heights, leaving an indelible impression. Shuas indeedable and dofligancy and allure, her skin smooth and figure well proportioned. Li Tai air was momentarily entranced. Shuas themist beautiful and charismatic woman had encountered in Ali's years. Upon perceiving Li Tai air sleckerous gaze lingering upon her mistress, the formerly Robidgerl toot a cold snort. Chapter 3. Astonishment. Old Pan is actually an undercover agent? Sister Ruayu. He is the one who just threatened to rob me. Xiaolin, are you certain? Dongfang Ruayu cast a cold glance at Li Tai, tilting her head to seek confirmation from the woman named Xiaolin. Xiaolin gritted her teeth and squeezed out the words, even if he turned to ashes, I would recognize him. Though Li Tai stood at a distance, perhaps due to the system's influence, he could clearly hear Xiaolin's words. Instantly he shuddered. Being targeted by someone was indeed an unpleasant sensation. Forcing a smile, Li Tai feigned a casual tone and shouted, "Oh dear! What a misunderstanding! I was merely joking." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Ruayu glanced at Li Tai in surprise. She was taken aback that Xiaolin's voice could reach them from such a distance. She concluded that Li Tai was not an ordinary individual. He must also be a cultivator. With a look of disdain, she shot a glare at Li Tai and turned to the middle-aged man beside her, saying, Captain, I implore you, do not be too ruthless. Just cripple his hands. Damn it. How true is that saying? The most venomous is a woman's heart. Li Tai inwardly lamented. Was that not ruthless? Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for being unjust. Li Tai found himself cornered. With nowhere to retreat, he roared within, use the invincibility experience voucher of the same tier. System, ding, the invincibility experience voucher has been activated. The host is invincible within the chi refining stage for 24 hours. Feeling the overwhelming energy surging within him, Li Tai felt as if he were floating. His gaze flickered between his hands, which then clenched into fists. Is this the power of a cultivator? Li Tai was exhilarated, ready to see who would dare raise their voice against him. Just as Li Tai reveled in his newfound strength, Old Pan tugged at his sleeve and shouted, Tai, shouldn't we make a swift escape? Escape? That was not the first thing Li Tai had suggested, and Old Pan's loud voice drew the ire of their opponents. You are completely underestimating me, the captain bellowed. Li Tai looked at Old Pan as if he were an idiot. One cannot shout about fleeing now. Not only could they not escape, but their adversaries were enraged. The captain stepped forward, wielding a golden-hued heavy hammer in each hand, grinning menacingly as he approached Li Tai and his companion, the hammers thundering with each step. This scene made Li Tai's eyelids twitch. He was truly a formidable opponent. Come and meet your end. The captain wasted no time with words, launching a fierce attack. He stomped his right foot on the ground, propelling his entire body into the air. Raising one hammer high to strike directly at Li Tai's face, Li Tai remained motionless, leading everyone to believe he was paralyzed with fear. Our leader is magnificent. Smash him into a meat pie. Cripple him. Let him pay for offending the young lady. The surrounding soldiers were thrilled, as if they could already envision Li Tai's blood splattering across the ground. As the captain drew closer, the wind pressure from the hammers made Li Tai's tattered clothes flutter violently. System. Target. Human race. Chi refining stage. 5th layer. Combat power 50,000 gene. Ha. Chi refining stage. 5th layer. Nothing remarkable. This was Li Tai's first encounter with such a situation. Initially daunted by the cultivator's assault, it took only a fleeting moment for him to regain his composure. Faced with the captain's ferocious onslaught, Li Tai felt a surge of delight. He was now invincible at the chi refining stage. Did he think that any mere creature would dare provoke him? Li Tire chuckled. Even if he was merely a true man for 24 hours, he would still let his enemies witness his might. Closing his eyes, he gathered his strength. Li Tire burst into laughter. Let me show you what a true man is. With his eyes still shut, he remained invincible, and everyone before him was no match for him. A simple punch was all it took, but only Li Tire knew just how formidable this punch was. It was a staggering 200,000 gene of power. Even a 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator only had 100,000 gene. Ah! The captain's blood-curdling scream echoed suddenly. Li Tire was momentarily stunned. Was this what invincibility felt like? It was exhilarating. He felt as if he had bulldozed through everything. He hadn't even noticed the impact of his punch. The captain had already coughed up blood and was sent flying. Li Tire opened his eyes, brimming with confidence. He was eager to admire his handiwork, wanting to hear someone praise him. This lad has the bearing of an emperor. To his surprise, everyone's gaze was fixed beside him, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Had he truly frightened them into silence? Following their gaze, he noticed Old Pan standing beside him, one hand behind his back, the other extended forward. Upon closer inspection, Old Pan looked the same as ever, yet his demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Li Tire swallowed hard. Was this still the Old Pan he knew? The latter stood tall, his gaze sharp as a sword, his white hair billowing as if moved by an unseen wind, resembling a celestial being. Where was the slightest trace of his usual lewdness? Old Pan? Li Tire tentatively called out, unable to confirm if this was indeed the Old Pan he recognized. Before Old Pan could respond, Li Tire found himself exclaiming in astonishment, for he had glimpsed something that left him utterly speechless. System target: human race, great perfection of the God transformation stage, combat power 6 stars. Tire, what are you standing there for? Old Pan noticed that Li Tire seemed unusually dazed today and shouted loudly. Li Tire instinctively shivered. Holy moly! It turned out that a superpower had been undercover beside him all along now. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The Joker had turned out to be me. Old Pan appeared somewhat speechless, wondering why Li Tire was so jumpy today. Tire, quickly bring that woman over here. Old Pan urged. Li Tire, in a daze, began moving towards the woman surrounded by soldiers, now fully compliant with Old Pan's commands. The leap from Qi refining to God transformation encompassed the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages, a superpower. How could he dare to resist? Stop, dare to touch my lady, and you shall regret it. The Dongfang family is. Before he could finish, Old Pan waved his sleeve, and with a soft thud, the captain coughed up blood and was sent flying, collapsing to the ground in a deep unconsciousness. He had previously been lightly struck away by Old Pan, sustaining severe injuries. This time, he could no longer withstand it, lying on the ground unresponsive. Li Tire did not pause in his stride. What a joke. How could a great perfection cultivator be bested by these mere soldiers who hadn't even reached the Foundation establishment stage? The remaining soldiers wished to resist to the death, but predictably, with another wave of Old Pan's sleeve, they were all sent flying, leaving only Dongfang Ruoyu frozen in place. Though Li Tire appeared triumphant, he was inwardly distressed, painfully lamenting. Where was that promised invincibility? It was only for 24 hours. When would it be his turn to flaunt his prowess? As frustration bubbled within him, he dared not display it outwardly, redirecting his anger towards Dongfang Ruoyu, stepping forward to roughly grasp her neck. Ding! Host detected as unafraid of oppression, rising in rebellion, reward. 200 resistance points. At that moment, Dongfang Ruoyu dared not move, feeling the pressure from Old Pan, a sensation she had only experienced from the high-ranking elders within her family. Li Tire, feeling vexed, tightened his grip, causing Dongfang Ruoyu's fair face to flush red as she struggled to breathe. Tears welled in Dongfang Ruoyu's eyes, a single crystalline droplet trickling down her cheek, helpless yet defiantly gazing at Li Tire before her. Even so, she refrained from begging for mercy. Chapter 4. Kidnapping Dongfang Ruoyu, finally playing the master. Ultimately, Li Tire did not lose his composure. At the critical moment, he loosened his grip. Watching Dongfang Ruoyu cough incessantly, He smacked his lips, savoring the sensation of her smooth neck earlier. Previously, she had commanded others to cripple his hands. Now, such leniency towards her could be considered merciful. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Li Tai'er teased, noticing the anger in Dongfang Ruoyu's gaze. You will regret this, she spat, her silver teeth clenched in fury. You've been given a chance. Li Tai'er was not inclined to show her any mercy. Smack! A sudden crisp sound echoed from behind Dongfang Ruoyu. She instantly donned a mask of pain, exclaiming, only to freeze in place, astonished that someone had just spanked her. Ding! Host detected as unafraid of authority, skillfully returning the favor. Reward, 500 resistance points to, oh my, this is delightful. Li Tai'er felt a surge of joy, discovering that there were resistance points to be gained. In a flash, another series of slaps resounded. Ding! Host detected as knowingly walking into danger. Reward, 2,000 resistance points. Now, Li Tai'er possessed a total of 3,000 resistance points. Observing Dongfang Ruoyu's flushed cheeks, he was quite pleased with his handiwork. Dongfang Ruoyu dared not resist any longer. No one had ever treated her this way. The man before her was nothing short of a ruffian, a true rogue. Bringing Dongfang Ruoyu back to Old Pan's side, Li Tai'er glanced timidly at the suddenly unfamiliar figure. He simply could not fathom why a fallen illegitimate child like himself would possess anything worthy of a great perfection cultivator being undercover beside him. Could it be due to his transmigration, marking him as a super potential stock? The moment this thought took root, it was promptly dismissed by Li Tai'er. From the memories of this body, it was evident that since being found by Old Pan at the tender age of 5, Old Pan had remained by Li Tai'er's side, serving dutifully as a servant, never straying even a step away. Truly resembling a devoted retainer. Could it be that Old Pan harbored a fondness for young boys? Li Tai'er was repulsed by his own twisted imagination, shuddering involuntarily, noticing Li Tai'er's dazed gaze, which was tinged with a hint of fear. Old Pan solemnly explained, Tai'er, I apologize for not being forthright with you until now. In truth, I am a cultivator, but you must believe that I harbor no ill will towards you. Neither in the past nor in the future, however, Old Pan refrained from disclosing the specifics of his cultivation level to Li Tai'er. Little did he know, Li Tai'er possessed a system panel with the ability to see through, rendering Old Pan's cultivation a mere open book. Given that Old Pan had not revealed his exact level of mastery, Li Tai'er could only feign ignorance. Yet, the thought of having a bodyguard and servant who had achieved the pinnacle of the transformation realm sent a thrill of excitement through him. Was it not a prospect that would allow him to stride through life with unparalleled confidence? As Li Tai'er indulged in visions of a splendid future, a thunderous voice echoed from the distant direction of Chang'an City. Boldly, who dares to kidnap my lady? The voice arrived before the person did, sending powerful sound waves that scattered the clouds overhead. Passers-by looked on in fear towards Chang'an City. Look, that voice belongs to the city lord. What could have transpired to provoke such a reaction from him? What terrifying power! I've heard that the city lord is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas with a single sword strike. Teske, tisk, whoever has angered the city lord must be tired of living. Li Tai'er watched in astonishment as a middle-aged man rode a sword, hurtling swiftly towards his direction. Damn, he really knows how to show off. System, target, human race, late-stage foundation establishment, combat power, 3 stars. What is this combat power? The Chi refinement stage displays strength, while anything beyond that shows stars. It's utterly perplexing. Li Tai'er licked his lips, pondering, a foundation establishment cultivator. With my ability to resurrect once daily and double my strength, it's the perfect opportunity to take advantage. With Old Pan to back him up, he felt invincible. Li Tai'er chuckled to himself, thinking he was truly a genius. At this rate, wouldn't he become unrivaled in this world? With a plan in mind, he no longer hesitated, tossing his tattered clothes behind him and striding boldly towards the city lord of Chang'an. Come, ravage me fiercely. A superlative sovereign was about to emerge. Li Tai'er, brimming with confidence, envisioned his invincible self in the future. Halt! You. Before Li Tai could finish his words, Old Pan bellowed at the approaching city lord, who streaked towards them like a meteor. Scram! The voice thundered like a storm, and with each word, a palpable sound wave radiated outward, dispersing the clouds within 100,000 miles, revealing a sky as blue as the sea. As you command, my lord, I shall depart at once. The once meteoric city lord now resembled a mouse startled by a cat, swift in his arrival, even swifter in his retreat, vanishing from sight without a moment's hesitation. Why is the city lord so obedient? Passers-by shared the same bewilderment, marveling at the city lord's astonishing reflexes. For Lu Pingyan, the city lord of Chang'an, today had not been a day for auspicious omens. He felt as though he had just emerged from water, drenched in cold sweat. Just from hearing that voice, he had been so frightened that his clothes were soaked through, and even now, he was grateful for his quick reaction. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom whether he would still be sitting here. Liu Pingyan slumped in the grand hall like a puddle of mud, utterly perplexed as to when such a formidable power had graced the small Chang'an city. With his lady kidnapped, this was undoubtedly a grave matter. Liu Pingyan dared not delay, shouting, "Bring me someone! Quickly! Fetch reinforcements! Inform the family! My lady has been abducted! The adversary is at least a golden core cultivator. Hurry! It's urgent!" Outside Chang'an city, before the dilapidated temple, Li Tai found himself on the verge of tears, letting out a deep sigh. If only I had not been born as Li Tai. Why must Old Pan exist? It was a pity that he possessed an extraordinary system but could not utilize it. All of this was Old Pan's fault. Li Tai could no longer endure. His fury was about to erupt. He turned around, glaring fiercely at Old Pan, who felt an involuntary chill. Tai, what is the matter now? Old Pan was somewhat at a loss, finding Li Tai's behavior today rather peculiar. Ah, it's nothing, Li Tai deflated, knowing that despite his overwhelming anger, he was too weak to confront Old Pan. Endure. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Li Tai believed that with the system's support, he would surely live a long life. So, what shall we do now? Old Pan inquired. Dongfang Ruiyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the disheveled Li Tai. This terrifying powerhouse before her was inquiring of a boy who looked like a beggar. Who on earth was this lad to compel such a mighty figure to heed his command? Hearing this, Li Tai felt invigorated, for the architect of this current predicament stood right beside him. He fixed a menacing glare on Dongfang Ruiyu, watching as she trembled in fear, before waving his hand and declaring, "Let us go. To Chang'an City. Damn it. Today, I must indulge until I'm stuffed." When Li Tai stood beneath the grand archway of the city lord's residence in Chang'an, he was left speechless by the sheer opulence. It was extravagance beyond anything he had ever encountered, far surpassing the humble village entrance he had previously begged at. An hour later, burp. Li Tai leaned back in a luxurious chair upholstered with the fur of an unknown beast, one hand clutching an enormous beast's leg, the other grasping a bottle of aged wine over 1,000 years old, utterly sated and unable to consume another bite. This was the most stuffed he had been in over a year. This was what life was truly about. This was living. Old Pan, as usual, sat beside him with an air of propriety, savoring the fine wine, showing no desire for the exquisite delicacies spread before them. "My lord, do you require anything else?" Liu Pingyan was now humbled to the ground. Old Pan gestured for him to inquire with Li Tai. Liu Pingyan's expression darkened. How could he, the esteemed city lord, find himself in such a subservient position? What kind of absurdity was this? My lord. Li Tai, with slightly inebriated eyes, mumbled, "Little Liu, I'm quite satisfied with your arrangements." Chapter 5. Truly thrilling. Foundation establishment cultivators are as numerous as dogs. Liu Pingyan, at this moment, felt murderous rage rising within him. Having lived for 200 years, it was the first time he had been called Little Liu, and by a mere child at that. Were it not for the terrifying powerhouse seated beside him, he would have truly wanted Li Tai to understand why the flowers were so red. With great difficulty, Liu Pingyan forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Why, your flattery is excessive, my lord." Upon hearing this, Li Tai'er turned to Lu Ping'an, his drunken gaze sparkling with mirth. Little Lu, why are you stuttering? No need to be nervous. Just treat it like home. Here, drink. He extended the wine jug towards Lu Ping'an. At that moment, Lu Ping'an's heart was in turmoil. Internally, he cursed Li Tai'er's ancestors but maintained a facade of humility. I truly appreciate your generosity, my lord, he said as he took a sip of the wine. What a fine wine! Sitting beside them, Dongfang Ruoyu felt a surge of irritation, wishing fervently to slap that smug face of Li Tai'er until he was unrecognizable. Were it not for Lu Ping'an constantly signaling her, she might have lost her composure several times. Now, she was restless, not wishing to remain in the company of Li Tai'er for long, desperately hoping for her family to arrive and rescue her. However, the Sword 9-star domain was simply too vast, with each planet akin to a colossal city. The Sword 9-star domain centered around the superplanet of Sword 9 World, forming a vast network of various planets. They currently resided on a third-tier planet named Baze, with the main city being Baze City, ruled by a cultivator in the early stages of the Golden Cord. Chang'an City was merely one of Baze City's subordinate towns. The nearest reinforcements from other planets would take at least 7 days to reach. The city lord of Baze had previously arrived in Chang'an City via a teleportation array, but upon sensing Old Pan's faint yet oppressive aura from a distance, he realized he was no match and thus did not appear. Old Pan, of course, had no interest in engaging. After satisfying their appetites, Old Pan assisted the swaying Li Tai'er out of the city lord's residence, with Lu Ping'an and Dongfang Ruoyu following closely behind. We bid farewell to the two esteemed lords. May you have a safe journey. Lu Ping'an, now fully subservient, nodded and bowed, attentively serving them. Having risen to the position of city lord, he was no stranger to the art of flattery. As he continued to address them with exaggerated reverence, Old Pan remained unresponsive, while Li Tai'er felt himself floating in the clouds. Thoroughly intoxicated by the praise, Little Lu, Little Ruoyu, in the future, when pinching persimmons, you must choose the soft ones. I have the most experience in this. Li Tai'er walked outside while earnestly imparting his wisdom to the two individuals trailing behind him. Dongfang Ruoyu continually snorted in disdain, while Lu Ping'an wore a broad smile, for the two formidable figures were finally being dispatched. As Li Tai'er turned back for the third time, he was suddenly startled by a thunderous roar emanating from the heavens above. Lao Pan immediately sensed something amiss, lifting his gaze to the sky. Curiosity piqued, Li Tai'er followed Lao Pan's line of sight and beheld the once tranquil sky being torn apart. To his astonishment, a colossal flying vessel pierced through the thick clouds, gradually revealing itself above Chang'an City. In an instant, Li Tai'er's inebriation dissipated, and he could only exclaim in disbelief at the sheer exaggeration of the scene. A void-breaking flying vessel. Which power could possibly possess such a thing? Lu Ping'an, well-versed in matters of the world, instantly recognized it, his expression turning grave at the sight of the vessel's sudden appearance. It was Li Tai'er's first encounter with such a phenomenon, leaving him utterly shocked. What on earth is this void-breaking flying vessel? Lu Ping'an glanced at Li Tai'er, intrigued that he was unfamiliar with it, and then turned to Lao Pan, who exhibited no reaction. Thus, he patiently explained, this void-breaking flying vessel is a means of traversing the void, enabling cultivators to journey from one planet to another. Vessels are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades. It is said that superior and exceptional vessels also possess offensive capabilities, though I have yet to witness one. Typically, only major forces can possess such a vessel. The one before us appears to be of middle grade. Li Tai'er stood there, dumbfounded. He had never heard of such things that could traverse planets at will. Truly a revelation. Country bumpkin, came a mocking voice from the corner, belonging to Dongfang Ruoyu. Li Tai'er furrowed his brow, casting a glare at her, but he had no time to deal with her provocations. Where's Li Tai'er? We have been commanded to seek him out. A resounding voice echoed throughout Chang'an City and its surrounding regions. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, astonished and curious about who Li Tai'er could be. They are actually here for me? Li Tai'er, taken aback by the sound of his name, felt a surge of astonishment. Despite the considerable distance, he could still discern the voice of the person aboard the flying vessel. Found him. Upon receiving a response, The individuals on the vessel quickly maneuvered their treasures toward Li Taier's location. System. Target identified. 20 human cultivators, early, mid, late stages of foundational establishment and great perfection. Hiss. Li Taier inhaled sharply, bewildered by the magnitude of the situation. He had never witnessed so many foundational cultivators in his life, all of them converging at once. What in the world was happening? Lao Pan observed the approaching group of foundational cultivators from afar, raising an eyebrow as he detected a murderous intent. Taier, be cautious. They are here to kill you. Li Taier's demeanor shifted in an instant, crying out in alarm, What? To kill me? When did I offend so many foundational cultivators? He mentally retraced his steps over the past year, struggling to identify when he had unwittingly crossed paths with a formidable foe. In a state of panic, he clutched Lao Pan's arm, pleading urgently, Old Pan, do something quickly. Lao Pan, however, ignored Li Taier, for he sensed another force about to emerge. Boom. Another enormous void-breaking flying vessel pierced through the clouds, displaying a grandly character banner. No sooner had the vessel appeared than dozens of foundational cultivators surged forth, driving their treasures straight toward the city lord's mansion of Chang'an, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Yet this murderous intent was not directed at Li Taier, but rather aimed at the group that had arrived before them. Interesting. Lao Pan instantly recognized the faction to which the vessel belonged, Li family. By the time the second flying vessel appeared, Li Taier had already turned to see yet another wave of foundational cultivators racing toward him. Regret washed over him as he lamented in his heart what transgression could warrant the arrival of so many foundational cultivators from across the stars to take his life. You are Li Taier? Dongfang Ruoyu's incredulous voice rang out, filled with disbelief as she struggled to reconcile Li Taier with the superpower of the Li family in the Jianzhou world. Li Taier appeared utterly disheveled, clad in tattered rags, and emaciated from prolonged hunger, making it impossible for anyone to consider him the son of Li Ling, the head of the Li family. Huh? You know me? Li Taier turned at the sound of Dongfang Ruoyu's astonishment, looking back at her. Upon seeing his scruffy visage, she felt a wave of revulsion, particularly at the thought of her family arranging a marriage between her and him. An unthinkable fate she would rather die than accept. Li Taier, perplexed by the disdain etched on Dongfang Ruoyu's face, could not fathom the situation. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of confrontation reverberated through the air. The subsequently family cultivators finally caught up to the first wave as they arrived at Chang'an City. Without exchanging a word, the two groups clashed, entering a state of fierce combat almost instantaneously. Foundational cultivators, once a rare sight, now appeared in droves. As the battle intensified, many cultivators were struck down, plummeting from the sky. Li Taier stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden outbreak of violence. It was as if one group sought to kill him while the other aimed to rescue him. Chapter 6. The battle concludes. Decision to head to the Jianzhou worldly family. The aerial conflict raged for the span of an hour, culminating in a resounding victory for the Li family cultivators. The remnants of the faction intent on killing Li Taier, realizing their defeat, abandoned their injured comrades and hastily retreated to their void-breaking flying vessel, swiftly fleeing from the White Zephyr planet. The remaining injured cultivators, recognizing their grim fate, chose to end their lives without hesitation. Displaying a remarkable resolve, witnessing this scene, Li Taier felt a chill run down his spine, muttering to himself that he was finished. There would be no more peaceful days ahead. These were true professional assassins. The Li family cultivators did not pursue them. Their mission was to protect Li Taier from being killed, and pursuing the remaining enemies was not their objective. The remaining dozen or so cultivators hovered above the city lord's mansion in Chang'an. The leader respectfully inquired, "Which one of you is Li Taier, young Master Li?" "I am Shan Lian, a guard from the Li family in the Jianzhou world." Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the group of foundational cultivators, especially from the robust speaker who exuded the scent of freshly spilled blood, Li Taier was rendered speechless and hesitant to utter a word. The city lord's mansion in Chang'an fell into an eerie silence. Lao Pan, uninterested, chose not to engage, while Dongfang Ruoyu remained detached. Only Li Taier and Lu Ping'an were visibly anxious, too afraid to breathe. Shan Lian furrowed his brow, suspecting that the assassins might have made a mistake. Just then, Lao Pan, growing impatient, seized Li Tai'er by the collar and lifted him before the crowd like a small chick, stating flatly, "This is Li Tai'er." At that moment, Li Tai'er inwardly cursed Lao Pan, thinking how ungrateful he was, essentially pushing him into the fire. Thus, Li Tai'er and Shen Lian exchanged glances, each assessing the other. Shen Lian's eyes flickered with doubt. He struggled to reconcile the frail, dirt-covered figure before him with the notion of being the youngest son of the Li family. However, this was not his concern. The truth would reveal itself once they returned to the Li family. "Young Master Li, I have been ordered to protect you and escort you back to the Li family in the Jinju world," Shen Lian stated with a respectful bow. Li Tai'er's eyes brightened at this revelation. As long as they were indeed there to protect him, he felt immense relief after the earlier scare. "Shingard, why did that group seek to kill me?" Li Tai'er inquired, still haunted by the recent events. "Young Master Li, I regret to say I am also unaware. When I received my mission, I was informed only of an assassination attempt against you, which prompted my arrival," Shen Lian explained, sharing everything he knew with Li Tai'er. Li Tai'er felt a twinge of disappointment. Not knowing why someone wanted him dead was troubling, as it left him uncertain about how to evade danger. "And the last question, who sent you?" Upon hearing this, Shen Lian's brow furrowed even deeper as he stammered, I cannot disclose that I received a death order. If I do not protect your life or reveal any information about my master, we will all perish." Li Tai'er gasped at this revelation, astonished at such domineering orders. "Old Pan, should we go?" He turned to Lao Pan, feeling conflicted. In his memory, his family indeed resided in the Jinju world. Yet he had been wandering alone for so long, indicating he was not welcome. Now being summoned back to the family, he could not discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. Li Tai'er had expected Lao Pan to ponder the situation, but to his surprise, Lao Pan nodded without hesitation, affirming their departure. With that, Li Tai'er felt compelled to follow suit. Lao Pan had been by his side for over a decade and would not lead him astray. "Then let us proceed." Upon hearing this, Shen Lian's face broke into a smile, relieved that the burden upon his heart had finally been lifted. After all, if Li Tai'er had refused to return, he would have been unable to enforce compliance, rendering their mission incomplete. "Let us set off." Shen Lian turned to the more than a dozen subordinates behind him and issued his commands, subsequently descending from the sky to invite Li Tai'er onto his flying sword. One of his subordinates brought along Old Pan before they soared directly towards the void-breaking flying vessel above. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ping An's smile grew more sincere as he waved his hand and shouted loudly, "My lords, safe travels, do visit often." Dongfang Ruoyu, upon hearing this, gritted her teeth in anger and glared fiercely at Lu Ping and instantly regretting his outburst. Lu Ping and slapped himself, cursing his own foul mouth, and awkwardly turned to look at his young lady, too embarrassed to speak. With a cold snort, Dongfang Ruoyu chose to ignore Lu Ping'an, turning away towards the main hall of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. Her father was forcing her into a marriage with the previously unseen Li Tai'er. Initially, she had resigned herself to this fate for her father's happiness and the future of their family. But upon encountering Li Tai'er today, her discontent surged. Such a man, she would rather die than marry him. In the skies above Chang'an City, aboard the void-breaking flying vessel, Li Tai'er was particularly exhilarated since this was his first experience of soaring through the air. It was also his initial encounter with cultivators and magical artifacts, causing him to continuously inspect the vessel capable of interstellar travel. The vessel measured approximately 100 meters in length, adorned in a resplendent green hue, with an enigmatic glow subtly swirling around its body, exuding an extraordinary presence. The cabin was vast, featuring numerous rooms of various sizes, allowing the cultivators to rest in privacy without disturbing one another. Noticing that Li Tai'er had finished his observations, Shen Lian seized the moment to speak. "Young Master Li, we are about to embark. There are two routes we can take to return from the Baizhe planet to the Jianju planet. One is through the teleportation arrays between different planets, which is the fastest method, requiring less than 2 months to arrive at Jianju world. However, this route necessitates passing through many planetary realms. making it susceptible to ambushes, and thus, it is fraught with danger. Hearing this for the first time, Li Tai'er was bewildered and gestured for Shan Lian to continue with the second option. The second option involves flying directly aboard the void-breaking vessel without landing on any planets until we finally reach Jinju World. This method is the safest, and I highly recommend it. However, since our vessel is of medium grade, it will take approximately half a year to reach our destination from here. Therefore, I seek your decision, young Master Li. After finishing his explanation, Shan Lian looked expectantly at Li Tai'er, awaiting his response. Upon learning that the second method would take nearly 3 times longer than the first, Li Tai'er was taken aback. However, lacking knowledge about interstellar travel, he found it difficult to voice an opinion. Yet, valuing his life above all, he ultimately decided to adopt Shan Lian's suggestion for the second option, reasoning that safety was paramount, and he was in no hurry. Having determined their return route, Li Tai'er ceased his chatter and called for Old Pan to head towards the cabin. Now under immense pressure, Li Tai'er, once a vagabond, had only needed to worry about where his next meal would come from. Yet suddenly, someone sought to kill him, deploying dozens of foundational cultivators who traversed vast distances across planets to hunt him down. This was no trivial matter. Fortunately, he now possessed a formidable system, necessitating that he seize every moment to begin his cultivation. He could no longer afford to wait for death. He must retaliate. Seated in his cabin, Li Tai'er gazed at the golden glowing divine-grade cultivation method. Taiqing Yin Shangju, suspended in midair, his expression filled with excitement as he repeatedly praised the system's brilliance. The Taiqing Yin Shangju, a divine-grade cultivation method, was divided into 3 tiers. Mastering the heart technique at full proficiency would allow one to instantly absorb spiritual energy from a radius of 1,000,000 miles, ensuring that a cultivator's internal spiritual energy would never run dry. To put it in Li Tai'er's words, it meant eternal vigor. Although he was still unaware of the cultivation ranks in this world, he could sense the overwhelming pressure radiating from the technique before him. Indicating its extraordinary nature, however, Li Tai'er ultimately underestimated the true power of divine-grade cultivation methods. Chapter 7. The Exposure of Divine-Grade Techniques, a series of assassinations after Li Tai'er revealed the divine-grade technique. The sky suddenly became overcast, with violent bolts of golden lightning erupting continuously, and a second sun appeared in the void, accompanied by resounding celestial chants that echoed like the song of deities. What kind of disturbance was this? Shan Lian and the others were startled, their previously relaxed bodies tensing immediately. Upon realizing that the commotion emanated from Li Tai'er's room, their expressions darkened, and Shan Lian thought to himself that it was bad news. Hastily commanding everyone to guard the perimeter of the void-breaking vessel, Old Pan, possessing profound cultivation, distinctly sensed the upheaval sweeping across the entire Baizé planet, with cultivators from surrounding planets gathering in droves. Numbering in the millions, a sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to quickly set up a formation to shield Li Tai'er's room, severing the divine-grade technique's connection to the outside world. And he shouted, "We must leave now. If we delay any longer, it may be too late." Shan Lian had initially perceived Old Pan as merely an ordinary servant by Li Tai'er's side, but upon witnessing the formidable power he inadvertently exuded, he realized Old Pan's terrifying capabilities. Without hesitation, he urged the vessel into motion, piercing through the barriers of the Baizé planet and vanishing into the horizon. Was that a divine-grade technique or a divine-grade treasure? Dongfang Ruoyu, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed out of the main hall only to find that Li Tai'er and the others had already departed. She had never dared to associate this with Li Tai'er, lamenting instead the terrifying nature of Old Pan, who carried such a high-grade item with him. In this realm of cultivation, techniques were classified into Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, and Shen tiers, while treasures were categorized into lower, middle, upper, superb, and divine grades. Divine grade techniques were the foundation of superpowers and were rarely revealed. It was easy to imagine the chaos that would ensue after Li Tai'er exposed the Taiqing Yin Shangju. 10 days later, aboard the void-breaking vessel where Li Tai'er was located, they had already distanced themselves from the Baizé planet, yet Old Pan and the others remained on high alert. Acutely aware of the terrifying allure of divine-grade items, the atmosphere on the vessel grew tense, Apart from Old Pan, the other cultivators were breathing rapidly, their eyes bloodshot, occasionally glancing towards the room where Li Tai was. The magnetic pull of the divine grade technique was simply too potent, capable of inciting brotherly betrayals and familial enmity. Humph! Old Pan channeled his energy into a cold snort, instantly snapping Shen Lian and the others back to reality, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Shen Lian, sensing the faint killing intent emanating from Old Pan, was startled, immediately kneeling on one knee and urgently stating, "My lord, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely became somewhat unrestrained upon sensing the divine grade treasure." The others, feeling the overwhelming pressure from Old Pan, were terrified, collapsing to the ground in a panic. That presence could easily crush them with a mere gesture. Old Pan remained silent, and Shen Lian and the others were drenched in sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "My lord, we have come to protect young Master Li on orders, and we assure you there are no ulterior motives. Otherwise, you need not lift a finger. Our families would ensure we cease to exist." Seeing that he had achieved his objective, Old Pan gestured for Shen Lian and the others to rise, on the deck of the vessel. Old Pan gazed meaningfully at Li Tai room, and after a long while, he let out a deep sigh. "Ah, Qing is this the contingency you have left for him?" Li Tai remained oblivious to the disturbances occurring outside, utterly engrossed in the cultivation of the Tai Ching Yin Shangju. Yet today, after attempting to cultivate numerous times, he lay on the ground in despair, lamenting, "What kind of wretched system is this? Tormenting me! The heart technique is incomprehensible." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang up from the ground, smashing a teacup onto the floor, angrily cursing. "This miserable heart technique can be practiced by whoever wishes. I, Li Tai would rather leap from this vessel and be ground beneath the assassin's feet than lay eyes on this damned technique again." 5 days later. Oh my, this is delightful. Li Tai felt the power within him had reached the 5th stage of qi refinement, his smile stretching from ear to ear. After enduring pain for days, he suddenly recalled his system's shop, joyfully spending 200 resistance points to purchase an opportunity for enlightenment. After that, he experienced an unstoppable surge. The previously obscure Tai Ching Yin Shangju seemed to come with annotations. Easily grasped by Li Tai in just 3 days, his cultivation skyrocketed from 0 to the 5th stage of qi refinement. More importantly, with the cultivation achieved, his once emaciated body suddenly became robust and full of vitality. The power of divine-grade techniques was truly terrifying. Li Tai stretched lazily after staying in his room for over 10 days, feeling an urgent need to step outside for some fresh air. Upon pushing open the door and taking a single step, a loud thud echoed as a lifeless body fell at his feet. Unmistakably not one of his own. "Wow, how thrilling!" Li Tai was taken aback, wondering how, after only a few days of cultivation, his home had been invaded. "Old Pan, what is happening?" He spotted Old Pan standing on the deck with his hands clasped behind his back and hurried over to inquire. Old Pan turned to face Li Tai, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he sensed Li Tai's rapid advancement in cultivation and noticed the transformation in his appearance and aura. The once gaunt figure, now standing tall, exuded an air of refinement and vitality. "It's all because of you. These people are here to find you." Upon hearing this, Li Tai surveyed his surroundings and was taken aback to find an overwhelming multitude of various flying vessels, with the number of people exceeding tens of thousands. Gulping down his anxiety, this was the first time Li Tai had encountered such a situation, and his heart was filled with despair. He initially believed that these individuals were part of the same faction as the previous assassins. What sins had he committed to warrant such wrath from both man and deity? Why was the assassination unending? Fortunately, most of the pursuers were at the qi refining stage, with only a few at the foundation establishment stage. Enraged, a dark fury surged within him, spotting a qi refining stage practitioner of the 4th layer boarding a flying vessel. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tai unleashed a punch that exploded the man like a watermelon. Ding! Resistance successful. Reward: 800 resistance points. Before he could revel in his victory, he retched violently. It was his first kill. After emptying his stomach, he finally regained his composure. The exhilaration of acquiring a substantial amount of resistance points ignited his determination, especially as he lacked offensive techniques. Driven by adrenaline, he charged forward, slaughtering with abandon. Ding! Continuous resistance detected. Reward: 800 resistance points. As the carnage continued, Li Tai grew impatient. He realized he needed to target only those below the 5th layer of Qi refining. Thus, he spent all 7,000 accumulated resistance points in the system shop to redeem 14 invincibility experience vouchers for his current tier, each with a 1-day cooldown reduction. Activating his invincibility on the spot, he became a whirlwind of destruction, dispatching Qi refining practitioners with ease, regardless of whether they were 1st or 9th layer. Shun Lian and the others watched in astonishment, never having seen such a ferocious 5th layer Qi refining practitioner. They praised him as the son of the clan leader, exuding the air of a transcendent being. Lao Pan, who had remained passive, was equally surprised by Li Tai's performance. Knowing Li Tai's background, he could only attribute his sudden prowess to the divine-level techniques left by Qing Er. Chapter 8. Shun Lian's numbness. Are divine-level techniques commonplace? This battle raged for 2 days before concluding, primarily because the various cultivators vying for divine-level items were struck with terror at the relentless killings. While Shan Lian and the others were forced into a torturous cycle of slaughter, only Li Tai, in a frenzy, relished every kill, muttering 800,800. With every life he claimed, he was fully committed to accumulating resistance points. As his resources were dwindling, using invincibility had cost him dearly. Consequently, a significant portion of the slain cultivators fell to his hands. Exhausted, Li Tai collapsed onto the ground, yet he wore a silly grin, causing Lao Pan and the others to frown in concern. 80,000 resistance points. Li Tai's heart raced, experiencing the thrill of newfound wealth. He was eager to spend. Impatiently, he opened the system shop, where a plethora of goods dazzled him. At this moment, he finally had the time to peruse the items for sale. Opportunities for enlightenment: 200 resistance points each. Qi refining pills, 1,000 resistance points each. Foundation establishment pills, 5,000 resistance points each. Ordinary spirit roots, 99,999 resistance points. Earth grade spirit roots, 999,999 resistance points. Heaven grade spirit roots, 9,999,999 resistance points. Divine grade spirit roots, 99,999,999 resistance points. Lingshu Mising Step, a divine level movement technique, 2 tiers. First tier 50,000 resistance points. Second tier quasi-immortal level 5 million resistance points. Wanshang Jijin Slash, a divine level technique, 3 tiers. Slashing Man, Slashing Earth, Slashing Heaven. First tier 20,000 resistance points. Second tier 100,000. Third tier 500,000. 33 Heavens Misty Sword Technique. An immortal level technique, 3 tiers. Each tier 9,999,999 resistance points. Summon the first beauty of another race experience voucher, 66,666 resistance points each. Gazing at the exquisite techniques in the shop, Li Tai's mouth watered, particularly for the immortal level technique. He could not dismiss it as fake, yet the ellipses were undeniably real. After much deliberation, Li Tai ultimately decided to spend 55,000 resistance points to purchase the first tier of the divine level movement technique Lingshu Mising Step. Along with 5 Qi refining pills, this left him with 25,000 resistance points remaining. After acquiring the movement technique, Li Tai, brimming with anticipation, greeted the others before hastily retreating to his room to begin his training. Shun Lian and the others assumed he was merely fatigued and thought little of it. However, a mere quarter of an hour later, buzzing a resounding, majestic sound erupted, centered around Li Tai's room, as waves of profound energy radiated into the void. The broken void flying vessel was instantaneously enveloped by a divine lotus, and a rich aura of laws poured into the endless expanse. Sensing yet another divine-level item's aura, Shun Lian and the others were left dumbfounded. When did divine-level items become so commonplace? They exchanged glances filled with despair. Not again. Lao Pan slapped his forehead, utterly speechless. What was this guy thinking? Another divine-level item would drive everyone into madness. He hurriedly set up a formation to mask the aura emanating from Li Tai-er's room, turning to glare at Shen Lian and the others still frozen in place. What are you waiting for? If you don't want to die, hurry up and accelerate. Lao Pan's voice trembled with urgency. He sensed the surrounding planets were beginning to stir, with millions of cultivators navigating their vessels toward the void. Shen Lian noticed the shift in Lao Pan's tone, realizing he was genuinely frightened. Without further delay, he shouted to the others, "Quick! Stop dawdling. Use every ounce of strength you have. Don't conceal your spirit stones. Give me everything you've got. Stuff it all into the power source of the broken void vessel." With the reckless energy replenishment from the others, the broken void vessel surged forward like an arrow, its speed more than doubled, racing for its life. Dozens of planets surrounded them, and the swarm of cultivators vying for the divine-level items descended like a locust plague, numbering over 1,000,000. Are we doomed? Shen Lian trembled as he surveyed the chaos. At their current speed, they would likely be unable to escape before the encirclement closed in, ignoring the danger of the vessel disintegrating. Shen Lian urged it forward with reckless abandon, but the vessel had reached its limits. No matter how he pushed, it would not accelerate further. Seeing the encroaching cultivators, Lao Pan knew that if he didn't act soon, they would be in peril. Under the astonished gazes of Shen Lian and the others, the broken void vessel, propelled by Lao Pan's command, surged forward at double its current speed, breaking free from the encirclement of 1,000,000 cultivators in mere moments. The consequence was that the mid-grade broken void vessel was on the brink of collapse. Once they escaped the immediate danger, everyone sighed in relief, yet Shen Lian looked at his precious mid-grade treasure. The broken void vessel, nearing its demise, revealing a smile more sorrowful than tears, forcing himself to numb the pain, grateful that they were still alive. Lao Pan could no longer suppress his fury. Li Tai-er had repeatedly led them into dire straits, and it was time for a lesson. With rage boiling over, Lao Pan kicked open the door to Li Tai-er's room with a loud bang and slammed it shut behind him. Shen Lian, witnessing Lao Pan's furious demeanor as he entered Li Tai-er's room, wholeheartedly agreed that Li Tai-er needed to be reprimanded. This was unacceptable. They felt as if they were on a roller coaster, alternating between shock and joy at discovering divine-level items, then facing the murderous glares from Lao Pan, and finally the pursuit of 1,000,000 cultivators. After such tumult, Shen Lian felt his inner strength had grown immensely. In that moment, he achieved enlightenment, breaking through from the peak foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. The gazes of his subordinates towards Shen Lian transformed into reverence. Amidst such perilous circumstances, their leader had not only remained focused on cultivation but had even managed to break through. It was clear why he was the leader. This was the difference. Yet only Shen Lian understood the truth behind it all. This was a result of enduring torment. Having experienced so much, his nerves had become remarkably resilient. However, if given a chance to relive it all, he would undoubtedly tell this opportunity. Scram. Get as far away as possible. Whoever wants this chance can have it. At that moment, not only Shen Lian experienced a breakthrough. After Lao Pan entered Li Tai-er's room and remained silent for an extended period, everyone strained their ears, waiting for the sound of Li Gongzi's cries. Yet what awaited them was the thick, oppressive dark clouds above, interwoven with lightning, rumbling incessantly, a powerful pressure forcing everyone to their knees. Was this the thunder tribulation? Shen Lian was utterly stunned. How formidable must the cultivator undergoing the tribulation be? Lao Pan had initially intended to confront Li Tai-er, but upon entering the room and witnessing Li Tai-er display the Taiqing Yin Shengju, he was completely taken aback. A divine-level heart technique. This was a top-tier existence among divine-level techniques, a treasure that any superpower would guard jealously, possessing a terrifying allure that would undoubtedly lead to bloodshed upon its revelation. Yet Li Tai-er had the audacity to show it to him directly. Old Pan completely cast aside the notion of dealing with Li Tai-er, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt for even entertaining such thoughts, particularly because Li Tai-er had bestowed upon him far too much. After Old Pan cultivated the divine-level heart technique, Taiqing Yin Shengju, he finally broke through the stagnation of his cultivation that had lasted for centuries, advancing directly from the pinnacle of the transformation stage to the early stages of the void refinement stage. In this realm, the cultivation levels are categorized as chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation stage, void refinement, combined body, great ascension, and transcendence, each level further subdivided into early, mid, late, and perfected stages. In the Sword 9 world, within the Li family, at a certain secluded mountain, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back in a pavilion, while a man knelt behind him. Master, the assassination has failed. Upon our arrival at the base planet, another faction of the family suddenly appeared and killed many of our people. The mysterious figure squinted slightly, his gaze sharp as a sword, glancing at the kneeling man. Oh, it failed. Li Tyre is merely a pawn, yet someone dares to protect him. Do we know which faction it was? The kneeling man, trembling with fear, replied, I do not know, but I distinctly saw the Li banner hanging from that broken void ship. Interesting. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 9. The Elusive Truth. Who is the mastermind? 3 days later, Old Pan emerged from his chamber, finding Shun Lian and others standing on the deck, frozen in fear, not daring to breathe. Although they were unaware of Old Pan's exact level of cultivation, the oppressive aura that made it difficult for them to breathe had already proven that he was an existence they could not provoke. Otherwise, even their family would be unable to protect them, my lord. What about young Master Li? Shun Lian mustered the courage to ask. Old Pan glanced at Shun Lian with indifference. As for the events that transpired on the ship, Shun Lian, having cultivated for over 100 years and being astute, quickly grasped Old Pan's intent and hurriedly replied, We know nothing of what occurred on the ship. We have neither seen nor heard anything. He instinctively wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. The others, not foolish either, immediately solemnly echoed, My lord, we know nothing of what transpired on the ship. Old Pan lightly hummed in satisfaction and nodded. It seemed that Shun Lian and the others were perceptive. Otherwise, in order to protect Li Tyre's secret, he would not hesitate to make everyone on the ship disappear. Old Pan remained on the deck to guard Li Tyre, and to prevent others from discovering the secrets of the ship, he once again set up a powerful formation, thoroughly concealing the ship's traces and aura. The surrounding cultivators could no longer detect their presence unless their cultivation levels far exceeded Old Pan's. Shun Lian silently mourned for the mastermind behind the assassination of Li Tyre. Why provoke anyone, particularly this formidable figure? Those who dared to challenge him were destined to meet a grim fate. Time swiftly passed as Li Tyre engaged in his cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half a year had gone by since Old Pan concealed the ship. They had not faced any further attacks and traveled smoothly. At this moment, they were merely half a day's journey from the Sword 9 world. Li Tyre had also awakened early from his meditative state, having reached the 6th stage of chi refinement. To avoid making his foundation too insubstantial, he resolutely suppressed the temptation of using chi refining pills to enhance his cultivation. Otherwise, he would have already reached the 9th stage of chi refinement. Standing side by side at the bow of the ship, Li Tyre gazed into the distance at the colossal Sword 9 world. The Sword 9 planet was enveloped in a shimmering membrane, obscuring the view of the internal continent. Astonishingly, this planet possessed its own 9 satellites, which revolved around it in a patterned dance. Are you afraid? Old Pan suddenly asked in a hushed tone, gazing ahead. Li Tyre did not turn to look at Old Pan but understood that the question was directed at him. At this moment, the saying the closer one is to home, the more timid one feels rang true. Although Li Tyre had no vivid memories of the Sword 9 world, he was acutely aware that he had been born in this realm. I am somewhat apprehensive. There are certain individuals I am unsure how to face. After all, Li Tyre's words trailed off, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he gripped the edge of the ship more tightly. Old Pan understood his sentiments and wrapped an arm around Li Tyre, who felt a bit uncomfortable but did not resist. Looking up at Old Pan's rounded profile, Li Tyre noticed a change in him. He no longer appeared as shifty and devious as before, but instead exuded an immense strength that instilled confidence within him. Yes, it was a sense of confidence. Li Tyre was convinced that even if he stood against the world, Old Pan would steadfastly support him. Having wandered alongside Li Tyre for 11 years, Old Pan had never left his side. Now that Li Tyre was 16, there were times when he felt frustrated with Old Pan, yet undeniably, he had grown dependent on him. All right, stop overthinking. Prepare yourself, we have arrived. Old Pan patted Li Tyre's shoulder before turning back to the cabin, wishing to avoid the Li family, particularly that individual. A quarter of an hour later, the broken void ship slowly pierced through the world barrier of the Sword 9 planet. And Li Tyre was the first to step into the Sword 9 world. In an instant, an overwhelming density of spiritual energy enveloped him, causing the Taiqing Yinqing Ju within him to surge forth, prompting him to hastily suppress it, marveling at the terrifying nature of the divine-level heart technique, which could operate autonomously. The Sword 9 world was boundless, far exceeding the size of the Baize world by more than 100-fold. Countless ships traversed the vast sky beside Li Tyre, alongside cultivators soaring through the air. He even witnessed several nascent soul cultivators zipping across the horizon. The broken void ship sped towards a magnificent city, which loomed like a colossal beast poised to leap into action at any moment. At this juncture, Shan Lian spoke up, "Young Master Li, the city below is the residence of the Li family." Li Tyre was taken aback. This vast and boundless city belonged to the Li family? Noticing Li Tyre's confusion, Shan Lian clarified, "Young Master Li, this city is named Jinuan, indeed the stronghold of the Li family. In the Sword 9 world, there existed the Li, Luo, and Dongfang families, along with numerous sects such as the Beastmaster sect, Alchemy sect, Talisman sect, and Madblade sect. These belonged to first-tier powers. Second-tier powers were too numerous to count. Akin to the stars, I must emphasize that the dominant force in this realm is the transcendent Piao Miao sect. The Piao Miao sect reigns supreme over all factions and is the unequivocal superpower of the Sword 9 world. An existence beyond reproach. Li Tyre was left in a daze, thoroughly astounded by the complexity of powers within the Sword 9 world. It was akin to a young calf swinging its tail. Exuding confidence, time flew as Shen Lian provided his explanations, and soon, they arrived at their destination, the Li residence. The Li residence had already received word, and as Li Tyre's ship approached the Sword 9 world, the Li family members were prepared to welcome him home. The broken void ship descended gently, and Li Tyre soon appeared before the crowd. He stood at the bow, a striking youth of remarkable stature. His attire somewhat tattered but failing to obscure the depth and sharpness in his gaze. An expression not typical of one so young. Li Tyre's eyes bore the maturity of someone far beyond his years, exhibiting a calmness unaffected by external circumstances and a poise that spoke of having witnessed the vicissitudes of human nature. The crowd was momentarily bewildered, questioning if this was truly the Li Tyre who had been wandering outside since childhood. Li Tyre paid no mind to their thoughts, as he recognized none of them. He ambled towards the main hall of the Li residence, where he was to encounter the only familiar stranger left to him. After navigating through the expansive Li residence, Li Tyre finally reached the entrance of the main hall. As the servant pushed open the door, a towering figure, easily over 9 feet tall, with a broad back and a full beard, rushed forward to greet him. "Tyre, my dear nephew, how I have missed you. You have finally returned." Before Li Tyre could react, he was enveloped in a tight embrace that left him breathless. Cough, cough. He struggled to regain his composure. The man, identifying himself as his uncle, quickly released Li Tyre, awkwardly stroking his beard with a beaming smile. "Tyre, I am your uncle. Your father's brother. My name is Li Liang." Li Tyre could only clasp his fists and respectfully address him as uncle. Nearby, a woman frowned heavily, emitting a discontented hum, though it was unclear whether it was directed at Li Tyre himself or at his calling her uncle. Li Liang, with fervor, introduced Li Tyre. "Do not be upset. Tyre, this is your father's sister, Li lingered by rights. You should call her Aunt." Li Tyre casually glanced over and beheld a slender and graceful woman, her features exquisitely delicate, though she did not possess an extraordinary beauty that would take one's breath away. She was undeniably captivating in her own right. When she noticed Li Tyre's gaze, Li Ling merely returned a fleeting glance, her eyes reflecting a complex array of thoughts, leaving one to ponder what occupied her mind. Despite Li Ling's apparent indifference, Li Tai'er respectfully addressed her as aunt. Subsequently, Li Liang introduced the elders and other clan members present in the Grand Hall, to which Li Tai'er responded politely to each introduction. According to Li Liang, those absent were preoccupied with various matters, including his two elder brothers. To Li Tai'er's great disappointment, the father he had never met was also absent, the only blood relative he had. Missing from this significant occasion as he scanned the faces of those present, Li Tai'er fell into deep contemplation. Most individuals greeted him with warm smiles, yet he found himself perplexed, unable to ascertain who had orchestrated the assassination attempt on him from the distant Baizhe planet. And for what reason? Could it be her? The only one who raised his suspicions was the ever-distant Li Ling heir, who had maintained a cold demeanor towards him since his arrival in the Grand Hall. Everything remained shrouded in mystery. Li Tai'er could not discern the truth hidden behind the fog, nor could he determine who among the vast Li estate was friend or foe, or if they were all adversaries. Chapter 10. On the Art of Pretension, I have yet to be outdone 3 days later, at the Li estate. In a secluded courtyard, Li Tai'er reclined comfortably in a chair, a table beside him laden with snacks and fruits. He occasionally plucked a few grapes and popped them into his mouth, chewing for a moment before casually discarding the skins onto the ground. In his own words, this was the epitome of living well. With food delivered at his beck and call, life felt nothing short of blissful. Finally free from the daily grind of survival and the toil of seeking alms, Li Tai'er had fully embraced a life of leisure. Wasn't this the life he had yearned for? Now that it had been realized, he found himself somewhat adrift. Old Pan had not reappeared since, yet Li Tai'er harbored no concerns for him, as he could hardly believe that a formidable being at the refinement stage would succumb to hunger. During his days in the Li estate, Li Tai'er came to understand the true purpose of his return. It turned out that upon turning 16, the family would hold a coming-of-age ceremony for young men, thereafter assigning them to roles within the family based on their abilities for further training. The evaluation of each individual's capabilities was conducted through the clan's grand competition, which was set to occur in 10 days. Regarding this grand competition, Li Tai'er held little regard. He merely intended to participate to fulfill the requirements, showing no interest in the subsequent training, for he had no intention of remaining in the Li family. This clan did not belong to him, and he had already sensed the clan members' attitudes towards him. Aside from the initial day of his return, when they greeted him with smiles, the clan head himself did not show up to meet Li Tai'er, leading most to abandon their pretense of cordiality. Henceforth, when they encountered Li Tai'er, they acted as if he were invisible, a stark contrast to their initial reception. Li Tai'er had long since learned the fickleness of human sentiment. Such matters were trivial to him. Bored with remaining in his own courtyard, and with no one to converse with except the servants, Li Tai'er decided to take a stroll in the morning, when the air was at its freshest. To explore the grandeur of the city, come and see. Freshly unearthed ancient divine weapons. Don't miss out, only one in stock. A disheveled old man sat at a stall in a corner of the street, hawking his wares while leering at passing pedestrians. Intrigued by the prospect of ancient divine weapons for sale, Li Tai'er approached the stall. Old man, is this ancient divine weapon genuine? The old man, delighted to finally have a customer, beamed with excitement as he extolled the virtues of the so-called ancient divine weapon. Young lad, your physique is remarkable. You are destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. This ancient divine weapon is a perfect match for you. Li Tai'er regarded the old man's rusted, pitted short sword, his lips twitching in disbelief. What a masterful con artist you are. This is nothing but scrap metal. With nothing else to occupy his time, Li Tai'er decided to humor the old man. Oh, ancient divine weapon, you say? Where did you procure this? Seeing an opportunity, the old man spun an elaborate tale of how he had endured countless hardships and narrowly escaped death to unearth this weapon from the tomb of an ancient powerhouse. Journeying across numerous planets to find a worthy heir, at that moment, Li Tai'er wished he could hit the old man with a brick for his sheer audacity. In his previous life, such a person would have been a master of deception, an expert in persuasion. Is that so? Indeed. The old man, fearing disbelief, lifted his shirt to reveal a ghastly scar on his back, claiming it was a mark from a fierce battle. Li Tai'er, momentarily taken aback, found himself believing he was the destined child of fortune, casually stumbling upon what could be an ancient divine weapon. Had it not been for the system's ability to see through the old man's facade, he might have been swayed. System. Target. Human race. Late stage foundation establishment cultivation. Combat power. 3 stars. The old man was merely a combat weakling. With such cultivation, he dared to claim he had battled for 3 days and nights. Bringing this ancient divine weapon here by sheer luck. Isn't that the abandoned, illegitimate son who just returned after years? A discordant voice suddenly sliced through the air from behind Li Tai. He turned to see a group of subordinates surrounding a young man, making his way toward him. Li Tai's brow furrowed. He did not recognize this individual. "Is there something you need?" he asked. Slightly irked, as he was engaged in a lively conversation with the old man, only to have his enjoyment interrupted. Before the young man could respond, one of the subordinates, unable to hold back, shouted, "How dare you speak to young Master Li Meng in such a manner? Do you know that young Master Li Meng is the preeminent figure among the younger generation of the Li family?" Li Tai's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the subordinate who had dared to reprimand him. Li Meng dismissed Li Tai's glare, instead focusing on the so-called scrap metal on the old man's stall, mockingly observing, "Oh dear, how the mighty have fallen." The third young master of the Li family reduced to scavenging for goods at a stall. Laughter erupted from the subordinates behind him, who were all too eager to join in the ridicule. At that moment, onlookers began to gather, drawn by the spectacle, as if the instinct to witness drama was ingrained in human nature, transcending both cultivators and ordinary folk alike. The subordinates surrounding Li Meng, aware of his intentions, shouted to the bewildered crowd, "Come and see. This is the illegitimate son of the clan head, abandoned for 16 years. Now reduced to buying trinkets at a market stall, treating this scrap metal as a treasure." The crowd erupted in laughter, their disdain evident as they reveled in the misfortune of one who was once esteemed. Why should they, the struggling masses, not relish the fall of someone who was meant to be above them? Li Tai was taken aback by the palpable malice emanating from the crowd. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, it seemed that no matter where he went, without strength, he would be subjected to ridicule. The weak were unworthy of sympathy. But was Li Tai truly weak? Clearly not. "Ha ha ha!" Li Tai too burst into laughter, their mockery of his plight amusing him, as he found humor in their ignorance and cowardice. Ignoring the crowd, he turned back to the old man. "Old man, I'll take this scrap metal for 2 low-grade spirit stones. Will you sell it or not?" The old man, of course, refused. Otherwise, his grand tale would be for naught. Li Tai, undeterred, began to walk away, prompting the old man to hastily block his path. Wait, good sir, let us negotiate. 2 low-grade spirit stones hardly do justice to this ancient divine weapon. At least consider this amount," he said, gesturing with his fingers. 10 low-grade spirit stones?" The old man shook his head. 100 top-grade spirit stones. This, Li Tai was incensed. "You must think me a fool." Without further hesitation, he pushed through the crowd, ready to leave. "Wait, this is business. Surely you can counteroffer. Who knows, I might just accept." The old man was genuinely anxious now, not wanting to part with his so-called ancient divine weapon. Li Tai paused, a smile playing on his lips. 2 low-grade spirit stones, take it or leave it, deal." Li Tai was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. Had he just overpaid? The old man hurried over, presenting the rusted piece of scrap metal while extending his palm. Demanding payment. "Ha ha ha! You fool! 2 low-grade spirit stones could buy a regular low-grade treasure. Yet, you squander them on this hunk of iron. I wonder if you're simply wealthy or just plain foolish." Li Meng mocked Li Tai loudly, relishing the satisfaction it brought him. Those 2 low-grade spirit stones represented nearly all of Li Tai's wealth, as the family had imposed a limit on his monthly allowance. Nevertheless, Li Tai merely winced for a moment before regaining his composure. "Activate the Super Lucky Aura," he silently commanded. System. Super Lucky Aura activated. The host gains extraordinary luck, luck value 999999, valid for 1 day, followed by a mandatory cooldown period of 10 days. Chapter 11. If I say it's a divine weapon. Then it is a divine weapon. As the halo activated, Li Tai suddenly felt invigorated. Although only a day had passed, at this moment, he sensed a newfound strength in his legs, emboldened to flaunt his prowess. Reluctantly, he accepted the tattered short sword handed to him by the old man, who scampered off with 2 inferior spirit stones, his grin broader than ever, marveling at how his boastful claims had not been in vain. This piece of rusted scrap metal had not ended up in his own hands. What a disgrace to our Li family, truly a country bumpkin, utterly unrefined, Li Meng scoffed, observing Li Tai's fascination with the worn blade. Seizing the opportunity, a servant eagerly chimed in, "Young Master Li Meng, you are born of nobility. How could he possibly compare? It's hardly his fault he is a bastard, raised without a mother. No wonder his mother perished early." Li Meng burst into laughter, praising the servantess' words, casually tossing out 2 superior spirit stones as a reward. While Li Tai kept his gaze fixed on the short sword, he absorbed the servant's remarks intently. Mockery was one thing, but insulting his mother was intolerable. The current Li Tai was no longer the same as before. Now, he possessed a heaven-defying system. He was determined to become an arrogant and domineering figure, to make it known to all that Li Tai was not to be trifled with. Provoking him would lead to dire consequences. Gripping the sword's hilt with one hand, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into the blade, resonating with a clear, melodious hum. Feeling the immense power coursing through the short sword, Li Tai smiled. Under the influence of the heavenly halo, even if this sword were mere refuse, if Li Tai declared it a divine weapon, then it must be one. With a gentle thrust forward, a sharp sword energy shot forth from the blade's tip, so swift that none present perceived its passage. Initially the size of a finger, the sword energy expanded to the girth of a barrel as it reached the insolent servant, piercing through him without hesitation, reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh. Ding! Host detected killing of a deserving target. Counterattack successful. Reward: 1,000 resistance points. The sword energy did not dissipate after piercing the servant, but instead shot diagonally toward the sky, growing larger with each passing moment, ultimately leaving a vast spatial rift above the city of Genuine. Li Meng stood frozen in shock, horrified at the sight of the short sword in Li Tai's hand. The sword was no longer rusted. At the moment the sword energy was unleashed, all its tarnish had shed away, revealing a material that was neither wood nor metal, radiating a celestial aura, unmistakably extraordinary. With a clatter, the 2 inferior spirit stones the old man held fell to the ground, as he pointed at the short sword in Li Tai's grasp, stammering incoherently. Moments later, he coughed up blood and collapsed. What a humiliation for the old man! That sword ought to have been his. Yet he had sold it for a mere 2 inferior spirit stones. Li Tai weighed the short sword in his hand, quite pleased. This was a divine-grade treasure. Such treasures were rare and sought after, conferring invincibility against others of the same rank, making them coveted by all. The crowd of onlookers grew increasingly restless, many unable to contain their excitement, their breaths heavy and eyes ablaze as they fixated on Li Tai, contemplating how to escape with their newfound prize. Realizing the peculiar atmosphere and seeing the fervent gazes directed at him, Li Tai suddenly understood. The possession of such a treasure could invite envy. My father is Li Ling, the patriarch of the Li family. With this declaration, he asserted his standing on Li family territory. Who would dare act against him? He could conveniently use his father as a shield. Why not take advantage of it? Li Tai cast a defiant look at the crowd, surveying their faces as if to challenge them. Reveling in his newfound power, this feeling of dominance was exhilarating. He had never experienced anything like it before, so this was the thrill of wielding power over others. He cursed himself for not having arrived in the Sword 9 world sooner. The crowd, suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation, broke into a cold sweat. This was indeed Li family territory, and to act against him would be akin to courting death. Li Tai relished the expressions of astonishment on their faces, enjoying their predicament as they could only glare at him in frustration. Ding! Host detected intimidation. Counterattack successful. Reward: 500 resistance points. How delightful! Not only could he flaunt his power, but he was also rewarded for it. Truly, The system favored him. At this moment, Li Tai'er felt elated. "Dear Li Meng, aren't you?" Li Tai'er turned to face Li Meng, smirking and taunting. "What a waste of eyes you have. Go home and wash those filthy eyes of yours. How could you not recognize a divine weapon? If I were you, I'd find a tofu block to smash my head against," with words that cut deep. Li Tai'er intended to return the scorn he had received. Li Meng gritted his teeth, muscles tensing, barely containing his rage, wishing to strike Li Tai'er down, to kick him mercilessly. "We shall meet at the family martial arts competition." He spat, the words forced through clenched teeth, before turning on his heel and storming away, fearful that if he lingered any longer, he might explode with fury. "You have a keen eye for treasures. Young Master Li, I knew anything that caught your attention must be extraordinary. Indeed, indeed. Young Master Li is the chosen one." Treasures seemed to gravitate towards him. In a flash, the crowd's attitude shifted dramatically. Just a moment ago, they were deriding Li Tai'er, and now they were eager to praise him to the heavens. Such is human nature. Li Tai'er had long grown accustomed to this fickleness. Yet he was not swayed by their flattery. "Pathetic," he scoffed, casting a derisive glance at the crowd. He had little regard for such fair-weather friends. With that, Li Tai'er continued his stroll down the street, where numerous vendors had set up shop, transforming the thoroughfare into a bustling market. Seizing the opportunity while the super-lucky halo was still in effect, he decided to explore further, hoping to stumble upon more divine-grade treasures or celestial techniques. As he ambled along, stopping intermittently, Li Tai'er passed several stalls, yet luck did not favor him as it had before. Divine-grade items were not as common as cabbages to be found everywhere. While perusing a stall, he discovered a fine long sword, albeit in a dilapidated state, which he acquired for a single inferior spirit stone. Though Li Tai'er had no intention of purchasing anything else, others did. Witnessing Li Tai'er's casual acquisition of what they believed to be mere scrap metal, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. As soon as Li Tai'er left a stall, hundreds rushed forward, clamoring to buy up everything he had examined, convinced that whatever he touched must possess extraordinary qualities. The vendors were overjoyed, eagerly boasting about their wares, claiming they had either been excavated from ancient ruins or retrieved from the battlegrounds of the Azura. Li Tai'er, with nothing better to do, listened to their grandiose tales while inspecting the items on display. Throughout that day, any stall where Li Tai'er paused to browse saw all its goods swiftly purchased without negotiation. He had become the star attraction of the market, with vendors tugging at his arms, pulling at his legs, each vying for him to visit their stalls. "Stop!" Just as Li Tai'er was about to be overwhelmed, a cool feminine voice echoed from a distance. Startled to hear someone speak on his behalf, Li Tai'er swiftly brushed away the unwanted hands gripping him, turning to locate the source of the voice. He beheld two women approaching, one behind the other. The woman in front wore a simple long dress, her figure tall and graceful, her features exquisite, with skin so fair it seemed delicate. Her hair was styled in an elegant bun, secured with a sword-shaped hairpin, and she bore a striking green long sword, exuding an air of confidence. This was only the second exceptionally beautiful woman Li Tai'er had encountered, aside from Dongfang Ruoyu. The intriguing aspect was that the woman's eyes were covered by a cloth, yet remarkably, this did not hinder her mobility. She deftly navigated around obstacles with ease, stopping before Li Tai'er. Her expression remained unchanged as she inquired, "You are Li Tai'er, correct?" Li Tai'er was taken aback. He did not recognize her. System. Target. Human. 10th stage Chi refinement. Battle power. 9 stars. Heavenly spiritual root. Child of destiny. What the hell? Li Tai'er was momentarily stunned. This woman was astonishingly powerful. A child of destiny? 10th stage Chi refinement? Yet he knew only of the 9th stage Chi refinement. "What do you want with me?" he asked instinctively, feeling a bit intimidated by this formidable woman. "My name is Luo Li, a member of the Luo family in the Sword 9 world. I seek the divine short sword you acquired not long ago," she stated casually, as if requesting a commonplace item. She continued, "I can offer something in exchange. The conditions are entirely up to you." How audacious, Li Tai'er thought, rejecting her outright without a second thought. To his surprise, Luo Li turned and walked away without hesitation, casually tossing over her shoulder, "If you change your mind, feel free to come find me." Li Tai'er was left bewildered. What did that mean? She had traveled all this way just to ask him a question. Aside from that, he was astonished at how swiftly the news of his possession of the divine artifact had spread. Aware that this would only invite more covetous gazes from the outside world, Li Tai'er shook off the vendors surrounding him and hastily departed from the bustling market street. Back at the Li residence, in the annex, Li Tai'er returned utterly exhausted, having exerted considerable effort to evade the crowd that had followed him. At this moment, reclining in a chair, he nibbled on the refreshments laid out on the table while idly toying with the exquisite short sword in his hand. The blade seemed to possess a spirit of its own, its brilliance flickering in and out along the blade's surface. Li Tai'er attempted to channel his mental energy into the sword, only to be ruthlessly repelled as if the artifact did not acknowledge him. Damn it! In frustration, he hurled the short sword to the ground, irked that this weapon, which he had discovered, refused to recognize him as its master. Subsequently, he retrieved a worn long sword, its blade corroded by rust. As he infused both spiritual and mental energy into it, the long sword was instantly activated, releasing a surge of sword energy that pierced through the ceiling. A more ordinary long sword is far more effective, he thought, before delivering a kick to the divine short sword, cursing, "What a piece of junk!" This spectacle caused the nearby servants to flinch, internally lamenting the sheer wastefulness of such an act. 10 days passed swiftly, during which Li Tai'er did not engage in cultivation, but rather focused on solidifying his foundational skills, wandering about the Li residence during moments of boredom. While there, he fortuitously encountered his second brother, Li Mao, who, despite his age, stood at a height of 7 feet and possessed an unseemly appearance, small eyes and a bulbous nose, leading Li Tai'er to conclude that this man's mind might not be quite right. Nevertheless, he was quite powerful, having reached the early stage of the golden core. When Li Mao crossed paths with Li Tai'er, he merely cast a fleeting glance before brushing past him with a strikingly dressed woman. Seemingly devoid of any interest in Li Tai'er, however, the woman frequently glanced back at him, her gaze laden with sorrow, though Li Tai'er remained oblivious to the meaning behind her eyes. It was evident that Li Mao was irked by the woman's lingering looks towards Li Tai'er, as he seized her by the chest and dragged her away, vanishing from Li Tai'er's sight. Li Tai'er distinctly perceived the brutality and lewdness in Li Mao's eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy for the woman. Li Tai'er's brows furrowed slightly, his sense of belonging to the Li family growing increasingly tenuous. He wondered if his elder brother and father, whom he had yet to meet, would be similarly inclined. This morning, Li Tai'er, accompanied by numerous clan members, made his way to the family plaza, the site of the coming-of-age ceremony and the family competition. He had heard that representatives from other factions would also attend to witness the grace of the younger generation of the Li family. Though Li Tai'er, it seemed purely a display of ostentation, a means to intimidate other factions through the excellence of their youth. Along the way, a throng of youths, all recently turned 16, chattered and laughed, making Li Tai'er feel somewhat solitary, as he did not know any of his relatives. Nor did anyone seem inclined to know him. Li Tai'er was indifferent to this, continuing on his path in silence. "Follow me." Suddenly, he heard someone speak and instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. Discovering it was his aunt, Li Ling-er. Did she not despise him? Why would she seek him out now? Li Tai'er mused inwardly, yet he followed her to a quieter spot. Li Ling-er regarded him with a cool demeanor before stating, "Beware of Li Liang." Li Tai'er was taken aback by her words and promptly inquired, "What about uncle? What has happened?" "Humph. Do not refer to him as uncle from now on. The one who sought your life on by Zay planet was orchestrated by him." Li Ling-er's tone was tinged with displeasure at Li Tai'er's casual use of the term uncle. Li Tai'er recalled Li Liang's enthusiastic greeting upon first meeting him, which hardly seemed indicative of someone intent on his demise. "But why would he want to kill me?" "You will know soon enough," Li Ling-er replied before turning to leave. "What a peculiar woman." Li Tai'er stared blankly at her departing figure, his mind racing as he recalled the events on by Zay planet. Suddenly, he remembered that the one who saved him was a member of the Li family. Could it be that she orchestrated his rescue? Excitement surged within him as he sensed that the pieces of the puzzle were beginning to align. As he made his way toward the plaza, he deliberately quickened his pace. Although he initially had ample time, Li Ling-er's unexpected delay made him acutely aware of the dwindling minutes before the ceremony began. By the time Li Tai-er arrived at the plaza, it was already teeming with people, and he appeared to be the last to arrive in an instant. All eyes turned toward Li Tai-er that the illegitimate child. What a show-off, thinking too highly of himself to make a grand entrance, whispered one onlooker, a mere country bumpkin, completely unaccustomed to the world. Just look at his shabby appearance. I heard he stumbled upon a divine artifact at the market. Pure luck, but he is hardly worthy of such a treasure. The members of the Li family seemed to harbor palpable hostility toward Li Tai-er, showering him with scornful remarks as they kept their distance, as if he were a plague in the audience. A woman gazed at him with a mixture of shock and hatred before turning to a young man seated beside her, exclaiming, "That's him. He is Li Tai-er." The young man's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on Li Tai-er, brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 13. Unbelievable fortune. Spare me the embarrassment. Li Tai-er. Ha ha. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the town of Jinyuan City for this Li family coming-of-age ceremony. I, the elder Li Qing, shall serve as the host for today's event, and on behalf of the Li family, I extend my gratitude to all present. With that, he bowed respectfully toward the audience. The crowd returned the gesture, expressing their courtesy. Go think the Grand Elder is hosting the ceremony. How strange that the clan leader is absent from such an important event, a young member of the family remarked. Puzzled Li Tang, mind your tongue. Perhaps the clan leader has pressing matters to attend to. Furthermore, we are not in a position to discuss the clan leader's affairs. Be careful lest the law enforcement hall hears you and punishes you. Another cautioned. Hearing his companion's warning, Li Tang quickly covered his mouth, his eyes darting about as he searched for any members of the law enforcement hall in the vicinity, only to suddenly fix his gaze on Li Tai-er behind the crowd. Kid, you better watch your words. Don't think just because the clan leader is your father that you can act recklessly. If he truly cared for you, would he allow you to wander alone for so long? Li Tai-er had been observing the guests in the audience when he heard the threat directed at him. He chose to ignore the speaker. Engaging with such individuals was futile. He preferred to settle matters with his fists. Li Meng, surrounded by a throng of family youths at the forefront, caught wind of Li Tang's threat and shot him an appreciative glance. He then turned his gaze to Li Tai-er. His expression darkening, he intended to humiliate Li Tai-er in front of the entire family and guests, making it impossible for him to remain in Jinyuan City. At this moment, Elder Li Qing spoke again, noting that the time had come to commence the ceremony, announcing that the first event would be the cultivation level test. The cultivation test would be conducted using the primordial stone at the center of the plaza. One would only need to place their hand upon it, and the stone would reveal their specific cultivation level. Over 200 youths, all aged 16, began to press their hands against the stone in the assigned order. Third stage of Qi refinement, fourth stage of Qi refinement, ninth stage of Qi refinement. The crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, that's brother Li Meng, truly deserving of being the foremost among the younger generation of our clan. He has reached the ninth stage of Qi refinement, right upon coming of age. He must be the most exceptional in the clan in centuries. At that moment, in the audience section reserved for the Li family, Li Liang smiled broadly as he acknowledged the congratulations of those around him, saying, "Hee, Lord Luo, Lord Dongfang, esteemed clan leaders, my son is indeed a show-off. I have privately chastised him countless times. The youth today are so rebellious. They never make it easy for us." Despite his words, it was evident to all that Li Liang was brimming with pride. Far from resenting him, others wore expressions of envy. It was likely that had he been their son, they would have been even more ostentatious than Li Liang. As Li Liang expressed his gratitude, his gaze occasionally wandered to the blindfolded woman seated quietly in the Luo family section. Although he recognized his son's excellence, in the Sword 9 world, no one could surpass that woman. She was simply terrifying, capable of challenging foundation establishment cultivators without relying on external aids. Her record of victories spoke volumes. In the plaza, Li Meng strode confidently down the steps from the center, and as he passed by Li Tai-er, He let out a derisive snort. Li Taier muttered a curse under his breath. Fool, you'll soon learn the consequences of your arrogance. The cultivation level test continued, and an hour later, aside from Li Taier, all 200 youths had completed their assessments. Only Li Meng had achieved the 9th stage of Qi refinement, while 10 others had reached the 8th stage, with the remainder scattered across the 3rd to 7th stages. Now, we are only awaiting the final participant. Hurry up and come forward for the test. Elder Li Qing's voice echoed throughout the plaza. Li Taier, under the scrutiny of the entire assembly, leisurely ascended the steps. Observing his unhurried approach, Elder Li Qing did not urge him on, well aware that the individual before him was the son of the clan leader. Li Ling, albeit an illegitimate child, still a blood relative. Upon reaching the center of the plaza, Li Taier gently placed his palm on the primordial stone. 6th stage of Qi refinement. The voice of Elder Li Qing echoed across the square. His cultivation was commendable, having wandered for 16 years without any resources yet still achieving such a level of skill, which was quite remarkable. Elder Li Qing nodded slightly, then gestured for Li Taier to return to his position. As Li Taier descended the steps, a chorus of skepticism and ridicule arose from all directions, yet he appeared oblivious, strolling back to his original place, his gaze fixed ahead, in the audience area of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Bumi, the patriarch, stroked his stubble and chuckled. I find this young man quite impressive. Although his cultivation is slightly lacking, his character is commendable. He understands restraint, like a fierce tiger poised to strike. Father, although he lacks the lewdness I previously observed, I still refuse to marry him. I would rather die. The young woman glared at Dongfang Bumi, deliberately lowering her voice as she spoke in indignation. A man from the Luo family, seated next to her, clenched his fists in rage, his heart filled with a burning hatred, wishing he could leap onto the stage and eliminate Li Taier right then and there. Stop this nonsense. Your engagement is a mutual agreement between our two families. Concerning the futures of both clans, it is not something you can simply refuse, Dongfang Bumi shouted in exasperation, angered by his daughter's lack of understanding and broader perspective. The young woman was none other than Dongfang Ruoyu, whom Li Taier had encountered in the Bei's world, now sitting in the audience, glaring at him. Due to the distance, Li Taier remained unaware of her presence. Seeing that all the youths from the clan had completed their cultivation tests, Elder Li Qing subsequently announced the commencement of the 2nd round, the clan competition. Everyone began drawing lots to determine their opponents, and with 201 participants, one individual would inevitably be exempted. Upon hearing this, Li Taier immediately instructed the system to activate the Super Lucky Aura system. Super Lucky Aura activated, granting the host extraordinary fortune, luck value 999999, valid for 1 day, with a mandatory cooldown period of 10 days. Li Taier chuckled softly. With over 200 competitors, it would be foolish to engage in one-on-one battles. Unsurprisingly, Li Taier drew the exempted lot. Damn it. His luck is infuriating. Even being exempted is something he manages to draw. Li Meng seethed, his teeth grinding upon learning of Li Taier's exemption. An hour later, the 1st round concluded, leaving only 101 participants remaining. The 2nd round of drawing lots commenced, and once again, Li Taier was exempted. This can't be mere coincidence. Some voiced their dissatisfaction, raising questions. To quell the crowd's suspicions, they were compelled to draw lots once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Li Taier was still exempted. At this point, no one could contest it any longer. They could only marvel at Li Taier's astonishing luck. An hour later, the 2nd round concluded, leaving only 51 participants. The 3rd round of drawing lots began. To avoid the same individual being exempted again, the Elder Council decided that Li Taier would draw last. Once the other 50 had drawn their lots, Li Taier stood still, for it made no difference whether he drew or not. Regardless of the outcome, he would still be exempted. The bug he carried was no laughing matter. Within this hour, his luck was undoubtedly unparalleled in the Jianzhou star domain. Not even the so-called children of destiny could compare. After the first 50 participants displayed their numbers in despair, once again, it was Li Taier who was exempted. Was there any justice left? The audience, comprised of various influential factions, murmured in astonishment. all acknowledging the extraordinary luck of this young man. When they learned that Li Tai-er had recently purchased a divine-grade short sword for merely 2 low-grade spirit stones at the marketplace, they could only lament the sheer improbability of his fortune. Yet another hour passed and the third round concluded, with only 25 participants left. Originally, there should have been 26, but 2 among them had clashed fiercely, ending up on the ground, unable to rise. The fourth round of drawing lots followed. I refuse to believe that Li Tai-er can continue to be exempted. Li Meng was now completely beside himself. How could anyone possess such absurd luck? He was resolute in his disbelief. Hearing this, Li Tai-er calmly approached the drawing area, casually picking up a bamboo stick, which he then displayed to the crowd. The crowd erupted in excitement. Once again, he was exempted. Li Meng collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "Is there no law? Is there no justice? This person must be wagering his life for luck." Suddenly, a revelation struck him. Indeed, it was a gamble for luck. The one who exhausts their fortune first is the one who falls. With this realization, Li Meng's pent-up frustration finally dissipated. Another hour passed, and the fourth round concluded, leaving only 13 participants. The fifth round concluded, with 7 remaining. The sixth round ended, leaving 3, but once again, 2 were severely injured in their clash. Leaving the crowd numb to the spectacle, boom! As Li Meng hurled his opponent off the stage, the 7th round concluded. Furious, Li Meng bellowed, "Don't you dare, Li Tai-er! Let us see how you can be exempted this time." Chapter 14. I told you, showing off invites lightning strikes. I wasn't lying. Li Tai-er, having been exempted continuously, considered it a waste of time to remain idle. Thus, he somehow procured a Grandmaster's chair and leisurely reclined beside the arena. Enjoying the competitions, he occasionally offered commentary on certain individuals, and during particularly thrilling moments, he applauded more enthusiastically than anyone else, appearing utterly unconcerned about the clan competition. Observing the enraged Li Meng, Li Tai-er smacked his lips, repeatedly expressing his bewilderment at the latter's furious demeanor. Elder Li Qing would have long lost his composure had it not been for Li Tai-er being the son of the clan leader. He could hardly bear to watch as the exempted one reveled in the spectacle. As the 7th match concluded, it was now Li Meng's turn to face Li Tai-er. This ignited a fervor among the crowd. It seemed everyone awaited this moment, all shouting for Li Meng to eliminate Li Tai-er. Upon hearing this, Li Tai-er felt his neck shrink. He hadn't expected such intense animosity directed at him. However, he was powerless to change the situation. Being invincible could be a lonely existence. After all, it was merely a stroke of luck. In the center of the square, on the arena, Li Meng's eyes burned with rage as he stared at Li Tai-er, especially at the latter's calm demeanor, which ignited a fire within him. He longed to stomp Li Tai-er beneath his feet, to sit upon his face triumphantly. "Though you really need to glare at me like that?" Li Tai-er shrugged, feigning helplessness. Li Meng remained silent, taking a deep breath to calm himself, reminding himself not to become overly agitated. They were already on the stage, and there would be an opportunity to defeat Li Tai-er. The one facing death may as well have a little more time to flail about. Li Meng steadied his mindset. Now akin to a cat toying with a mouse, Li Tai-er, sensing the moment, feigned vulnerability, fluttering his innocent eyes, patting his chest. "Oh dear, I'm so frightened. I can't possibly withstand your fists, which are the size of sandbags." Before Li Meng could respond, Li Tai-er mockingly added, "I've heard that those who show off often attract lightning strikes. I wonder if you've heard that too." At this moment, Li Meng could no longer contain himself. Li Tai-er's incessant taunting was more irritating than his very presence. He charged at Li Tai-er, roaring, "So what if I show off? With your mere 6th stage of chi refinement, I could eliminate you in an instant." With that, a sharp gust from his punch surged towards Li Tai-er. If it struck, even an 8th stage chi refinement practitioner would likely suffer dire consequences. Unexpectedly, a tremendous thunderclap erupted in the sky above the square, and in the blink of an eye, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck down upon one of the combatants on the arena. Truly a bolt from the blue. The crowd rubbed their dazzled eyes, and once they discerned the situation on the arena, they were left speechless. What on earth was happening? Li Tai'er gazed in astonishment at the black figure before him. Still poised in an attacking stance, as if he had discovered a new world, with an exaggerated expression, he pointed at the charred Li Meng and exclaimed, "Look, look!" Ignoring the words of the elders brings disaster upon oneself. "I told you that showing off invites lightning strikes. I wasn't he lying? You used deceit." No sooner had Li Meng uttered these words than he crashed heavily to the ground, unable to maintain his stance. Despite this, he continued to glare at Li Tai'er in anger. Li Meng was indignant. His strength was more than sufficient to annihilate Li Tai'er, yet he had been inexplicably struck by lightning. Had it not been for his profound cultivation and the defensive treasures provided by his family, he would have certainly perished. Yet, he had the misfortune of witnessing his own demise. The onlookers were utterly shocked, speechless at the absurdity of the situation. Just as a victor seemed imminent, a lightning tribulation had intervened, causing Li Meng to suffer the consequences. The younger generation of the Li family could no longer sit idly by. They clamored to challenge Li Tai'er, furious at the apparent injustice of the situation. Why should he claim the title of champion without even lifting a finger? They were unwilling to accept it. "Don't you dare, Li Tai'er!" He used deceit. A voice shouted, and the rest echoed in unison, the square reverberating with curses directed at Li Tai'er. In the audience, representatives from other factions exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the incredulity of the unfolding drama. Within the Li family section, silence reigned, especially for Li Liang, who remained frozen in his seat, utterly dumbfounded. Although the lightning had not struck him, he felt completely bewildered. Realizing just how comical the situation was, as if he were destined to become a laughingstock, he turned his gaze toward the boisterous Li Tai'er on the arena, an overwhelming regret swelling within him. He lamented not having eliminated Li Tai'er back on Bei's planet. Otherwise, this unexpected turn of events would not have transpired at this very moment. Li Tai'er, may he be cursed 1,000 times. How dare a mere illegitimate child compete with my family's Meng heir? How audacious! A tempest of murderous intent surged within Li Liang's heart. In the center of the square, Elder Li Qing was equally taken aback by this sudden outcome. Grappling with the dilemma of who had emerged victorious, one had not struck a blow, while the other had been struck by lightning. Just as Elder Li Qing wrestled with his thoughts, without uttering a word, Li Tai'er swiftly activated his divine-level agility technique, the ethereal illusion step, decisively launching an attack. He would not entertain notions of honor with Li Meng, especially considering the latter had previously sought his life. Slap! A crisp sound of a resounding slap echoed from the arena as Li Meng was sent flying by Li Tai'er's fierce blow. Li Meng was dazed. Elder Li Qing was dazed. Li Liang was dazed. Every spectator was left in a state of shock. "Elder, may I announce the results of the competition?" Li Tai'er turned to Elder Li Qing, offering him a disarmingly innocent smile. At this moment, Li Tai'er felt an unparalleled sense of relief, akin to having just indulged in a lavish spa treatment, his entire being at ease. Inflicting both physical and psychological torment was his forte, and this slap had likely shattered Li Meng's resolve. Elder Li Qing regained his composure and reluctantly uttered, "I hereby declare that in this competition, Li Tai'er is the victor." He had never felt such discomfort in his role as the host, akin to consuming something utterly repugnant. He truly found it shameful to utter those words. Upon hearing this announcement, the young competitors and other members of their families erupted in uproar beneath the arena. "I refuse to accept this. How can that wretched Li Tai'er be first? Cursed be him. I demand a challenge. He cheated. Shameless." Suddenly, a desperate roar of indignation echoed from the arena as Li Meng, finally regaining his senses, lay in a corner, struggling and shouting as if he had been brutally wronged. His eyes were bloodshot, his veins bulging, and he felt utterly humiliated. Li Tai'er sensed the fervent atmosphere and anticipated impending trouble. The winds were shifting ominously. He quickly made his exit from the arena. In the audience, various factions displayed a range of expressions. Particularly, Dongfang Bumi grew increasingly fond of Li Tai'er, wishing to promptly arrange a marriage between his daughter and him to solidify their family's ties. Luo Li, on the other hand, murmured with interest, her gaze fixed on Li Tai, having noticed his remarkably intricate agility technique, suggesting a considerable level of mastery. She felt a surge of excitement. The young man from the Luo family, however, glared at Li Tai with malice, suppressing his desire to eliminate him. The woman he favored must not be touched by others, and the Li family section. Li Ling wore a barely perceptible smile. Li Liang, however, appeared remarkably calm, having quelled his earlier murderous intent, now intently watching Li Tai's retreating figure as he descended from the audience area, gradually closing the distance. Chapter 15. Accepting Luo Li's challenge, win. And I shall spank you. Just as Li Liang closed in, now less than 5 meters away from Li Tai, a clear voice interrupted the tension. Uncle Li Liang, Li Liang, intending to deliver a decisive blow, was forced to suppress his murderous intent upon hearing someone call out to him, turning to acknowledge the newcomer. Ah, it is my nephew Li Yuan. How long has it been since you graced the estate? I have missed you dearly. Li Liang forced a smile, suppressing his anger. A tall young man, clad in exquisite garments and elegantly wielding a folding fan, approached with measured steps. Uncle, I have missed you as well. Upon my return, I made it a priority to visit you, brother. Upon hearing the name Li Yuan, Li Tai halted abruptly, turning to regard Li Yuan, who was conversing with Li Liang. Li Yuan, noticing Li Tai's gaze, bowed respectfully to Li Liang, expressing a desire to chat with his unfamiliar younger brother. Li Liang clenched his fist tightly in his sleeve, but realized that this was not the opportune moment to eliminate Li Tai. He hastily excused himself from Li Yuan and rushed towards the arena, where his son was still struggling. Li Yuan approached Li Tai directly, giving him a cursory once-over, internally praising his handsome demeanor, and subtly gesturing for Li Tai to follow him. Li Liang stood on the arena, his gaze dark and brooding as he watched the two depart the square, a fleeting flash of murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, in the audience, the Luo family area was devoid of Luo Li. Not far from the family square, Li Yuan regarded Li Tai with intrigue, saying, "Did you know you were nearly killed just now? Was it Li Liang?" Li Tai thought back to how close Li Liang had been to him. Had he truly intended to take his life? A chill ran down his spine. That was close. "Thank you for saving me, brother." Li Tai respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan nodded, approving of his third brother's demeanor, appreciating his gratitude, which was far superior to that of the second brother. Finally encountering a relatively friendly relative, Li Tai mustered the courage to ask a question that had long plagued him. "Why does Li Liang repeatedly seek to kill me? He dispatched assassins on Whitesay planet. And now he seeks my life again." Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised. "He sent assassins after you. I was completely unaware of this." After a moment's contemplation, he regarded Li Tai as one might regard a fool. "But you do realize that Li Meng is Li Liang's son, correct?" Li Yuan discerned the genuine shock in Li Tai's expression, closing his fan with a sigh as he turned to leave. "Young man, do take care." With a resounding slap, Li Tai struck his forehead, repeatedly muttering to himself about his oversight. He had only just arrived in the Jianzhou world, and the familial dynamics were still a mystery to him. According to Li Ling, Li Liang had indeed intended to kill him. During the competition, he had humiliated Li Liang's son. Was it not clear that Li Liang's desire to kill him had intensified? Feeling that his residence might not be safe, Li Tai hurriedly made his way home, resolved to remain there for the time being. After all, the competition had concluded, and any further arrangements were up to the family. Noticing the absence of clan members along the way, Li Tai quickened his pace. "Young Master Li, you seem in quite the hurry. Where are you off to?" A cool female voice suddenly rang out from the side, causing Li Tai to feel a headache coming on. Who was this now? Luo Li? Why her? He spotted Luo Li amidst a sea of flowers, standing gracefully before him, more radiant than the blossoms themselves. She outshone them entirely, truly a beauty, albeit a blind one. Li Tai mused silently. "What is it you want? I told you, I shall not exchange the artifact." The thought of that short sword refusing to acknowledge him as its master filled him with frustration. Luo Li, holding her long sword, regarded Li Tai leisurely. "I never said I wanted to exchange anything. I merely wish to challenge you to a duel. Will you accept?" "Damn it, Are you not just bullying an honest man? With your 10 levels in chi refinement, you could easily trample anyone of the same rank. Who could possibly be your opponent? Though he thought this to himself, Li Tai'er was genuinely curious about why Luo Li had come to challenge him. Why do you suddenly want to duel me? Humph. A grown man babbling on. I simply ask if you dare to accept the challenge. I assert that you cannot. If you cannot, just say so. Luo Li's expression darkened. She detested indecisiveness in men, and her temper flared slightly at the mention of his inability. Li Tai'er felt a surge of anger. A man must never admit defeat. Let's compete then, but merely dueling seems rather dull. We must have some stakes involved. Here's the deal. If you win, the artifact will be yours unconditionally. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Luo Li's eyes, clearly in agreement. And if you lose? What then? A cold smile played at the corners of her mouth. Lose? Don't be absurd. Whatever you say goes. With a mischievous grin, Li Tai'er's gaze roamed over Luo Li, finally resolving, if you lose, I shall spank you. Luo Li's face flushed slightly at this declaration, and she retorted, you lecher. However, she ultimately acquiesced to Li Tai'er's terms. One more thing. I am only at the 6th level of chi refinement. While you are at the 9th, I've heard you have quite the terrifying record against Foundation establishment cultivators. How about we settle for a draw if it comes to that? Fair enough. Li Tai'er hurriedly clarified the rules he had set. Thinking it was no joke, a woman as formidable as Luo Li was a rare encounter for him, and he genuinely feared that even with a cheat, he might not prevail. Fine, let it be as you say. Luo Li appeared somewhat impatient. Half an hour later, on the back mountain of the Li estate, Luo Li held her sword with both hands, showing no signs of tension for the duel, entirely dismissive of Li Tai'er. Li Tai'er was infuriated by her apparent disdain. Being looked down upon by a woman was intolerable. System. Successfully used the same rank invincibility experience voucher. Valid for 24 hours, cooldown period 30 days. Feeling a surge of power within him, Li Tai'er grinned slyly, anticipating the delightful sensation of his palm connecting with Luo Li's backside. Without further hesitation, he thought, if you're not going to attack, then don't blame me for being rude. His right hand clenched into a fist, chi enveloping it, and he delivered a simple straight punch. Though he had yet to learn any offensive techniques, this straightforward approach sufficed. Luo Li observed Li Tai'er's light punch with a smirk, confident of her victory. She did not even draw her sword, merely using the sheath to collide with Li Tai'er's fist. In that instant of impact, however, Luo Li's expression drastically changed. Something was amiss. Such formidable offensive power is certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere 6th stage of chi refinement. This moment, exerting all her strength. Although Luo Li was on the defensive, she was indeed the most talented individual in the Sword 9 world. Even in a hurried response, she managed to repel Li Tai'er's assault, her body merely trembling slightly. You are not at the 6th stage of chi refinement. Li Tai'er laughed heartily. Who among us does not possess a trump card? Shameless. Luo Li, feeling furious, suddenly realized she had been deceived. Take this. With a thunderous shout, Li Tai'er launched another attack. Left hook, right hook, uppercut, lower kick, sweeping kick, spinning kick. He relished in the onslaught, targeting Luo Li from all angles. The more they fought, the more infuriated Luo Li became. She had never encountered someone so unscrupulous. Yet, she understood she was up against a formidable opponent. With determination, she unleashed her full attack, drawing her sword and executing horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, and diagonal thrusts, her sword energy radiating fiercely. Wherever they battled, the surrounding stones and trees were obliterated. Luo Li sought to engage from a distance, utterly unable to tolerate Li Tai'er's lewd tactics. However, the latter's movements were so exquisite that he clung to her, making it impossible for her to shake him off. Strangely, her attacks always seemed to fall just short, allowing Li Tai'er to narrowly evade them. The sensation of striking with full force yet hitting nothing but air was profoundly frustrating for Luo Li, as if her strength was rendered ineffective. Meanwhile, Li Tai'er was thoroughly enjoying himself, mentally exclaiming how, with his superlative luck and unbeatable combination at the same level, no one stood a chance against him. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, Li Tai'er seized an opportunity, delivering a sharp smack to Luo Li's rear. The unexpected impact halted her fierce advance. Did he just hit my backside? Luo Li's mind went blank. Ah, she exploded with fury. Throughout her life, she had never been touched by another man, not even a hand, and now she had been struck. Luo Li leaped backward, creating distance between herself and Li Tai'er. Her eyes ablaze with indignation, yet radiating a murderous aura. Water sword technique, piercing stone. With a whoosh, Luo Li twirled her sword, enveloped by a torrent of sword-shaped energies. A massive sword materialized behind her, radiating sword energy, sending chills down Li Tai'er's spine even from a distance. Has this woman gone mad? Such terrifying sword intent? Li Tai'er realized he had just poked a tiger's rear, and things had become complicated. Go! Luo Li roared, the enormous sword carrying the might to obliterate the heavens, charging straight towards Li Tai'er. Damn. What a crazy woman. If you can't take a loss, then don't provoke me. Li Tai'er found himself in a precarious situation, recognizing that Luo Li had developed murderous intent towards him. Today, I'll show you what dominance truly means. Even if you can slay foundation-building cultivators, as long as you remain in the chi refinement stage, I am invincible at this level. One force shatters myriad techniques. Once more, a simple yet direct punch, void of any wind, collided with Luo Li's imposing sword attack, a stark contrast akin to a firefly against the brilliance of the moon. Yet, this seemingly simple punch held a staggering force of 500,000 pounds, 5 times greater than that of a typical 9th-stage chi refinement cultivator. Li Tai'er was confident that he could overpower his peers. Even a child of destiny would bow before him. In the blink of an eye, the punch met the colossal sword. Contrary to expectations, there was no stalemate. Upon collision, the giant sword shattered, and so too did Luo Li's resolve. Biffed. Reeling from the backlash, Luo Li coughed up blood, staring blankly at the man who had withdrawn his fist. From that moment forth, the image of this man would be etched into her life. Indelible. Ding. Host successfully retaliated in dire straits. Reward: 1,000 resistance points. However, Li Tai'er felt no joy at the reward. His heart ached, knowing that in a fair fight, Luo Li would undoubtedly be the unrivaled genius of the Sword 9 world, capable of overwhelming all peers without contest. But he was merely an accident. What? Are you going to give up after this minor setback? Is your resolve that fragile? Li Tai'er's gaze locked onto Luo Li. His voice stern. Inno sovereign achieves success easily. Who hasn't faced life and death? Encountering me is merely an unforeseen circumstance for you. I, Li Tai'er, am confident in my invincibility at this level. My victory over you stems solely from my unyielding will. The trials I have faced are beyond what a prodigy like you could even fathom. Li Tai'er feared he might ruin Luo Li, yet he had not triumphed solely through his own strength. At this moment, he could only put on a brave front, for he excelled at flaunting his prowess. However, he ultimately underestimated the first genius of the Sword 9 world. You are strong, so strong that I can only look up to you. But one day, I will surpass you. Wiping the blood from her lips, Luo Li's expression returned to normal, transforming back into the pure, dust-free genius dedicated to her path. Thank you, Li Tai'er, for showing me that there is always a greater sky beyond. At this moment, Li Tai'er felt uncomfortably out of place, aware that his victory over Luo Li was thanks to his system father. Now, receiving such praise from her made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Just as Li Tai'er prepared to say something more, Luo Li's next action left him utterly astonished. She suddenly turned her back to him, her body lowering slightly as she provocatively raised her rear. This gesture caused Li Tai'er's blood to surge. You can't be serious. Willingly accept your loss. Come on. Luo Li's fair face was now flushed crimson, and Li Tai'er, to his disbelief, perceived a hint of shyness on the frost-like visage of this woman. Is this how you test your subordinates? Li Tai'er quickly interjected. If this continues, it won't be enjoyable. It will be sheer torment. I genuinely fear I might lose control. No, please, I was wrong. I already struck you during our fight. Let's consider that your punishment. Recalling the slap to her backside, Luo Li's face grew even redder, and she suddenly felt the sting return. Thus, I take my leave. With that, she turned to depart, unwilling to linger any longer. Li Tai'er suddenly remembered something and called out, "Wait a moment." Luo Li paused, her breath catching, thinking Li Tai'er had changed his mind. "Here." Li Tai'er presented a divine short sword, stepping forward to offer it to Luo Li. "I noticed your long sword seems to lack quality. Take this sword as a gift, no strings attached." "Why?" Luo Li asked, puzzled. This was a divine weapon, something everyone coveted at any cost. No reason. A divine sword for a divine beauty. Li Tai'er insisted, forcibly placing the short sword in her hands before turning away without looking back. In that moment, Li Tai'er felt undeniably impressive, exuding heroism, confident that his silhouette appeared remarkably grand in Luo Li's eyes. Just as he anticipated, Luo Li glanced back, feeling the enormity of Li Tai'er's departing figure. Though her sight was hindered, she still perceived him as a towering presence, a truly remarkable man, due to the overwhelming might of Luo Li's assault. Several members of the Li family, residing closer to the back mountain, were drawn to the commotion. By the time they arrived, the battle had concluded, and they witnessed Li Tai'er grasping Luo Li's hand, bestowing upon her a weapon. The following day, news spread like wildfire, declaring that Li Tai'er and Luo Li were bound for life, the divine short sword serving as their token, which rapidly morphed into sensational tales. As the stories escalated, rumors claimed that the two had rendezvoused in the back mountain, having already consummated their relationship. Naturally, there were those who suggested Li Tai'er was merely a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, and a plethora of bizarre versions proliferated. Some members of the Li family, who had already harbored admiration for Luo Li, became increasingly agitated. In the subsequent days, they nearly broke down Li Tai'er's door. Had it not been for Li Tai'er's proclamation of "My father is Li Ling," he might have been devoured alive by that mob in the Sword Nine world, within a courtyard of the Luo family. "Li heir, is the rumor outside true?" Luo Wuya slammed his hand on the tea table, shattering it into pieces, asked the head of the Luo family. He was now questioning Luo Li with fury. "These are mere hearsay, not to be taken seriously. Hmph, remember your place. Were it not for your extraordinary talent, you would have been relegated to being someone's concubine long ago. Know your position. You are to remain in your courtyard during this time. If you accidentally provoke that esteemed figure from the Misty sect, our family will suffer the consequences, and you will bear the brunt of it." Luo Li responded with a blank expression. "Understood. I heard that boy gifted you a divine short sword? Hand it over." Luo Wuyo extended his hand towards Luo Li, demanding the artifact. Divine weapons were rare treasures coveted by all families, and every clan desired more. Luo Li's previously indifferent demeanor transformed into excitement as she exclaimed, "I cannot give this away. I can comply with your other requests, but I worked hard to obtain this." Recalling the slap she had received, Luo Li's face flushed even more. Luo Wuya believed Luo Li was merely craving the divine artifact. After all, who wouldn't desire such a treasure? He assumed that only a fool who had just returned from remote regions would give one away. Surely, the Li family was infuriated by now. The mere thought of Li Tai'er made Luo Wuya's expression change, reminiscent of the family competition where that boy inexplicably secured first place. What sheer luck! Divine artifacts could be acquired so easily. Who could argue otherwise? Get lost. "I don't want to see you," he dismissed. Weary of further debate with Luo Li, his irritation at the external rumors palpable in any case. Possessing the divine artifact in the latter's hands is akin to having it in the Luo family. Temporarily storing it with her is perfectly acceptable. Luo Li returned to her courtyard, gazing blankly at the short sword in her hand, when a smile unexpectedly graced her face. Does a divine artifact truly complement a beauty? Chapter 17. The tempting perverse system mall. Due to the rampant rumors circulating outside, Li Tai'er had no choice but to remain hidden in his courtyard for over 10 days. Venturing nowhere, for the number of those enamored with Luo Li was simply excessive. He genuinely feared encountering a beating on the streets. Where has old Pan disappeared to? It has been ages without a word. Li Tai'er sighed helplessly. Having roamed with old Pan for so long, he found himself unaccustomed to being alone, and, more importantly, devoid of confidence. Old Pan was a formidable master in the void refinement stage. It was only with him that Li Tai'er could indulge in his whims. With nothing to do, Li Tai browsed the system mall and discovered that he had a mere 27,500 resistance points left. Damn, they truly do not last long. Gazing at the exquisite treasures in the mall, yet lacking the funds to procure any, was akin to a stunning beauty lying there for one's pleasure. While he remained utterly powerless at that moment, Li Tai felt a surge of frustration, nearly driven to madness, for he had yet to learn a single offensive technique. While there were indeed techniques available for him to learn within his family, merely contemplating the treasure he possessed, all of which began at the divine grade, made it seem foolish to study such inferior offerings. As he perused the system mall, suddenly, a certain experience voucher piqued his interest. A voucher to summon the most beautiful woman of an alien race? What on earth is this? I truly wish to give it a try. Li Tai was instantly filled with excitement. An alien beauty, no less. Surely, she must possess a graceful figure, a body as supple as a serpent, with alluring curves and a voice as sweet as honey. Just the thought of it ignited an insatiable desire within him. However, upon glancing at the required resistance points, he gasped. 666 resistance points. Is this encrusted with diamonds? Li Tai felt utterly deflated. With no money, he could only stare in dismay, pondering how to amass some resistance points. After much deliberation, Li Tai chose to purchase a divine-grade offensive technique from the mall, the first level of the 10,000 Forms Extreme Sword Slash. This technique consists of 3 levels: slashing men, slashing the earth, and slashing the heavens. The first level cost 20,000 resistance points, the second level 100,000, and the third level a staggering 500,000. His heart ached at the expenditure. He was now left with only 7,500 resistance points, his pockets feeling alarmingly empty. Yet, when Li Tai beheld the ethereal scroll of the technique in his hand, sensing the immense power contained within, his worries dissipated instantaneously. Money could always be earned again. After all, it was merely a matter of a few slaps, and a faint smile crept across his face, for even 3 slaps could yield 2,000 resistance points. Suppressing his excitement, Li Tai gathered his belongings and made his way to the training room within the courtyard. Each courtyard in the Li residence housed a training room, enveloped by formations that muffled any sounds made during practice. After the consequences he faced from directly activating the divine grade technique twice before, Old Pan had already warned him. A lesson learned, he was now cautious. Once settled in the training room, he purchased an opportunity for enlightenment and opened the scroll. To his astonishment, the divine grade technique did not manifest as text, but rather as a silhouette enveloped in golden light. The figure suddenly emerged from the scroll, facing away from him, one hand holding a sword sheath and the other gripping the sword's hilt. Suddenly, the figure moved. The blade was drawn, and with a horizontal slash, a sharp sword aura shot forth in a semicircular arc from the blade's edge, rapidly expanding as it passed through Li Tai's body and traversed the training room, covering a radius of over 1,000 miles. The training room, which was supposed to muffle any disturbances, failed to contain this strike. Members of the Li household trembled, though most were oblivious to its nature. It resembled sword energy, yet bore no malice. The elders immediately recognized the implications, divine grade technique. They soared into the air in unison, yet failed to discern the source of the sword aura. Investigate. Who in the family has secretly hoarded a divine grade technique? Elder Li Qing's expression was charged with excitement. This was not akin to the few types of techniques previously owned by the family. Divine grade techniques represented the foundation of a great family, ensuring its perpetual prosperity. Yes, the clansman responded without delay. For several consecutive days, the law enforcement hall conducted thorough investigations within the family, yet to no avail. Each time they searched, they bypassed Li Tai's courtyard. For no one would suspect that a down-and-out illegitimate son could possess a divine-grade technique. After spending half a month in the training room, Li Tai finally mastered the first level of the 10,000 Forms Extreme Sword Slash. After a brief rest, he left his residence, eager to accumulate more resistance points, for his pockets were alarmingly empty, and anxiety gnawed at his heart. To avoid being recognized, Li Tai sprinted in one direction after exiting the estate. After a considerable time, Ensuring he had distanced himself from the Li residence, he finally slowed his pace. Without being bullied, how could he resist? If there were no opportunities, he would create them. Li Taier deliberately dressed in a shabby manner, swaggering down the street. Whenever he encountered a crowd, he charged through, causing those around him to stumble back. Strangely, however, these individuals merely protested verbally, with none daring to retaliate. How peculiar! Did everyone's temper improve after cultivating? Are they reluctant to engage in conflict? Li Taier was somewhat bewildered. If this continued, how would he earn resistance points? Unwilling to accept defeat, he devised a cunning plan, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Believing they would take the bait, Li Taier leaped onto a merchant's counter, hands on his hips, pointing at the passers-by as he bellowed, "I declare, all of you here are worthless trash." After his proclamation, he burst into laughter, reveling in his audacity. Yet, almost immediately, he regretted it. His ruckus caught the attention of the Li family's enforcement department, who promptly seized him and dragged him to the dungeon. No amount of struggling proved effective. And had it not been for later summoning Li Ling-er, he would still be imprisoned. Li Ling-er regarded the disheveled Li Taier before her. Though slightly irked, she felt a twinge of pride. This boy managed to seek her assistance despite his predicament, demonstrating some wit. She scolded, "To be locked in your own family's dungeon. You truly excel." Li Taier forced a sheepish smile, utterly embarrassed. This time, he had truly lost face. Wasn't the world of Jianjiu supposed to be rife with battles and bloodshed? Why did the cultivators on the streets exhibit such remarkable restraint, rarely retaliating against insults? He voiced his confusion, recalling his harrowing experience on Baizhe Planet, where he had nearly been beaten to death by villagers. Li Ling-er raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze on Li Taier. "Warning, don't go looking for trouble." Li Taier hastily waved his hands, feigning innocence. No. I possessed the ambition of a thief, but lacked the courage. In Jinyuan City, fighting was strictly prohibited. Those who violated the rules faced imprisonment or, in severe cases, execution. Did you think the law enforcement hall was merely for show? Li Ling-er ultimately clarified his doubts. What a bizarre regulation. How was I unaware of this? Li Taier felt utterly speechless. It seemed his plans had been thwarted. Seeing that there was nothing further to discuss, Li Ling-er turned to leave. After a moment's hesitation, Li Taier voiced his lingering question, "Aunt, why do you always help me?" Li Ling-er halted her steps, her back turned to him, her gaze fixed ahead as if lost in thought. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "You resemble your mother greatly. She has been gone for so long that I have nearly forgotten her." "My mother? How did she die?" Li Taier felt a surge of emotion. This was a mystery he had long pondered, for upon returning to the Li residence, no one spoke of his mother's fate. Li Ling-er's body trembled slightly at his inquiry, as if recalling something profoundly terrifying. She, after stammering for a while, she still could not articulate it. "Ask your father. He knows best." With that, Li Ling-er swiftly fled. For those memories were far too painful for her to bear. Chapter 18. The Chaotic Realm, an anarchic wasteland. Watching Li Ling-er's hurried departure, Li Taier sensed that something was amiss. Yet he had not seen his father, so he could only suppress his inquiries for now. Since combat was prohibited within Jinyuan City, it was likely that other family territories were similarly restricted. After some contemplation, Li Taier resolved to venture into the wasteland. The wasteland lay at the heart of the four great families' territories, vast and unclaimed by any faction, a true no-man's land. It was said to harbor numerous ancient relics and the tombs of powerful beings, thus attracting countless cultivators, most of whom were wandering practitioners in search of fortune. Moreover, the wasteland was teeming with spirit beasts, alongside various zones of death, rendering it a perilous locale. Nevertheless, this danger could not deter those fervently seeking opportunity. It was a place where death occurred continuously, making it the perfect haven for someone like Li Taier, who feared tranquility above all. 2 hours later, at the northern gate of Jinyuan City, Li Taier gazed in awe at the colossal gate tower, marveling at its extravagance, which dwarfed even the gate of the Chang'an City Lord's residence by 100-fold, a truly luxurious and opulent sight. After discerning his direction, Li Tai'er made his way towards the wasteland. In his haste to depart, he had failed to procure a spirit beast for transport from his family, a Sichi refinement stage cultivator. He could not fly, so he could only quicken his pace, hoping to find an inn along the way to board a flying vessel in Yunjing City, at the Luo family estate, within a secluded courtyard. Young master, our scouts have reported that Li Tai'er has exited through the northern gate of Jinyuan City, heading in the direction of the wasteland. The subordinate bowed deeply, clasping his fists in respectful greeting. Luo Tianyu lounged in the Grand Master's chair, his eyes half closed as he reveled in the attentions of his maidservants. Upon hearing the words, his eyes snapped open, filled with a fierce intensity. He had finally waited long enough. Follow him, but ensure he does not see you, he commanded. As you wish. The subordinate bowed and exited the room. Luo Tianyu stroked his chin, his mind calculating, a cold smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Since he had already emerged, there was no need to retreat. The wild domain would serve as an excellent resting place for his bones. Old Lin, gather our people. Let us also explore the wild domain. Yes. A figure concealed behind the screen vanished from the room in an instant. 10 days later, en route to the wild domain, within a secluded valley, bang! A single punch shattered a 6th-stage Qi refinement practitioner into a mist of blood. As Li Tai'er flicked the blood from his hands. Ding! Host's resistance detected. Reward. 800 resistance points. A glimmer of joy appeared on Li Tai'er's face. With the recent kill, his resistance points soared to over 10,000. Now totaling 11,500. Finally, he had come to the right place. This was Li Tai'er's most genuine thought. The recently slain practitioner had been a rogue seeking treasures, and he had already dispatched 5 along this path. Li Tai'er tightened his grip on the exquisite longsword strapped to his back, the very sword he had acquired from the marketplace, igniting his super lucky aura, though draw others to him. He had deliberately unsheathed this sword, displaying it ostentatiously as though he feared others would overlook it, taking the adage of wealth should not be flaunted to the extreme. Exquisite artifacts were second only to divine artifacts. The number of divine artifacts was limited, either held by first-rate forces or by formidable beings, treasures that were rare and elusive. Thus, exquisite artifacts were enough to drive practitioners mad. Even those in the transformation stage or refinement stage were not exceptions. To avoid attracting practitioners he could not afford to provoke, Li Tai'er was adept at gauging his opponents. Whenever faced with someone formidable, he would certainly keep a low profile, fearful that even a glance might draw unwanted attention. Yet, when he felt confident he could slay an opponent, he would go all out to flaunt himself, making his presence as conspicuous as possible, desperate to ensure he was seen. Occasionally, when encountering overly cautious practitioners who refused to take the bait, he would shout, "What are you staring at?" Ultimately, he would find a way to complete his resistance and kills. It was entirely in line with the saying, "If the mountain does not come to me, I will go to the mountain." Thus far, no one chosen by Li Tai'er had managed to escape his grasp. "Kid, I have my eyes on that sword of yours." Li Tai'er's spirits lifted at once. Another opportunity had presented itself. He turned to the source of the voice, only to find the space behind him empty. His lips twitched, and he muttered under his breath, "Just what I feared." Above the valley, a middle-aged man seated on a gourd gazed down at Li Tai'er with eyes brimming with greed. "Are you offering it to me voluntarily, or should I take action?" The mocking tone of the practitioner echoed from above. Reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse system, target identified as a human, late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, combat power rated at 4 stars. Its over. Li Tai'er shuddered, realizing he had encountered a tough opponent. He felt like weeping without tears. Those who walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. The ancients truly did not deceive me. The valley was eerily silent, the surrounding environment unsettlingly quiet. Cold sweat streamed down Li Tai'er's back, his once loose clothing now clinging tightly to him. Given his current cultivation, encountering a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner could only lead to one outcome: death. Just as Li Tai'er grappled with strategies, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air from the horizon, and despair washed over him. Had he stirred a hornet's nest? 2 figures flew in on swords, positioning themselves between Li Tai'er and the practitioner on the gourd. Quickly retreat, Li Tire said, astonished, as they were not there to kill him. Upon recognizing the attire of the two, he understood instantly. The Li family donned a unified garb, and the only one concerned for him was Li Linger. The warmth spread through Li Tire's heart. Yet the crisis had not been averted. Both were merely mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioners, and he did not know how long they could last. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled deeper into the valley, employing the Lingshu Mising step to its utmost, his speed rivaling that of a Foundation establishment practitioner flying on a magical artifact. The practitioner on the gourd watched as Li Tire fled at breakneck speed, feeling not dread but delight. He recognized that the latter's movement technique was of considerable caliber. Please, esteemed elder, grant me some face. That boy is one of my Li family members, and we are here under orders to protect him. The speaker emphasized the words Li family. Though it was a plea, it was fundamentally a threat. Upon hearing this, the practitioner on the gourd's pupils dilated, his body tensing. The Li family's reputation in the Sword 9-star domain was deafening. They were a first-rate force, and ordinary people would not dare provoke such a behemoth. Yet here, in the wild domain, there were no rules to adhere to. With a sudden whoosh, a fierce sword aura shot towards the two from the Li family. This was the practitioner's decision. The temptation of the exquisite artifact was too great. Even if these three were from the Li family, he could easily dispose of their corpses afterward, leaving no trace behind. Esteemed elder, you must think this through. You should have heard of the methods of the Li family. The two practitioners from the Li family braced themselves for defense, issuing a final warning, hoping it would have an effect, for they were certainly no match for the figure before them. What of the Li family? Once I have the item in hand, I can always escape to the chaotic star domain. Let us see what you can do to me. What followed was a one-sided massacre. With the two practitioners from the Li family spilling their blood on the spot, a quarter of an hour later, as Li Tire raced forward, despair washed over him as he gazed at the figure seated on the gourd above. Running fast, are we? Why have you stopped? A chilling voice descended from the air. Damn it. This is too much. Li Tire realized that the two practitioners from the Li family had been slain by this individual. He summoned his bravado once again. Since he could not escape, he resolved not to flee any longer. If you wish to kill me, even if I cannot slay you, I shall at least make sure to knock out a few of your teeth. Dreaming of obtaining the exquisite artifact for free was a fool's errand. Protecting his own meal was the only way Li Tire had survived his decades of wandering. Anything that entered his mouth was not allowed to escape unscathed. With a clang, he grasped the exquisite longsword behind him, pulling it out slightly, its blade shimmering coldly, exuding an extraordinary aura. Good sword. The practitioner on the gourd's eyes sparkled. He was determined to possess this sword. Unappreciative, to avoid prolonging the encounter, the practitioner did not wish to delay further. With a sweep of his sword, a sharp sword aura surged toward Li Tire's face. Li Tire had only learned the Wanxiang extreme sword slash technique. But being a divine-level technique, it enabled him to challenge opponents of higher levels. However, facing a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, he could not hope for a single fatal blow, as their levels were too disparate. Thus, he could only secretly search for a flaw, striving for a successful strike. Otherwise, under the wrath of the practitioner, he feared he would have no second chance to act. Just as the fierce sword aura shot toward him, the piercing sound of its passage ringing painfully in his ears, Li Tire gripped the sword sheath with one hand and the sword hilt with the other, sinking his body as if awaiting a fatal strike like a wild beast. As the sword aura approached, he remained motionless, his eyes locked onto his foe. With the Lingshu Mising step, he narrowly dodged the attack, yet the sword aura still severed a small tuft of hair. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. That was close. The practitioner, seeing his sword aura fail to strike down this chi refinement practitioner, felt his greed intensify. He lamented inwardly, marveling at Li Tire's extraordinary movement technique. His desire to kill Li Tire growing stronger. 3 more fierce long-range sword aura attacks followed, and Li Tire continued to evade by the skin of his teeth. Frustrated by the inability of his long-range attacks to connect, the practitioner knew they were in the wild domain. If he did not resolve this soon, he risked encountering even more powerful practitioners, not to mention the potential pursuit by other Li family members. Determined not to be reckless, the practitioner decided to shift to close combat. With that resolution, he leaped from the gourd, flipping in midair, and thrust his sword forward, charging directly at Li Tai'er. The sword's momentum was immense, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder, a terrifying presence. What an opportunity! Li Tai'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The enemy, suspended in the air, could not evade. Wanxiang extreme sword slash, Li Tai'er bellowed, his aura surging dramatically. His previously evasive stance suddenly froze, ignoring the impending lethal strike. Grasping the sword hilt, he drew it with a sharp ring, unleashing a half-moon-shaped, ferocious sword aura that burst forth, rapidly expanding outward. The sound of piercing air reverberated through the valley, causing the nearby spirit beasts to flee in terror, the heavens and earth shifting in response. The practitioner's assured expression shattered in an instant, replaced by sheer panic as the lethal sword aura threatened his life. Most astonishingly, this attack had been unleashed by a mere chi refinement practitioner. This was simply impossible, beyond his comprehension. In a moment of life and death, the cultivator could only choose to defend, for regardless of how precious the treasure may be, without life, all enjoyment would lose its meaning. With a resounding crash, in the blink of an eye, the strike collided with the long sword the cultivator had raised in defense. The mid-grade long sword in his hand shattered into two pieces, and a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as his body was hurled away like a rag doll. He paid a grievous price for his arrogance. Ding! Detection confirmed that the host's full-force strike completed a resistance. With a fervent spirit of defiance, rewarding him with 1,500 resistance points. Despite the cultivator having weakened his attack to defend, the full-force strike of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was still beyond the capability of Li Tai'er. A mere 6th-stage chi refinement cultivator, to withstand Li Tai'er, having sacrificed his defense for a full-force strike, watched helplessly as the fierce sword energy pierced through his heart. The immense force carried by the sword energy acted upon Li Tai'er's body, causing him to go numb, before being violently slammed to the ground. His body instantly shattered into pieces, his eyes wide open, filled with resentment. Cough, cough, damn it. As expected of a cultivator nurtured by a colossal force like the Li family, they can indeed challenge beyond their rank, truly terrifying. Though the cultivator was struck, he managed to defend himself at the last moment, and thanks to the formidable defensive capabilities of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he sustained only severe injuries, without any threat to his life. However, this was the wild domain, where danger could arise at any moment, especially for an injured body. Many would eye him covetously, not daring to delay any longer. The cultivator staggered to Li Tai'er's side, grasping the exquisite long sword from the ground, his face filled with ecstasy. All his hard work had been for this exquisite long sword. He then searched around the remnants of Li Tai'er's body and found nothing but a storage bag containing a dozen low-grade spirit stones. The cultivator cursed his luck, feeling particularly envious of the martial arts scrolls he could not find. With a sword strike upon Li Tai'er's broken body to vent his frustrations, he swiftly retreated, for the preceding battle had drawn attention. A quarter of an hour after that cultivator fled, the scattered remains of Li Tai'er were suddenly enveloped in light, and then abruptly vanished from sight. In the following hour, several groups of people arrived to investigate the valley, but found nothing. The valley lay in ruins, with only a few traces of blood remaining. In the Li family courtyard of Jinan City, Miss, the two attendants we sent to protect young Master Li have been killed. Their soul tokens have shattered. A subordinate knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, fully aware of Li Ling'er's temperament. What? When did this happen? Why am I only hearing about it now? Where were those two last seen? Li Ling'er's aura erupted, instantly shattering the grand chair beneath her, her eyes fixed menacingly on the kneeling subordinate, her tone icy. Miss, I was wrong. It happened half an hour ago on the outskirts of the wild domain. With a loud crash, the subordinate's attempt to explain was cut off as a tremendous force sent him flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet he dared not speak, hurriedly scrambling to kneel on the ground, his body shaking like a leaf. Get out! Send someone to investigate. How could he venture into the wild domain? We must see him alive or dead. Li Ling Er's eyes burned crimson. Li Tai must not come to harm. Understood. I will handle it immediately. The subordinate felt as though he had been granted amnesty, hastily rolling and crawling out of Li Ling Er's chamber. Li Ling clenched her fists, her eyes slightly closed, murmuring to herself, Qing sister-in-law, I will vow to protect Tai with my life. In the wild domain, within the valley where the earlier battle had taken place, the once chaotic ground had been buried by wind and sand, and the area returned to its mundane state. As day turned to night, time hurriedly passed. The following morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the valley, and at that moment, a certain space was suddenly torn apart. And a young man stepped forth. Just you wait, daring to touch my treasure. You're asking for death. The boy seethed, muttering under his breath. Thank you, dear system. This person was none other than the once deadly Tai. When the system was activated, it granted him an infinite resurrection lifetime experience card, limited to 1 use per day. Each resurrection would double his abilities, including strength, defense, speed, spiritual power, and mental fortitude. The limitation was that he could only utilize it when engaged in combat, and only if he was killed while exerting his full strength could his power be doubled. Otherwise, he would merely resurrect without enhancement. However, having forgotten about it due to never using it, he only rediscovered this trump card upon his death. His current emotions were akin to navigating a maze, only to find a glimmer of hope. How exhilarating! Li Tai clenched his fists, realizing his strength had increased once more, given his current power. The originally 6-stage Qi refinement strength of 6,000 kilograms had doubled upon death, now horrifyingly reaching 12,000 kilograms, far exceeding the 9,000 kilograms of a 9th-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Ha! I have also attained the 10th stage of Qi refinement. Li Tai exclaimed with delight, for this was a standard only possessed by the favored children of destiny. Let's see who dares to challenge me from now on, he smirked wickedly. Chapter 20. The Beauty That Brings Disaster. Luo Tianyu hunts Li Tai 3 days later. Li Tai appeared in a dense forest, seated atop the crown of an enormous tree, preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, his cultivation was precisely at the 10th stage of Qi refinement, having reached the peak of Qi refinement. It was time to commence his breakthrough. To ensure a 100 success rate in advancing to foundation establishment, Li Tai specially spent 10,000 resistance points in the system shop to exchange for 2 foundation establishment pills, which pained him greatly, leaving him with only 3,000 resistance points. This further exacerbated the financial strain on his already impoverished family. To prepare for the dangers that could arise at any moment in the wild domain, Li Tai dared not activate his super lucky aura, as it was his trump card, not to be used lightly. Caressing the foundation establishment pill in his hand, inhaling its peculiar aroma, Li Tai felt his pores open, as if he were floating, the barriers of his cultivation within loosening, seemingly on the verge of breaking through. His eyes glimmered. What a domineering pill! Fully prepared, he hesitated no longer, swallowing 1 foundation establishment pill. The pill instantly transformed into a warm current, flowing down his throat into his abdomen, then surging towards his dantian. He quickly held his breath, focusing all his energy to channel this medicinal power alongside the spiritual energy within to strike at the barrier of his cultivation, with sounds of clashing echoing within his body as time flowed by. At a certain moment, Li Tai's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide, letting out a long sigh. Ultimately, he had failed on his first attempt, as the barrier proved unexpectedly resilient, seemingly related to his peak 10th stage Qi refinement cultivation. Damn it! I refuse to believe that breaking through to foundation establishment is this difficult. Li Tai, unwilling to accept defeat, painfully tossed the second foundation establishment pill into his mouth, rapidly entering a state of cultivation, exerting all his efforts to break through the barrier. Days turned into nights, and 2 days swiftly passed. Under Li Tai's control, the second attempt at breaking through was deliberately prolonged, as he aimed to gradually pierce through that barrier. As time rushed on, the joy on Li Tai's face grew increasingly evident. Through his relentless efforts, That stubborn barrier was finally breached by more than half. He was just a step away from becoming a Foundation establishment cultivator. Break for me! Li Tai'er ceased suppressing the spiritual energy within him and the remaining effects of the pills. He would make a final push for the last step. His heart raced like a drum, the sound reverberating loudly as he was on the brink of achieving Foundation establishment. But just then, disaster struck. In this critical moment of leaping through the Dragon Gate, a fierce attack suddenly surged toward Li Tai'er. Should he fail to evade, not only would he perish, but all his prior efforts would be in vain, and his cultivation would regress instead of advancing. Li Tai'er was torn. He was so close to success. He needed just a bit more time, but with the impending attack, there was no time left for him to continue his breakthrough. What the hell? Li Tai'er, left with no choice, was forced to abandon his breakthrough. Opening his blood-red eyes, Li Tai'er was filled with rage. Just as he was about to succeed, he had failed at the last moment, and he had no idea when he would get another chance to break through. Even worse, his current cultivation was neither at the Qi refinement stage nor the Foundation establishment stage, awkwardly caught in between, as he had broken through most of the barrier but had relinquished the remaining portion, which had now become as solid as rock, its resilience exponentially greater than before. 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Utilizing his movement technique to its utmost limit, he narrowly dodged the deadly strike. TSK, TSK, TSK. That movement technique looks quite impressive. He truly is a fortunate fellow, a mocking voice echoed from the depths of the forest, as a group of cultivators gradually emerged into Li Tai'er's line of sight. The newcomers were none other than Luo Tianyu from the Luo family. He had instructed his men to keep a distant watch on Li Tai'er, and upon arriving just in time as Li Tai'er was attempting to break through, he led his men to pursue him. Li Tai'er, suppressing his fury, furrowed his brow. He realized he did not recognize this group of people, especially Luo Tianyu, who was surrounded like a star among the moon, yet he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not recall where. System, target, human race, 8th stage Qi refinement, strength 8,000 kilograms. Li Tai'er squinted, then turned his gaze toward the attendants behind Luo Tianyu. According to the system display, they were all Foundation establishment cultivators, with the highest among them possessing the cultivation of great perfection in Foundation establishment. What do you want? Why disturb my cultivation? Li Tai'er emanated a potent aura of murderous intent, not due to a lack of desire to suppress it, but rather because his hatred ran deep. The breakthrough he had once deemed nearly certain was abruptly forced to a halt. Who could remain calm under such circumstances? Considering your pitiful state, I, out of kindness, shall enlighten you. Luo Tianyu understood that there was no possibility for Li Tai'er to escape this time, thus he resolved to toy with him. Rubbing his chin, Luo Tianyu crossed his arms before him and said leisurely, "In truth, you were not meant to die. Yet, since Rua Yu is compelled to marry you, how could I allow her to wed another? Therefore, I must inconvenience you. Once you are dead, my Rua Yu will no longer be pressured by her family, and her happiness shall naturally bring me joy." As he spoke, Luo Tianyu's smile grew increasingly sinister. The mere thought of Dongfang Ruoyu weeping daily fueled his desire to see Li Tai'er suffer 1,000 tortures. Act, cripple him. I shall slay him myself. Luo Tianyu was equally filled with murderous energy. He had awaited this day for far too long. Though a month may pass swiftly, those few dozen days felt like an eternity to him. Yes, young master. Upon hearing the command, 2 attendants stepped forth from the crowd, one bare-handed, the other wielding a knife, launching a ferocious assault on Li Tai'er with all their might. The Luo family? Li Tai'er's gaze sharpened as he comprehended the young man's identity. However, he was perplexed. He had never heard of any engagement with someone named Ruoyu. It was utterly baffling. Wait, Ruoyu? Li Tai'er felt as though he had encountered this name before, yet he could not recall where. As he faced the 2 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators charging at him, he cast aside these thoughts. Externally tense, he was actually at ease internally. Dealing with cultivators of this level was a simple task for him now. Yet, Li Tai'er did not wish to remain a target of the young man from the Luo family, which made him quite uncomfortable, and thus he decided to resolve the matter here and now. To eliminate the threat entirely, he realized he must extinguish any lingering thoughts in the opponent's mind, thoughts that only the dead would possess. The two early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators executed an impeccable combination of fist and blade, effectively sealing off Li Tai'er's escape routes and forcing him to collide with their attacks. Utilizing the ethereal and elusive steps of the divine-grade footwork, Li Tai'er narrowly evaded their strikes time and again. After several minutes of this, he remained unscathed under their relentless assault. Luo Tianyu, astonished, gaped at the sight. He discovered that Li Tai'er's cultivation had terrifyingly escalated from the 6th to the 9th stage of qi refinement within a mere month. This man must not be allowed to live. Luo Tianyu's desire to kill Li Tai'er intensified, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Such a talent was best extinguished early. The two Foundation establishment cultivators, realizing they could not subdue a qi refinement cultivator in such a short time, felt a loss of face, especially under the watchful eyes of their master. Thus, they ceased holding back, conjuring two mysterious talismans above their heads, swiftly completing a series of gestures before shouting in unison, "Freeze!" Li Tai'er was horrified to find his body suddenly immobilized, unable to move an inch. What is this? He was taken aback, having never encountered such an attack method before. Talismans, crafted by talismanic masters through intricate techniques, were inscribed with spiritual energy in specific forms. There were various types of talismans depending on their application, such as immobilization talismans, flying talismans, attack talismans, and so forth. Caught off guard, Li Tai'er was struck by the immobilization talisman. No matter how much he struggled, it was futile. With a resounding thud, a fist connected with him, blood gushing from his mouth as he was forcefully struck by the full power of an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, collapsing to the ground in a feeble state. Luo Tianyu was elated. Pushing aside his surrounding attendants, he walked towards the barely conscious Li Tai'er. "Kid, weren't you quite adept at dodging? Why aren't you evading now?" With that, he stomped viciously on Li Tai'er's head, and seemingly unsatisfied, delivered 3 more forceful kicks, causing Li Tai'er's eyes to roll back in pain, blood pouring from the battered area, a truly pitiful sight. The two early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, seeing that Li Tai'er was now powerless to retaliate, withdrew to a distance and became mere spectators. Yet this was precisely the opportunity Li Tai'er had been yearning for, baiting Luo Tianyu to step out from the crowd and into his kill zone. Recognizing the moment had arrived, Li Tai'er let out a silent roar within, activating his invincibility experience voucher of the same tier. Chapter 21. The Transformation of Prey and Hunter, the Slaying of Luo Tianyu System. Invincibility experience voucher successfully activated. A surge of explosive power erupted within Li Tai'er, invigorating his spirit and clearing his previously foggy mind. With a loud bang, the two talismans hovering above him detonated instantaneously, in a swift maneuver. Li Tai'er wasted no time. Knowing that opportunities were rare, he employed the ethereal and elusive steps to their utmost limit in the blink of an eye. He unleashed his full strength, delivering a ferocious barrage of punches upon the caught-off-guard Luo Tianyu. The sound of bones cracking filled the air. Subjected to a relentless flurry of attacks, Luo Tianyu's body turned limp as a noodle, blood oozing from his orifices, his breath having already ceased, leaving only his wide, terrified eyes as a testament to his fear. Li Tai'er dispatched Luo Tianyu. He deftly drew the young man's personal sword. "Young master!" The piercing, panicked cries began to echo incessantly. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Everyone was caught off guard, and by the time they regained their senses, Luo Tianyu had turned into a lifeless body. "Kill him. We cannot allow him to escape." As Luo Tianyu's personal attendant, Lao Lin was filled with rage, his eyes bulging. The fury from witnessing his master killed before him was only overshadowed by the dread of the punishment he would face from the Luo family. Li Tai'er observed the frenzied attendants, his heart brimming with satisfaction, and muttered softly, "Damn it! Where's that bravado from earlier? You all had the audacity to bully me." Yet he understood that escape was no longer an option. He resolved to abandon the thought of fleeing. Sinking down, Gripping the sword hilt with one hand, Li Tai fervently channeled the spiritual energy within him, which surged forth from his dantian, buzzing like a swarm of bees. 10,000 forms extreme sword slash. With everything in place, Li Tai looked up with a savage grin at the multitude of enemies charging toward him. In his heart, he let out a low roar, swinging his longsword forward with great force. The piercing sound of slicing air erupted as a half-circular, razor-sharp sword chi burst forth, stirring up a tempest that felled trees in droves. Ha ha, children. Enjoy the gifts your master has prepared for you. Li Tai laughed maniacally. This strike had drained nearly all the remaining spiritual energy within him, yet even in his weakened state, he showed no intention of stopping, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at his foes. Resembling a wounded wolf, the sword chi, like the grim reaper wielding a scythe, wreaked havoc upon the lives of the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Any cultivator of lower cultivation who came into contact with the sword chi met a tragic end, while those of higher cultivation were severely injured if they survived. Only Lao Lin, a consummate Foundation establishment cultivator, managed to pierce through Li Tai's devastating strike with his spear. Ding! Detection of a life-or-death strike by the host. Over a dozen enemies slain. Resistance successful. Reward: 10,000 resistance points. Li Tai gazed at his full-powered strike being thwarted, a bitter smile appearing on his lips, yet his gaze quickly regained its determination. His hair billowing in the wind like sharp swords, as a wanderer, he constantly reminded himself that survival depended on one's own efforts. Whether begging for alms or struggling for life, one must fight with all their might. Li Tai fervently activated the Divine Grade Heart Technique, Tai Ching derivative technique, as the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth seemed to be drawn to him, devoured by his body. Then, channeling the scant remaining spiritual energy within him, Li Tai charged forward into what seemed like certain death, choosing to either perish in silence or erupt from it. As the moon set and the sun rose, at noon the following day, Li Tai tore through the fabric of space and stepped forth. Scanning his surroundings, he found the ground littered with devastation. Aside from Luo Tianyo's corpse, which had long vanished, the bodies of other fallen attendants remained. With a cold snort, Li Tai committed this grudge to memory, vowing to confront the Luo family for an explanation in the future. Just as he was about to depart, Li Tai suddenly noticed storage bags scattered around the corpses of those attendants. Li Tai was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had encountered storage bags left behind by Foundation establishment cultivators. His inner gloom dissipated in an instant, and his expression shifted to one of excitement. Surmising that the Luo family's members had hastily retreated, leaving the battlefield uncleaned, Li Tai hurriedly dashed among the bodies, discovering a storage bag from each individual he searched, bringing him immense joy as he exclaimed that his sacrifice had not been in vain. What a delightful surprise! Having hastily searched the battlefield, Li Tai dared not linger further. He found a direction and activated the ethereal and elusive steps to depart swiftly. To his astonishment, he realized his speed had doubled. Now, he could rival the flying speed of mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. An hour later, Li Tai arrived atop a mountain deep within the desolate region, confirming that no one was in pursuit before finding a secure spot to collapse onto the ground. This outing had certainly not been ill-fated. He had returned home with fortuitous fortune. Li Tai gasped heavily, cursing vehemently. This outing had truly proven to be a regrettable venture. The hard-earned resistance points he had accumulated were exchanged for merely 2 Foundation establishment pills. He had anticipated a smooth breakthrough into the Foundation establishment stage, yet unexpectedly, he was interrupted, leaving his cultivation in a precarious state. Currently, his cultivation could only be regarded as a half-step into Foundation establishment. An unprecedented occurrence in history. Throughout his journey in these mountains, he dared not pause even for a moment, propelling himself forward at full speed, fearful of being trailed once more. His fragile heart could scarcely endure another shock. Fortunately, this mountain range was eerily quiet. Not a single sound of a spirit beast had graced his ears during his trek, an unsettling tranquility that, nonetheless, was precisely what he needed at this moment. Safety was paramount. Drawing out a dozen storage bags from his robes, Li Tai-er's mouth watered in anticipation as he eagerly opened them to take stock. Among the collection, there lay a total of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, 300 mid-grade spirit stones, and 50 high-grade spirit stones. To his astonishment, there were also 2 chi refinement pills, while the remainder consisted of low-grade weapons, all deemed worthless in his eyes. Li Tai-er's standards had become exceedingly high. Anything below the level of a supreme treasure was nothing but refuse to him, utterly lacking in tactile quality. Carefully stowing away the spirit stones, he felt akin to a newly affluent individual, never before having experienced such wealth. His heart raced with excitement, his hands trembling, to the point where even the 2 chi refinement pills felt too cumbersome to lift. Taking a moment to steady his emotions, Li Tai-er finally had the time to probe his cultivation. After experiencing death twice, his strength and various attributes should have doubled by now. Without further hesitation, he rose to his feet, circulating the spirit energy within him and channeling it into his fist. With a deep stance, he struck a massive boulder with a single punch, producing a resounding crash as the stone shattered into powder. Goodness! That punch must have possessed nearly 240,000 kilograms of force. Li Tai-er was overjoyed, astonished to find he had once again broken through to an extreme level. However, when he examined the specifics of his cultivation, his expression darkened instantly. He remained at the chi refinement stage. Although the amount of spirit energy stored in his dantian had indeed doubled, the barrier of cultivation still loomed, even more solid than before. The thought of being forever trapped in the chi refinement stage gnawed at him. Did this mean he would languish there for all eternity? His current cultivation had frighteningly reached the 13th segment of the chi refinement stage, an unparalleled feat in history. Feeling a surge of disbelief, his gaze fell upon the 2 chi refinement pills in his hand. Without further contemplation, he popped both pills into his mouth, feeling the warmth of their essence coursing through him. Hastily, he sat cross-legged, guiding the pill's power into his dantian. To his shock, Li Tai-er discovered that his cultivation had indeed progressed, albeit slowly, yet steadily moving forward. Alas! It seemed that the system's invincibility experience voucher at his current level was rendered useless. Li Tai-er felt a wave of despair wash over him, sensing that he might be destined to remain stuck in the chi refinement stage for life. Despite being able to continue cultivating in the chi refinement stage, his attributes had doubled following 2 near-death experiences. Now, whether it was strength, speed, defense, mental acuity, or spirit energy storage, he was nearing the level of a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner, yet on the surface, he still appeared as a 9th segment chi refinement cultivator. At this moment, Li Tai-er began to silently pray for those arrogant individuals, hoping they would not mistake him for an easy target. Otherwise, he would shamelessly play the role of a pig to devour the tiger once more. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden, piercing scream from deep within the mountains seized his attention. Chapter 22. A gruesome slaughter. The tragic Li Tai-er initially thought he had misheard. But when a second scream echoed from afar, he instantly became alert. It dawned on him that there were indeed cultivators present in this secluded mountain range, sending a chill of dread down his spine. A quarter of an hour later, Li Tai-er approached the source of the sounds, hiding between a massive boulder and a thicket, peering out to observe the unfolding scene. What he witnessed in the valley was enough to shake even his resilient heart. It was utterly shocking. The valley, roughly the size of a football field, was devoid of trees, populated by over 100 individuals. Men, women, the elderly, and children. The cacophony of crying children, the sobs of women, and the desperate pleas for mercy filled the air. Mingling with the sounds of despair, among them, several individuals hovered mid-air, while the remaining crowd, dressed uniformly, knelt helplessly on the ground, a massive talisman suspended above them. Behind them lay hundreds of corpses, blood pooling into a small river. As slaughter continued unabated, the stench of blood was overwhelming, and Li Tai-er swallowed hard, clenching his fists, his scalp prickling. This was the first time he had witnessed such a horrific scene. It was beyond comprehension. The executioners hovering above, clad in matching blue robes with golden trims, wielded long swords, At their helm was an elderly man with white hair, exuding an air of authority as he coldly observed the carnage below. The others surrounded the kneeling crowd, manipulating the enormous talisman. Upon closer inspection, Li Tai'er noticed that the colossal talisman was connected by numerous fine threads to the kneeling people, even extending to the infants in their mother's arms. As time progressed, various substances were siphoned from the kneeling cultivators through these threads into the talisman. With each extraction, the color drained from their faces, their cultivation diminishing accordingly, until the threads eventually severed, resulting in their merciless execution. Li Tai'er watched in horror, paralyzed with fear. Through the system, he was horrified to discover that the hovering cultivators were all at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, with the white-haired elder being a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. This was a terrifying assembly. The kneeling individuals comprised cultivators from the Qi refinement, Foundation establishment, and Golden Core stages, all resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Wailing in despair as they awaited their fate. Gritting his teeth, Li Tai'er fought to restrain himself from intervening. With his current combat strength, he might be able to kill a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. But that would only be a fleeting victory. The valley was occupied by several peak Foundation establishment practitioners, and the white-haired elder posed an insurmountable threat. Even if he exhausted all his means, he could not defeat the elder, and in the end, he would be unable to save the 100 or so individuals, potentially sacrificing his own life in the process. Resolute, Li Tai'er could no longer bear to witness the massacre, especially of the innocent infants. He steeled himself to flee this dreadful place. Those people were nothing short of demons. Suddenly, the wailing of an infant pierced the AI art. Li Tai'er clenched his teeth, pressed his hands against his ears, and shut his eyes tightly, forcing himself to pretend he had not heard. Yet, his legs felt as though they were encumbered with lead, refusing to move. Courage clashed with cowardice. Submission waged war against rebellion, and Li Tai'er wavered. Another cry echoed, this time laced with anguish. Damn it! Life and death were indifferent. He had made up his mind. He retrieved the personal sword of Luo Tianyu from his storage bag, turned and returned to the boulder, striking it with a powerful fist. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the valley. Li Tai'er stood tall, wielding his sword with his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, declaring, "Enough! You scoundrels! If you wish to live, then be gone." The group of executioners, startled by the explosion, initially thought they were under attack by a powerful foe. However, upon raising their eyes, they beheld a young Qi refinement practitioner, not yet 20, boldly standing halfway up the mountain. "What fool dares speak so brazenly?" commanded the white-haired elder to one of his subordinates. Li Tai'er let out a cold laugh, shouting defiantly, "If you have the guts, chase after me. I'll show you why the flowers bloom so brightly." With that, he burst into laughter and fled, intent on luring the cultivators out one by one to eliminate them. Unable to tolerate being insulted by a mere boy, the commanded cultivators swiftly pursued Li Tai'er's vanishing figure, moving with astonishing speed. A quarter of an hour later, Li Tai'er reappeared at the edge of the valley, his sword pointed menacingly at the white-haired elder. Blood dripping from its blade. "2 of you. Ensure his death." The elder realized he had underestimated the situation. A 9th segment Qi refinement boy had managed to kill a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet again, 2 cultivators surged forth towards Li Tai'er. Just then, the elder seemed to recall something, calmly stating, "Do not kill him. Just incapacitate him. His talent is valuable." Understood. The 2 cultivators, receiving the order, hastily set off in pursuit of Li Tai'er. An hour later, Li Tai'er, battered and bloodied, returned to the valley's edge. Though his clothes were tattered and his face devoid of color, he stood defiantly upright, his battered sword still aimed at the white-haired elder. The 100 or so individuals kneeling on the ground were moved to tears, witnessing the resilience of a mere Qi refinement practitioner, willing to risk his life to save them from despair. "Humph!" The elder seethed with fury, realizing that the 2 newly dispatched peak Foundation establishment practitioners had likely fallen. He then turned his gaze to the remaining 9 individuals present, barking an order, "4 of you. This time do not return unless you bring him back alive." "Yes, sir." Once again, for individuals emerged, their murderous intent palpable. Li Taier, having provoked them repeatedly, had thoroughly ignited their fury. At this moment, they all charged towards his position with sinister grins. This time, Li Taier did not turn to flee into the dense forest, for it would serve no purpose. Even disregarding his current severe injuries, he knew that he could not withstand the combined might of 4 Peak Foundation establishment cultivators. Even at his prime, the battle on the mountainside raged fiercely. Although Li Taier was acutely aware of his impending defeat, he fought valiantly, determined to press the attack, embracing the notion of fighting to the death. The over 100 individuals awaiting their doom could no longer bear the sight of Li Taier being mercilessly slaughtered. They all shut their eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of their eyes. Even the infants in their arms seemed to empathize, desperately burrowing deeper into their mother's embraces, unwilling to witness the tragic fate of the young man. Moments later, Li Taier's lifeless body was tossed into the ravine, raising a cloud of dust. The crowd kept their eyes tightly shut, guessing that the young man's body must be marred beyond recognition. Just as they thought their fate was sealed, a cry of astonishment erupted from their assailants. Where did he go? Instantly, the crowd opened their eyes wide with exhilaration, discovering the spot where the young man's corpse should have lain was now eerily empty. Chapter 23. Undercurrents surge, straying into the forbidden zone of death in Yunjing City. Within the courtyard of the Luo family Patriarch Luo Hong glared at Li Liang, who sat leisurely savoring his tea, and exclaimed furiously, "What will you do about my son's death? It is only just that a life is repaid with another, and debts are settled." Li Liang did not even blink, continuing to sip his tea. Luo Hong, with a meaningful gaze, remarked, "He was your own nephew." Finally, Li Liang shifted his attention from the teacup, spitting out the tea leaves, and replied nonchalantly, "And what of it?" He then raised his eyes to meet Luo Hong's, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "If you could have killed him, it would have spared me the trouble." "You are indeed ruthless." Luo Hong sat upright, leaning forward with an expression of utmost seriousness. "When did the Li family undergo such a transformation? We must not keep that esteemed individual waiting." Li Liang finally adopted a serious demeanor, pausing momentarily as a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, and said slowly, "Soon. It is merely a matter of opportunity." In the desolate domain, within a certain mountain range, Elder Lu, what is happening? A Qi refinement cultivator has vanished into thin air. A subordinate in the ravine looked fearfully at the white-haired elder. Such an extraordinary event was unprecedented in his experience. What a sight for sore eyes. Among the over 100 individuals, the Golden Core cultivator, their leader, was now filled with tears, murmuring repeatedly, "A celestial being has descended. A true immortal has come to save us." Though the leader's voice was barely audible, it still reached the ears of the yawning elder, Lu. What a pipe dream. It is the immortal who intends to kill you. After saying this, he gazed up at the sky, his eyes filled with longing and dread. Lu also struggled to comprehend the situation, urging his subordinates to hasten their pace, aiming to extract every ounce of potential from the 100 individuals and escape this cursed place as swiftly as possible. As the moon waned and waxed, the first rays of sunlight pierced the ravine. With a sharp crack, space tore open, and Li Taier reappeared. A subordinate, who had been dozing, suddenly heard a commotion before him. Groggily turning his head, he was horrified to see the young man, who had mysteriously disappeared the previous day, return as if reborn. Li Taier had long been prepared. Upon emerging from the spatial rift, his first action was to slash his sword diagonally, instantly severing the head of the approaching cultivator, who had no time to react. He then seized the storage bag from the slain cultivator, for it was the source of his fortune, and he could not afford to overlook anything. Ding! Host detected resistance and killed one person. Reward: 800 resistance points. Qi refinement stage, 15th tier. Combat prowess comparable to Peak Foundation establishment. Is it truly possible to cultivate in such a manner? As Li Taier felt the surge of power within him, he was overwhelmed with joy. Aside from his superficial cultivation level being subpar, everything else was top-notch. With a resounding thud, the moment of the cultivator's demise drew the attention of all. What the hell is he a ghost? How could he possibly have returned? The subordinates were taken aback. Staring at the revitalized Li Tai'er, he surveyed the scene, noticing the enormous talisman in the sky, nodded, and swung his sword. Hastily unleashing the infinite sword slash, a massive circular wave of sword energy surged towards the talisman, while he himself darted into the dense forest, preparing to employ his previous tactics once more. Quick! Block the sword energy attack. We must not allow the talisman to be damaged. The sudden onslaught startled the 9 subordinates, who were now fully focused on defending against the overwhelming sword energy attack, forgetting about their own escape. With a thunderous boom, the sword energy was dissipated just before reaching the talisman. The connecting threads among the 100 individuals vibrated violently but did not break. Look! It's that young man. I told you he wouldn't die so easily. As they witnessed Li Tai'er claim another victim, the crowd awaiting slaughter erupted in fervor. Their hopes reignited. Humph, you lot. Hasten your actions. I shall take care of him. Seeing Li Tai'er provoke them yet again, Lu decided to take matters into his own hands, his previously calm demeanor replaced by a tempest of fury. With a whoosh, Lu soared through the air, racing toward the direction Li Tai'er had fled, his speed surpassing that of the Peak Foundation establishment subordinates by several folds. Li Tai'er was exhilarated to realize that his speed had indeed surpassed that of the Foundation establishment cultivators. But before he could revel in his triumph, a sharp sound of slicing air reached him from behind. Why is he so fast? Upon turning to glance back, Li Tai'er was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Realizing that it was the yawning elder pursuing him, not another Foundation establishment cultivator. Damn it! Li Tai'er's already grave expression grew even more serious, his brow furrowing deeply. Had this old man finally lost his patience? Activate the super lucky aura, he mentally shouted, for this was his final trump card. Youngster, where do you think you're running to? Do you truly believe I am merely a decoration? Lu seethed internally, his originally smooth task becoming increasingly challenging due to the inexplicable interference of this youth. Fortunately, he felt that everything remained under his control. With a tearing sound, Lu casually unleashed a punch, the impact creating a deafening sound as it sliced through the air. Heading straight for Li Tai'er's back, as the punch drew near, Li Tai'er's hair stood on end. If he were to take this hit, he would surely suffer grievous injury, if not death. Channeling the void misdisplacement technique to its utmost limit, he evaded just as the punch was a mere inch from his back. Even so, Li Tai'er still felt a searing pain across his back. This technique was of an exceedingly high tier. Could it be celestial grade? Or perhaps divine grade? Lu's eyes glimmered greedily, his breath quickening. As a yawning cultivator, he only possessed earth-grade techniques, and even that was a result of numerous near-death experiences. He had only glimpsed celestial-grade techniques once, while divine-grade techniques were beyond his wildest dreams. I've struck gold this time. Lu's eyes sparkled with determination. He was resolute in acquiring Li Tai'er's technique. Li Tai'er had reached the peak of his speed, yet Lu appeared completely at ease, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters, seemingly intent on exhausting his spiritual energy. Li Tai'er felt a twinge of panic. This was not a sustainable approach, and he would eventually be worn down. Just as Li Tai'er dashed around a small mountain, he was astonished to discover a massive cave had appeared behind it. He distinctly recalled there being no cave upon his arrival, but with danger looming, he had no time to ponder. Plunging headlong into the cavern, Li Tai'er felt as if he passed through a thin membrane. Once inside the pitch-black cave, his vision darkened for but a moment before suddenly brightening. Before him lay a vast, desolate expanse, littered with shattered sword remnants. An overwhelming sense of desolation pierced his heart. Li Tai'er's hairs stood on end. His instincts screamed that this was not a good place. However, when he turned to look back at the cave he had entered, he was shocked to find it had vanished, leaving only crumbled walls and withered ancient trees in its wake. Li Tai'er stood dazed. The space where he had exited suddenly rippled, and in the next moment, Lu stepped forth. What is this? The Forbidden Zone of Death. Chapter 24. Strength and Adversity, System Evolution, the Ultimate 6 Resistance System, the Forbidden Zone of Death. At the center of the desolate domain lies an ancient battlefield, rumored to be the site of a cataclysmic clash between ancient superpowers. This place is fraught with traps left behind from that time, and even a powerful cultivator at the void refinement stage would tread cautiously here. As Lu entered this unfamiliar environment, he felt the overwhelming aura of desolation and hostility, and he quickly realized where he had arrived. However, upon attempting to escape, he was horrified to find the space behind him had already sealed shut. It's over. Lu felt a surge of despair. As a mere yuaning cultivator, he had no confidence in his ability to leave this place. That old fool. This is truly intolerable, Li Tai'er. Furious that Lu had pursued him to such a treacherous locale, disregarded all caution and unleashed a powerful strike. Infinite sword slash. Li Tai'er bellowed loudly, and a swirling blade of energy surged towards Steward Lu. The once silent death zone was suddenly disturbed by the tumultuous sword energy, and a howling wind whipped up, reminiscent of the weeping of countless souls. A crimson moon abruptly appeared in the sky, painting a scene of apocalyptic dread. Steward Lu was taken aback, goosebumps prickling his skin. He could not comprehend what was transpiring. The surrounding environment, already terrifying, had transformed dramatically, as if hell itself had been unleashed. With vengeful spirits howling in fury. As he felt the oncoming onslaught of sword energy, Lu finally discerned the source. Li Tai'er was employing a divine-grade technique. Each divine-grade technique was an extraordinary method, capable of altering the very fabric of reality upon its invocation. The sword energy unleashed by Li Tai'er seemed to disturb the essence of this place, akin to opening Pandora's box. What would ensue was anyone's guess, for none who had entered the death zone had returned alive. At this moment, Steward Lu was gripped by a mix of fear and exhilaration. This youth was a veritable treasure trove, igniting his greed for murder and plunder. Although Li Tai'er's divine-grade technique allowed him to challenge those of higher realms, he ultimately remained at a considerable disadvantage, still separated from the nascent soul stage by the golden core stage. Lu dared not underestimate this sword energy attack. He retrieved a phantom spirit talisman from his storage pouch, quickly forming seals with his hands and channeling spiritual energy into the talisman, which soared into the air. Expanding rapidly in the midst of Li Tai'er's fearful gaze, a massive spectral tiger emerged from the talisman, charging headlong into the sword energy assault. A thunderous explosion erupted at the point of impact, and Li Tai'er felt a surge of force that sent him hurtling backward. He was no match for a nascent soul cultivator. With his strike successful, Lu urged the spectral beast, still somewhat ethereal, to pursue the now reeling Li Tai'er. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Li Tai'er fought to adjust his body mid-air, employing the illusory void steps to their utmost limit as he hastily retreated deeper into the forbidden area. Even though the odds of survival appeared grim, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts now. Trying to escape? A fool's dream. Lu, seeing Li Tai'er grievously wounded, felt a surge of greed. He was on the verge of obtaining 2 divine-grade techniques. His mind clouded with ambition, he charged after the youth, fixated solely on the techniques. As Li Tai'er evaded the onslaught of the phantom beast, he cautiously delved deeper into the forbidden zone, his hairs standing on end with an ever-growing sense of peril. Fortunately, his aura of extraordinary luck was still in effect. T1 point. Li Tai'er instinctively veered around a particular area, but the spectral beast pursued recklessly, crashing through, and a massive fireball spontaneously erupted in that region, effortlessly dispersing the phantom beast. It offered no resistance whatsoever. Gasping in shock, Li Tai'er felt a cold sweat break forth. Had he not been fortunate, he would have perished just moments ago. Lu, too, was taken aback. Had he not directed the spectral beast ahead, he would have fallen into the trap himself. Witnessing this scene, he hesitated, contemplating whether to continue the chase. However, seeing Li Tai'er's diminishing speed, he felt reluctant to let go. Success was tantalizingly close, and relinquishing now would be exceedingly difficult. As Li Tai'er's figure gradually receded into the distance, Lu was torn between conflicting emotions. Yet, ultimately, his greed triumphed over his fear. Cursing under his breath, he surged forward once more, refusing to believe that Li Tai-er's luck could hold indefinitely, whether it was the consequence of Lu's curses or sheer fate. Half an hour later, as Li Tai-er rushed forward, he suddenly came to a halt. Lu's heart leapt with joy as he dashed forward without a second thought. Blinded by greed, Lu approached Li Tai-er. But when he was merely a meter away, Li Tai-er inexplicably vanished, and the scenery around Lu instantaneously transformed. Li Tai-er, severely injured and moving slowly, had to muster all his strength to maintain distance from Lu. Just as he propelled himself forward at breakneck speed, an ominous feeling welled up within him. Yet, it was too late to evade. As he stepped into the new area, his body abruptly froze, for the environment had drastically changed. He found himself instantaneously transported to the realm of Baizhe, standing beside Old Pan. Old Pan, wearing a mocking grin, began to converse with him. This scene struck Li Tai-er as eerily familiar, momentarily leaving him in a daze, unable to discern whether it was an illusion or reality. However, just as he was about to share a moment with Old Pan, the latter's smile grotesquely contorted, stretching unnaturally to the back of his head. Old Pan opened his gaping maw, his eyes turning a sinister crimson, baring his fangs as he lunged at Li Tai-er. Paralyzed with fear, Li Tai-er watched in horror as Old Pan morphed into a monstrous form. Reacting instinctively, he fled, but the creature pursued relentlessly, jaws agape. When Li Tai-er could run no longer, the beast leaped, seemingly poised to pounce upon him. Finally snapping back to reality, he countered with a thrust of his sword, piercing the monster's mouth. Yet, astonishingly, the creature showed no sign of awareness, continuing its advance, the sword's hilt fully embedded in its maw, foul blood gushing forth. Li Tai-er's hair stood on end, leaving him utterly disoriented. At that moment, he leaned back, stepping sideways, and the scene before him vanished, returning him once more to the death zone. That was a close call. Li Tai-er's heart raced as he realized he had fortuitously stepped out of the illusionary array. This extraordinary aura of luck was indeed remarkable. He silently thanked the system for its benevolence, for without it, he would have perished within the illusion. Yet, Lu was far less fortunate. He stood frozen in place, eyes wide with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, drenched in blood. Li Tai-er exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the array's terrifying strength. It seemed that injuries sustained within the illusion manifested in reality, collapsing outside the array. He focused on recovering while observing Lu within the array. Just as he presumed Lu's fate was sealed within the illusion, a spectral entity suddenly emerged from Lu's body. As Li Tai-er contemplated the nature of this apparition, it swiftly invaded his own body before he could react. To his horror, he discovered a phantom resembling Lu within his consciousness. Ha ha ha! You wretched boy, you've left me with a ruined body. Thus, I shall seize yours. This spectral form was Lu's nascent soul. When the golden core shattered, it formed the nascent soul, marking the entry into the nascent soul stage. At this juncture, a cultivator could survive even if their body was destroyed, as the nascent soul could escape and commandeer another's body, albeit at the cost of diminished cultivation. It was a last resort. Li Tai-er was petrified as he realized Lu's nascent soul was attempting to refine his consciousness. The sudden, searing pain surged through his head, reddening his vision, while an even greater terror gripped him. He lacked the means to counteract Lu's refining process. At that moment, Li Tai-er faced a life-or-death crisis. If his consciousness were refined, he would vanish from this world forever. True death in every sense. Damn it, do you think I'm easy prey? Li Tai-er felt as if trapped in a corner like a wild beast. If you wish for my demise, let us perish together. He resolved to self-destruct. Are you insane? You'll die too. Lu, now genuinely terrified, hastily halted his refining attempt, desperately seeking to escape Li Tai-er's body. But Li Tai-er would not grant Lu that chance. When Lu believed he had exhausted all options, Li Tai-er decisively chose to self-detonate. Please, I beg you. I do not wish to die. Lu pleaded desperately, but it was too late. With a thunderous roar, Li Tai-er's body exploded from the Dantian, a violent shockwave obliterating everything within a radius of dozens of miles. Ding! Host's desperate resistance successful. Defeated an enemy 2 ranks higher. Reward, 50,000 resistance points. Ding. Encountering a stronger foe triggers system activation. System upgraded, initiating ultimate defiance system. Chapter 25. Li Tai'er was left dumbfounded, realizing he had become a super arms dealer. System. Ultimate defiance system successfully activated. Original system's invincible experience voucher deleted. Other functionalities remain unchanged. The system all refreshes in real time, adding a wish function to customize items per host requests. System. Granting host a luxurious gift package. Divine grade attack technique. Buddha's palm. Immortal grade treasure. Primordial chi cauldron. Non-rank flying treasure. Enhanced space fighter J-20. Non-rank attack treasure. Enhanced planetary Barrett sniper rifle. 5 divine grade bullets. Enhanced planetary Tsar bomb. Vast void storage space. The following morning, Li Tai'er emerged from the void, surveying the desolate landscape for miles around. He felt quite pleased with his newfound status as a human bomb. He never expected to play in such a manner. It felt as though he had unlocked a new strategy. You old fool, daring to usurp my body. Consider yourself fortunate to have died in such a manner, he spat. Recalling Lu's earlier attempt to seize his body, he felt a shiver of anxiety. He now urgently needed to find a way to safeguard his consciousness, as it represented his absolute vulnerability. During the self-detonation, he had overheard the system's upgrade announcement. Brimming with curiosity, Li Tai'er hastily examined the new system functionalities. This new system was certainly intriguing. What on earth were the space fighter J-20 and the planetary Barrett sniper rifle? Enhanced planetary Tsar bomb? Would these even be of use to cultivators? Li Tai'er's lips twitched slightly. It was truly astonishing that these items bore no rank. Even if they were given away for free, they would still be deemed an encumbrance. After examining his surroundings, he concluded that the void storage space and the set of martial arts that had descended from the heavens were the most reliable choices. The Rulai Divine Palm was indeed a name that resonated far and wide, and the thought of its heavenly descent was simply exhilarating. Li Tai'er circled the massive silver-gray J-20 fighter jet before him. He could hardly fathom that relics from his previous life could manifest in this world. Although the J-20 was considered the most advanced fighter jet in his past life, with its incredible speed, he subconsciously felt it paled in comparison to the artifacts capable of traversing star domains in this realm. Climbing into the aircraft, Li Tai'er was taken aback to discover a colossal display screen within the cockpit, yet devoid of any operating system. How was he supposed to pilot this? How would he procure fuel? Li Tai'er felt a sense of exasperation. Please use mental energy to cover the aircraft for identification. Following the prompt, Li Tai'er employed his mental energy to scan the entire fighter jet. Identification complete. Please insert spirit stones to lock onto the destination coordinates via mental energy and accomplish spatial leap. Li Tai'er was utterly flabbergasted. Spatial leap? Wasn't this a fighter jet? How had it been transformed into a spaceship? After confirming the system's voice once more, he found himself at a loss for words. How delightful! Li Tai'er wished he could slap himself twice. This was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. He had been stuck at the chi refinement stage, unable to fly, and now he had a means to traverse space. What more could he ask for? Just as he continued to explore, he stumbled upon the aircraft's offensive capabilities. After all, how could a fighter jet lack an attack function? According to the system's guidance, both spatial leaps and combat modes relied on spirit stones. The higher the quality and greater the quantity of spirit stones, the further the spatial leap and the more potent the combat capability. This revelation filled Li Tai'er with elation. No wonder the rank could not be determined. With newfound experience, he meticulously examined the modified planetary Barrett sniper rifle, only to discover that the ammunition it used was of divine quality. This thrilled him immensely, but his joy was short-lived when he realized there were only 5 rounds of ammunition, and they were single-use, meaning he had just 5 opportunities to fire. Li Tai'er, undeterred, thought it impossible for such an impressive sniper rifle to have such limitations. When he opened the updated system shop, his jaw nearly hit the floor. Was this a veritable armory? Besides the items originally available, the refreshed shop offered a range of modified weapons. Planetary Barrett sniper rifle divine quality bullets, single use, priced at 200,000 rebellion points. Planetary Barrett Sniper Rifle Immortal Quality Bullets, Single Use, priced at 500,000 Rebellion Points. Modified Atomic Bomb, Divine Artifact, Single Use, priced at 300,000 Rebellion Points. Modified Hydrogen Bomb, Divine Artifact, Single Use, priced at 350,000 Rebellion Points. Modified Interstellar Mortar, Divine Artifact, priced at 100,000 Rebellion Points. Modified Interstellar Dongfang Missile. Immortal Artifact, Single Use, priced at 9,990,000 Rebellion Points. Li Tai Air's mouth watered, his heart blooming with joy. Who would dare betray him now? If anyone angered him, he could simply bestow upon them a modified interstellar Dongfang missile. Once launched, it would surely accomplish its mission. This was not merely a matter of striking from 1,000 miles away. It was akin to obliterating an enemy stronghold from millions of light-years away. Ha ha ha! Li Tai Air laughed maniacally, feeling invincible once more. However, he was perplexed by the purpose of the immortal artifact, the Universal Mother Chi Cauldron, which appeared to be an ordinary bronze cauldron. Despite its classification as an immortal artifact, Li Tai Air had spent considerable time attempting to discern its spirit, yet to no avail. Whether it lacked a spirit or simply chose to ignore him remained uncertain. Fortunately, the cauldron gleamed, making it an excellent vessel for drinking. Li Tai Air promptly decided upon its use. After spending half a day examining the various items provided by the system, he opened the void storage space and placed the fighter jet, Tsar bomb, sniper rifle, and Universal Mother Chi Cauldron within. The space was boundless, and these items occupied an infinitesimal portion of it. Li Tai Air couldn't help but marvel at how much the system favored him, offering such lavish gifts. Once everything was neatly organized, Li Tai Air retrieved the Rulai Divine Palm Scroll. Unable to venture outside for now, he resolved to learn this divine technique as swiftly as possible. After all, an additional means of survival was invaluable. After exchanging for a moment of enlightenment from the system shop, he unfurled the Rulai Divine Palm Scroll. Like the previous technique, no text appeared. Instead, a grand statue of Rulai manifested before him. The statue sat atop a lotus platform, towering 1,000 feet high. Upon its emergence, the sound of sacred chants erupted, akin to a chorus of 10,000 Buddhas. Divine lotuses surged forth, and the light of the Buddha radiated into the infinite expanse. The Rulai statue moved, and with a downward motion of its palm, a colossal handprint descended from the heavens, striking directly at Li Tai Air's position. The handprint pierced through his body, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a vast depression in the earth, dispersing the previously conjured illusionary formations. Yet, Li Tai Air remained unscathed, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he rapidly comprehended the significance of that palm strike. When a divine-level technique manifests, the heavens and earth tremble. The once serene sky of the deathly forbidden zone suddenly turned crimson, the stench of blood intensifying to the point of nausea, as if something were slowly emerging into existence. Who dares disturb my slumber? A voice akin to a raging demon reverberated from deep within the forbidden zone, and the crimson sky darkened further, the scent of blood coalescing into a palpable essence. Fortunately, Li Tai Air swiftly grasped the Rulai Divine Palm technique through his moment of enlightenment. Just as he emerged from his meditative state, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful pressure bearing down upon him, as if the very fabric of reality sought to extinguish him. Li Tai Air's hair stood on end in terror. Had the ancient demon been awakened? This forbidden zone harbored unfathomable horrors. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Void Mirage step to its utmost limit. After doubling his power through the deathly aura, his current speed rivaled that of an early Golden Core stage practitioner, and he fled as if his life depended on it. He. Since someone has arrived, you shan't depart. Another chilling voice, reminiscent of rusted iron scraping against iron, echoed ominously. Li Tai Air was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. What manner of monster was this, so terrifying in nature? As he ran faster, uncertainty gnawed at him about how to escape this accursed zone. The indescribable horror loomed ever closer, and he debated whether to employ the modified planetary Tsar bomb in this critical moment. As fate would have it, Li Tai Air once again found himself at the location from whence he had come. He felt as though he had broken through a membrane, and when darkness enveloped him, he discovered he had returned to the original cave. Before he could revel in his fortune, a chill crept up his spine. The terrifying entity was tearing through the spatial barrier to pursue him. He dared not linger, bursting from the cave at breakneck speed. Yet the horror seemed to have already breached much of the space. The thick, cloying scent of blood was almost palpable. Damn it. Is this never-ending? Li Tai Air cursed vehemently, then retrieved the modified planetary Barrett sniper rifle from the void storage space, chambering a divine-quality bullet. His heart steeled, he shouted, "Come, take this shot from your grandfather." With a thunderous crack, the rifle unleashed a fiery tongue of flame, the divine bullet accelerating to what seemed like the speed of light. A resounding boom echoed as the cave collapsed, accompanied by the anguished cries of the pursuing horror. Li Tai Air collapsed onto the ground, finally finding some semblance of peace. Staring at the sniper rifle in his hands, he felt parched. The destructive power was truly terrifying. Chapter 26. The Prophesied Child? The Tribe's Guardian? After resting for a moment, Li Tai Air dared not linger any longer. A whole day had passed, and he wondered how the others were faring. 15 minutes later, he reached the edge of the ravine, his speed having increased even further, allowing him to traverse the return journey in less time. Upon seeing the over 100 individuals in the ravine, their conditions visibly worsened, with only a few of the older individuals having been killed. Li Tai Air breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not too late. The 9 individuals who were busy harvesting potential in the ravine were, after all, perfected Foundation establishment practitioners. The moment Li Tai Air appeared at the ravine's edge, they instantly recognized him. How was he still alive? The 9 were taken aback, recognizing Li Tai Air, seeing him still full of vitality. Yet their steward was nowhere to be found. An unsettling feeling crept into their hearts. Look, it's the Master. The Master has returned alive. The 100 or so individuals, upon seeing Li Tai Air emerge unscathed, were overwhelmed with joy, for he was their only hope for salvation. Li Tai Air made his way down from the mountainside toward the ravine, with his cultivation at the Qi refinement stage. Equivalent to the early Golden Core stage, the 9 individuals felt like lambs to the slaughter, posing no threat whatsoever. I've already slain that old bastard. To be honest, he was quite a handful, but I managed to deal with him. Li Tai Air mocked as he regarded the 9, intent on systematically dismantling their Li Tai Air, upon hearing their words, found it tiresome to continue the debate. He nodded, drew his sword, and unleashed the formidable Wanxiang Extreme Sword, once again executing a lethal strike. With his current cultivation level, the power of this sword was far beyond that of before. As the semicircular sword energy materialized, a piercing sound echoed violently through the air, reverberating in the valley like thunder, accompanied by the howling wind. The 9 individuals, witnessing the terrifying assault emanating from a mere 9th-level Qi refinement youth, felt their courage wane by a third even before the battle commenced. However, having practiced for over a century, they had weathered many storms. Despite their trepidation towards Li Tai Air's attack, they could not afford to flee without a fight, lest it shatter their resolve. Kill, slay that arrogant boy. 5 among them charged towards Li Tai Air, while the remaining 4 focused on maintaining the talismans in the air, for their mission was one they dared not fail, lest they face a fate more dreadful than death. The 5 unleashed their signature techniques, soaring into the air, brimming with murderous intent as they descended upon Li Tai Air's INA heartbeat. They met his slicing strike, only to find themselves utterly outmatched. Spitting blood and being violently thrown back to the ground, incapacitated and gravely injured. Hiss! This boy cannot possibly be an ordinary youth. His rapid progress is akin to that of a possessed ancient fiend. The remaining 4 swallowed hard, horrified by Li Tai Air's overwhelming power. They exchanged determined glances, unflinchingly pressing forward to confront him. Li Tai Air felt a stir within him. Despite their inherent malevolence, their unwillingness to cower in the face of death was a testament to the tenacity of a true cultivator. In a gesture of respect, he resolved to unleash his full strength to settle their fates in one decisive battle. With a single hand gesture, as the 4 approached within 10 meters, he calmly thrust his palm forward. The Buddha's divine palm, with a low roar, An enormous golden handprint materialized before him, accompanied by an illusory Buddha figure the size of a small mountain. The palms surged forth with blinding speed towards the four. With a thunderous crash, their assaults collided with the handprint, akin to an egg striking a stone. The overwhelming backlash struck them instantaneously, sending them crashing down like kites severed from their strings. One strike, and they were vanquished. Ding. Host's resistance detected. For individuals killed. Reward. 3,200 resistance points. Li Taier did not linger, hastening to the 5 lying on the ground, executing them swiftly. He showed no mercy when the moment called for decisiveness. He then proceeded to collect all of their storage bags, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Ding. Host's resistance detected. 5 individuals killed. Reward. 4,000 resistance points. Li Taier's spirits lifted. He now possessed a total of 71,000 resistance points, a considerable fortune, yet still insufficient to procure the finest treasures from the marketplace. Approaching the remaining individuals, he inquired how he could liberate them, learning that severing the thin line connecting their heads was essential. This line drained their potential while simultaneously sealing their cultivation. Li Taier stepped forward and unleashed the Buddha's divine palm, shattering the talismans instantaneously, causing the thin lines above their heads to dissipate. "Thank you, Lord, for saving our lives." The leader promptly knelt before Li Taier in reverence. Li Taier hurriedly gestured for him to rise. After all, he was merely a youth and unworthy of such deference. "Big brother, you are so powerful. When I grow up, I want to be like you and protect my tribe." A frail little girl, her face devoid of color, gazed at Li Taier with starry eyes. Full of admiration, Li Taier smiled warmly, ruffling her hair, assuring her, "You will undoubtedly become strong. By that time, no one will dare to bully you." As he surveyed the group, Li Taier felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness from lacking power. In this world, strength reigned supreme, and the weak were at the mercy of the strong. He approached the leader, pressing for answers. "Why were you slaughtered? What purpose do those talismans serve?" The leader, sensing the gravity of the question, bowed deeply and replied, "My lord, you may be unaware, but we hail from a tribe known as the Chiyu, residing on the fringes of the desolate domain." Li Taier raised an eyebrow at the mention of Chiyu, pondering its connection to the ancient era of his past life. "We possess an innate primal bloodline, a formidable lineage that, if awakened by chance, allows for exponential growth and cultivation. Thus, we have drawn the attention of powerful factions." The leader's voice trembled with anguish as he continued, "They have captured our tribesmen, enslaving them to cultivate their strength. Others covet our bloodline, seeking to exploit us for their gain." He gestured towards the slain foes. "Those you defeated were siphoning our bloodline potential through those talismans. For centuries, we have evaded capture, retreating to this deadly wasteland. Yet they still pursue us." His gaze fell sorrowfully upon the hundreds of corpses behind them, all of which belonged to their kin, mercilessly slaughtered. A surge of murderous intent ignited within Li Taier. These beasts had slaughtered so many for their selfish desires. "Why confide in me? Are you not afraid I might harbor ill intentions?" he questioned, perplexed by the leader's candor. The leader's sorrowful eyes sparkled with hope as he grasped Li Taier's arm, his voice quivering. "My lord, our tribe has long awaited a prophecy that one day a young man would lead us back to glory. We have waited for centuries for the arrival of that prophesied youth, and now we believe you are he." Li Taier was taken aback, speechless. How could he be the prophesied one? Was this Chiyu tribe truly connected to that ancient civilization? A sense of unease crept into his heart, hinting at a great terror hidden within this revelation. "My lord, please lead us out of this mire of death and restore the Chiyu tribe to its former glory." The remaining 100 or so individuals knelt before Li Taier, their youthful eyes filled with fervor. Convinced that he was indeed the prophesied savior, faced with their earnest gazes, Li Taier realized he could not refuse them. Even if he were not the one they believed him to be, he would strive to assist them. "Very well, rise. As long as I, Li Taier, draw breath, I shall protect you." Overwhelmed with joy, they wept tears of gratitude. "We swear by the ancient deities, by the honor of our tribe, that the Chiyu tribe shall henceforth follow Li Taier, forever loyal to him, becoming his faithful servants and the sword in his hand. In unison, the 100 individuals solemnly pledged, as the winds roared and thunder rumbled ominously above. Li Tai felt an innate connection to the fate of the Qiyu tribe, as if their destinies were now intertwined. Chapter 27. A grievous insult. Dongfang Ruoyu uses her power to break off the engagement Liu. Such was the name of the leader. All members of the Qiyu tribe bore the surname Li. Grandfather Li. Li Tai began, but was quickly interrupted by Liu. My lord, you must not call me grandfather. I dare not, Liu replied in alarm, fearful of breaching protocol. Yet, unable to withstand Li Tai's insistence, he reluctantly acquiesced, each addressing the other in their own manner. One is grandfather, the other is lord. Continuing from where he had left off, Li Tai said, Grandfather Li, my current strength is insufficient to protect you. Do you have a safe place to recuperate? I will seek you out once I have gained enough power. Liu breathed a sigh of relief, thrilled that Li Tai had accepted the role of their protector. Why, lord need not worry. We have a refuge. Upon our return, I will activate the tribe's grand formation to seal our dwelling, ensuring we do not venture outside again, thus preventing others from entering. Hearing this, Li Tai felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as these people had a place to go, he could rest easy. Before departing, he imparted 4 divine-level techniques, the first layer of the Taiching derivation technique, the first layer of the Lingshu mistracking step, the Wanxiang extreme sword, and the Buddha's divine palm, urging Liu to have the tribe cultivate and await his return. Liu stood in stunned silence upon receiving the 4 divine techniques, each capable of sustaining a first-rate power. Yet here he was, holding 4. Li Tai observed Liu's reaction with incredulity. He had never seen someone so unaccustomed to such things. After all, there were even celestial-level techniques available in the marketplace. Brother Tai, you must return. Xiener will train diligently and await your arrival in the tribe. The maiden's smile radiated like a blossoming flower, the earlier shadows having dissipated with the arrival of Li Tai, rekindling her hope for the future. The girl who called out was Liu Xian, a striking beauty who had just turned 12, once an idolizer of Li Tai, and now recognized as the most promising child in her tribe, boasting an impressive cultivation level of the 9th stage of Qi refinement. Liu Xian silently vowed to become Li Tai's most devoted servant, to transform into the sharpest sword in his arsenal. As Li Tai approached, he affectionately tousled her hair, and the innocent, radiant smile of the girl warmed his heart, making him regard her as a sister. A peculiar sensation arose within him, as if he had found his true belonging. My brother will surely return. Just wait for me, Dumem. Liu Xian nodded vigorously, treating his words as divine decree, venerating him as a deity. Li Tai departed amidst the heartfelt wishes of the Qiyu tribe, and Liu Xian, with tear-filled eyes, sent him off for a considerable distance until he admonished her to return. Never had Li Tai yearned for power as he did now. He was determined to continue his battles across the land, solely to protect the tenderness he wished to safeguard amidst this chaotic world. Before leaving, he exchanged 10 Qi refinement pills and 10 foundation establishment pills from the system shop and handed them to Liu, leaving her utterly speechless in astonishment. Foundation establishment pills were a luxury only first-rate factions could easily dispense. Lesser factions would risk their lives for a single pill, yet here was Liu, with 10 in her possession, and she was certain that Li Tai was their guardian, the child of prophecy. In the reception hall of the Li residence in Jinyuan City, Dongfang Ruoyu sat composedly in her chair, her demeanor calm yet tinged with an underlying assertiveness. Uncle Li, I wish to annul my engagement to Li Tai today. After all, I have no desire to marry him. Surely, you cannot compel me to do so? Accompanying her was the elder Lu Yi, a prominent figure from the Piao sect, the apex of the Sword 9 realm, which lent her formidable backing in her quest to break the engagement. The Piao sect, as a superlative force, commanded respect and caution. Li Ling's gaze was complex as he observed Dongfang Ruoyu. The sight of her accompanied by Elder Lu sparked a sense of unease within him. The other members of the Li family reacted with varied expressions to Dongfang Ruoyu's announcement of her intent to break the engagement. Some were filled with outrage, while others reveled in her misfortune. Li Liang sat leisurely, sipping tea, a fleeting glimpse of joy crossing his eyes, while Li Ling Er's face was stormy with anger, struggling to suppress her rage at the public humiliation of a woman coming to annul an engagement. Li Ling, too, contained his fury, the teacup in his hand creaking under his grip, for as the head of the family, he could not afford to lose his composure. "He, Ruoyu, my dear niece, may I inquire if your desire to annul the engagement reflects your personal wishes or those of the Dongfang family?" Li Ling endeavored to maintain his composure, though his tone betrayed a hint of coldness, lacking its previous warmth. "I in the Sword 9-star domain. The Li family, a first-rate faction, faced the humiliation of having a marriage annulled publicly. A disgrace that would become fodder for gossip. Naturally, it is my own decision and my father is still unaware, but I care not whether he knows or not. They unilaterally arranged my engagement without my consent. And to a man whom I find utterly—" Dongfang Ruoyu's words faltered as she realized she was still within the Li residence, hastily rephrasing, "to a man I do not know, whose potential is far too low and who possesses a certain cunning." The thought of her brother Lu Qing having recently stated that he would marry her if she annulled her engagement steeled Dongfang Ruoyu's resolve to proceed, regardless of the consequences. The Li family members whispered among themselves. Alluding to Li Tai-er, they understood her insinuations, and though she did not explicitly label him a failure, the meaning was clear. As members of the Li family, they collectively sided with Dongfang Ruoyu, deeming it a travesty to marry such a gifted woman to Li Tai-er, likening it to flowers being wasted on dung. Li Ling's gaze turned icy. The engagement had been a mutual agreement. And how could a mere girl decide to annul it so easily, denigrating his son in the process? Enough. I shall not agree to the annulment, if the Dongfang family truly wishes to break the engagement. Let your father, Dongfang Bumi, come personally. You may leave. The head of the Li family wields quite the authority. Is it wrong for a girl to refuse to marry a failure? Elder Lu sneered, the atmosphere thick with tension. I have come today not only to accompany Ruoyu, but also to announce that I have accepted her as my disciple. As my disciple, she shall not be permitted to marry prematurely. His eyes narrowed, fixing a penetrating gaze on Li Ling, laden with threat. Tell me, Headley, should a disciple of the Piao Miao sect come to annul her engagement, what is your stance? You are being unreasonable. Li Ling could no longer contain her indignation, her temper flaring as she faced such egregious affronts, especially since it tarnished Li Tai-er's reputation. Ling hold your temper, Li Ling swiftly cautioned. Gesturing for her to remain calm, he then turned to Elder Lu, clasping his hands in respect. Elder Lu, I would have honored you, but the matter of the annulment bears significant weight for both the Li and Dongfang families. Regrettably, I cannot consent. Humph. So you truly refuse? Elder Lu's tone was menacing. I cannot yield. Li Ling asserted resolutely. Elder Lu's lips curled into a cold smile as he glared at Li Ling. Choose wisely. He then departed swiftly with Dongfang Ruoyu. Once outside the Li estate, Dongfang Ruoyu turned to Elder Lu, her voice trembling. Elder, what shall we do about the annulment? Elder Lu's eyes gleamed with a ruthless glint as he smiled sinisterly. Perfectly aligned with my intentions. Since they refuse to see reason, we shall employ extraordinary measures. Ha ha ha. A wave of unease washed over Dongfang Ruoyu. It seemed the situation had spiraled beyond her control. In the reception hall of the Li residence, only Li Ling and Li Ling remained. Li Ling gazed at her brother's dark expression, softly inquiring, Brother, is it worth offending the dominant Piao Miao sect for Tai-er? Li Ling let out a quiet snort. His tone firm. This action is imperative. We must secure adequate protection for Tai-er. Otherwise, I fear I can only shield him for a fleeting moment, not for a lifetime. Are those individuals truly that formidable? Can nothing halt them, even with the full might of the Li family? A flicker of fear crossed Li Ling's eyes, his voice trembling. Ling do not concern yourself with this matter. Just know that I will never harm Tai-er. Li Ling's anxiety intensified. Were they truly so terrifying that they could compel Li Ling to risk offending the Piao Miao sect for the sake of a union with the Dongfang family? Half a day later, news of Dongfang Ruoyu's visit to the Li residence to break her engagement spread like wildfire throughout the Sword 9 realm, with all eyes eagerly awaiting Li Tai-er's impending disgrace. In Tianjin City, at the back mountain of the Luo residence, Luo Li was practicing her swordplay, the divine short sword slicing through the air with vigor. A cold smile graced her lips as she murmured to herself. A failure, you say? Heh, she will surely regret the decision made today. Chapter 28. Collision? I am the one who transcends fate. As the Li family publicly rebuffed Elder Lu's demands, the entire Sword 9 realm descended into turmoil. Even the wandering cultivators on the streets of Jinyuan City sensed an eerie atmosphere and began to flee. The sky, shrouded in heavy clouds, cast a shadow over the entire town, in the Elder Hall of the Li residence. The atmosphere was stifling. I propose we dismiss Li Ling from his position as clan leader. How can he prioritize his son over the entire family, plunging us all into despair? How dare we stand against the Piao Miao sect for the sake of that useless son? Li Liang stood before the assembled elders, his expression furious, having completely burned his bridges as he openly criticized Li Ling. Li Ling remained seated, quietly sipping tea, listening without response, appearing remarkably calm, though the veins on his temples betrayed his inner turmoil. Li Liang, I suspect you covet the position of clan leader for yourself, do you not? Who do you think you are? Li Ling glared at Li Liang, disgust written across her face as her grip on the chair's armrest left deep imprints. Li Liang feigned a demeanor of selflessness, loudly proclaiming, My loyalty to the family is evident to heaven and earth. The elders can attest to my unwavering commitment to the family's development. We must be responsible for the many within our clan. More importantly, Li Liang paused, his gaze shifting to the previously silent Li Ling. More importantly, even if we must ally with the Dongfang family, it need not be through Li Tai'er. He is but a failure. How could he possibly compare to my cousin, who is the foremost among the younger generation? The very reason they came to annul the engagement is that Li Tai'er is utterly incompetent. Li Ling could not contain her laughter, mocking, yet it is this failure who resoundingly slapped Li Meng during the family tournament. I wonder if your precious cousin has recovered yet. I hope his resolve remains steadfast. You? Li Liang was suddenly confronted, and in an instant, fury erupted within him. His eyes pierced through Li Linger with a gaze filled with fleeting murderous intent. Moments later, he bellowed again. Li Linger, do not presume that I am unaware of your actions in the past. To dare oppose me will lead you to regret it. Observing the elder council maintaining their stoic silence, despite his fervent pleas, it was evident that they remained temporarily aligned with Li Ling. With an angry huff, he turned and exited the elder hall, leaving behind a foreboding proclamation. You will all come to regret this. Once Li Liang departed, the grand elder Li Qing finally spoke up. His brow furrowed in concern. The lack of response to Li Liang did not indicate a lack of worry. Li Ling, as the clan leader, I advise you to contemplate seriously. For the sake of the clan's future, certain sacrifices must be made. The grand elder's words resonated with truth. One should not jeopardize the entire clan for an individual, especially one born out of wedlock. The other elders voiced their agreement. Echoing his sentiments, enough. Li Ling could no longer contain the anger bubbling within him. He cast a sweeping glare over the assembly of elders and spoke in a low, firm tone. I have my own plans, and there is no need for the elders to fret. Upon hearing this, Grand Elder Li Qing's expression darkened immediately, rising to his feet in indignation. I urge you to act with caution. Should your decisions threaten the safety of the clan, do not think the Elder Council will hesitate to dismiss you. Remember, our ancestors are still watching. With a flourish of his sleeve, he strode out of the Elder Hall, closely followed by the other elders. Li Linger approached her elder brother with concern. Big brother, will everything be all right? Humph. Those old fools who bully the weak and fear the strong. Do not pay them any mind, as long as I draw breath. I will ensure that Tai'er remains unharmed. Otherwise, how can I face Qing'er? The mention of Qing'er brought a shadow of sorrow to Li Linger's countenance. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the wasteland, a vast plain lay before Li Tai'er. Unbeknownst to him, he remained oblivious to the events unfolding beyond the wasteland. His thoughts were solely focused on accumulating rebellion points, as he eagerly anticipated indulging in the enticing items available in the system's marketplace. Particularly the alluring summon ticket for the most beautiful maiden of another race, which piqued his curiosity immensely. After emerging from the unknown mountain range, Li Tai'er wandered the periphery, gravitating towards areas bustling with people. After 10 days of laborious effort, he had only managed to accumulate 8,000 rebellion points, primarily due to the ill-fated foundational cultivators who sought to challenge him, only to meet their demise at his hands. Aside from that, the other passers-by treated him as if he were invisible, all rushing towards a singular direction. Fortunately, Li Tai'er encountered a foundational cultivator who, under the pretense of a friendly conversation, revealed crucial information. Turned out there were rumors of a grand burial site of a powerful being located thousands of kilometers away, and thus, all informed cultivators were flocking towards it, including representatives from several major factions. Li Tai'er's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. While others sought treasures, he aimed to exploit the situation. After 3 days of relentless travel, he found himself utterly exhausted and lay down in the shade of a tree to rest. The cultivators he encountered along the way ignored him, and before he could voice his frustration, they swiftly passed by him on their mounts, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Suddenly, the sound of numerous spirit beasts approached from afar. Li Tai'er sprang to his feet, his heart racing with anticipation as he beheld the oncoming spirit beasts. Tears of joy streamed down his face. Their arrival was perfectly timed. "Excuse me, kind sir. May I trouble you to halt?" Li Tai'er hastily positioned himself in the path of a foundational cultivator riding a spirit beast, brother. The cultivator paused as he approached, taken aback by Li Tai'er's disheveled appearance, prompting him to amend his address. "What do you need?" The foundational cultivator raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Li Tai'er, who was merely at the 9th stage of qi refinement, calculating his next move. "Are you heading towards the recently discovered burial site? If it is not too much trouble, I would like to catch a ride." Unperturbed, Li Tai'er retrieved several low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and offered them to the cultivator. He intentionally left the bag open, revealing a dazzling array of spirit stones and treasures, nearly blinding the cultivator with their brilliance. It was as if he had emblazoned across his forehead, "I am wealthy. Come and rob me." However, to his surprise, the cultivator exhibited no inclination to take the bait, merely staring at Li Tai'er as though he were a fool. Li Tai'er could clearly read the skepticism in the man's gaze. "Do I look like an easy mark?" Clearing his throat, Li Tai'er felt slightly embarrassed. This cultivator was not responding as he had anticipated. "Might I request a brief ride?" He placed his hands on his hips, inadvertently revealing the exquisite sword tucked into his waistband. Li Tai'er understood that one must have a certain demeanor when asking for favors. The cultivator raised an eyebrow, sensing a challenge. Just as he was about to react, he noticed the hopeful glimmer in Li Tai'er's eyes, and a realization dawned upon him. This could very well be a trap. Should he act first, he might find himself ensnared. He had heard that representatives from several top-tier factions were also present. These were formidable individuals capable of challenging him. Reaching a conclusion, the cultivator's previously sullen demeanor transformed into a broad smile. "Very well, my friend. If it is on the way, hop on." "Ha ha, brother. You are truly generous. I am Li Tai'er. May I inquire as to your name?" Li Tai'er enthusiastically leaped onto the back of the spirit beast. "From the Li clan?" The cultivator silently rejoiced at not having acted impulsively. Chuckling lightly, "I am Pang Tong, brother Pang. Are you also seeking opportunities?" Li Tai'er queried with curiosity, wondering why a foundational cultivator would venture there, which seemed perilous. "I am merely here to assist someone in navigating their path." Pang Tong replied with a knowing smile. "And you?" Li Tai'er scratched his head, pondering how to elegantly describe his intentions without sounding crass. He certainly couldn't say he was there to exploit others. After a moment of thought, he declared, "I am here to guide those in need." Pang Tong chuckled. "Ah, brother, such noble intentions." As they traveled, the two engaged in mutual flattery, transforming the mundane into profound, likening guiding others to being a life mentor, and assisting those in need to being a living Buddha. However, upon arriving at the burial site, Pang Tong was left utterly dumbfounded. Even before entering, it was evident that Li Tai'er was wreaking havoc outside the burial site. Wielding 2 massive black iron hammers with unparalleled ferocity, single-handedly taking on multiple adversaries. Not only was he fierce in combat, but he was also cunning. Each time he felled an opponent, he would collect their storage bags without hesitation. swiftly binding them around his waist. In no time, Li Tai was adorned with an array of storage bags. This spectacle left many cultivators envious, for it was said that possessing wealth could bring misfortune. A mere chi refinement cultivator dared to flaunt his riches, prompting several to charge at him, and inevitably, another storage bag found its way to Li Tai. Ping. Host's behavior detected, successfully provoking others to resist. Reward, 900 rebellion points. Ping. Host's behavior detected, successfully provoking others to resist. Reward, 900 rebellion points. The system's notifications rang incessantly as Li Tai's exhilaration soared. This was pure profit, a bounty of rebellion points flowing into his grasp. Just outside the burial site, he amassed rebellion points at an astonishing rate, currently holding 70,000 rebellion points. Previously, when parting from the Chiyu tribe, he had exchanged 60,000 rebellion points for pills, and now he had finally replenished his reserves. Pang Tong, witnessing the prowess of a chi refinement cultivator dispatching foundational cultivators with such ease, felt a newfound respect. He couldn't help but be thankful that he had refrained from confronting Li Tai earlier, while simultaneously being bemused by Li Tai's cunning approach. Though Li Tai's words may have been somewhat embellished, Pang Tong was not far removed from the truth himself. As they neared the burial site, they were abruptly surrounded by thousands of onlookers. Li Tai froze in disbelief, bewildered by the sudden attention. What had he done to become the center of such scrutiny? Realizing Pang Tong's subsequent actions, Li Tai soon comprehended that Pang Tong was well versed in the ways of the wasteland. His earlier mention of guiding others was merely a guise for selling maps of the wasteland. As Pang Tong produced thousands of maps from his storage bag, offering them at a price of 2 low-grade spirit stones each, Li Tai's envy surged. This was sheer profit. He pondered how Pang Tong managed to survive while carrying such a fortune. Now, the two were evenly matched, neither able to mock the other. Upon reaching the burial site, it was evident that the tomb had already been breached, with a multitude of cultivators having entered its depths. The number of cultivators inside likely exceeded tens of thousands, yet a peculiar restriction seemed to prevent those above the golden core stage from entering. Pang Tong continued to sell his maps outside, while Li Tai, with different intentions, ventured in ahead of him. The entrance to the burial site was grand, accommodating 8 carriages side by side, and the passageway sloped downwards, expanding in size as one delved deeper. Li Tai paused, astonished to observe glimmers of light overhead. To his amazement, they were precious spirit stones. The reason for their scarcity was evident, as the remaining stones had long since been excavated. Leaving behind dark pits to illuminate the path with such opulence could only be the privilege of a superlative being. Spirit stones were classified into 4 tiers: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and precious grade, with exchange rates of 110 for each tier. This underscored the lavishness of the burial site. Li Tai suddenly found himself filled with anticipation regarding the treasures left behind by the tomb's master. As he ventured further, the passage began to present a series of branching paths. Leading into a vast network, he occasionally stumbled upon doors ajar, but each room he peered into was barren, likely stripped clean by earlier explorers. However, what left Li Tai astounded was the realization that the maps sold by Pang Tong meticulously detailed the tomb's interior, revealing an uncanny resemblance to the actual layout. Could it be that he had drawn this map after exploring the tomb before anyone else? A tremor coursed through Li Tai. Pang Tong should only possess foundational cultivation. As confirmed by the system, moreover, he had entered the tomb alongside Li Tai from the outskirts of the wilderness. What was truly going on here? A chill crept down Li Tai's spine. Pang Tong appeared far less simple-minded than he seemed on the surface. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. Shaking his head to dismiss these doubts, Li Tai focused on the primary objective: acquiring spirit stones. The spatial warplane, the J-20, demanded a substantial amount of spirit stones, with higher grades being preferable, as well as some elixirs, which he planned to seize for the Chiyu tribe. After much contemplation, Li Tai activated his super lucky aura, hoping to encounter some fortuitous opportunities. Even if he did not keep them for himself, he could share with those around him. Holding the Wanwu Muki Ding with utmost care, he proceeded cautiously. Although he was still uncertain how to utilize the ding, its material was remarkably sturdy, the hardest substance Li Tai had ever encountered, without exception. Thus, he intended to use it as a makeshift weapon, believing it would serve him well. The interior of the tomb was overwhelmingly vast. Li Tai felt as though he had stepped into Jinyuan City. Even after nearly 2 hours of walking, he still could not discern the end. The few cultivators he encountered were sparse, suggesting he was still far from the main group. With a resounding kick, Li Tai forcefully opened a large door marked Spirit Stone Warehouse. Frustration welled within him as he discovered that nearly every room he had come across had already been visited. In a fit of anger, he kicked the door open, seeking to vent his frustration. Inside, he wreaked havoc, cursing under his breath, until, bang! He slammed the Wanwu Muki ding against the innermost wall. The sound of crashing echoed as the wall crumbled, revealing a vast space behind it. Within lay an abyss of darkness, eerily silent. Li Tai scrutinized the area. A fleeting, ethereal figure darted past him, sending a chill of terror down his spine. Was there someone else here? He swallowed hard, gripped by the fear of encountering a ghost within the tomb. The more he pondered, the more his heart raced. Suddenly, a soft, sinister chuckle emanated from the depths of the shadowy space. Li Tai's skin prickled with goosebumps, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In such a naturally eerie environment, the sudden laughter was truly terrifying, causing him to clutch the Wanwu Muki ding even tighter. He cautiously advanced, the only sound echoing in the vastness being the rhythm of his footsteps. The space behind the wall was unfathomably deep. Li Tai had twisted and turned multiple times, yet still had not reached its end. Suddenly, a melodic voice filled the air, ethereal and haunting. In this context, it seemed like a siren's call, chilling him to the bone. Curiosity, a trait of human nature, compelled Li Tai to press on despite the foreboding atmosphere. He recalled a saying, "All fear stems from a lack of power." With a clang, he readied his modified Barrett sniper rifle, loading a premium round. Instantly, a sense of calm washed over him, especially after feeling the superplanetary Tsar bomb nestled in his spatial storage. The room now seemed more serene. Without further hesitation, he strode confidently forward, eager to discover whether the presence within was a being or a specter. As the haunting melody grew louder, Li Tai was startled to find that the song seemed to resonate right beside him. However, when he turned to look, he found only emptiness surrounding him. His pace quickened. He sensed he was closing in on the mysterious source. Chapter 30. A half-immortal great elixir? Is this not just a common peach flavor? Suddenly, the sound of dripping water reached his ears. The enchanting song grew ever clearer, and at this point, Li Tai could no longer feel the tomb's characteristic chill. As he turned a corner, a blinding light struck him, momentarily leaving him disoriented. In that haze, he caught a glimpse of a graceful figure dancing within the radiance. What on earth could this be? Li Tai's body tensed. Anything hidden so deeply within a tomb meant for a great ascension cultivator could not be ordinary. It was either a great blessing or a terrible curse. After a moment, he adapted to the brightness, squinting to discern the object at the end of the corridor. To his astonishment, blood surged from his nose as he beheld an extraordinary sight. A young girl reclined atop a small island in the center of a pool. Utterly unclothed, her skin smooth as jade, exuding an innate allure. It became clear that the previous melodies had emanated from her. Li Tai gulped, feeling as though he were being tested as a pure-hearted young man. At that moment, a peculiar fragrance wafted toward him. With just a single breath, he felt all his pores open, and his cultivation began to incrementally rise. What is this? The scent of a medicinal herb? Unconsciously, Li Tai stepped closer, his gaze fixated solely on the girl, or rather, the girl-like entity, becoming entranced. With a splash, his foot entered the water, yet he remained oblivious as he continued to advance. Abruptly, a searing pain coursed through his foot, jolting him from his stupor. A cry of terror escaped him as he glanced down, horrified to discover that the pool was not water, but a highly corrosive substance. His lower body had already been ravaged by the corrosive liquid, the intense pain causing his vision to blur as he lost consciousness. Though Li Tai's physical resilience was comparable to that of a foundational cultivator, he was nonetheless rapidly eroded, unwing the pool's terrifying nature. With a thud, he plunged into the water, his body dissipating within moments. The girl turned, her smile a playful blend of charm and menace. Time seemed to lose all meaning within the tomb. With a tearing sound, the space deep within the corridor ruptured, and Li Tai stepped out. Damn it! That creature ambushed me. The wave of fear washed over Li Tai. Had he not possessed the trump card of infinite resurrection, he would have already turned into fertilizer. He had come to recognize the gravity of the situation. That girl-like entity was no human, but rather a powerful medicinal herb, likely of high grade, having assumed a humanoid form, truly terrifying. Li Tai scoffed, feeling embarrassed to have been so thoroughly outmaneuvered by a mere herb. Although, as a young virgin, he had found it difficult to resist her enchanting figure. Without further delay, he gripped the Wanwu Muki Ding tightly, taking a firm step forward, propelling himself like a cannonball toward the small island in the pool. Hey, fairy, your life is forfeit, Li Tai bellowed, releasing his pent-up frustration. As the herb-like girl noticed Li Tai charging at her once more, she quickly transformed back into her original form, a stout, short herb resembling a peach tree, standing before him. The tree bore 9 large, plump fruits, each a tantalizing shade of pink and white, their rich aroma wafting toward him. With the girl's disappearance, Li Tai retracted the Wanwu Muki Ding and approached the herb, scrutinizing it closely. The herb was only about a meter tall, its trunk twisting and curling like a dragon, its roots deeply embedded in the soil, seemingly extending into the pool's depths. What a remarkable herb! It showed no fear of corrosion, evidently thriving within the very pool that sought to destroy him. Li Tai marveled at its resilience, though he was left wondering what type of herb it truly was. Now that he had secured the herb, Li Tai faced a new predicament. How to transport it? Its concealed location underscored its significance, yet he lacked any containers. Moreover, he needed to contend with the corrosive water, essential for the herb's survival. Leaving it behind was not an option, as he paced anxiously. A sudden realization struck him as he glanced at the Wanwu Muki Ding in his hands. Slapping his forehead, he exclaimed, "Of course! This is a container." Without delay, he began to fill the ding with the corrosive water from the pool. To his delight, the ding proved capable of holding the liquid. After a quarter of an hour, he had successfully filled it to the brim, though the water only formed a shallow layer within. Then, opening his spatial storage, Li Tai carefully transferred the herb into it. Digging a hole, he planted the herb and poured the corrosive water into the pit. With everything in order, Li Tai finally exhaled in relief. As he closed the spatial storage, he casually plucked one of the fruits. With such an alluring fruit before him, he couldn't resist tasting it. He bit into its tip, and a rich stream of peach juice flowed down his throat. Boom! Li Tai felt a surge of miraculous medicinal effects erupting within him, his body enveloped in a radiant glow. Astonishingly, his cultivation level ascended to the 16th stage of qi refinement, and even the barrier of his cultivation seemed to waver slightly. Moments later, a layer of dark brown, foul-smelling substance covered his body. Was this the impurities within? Li Tai was astounded by the efficacy of this extraordinary elixir. With just a single bite, his body had undergone a cleansing of sinews and marrow. He felt his physical strength enhance yet again, and curiously, there was a faint sensation of burning within him, as if something were yearning to break free. However, as the last vestiges of the medicinal effects faded, his body returned to a state of tranquility. At that moment, Li Tai could not afford to dwell on such matters. He was currently in a tomb, and this miraculous herb was merely a delightful surprise. Not what he urgently needed. After exploring the depths of the passageway for quite some time, he found himself at a loss, unable to locate an exit. Reluctantly, he decided to retreat, indulging in the fruit and reveling in the comfort it provided. When suddenly a crisp crack resonated through the silent corridor, akin to thunder striking on a clear day, as if a mechanism had been triggered. Startled, Li Tai trembled, fearing yet another unforeseen occurrence. While munching on his fruit, he readied himself for confrontation. A resounding rumble followed, and to his astonishment, a concealed wall abruptly split apart, revealing a large group of individuals emerging from the other side as the dust settled. They gazed at Li Tai'er with equal astonishment. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Greetings, everyone, Li Tai'er exclaimed, his body glowing intermittently, creating a striking spectacle. During this tomb raid, various influential families had arrived, and among the crowd, he spotted Luo Li, who had surprisingly advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment. He felt a surge of astonishment. This favored child of fortune was indeed unfathomable, advancing in cultivation at such a rapid pace. The other young individuals were strangers to him, but the system indicated that they were all foundation establishment cultivators, with levels ranging between early and late stages, with few reaching the latter. Li Tai'er shook his head in disbelief at their formidable prowess. Were it not for the support of his system, these individuals would indeed be figures he could only look up to. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed throughout the crowd. They were astonished to find that the secret passage they had laboriously opened already harbored a cultivator. Among them, a perceptive individual noticed the half-fruit in Li Tai'er's hand and stammered. What is he holding? All eyes turned to the fruit in Li Tai'er's grasp. Could it be the fruit of the Hell Immortal tree? That was a demi-immortal grade elixir. Had he consumed such a fruit? Realizing that the precious herb he had previously collected was indeed called the Hell Immortal tree, he found the name rather imposing. Reflecting on the fact that he had been killed by this elixir once, he thought it truly lived up to its name. Demi-immortal grade elixir? Li Tai'er was somewhat taken aback. Could the super lucky aura be this effective? Had he merely broken down a wall to discover an immortal herb? Hey, everyone, why are you all so astonished? This tastes just like an ordinary peach. Nothing particularly special, he declared, taking another large bite, juice trickling down the corner of his mouth. Among the crowd, many seemed tempted to rush forward and lick the droplet of immortal juice from the ground, deeming it a waste to let it fall. Chapter 31. Purely crafty behavior. Li Tai'er lays low in resistance. Young Master Li. What are you doing here? Luo Li asked, astonished as she gazed at Li Tai'er. The outer wilderness had been in turmoil due to Dongfang Ruoyu's broken engagement, and she had never anticipated that the central figure would appear in this tomb. Thousands of miles away, upon hearing her words, Li Tai'er turned to face Luo Li, a smirk forming on his lips. Miss Luo, long time no see. You look increasingly enchanting, he replied, throwing her a flirtatious glance. Luo Li blushed, wishing she could slap herself for engaging with him. He was nothing short of a rogue, with a face thicker than a city wall. Brat, do you think our Luo family is someone you can toy with? You're courting death, a middle-aged man beside Luo Li barked angrily. He could no longer tolerate Li Tai'er's audacity in flirting with their family's top talent in front of so many witnesses. Luo Li, sensing the situation escalating, quickly intervened, exclaiming, Uncle Juyu, wait. He is the youngest son of Li family patriarch, Li Ling, Li Tai'er? The crowd suddenly understood, realizing he was the so-called waste whom the Dongfang family had come to reject. Waste, put down that fruit. It is not something you can possess. Instead of wasting time here, you should hurry back to Jinyun City. Your father, Li Ling, must be in a dire situation by now. Kill him? How dare he waste a demi-immortal grade fruit? Despicable. As the crowd advanced toward Li Tai'er step by step, the air crackled with tension. In a corner, an old man named Luo Song, along with several others from the Luo family, focused intently on Li Tai'er, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. The patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Hong, had issued a death order. Any Luo family member who encountered Li Tai'er must kill him. Li Tai'er felt the pressure mounting as the crowd closed in on him. However, he could not flee just yet, for he had been informed that his father, Li Ling, was facing a death threat. What did you just say? What is happening to my father? Li Tai'er demanded anxiously. Humph, a dying man. Once you reach hell, you can ask Li Ling yourself. All of this is due to you. The waste, hurry up and die. Perhaps you will encounter him on the road to the underworld. The man laughed mockingly, savoring the chance to deride Li Tai'er. Li Tai'er's eyes blazed with fury. He had never met his father, yet he could not bear the thought of him meeting with misfortune, especially if it stemmed from himself. Someone tell me what is happening in Jinyun City. I will give this half-fruit to him. He stared intensely at the crowd, unwilling to believe that no one would be tempted to respond. If no one answers my question, I will swallow this half-fruit myself. And none of you will get it. I will count to 3. 1, 2. Li Tai feigned the act of swallowing the fruit. Wait, I will speak. One of them blurted out. Dongfang Ruoyu went to the Li family to demand a broken engagement. Claiming you are a waste. Li Ling refused, angering the elder accompanying Dongfang Ruoyu from the Piao Miao sect. Now, Jinyuan City is surrounded by 3 major forces. It is said that Li Ling's younger brother, Li Liang, has betrayed the family. The man rushed to share the information, fearing that Li Tai would waste the fruit. Li Tai's pupils dilated in shock upon hearing the news. Anger and confusion coursed through him. Why had no one informed him of the engagement with a woman named Dongfang Ruoyu? Brat, I have finished speaking. Can I have the fruit now? Not so fast. I have one last condition. Kill the person who just insulted me, or I will swallow the fruit. Li Tai's eyes glinted coldly. Anyone who dared to humiliate him should be prepared to face the consequences. The individual who had previously mocked Li Tai began to tremble. He had not anticipated that Li Tai would turn the tables on him. The cultivator who had just answered Li Tai shouted angrily, Brat, you are not keeping your word. Do not go too far. In response, Li Tai chuckled coldly, Do not talk to me about trust. You all surrounded me without any shame. This is my final condition, believe it or not. Given that the demi-immortal grade fruit was in Li Tai's possession, even though he had already consumed most of it, it was still better than having none at all. Thus, no one dared to act rashly. Noticing the prolonged silence, Li Tai once again pretended to swallow the fruit. Stop! The crowd shouted in unison, eager to prevent him from wasting it. Luo Li covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. This was certainly something Li Tai would do, utterly oblivious to the concept of shame. With no other options, the crowd turned to the cultivator who had previously insulted Li Tai. He was at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, yet he now felt the chilling grip of death approaching. As the gazes of the others turned predatory and greedy, Don't be fooled by him, the cultivator stammered, retreating step by step. Faced with the pack of hungry wolves, even his high cultivation would not save him from being overwhelmed. A few moments later, he lay lifeless on the ground. Li Tai grinned menacingly. Since you all enjoy this, let the dogs continue to fight, brothers. Enjoy this demi-immortal grade fruit. With that, he tossed the remaining half of the fruit into the crowd, emphasizing the term demi-immortal with a dramatic flair. Damn it! The man knew Li Tai was deliberately provoking him, yet he had no choice but to sprint toward the fruit. Soon, a frenzy ensued as countless others charged toward it, resulting in a chaotic brawl, with cultivators collapsing, bloodied and lifeless. Li Tai could only shake his head in astonishment. Ding! Host's crafty behavior detected, triggering a battle among the crowd, resulting in 500 deaths. Reward, 250,000 resistance points. This upgraded system is quite generous. There are rewards, Li Tai thought, elated. He was in dire need of those resistance points. Now, invigorated like never before, he watched as thousands of cultivators fought fiercely for the half-fruit. Standing aside while occasionally directing attention to the fruit's whereabouts, as he observed the fruit being snatched away, the chaos began to subside, and he couldn't help but protest. Hey, how is it that there's another demi-immortal grade fruit? Quick, everyone, seize it. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Li Tai stealthily extracted another fruit from the void storage space and tossed it into the crowd. The chaos intensified, as even the onlooking cultivators, who previously deemed the struggle over half a fruit unworthy, eagerly joined the fray. Even Luo Song, who had been lurking in the shadows, biding his time to strike Li Tai, rallied his followers to join the scramble. The complete half-immortal fruit was the ultimate goal of everyone who had braved the depths of the tomb. And now madness ensued. Ding! Detection of host Lao Lu's actions triggered a large-scale conflict, resulting in 3,000 deaths, with a reward of 1.5 million resistance points. Seeing the system display 1.82 million resistance points, Li Tai's grin spread ear to ear. It was akin to picking up money. After an hour of contention, Li Tai was infuriated to discover that Luo Li, the child of destiny, had inexplicably acquired the complete half-immortal fruit and was now fleeing swiftly down the corridor, pursued by thousands. With his objective achieved, Li Tai'er prepared to make his escape when suddenly a chill ran down his spine, as a deadly aura enveloped him in an instant. What the hell? Chapter 32. Dare to besiege me? One ding for a little friend. Li Tai'er was horrified to realize he was being targeted. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from behind, he understood he was in trouble, for among the pursuers were several perfected golden core cultivators. The winds howled, and just as Li Tai'er prepared to flee, another chilling voice pierced the air. Everyone, look! This depression must be the site where that great medicine grows, yet it has been preemptively taken. A cultivator pointed to a large pit, voicing his confusion. Li Tai'er's heart raced. The depression mentioned was indeed the large pit he had left behind after extracting the corrosive pool water not long ago. He knew he had to flee before thousands descended upon him. Without daring to linger, Li Tai'er pushed the Lingshu Mising step to its limits, achieving a speed unparalleled in his history. The crowd barely had time to react before only a remnant shadow of Li Tai'er remained. What the hell? When did Qi refining cultivators become this fast? Among the crowd were sharp-eyed individuals from the first-rate forces of the Jianzhou star domain, their sensitivity to the tiers of cultivation techniques far exceeding the norm. It appeared to resemble divine-level movement. Boom! The crowd erupted once more in excitement, marveling at the depth of a first-rate force, astonished that a seemingly useless individual possessed divine-level movement, leaving them in a quandary. The majority of the crowd were loose cultivators, and the allure of divine-level techniques was immense, especially when such a technique was in the hands of a Qi refining waste, presenting them with a golden opportunity. Coupled with Li Tai'er's suspected prior acquisition of a half-immortal medicine, the pursuit intensified, albeit with varying motives, yet a unified goal. Aware of the growing number of pursuers behind him, Li Tai'er felt like crying. Why was he always the one to suffer? With no other choice, he had to think of an escape plan. He certainly did not wish to be pinned down and looted by that group. The speed of the perfected golden core cultivators was indeed terrifying. Even though Li Tai'er had a head start, 5 individuals were closing in on him, none of whom he recognized, and danger loomed. Just as the distance between the two parties shrank, Li Tai'er finally recalled the map. Yes, Pang Tong, elated. He devised a brilliant plan. Esteemed seniors, why don't you think critically? How could a mere Qi refining cultivator like me have secured a half-immortal medicine? Have you not noticed that the location of this tomb bears a striking resemblance to the map in your hands, almost identical? Have you not questioned whether this tomb has already been claimed by the person who sold you the map? A sneeze! Outside the tomb, Pang Tong, who was fervently selling maps, suddenly sneezed. Who the hell is backstabbing me? He felt inexplicably uneasy, a chill running down his spine. Realizing something was amiss, Pang Tong decisively retracted the remaining maps and leaped onto his lion horse spirit beast, galloping away. The reason he could walk away unscathed every time with a fortune was his astuteness, having reached a point where even the rustling of grass could set him on edge. As Pang Tong hastily fled, a crowd of bewildered onlookers remained behind, wondering why he had suddenly packed up and run. Inside the tomb, within the corridor, once Li Tai'er diverted the attention towards Pang Tong. The number of pursuers behind him indeed decreased by more than half, primarily consisting of first-rate forces seeking the half-immortal medicine, while the remainder were loose cultivators, merely seeking to bully the weak and loot their equipment. Although the number of pursuers had significantly dwindled, Li Tai'er could not rejoice, for he was still being relentlessly pursued by a perfected golden core cultivator. That individual was Luo Song from the Luo family, and Li Tai'er had become a target on his kill list. He fled, yet was pursued relentlessly, like a bird unable to take flight. Finding it impossible to shake off Luo Song, Li Tai'er decided to stop fleeing. Fortunately, the tomb was vast enough to provide ample opportunities for evasion. He engaged in guerrilla tactics within the various rooms and corridors, wielding the Wanwu Muki Ding, bashing any solitary cultivator he encountered. Ding! Detection of host Lao Lu's actions resulted in a successful counterkill, rewarding 900 resistance points. Ding! The system notification chimed repeatedly in Li Tai'er's mind. The more he fought, the more invigorated he became. The celestial-grade treasure, the Wanwu Muki Ding, danced in his hands, far superior to a mere brick, undoubtedly making it 1 ding per little friend. and he made sure to collect the storage bags of the deceased. The more Luo Song chased, the angrier he became. Li Tai was exceedingly slippery, akin to an eel, always managing to escape just as he seemed about to be caught. After a prolonged pursuit yielded no results, Luo Song, in his frustration, set up powerful formations at every corridor entrance, gradually constricting Li Tai's escape routes. 2 hours later, the number of pursuers who had been slain by Li Tai's Wanwu Muki Ding had been reduced significantly, yet he found himself cornered in a narrow passage with Luo Song, the perfected golden core cultivator, in front and lethal formations behind him, leaving no avenue for escape. "Brat, why have you stopped running? Weren't you dashing about just fine before?" Luo Song seethed, astonished that a chi refining cultivator could prove so elusive. Li Tai, seeing no route of escape, simply slumped to the ground, exhausted and nearly drained of spiritual energy. "Old fool, why are you pursuing me? I've already stated that the half-immortal medicine is not in my possession," Li Tai said, exasperated with Luo Song's relentless pursuit. "Humph! You killed my Luo family's young master. You are destined to have no way out." Li Tai finally understood. This old coot was seeking revenge, and there was indeed no negotiating. Driven to desperation, Li Tai once again embraced his reckless spirit. Embodying a fearlessness towards death, he stowed away the Wanwu Muki Ding and strode boldly towards Luo Song. He was not merely walking to his demise. He had already exchanged 300,000 resistance points in the system shop for an improved version of an atomic bomb. If they wished to kill him, they would certainly pay a price. Li Tai was resolute in avoiding a losing bargain. To unleash the bomb's full potential, he infused his voice with spiritual energy. "The half-immortal medicine is indeed in my possession. Those with the courage, come and take it." With that, he laughed heartily, his voice amplified by spiritual energy echoing throughout the tomb. Li Tai further opened his void storage space, revealing the precious medicine, the potent fragrance wafting in all directions, inciting madness among the cultivators who caught a whiff. The half-immortal medicine was the coveted treasure of every cultivator, enough to incite superpowers to mobilize their entire clans and sects to seize it. Suddenly, Luo Li, who was fleeing, heard Li Tai's voice and felt he had lost his mind. Facing tens of thousands of cultivators, this move was undoubtedly suicidal, a 10-to-1 chance of death. Luo Li was torn, contemplating whether to save him. If she went, she might very well perish there herself, yet if she did not, she would be haunted by her conscience. After all, he had unconditionally gifted her a divine-grade treasure, leaving her indebted to him. Enough, it's all up to fate. Luo Li ultimately made her decision. She would go and rescue Li Tai, or she would be mired in guilt for the rest of her life. "Luo Jiu, you all take this fruit and leave first. I will find you all later." Upon hearing this, Luo Jiu assumed Luo Li intended to contend for the half-immortal medicine and hurriedly urged her to reconsider. They had already managed to acquire a half-immortal fruit, and it was unwise to take further risks. However, Luo Li was resolute, handing the fruit to Luo Jiu before disregarding his warnings and plunging into the dark tomb. The tomb loomed like the gaping maw of a savage beast, swallowing Luo Li's figure in an instant. Chapter 33. The improved atomic bomb makes its debut. "Want it? I'll deliver it to you." Li Tai sensed that at this moment, tens of thousands were racing towards his location from hundreds of miles around. His heart raced, his hands trembled, and he could not suppress his shivers. Those tens of thousands of cultivators were no longer the harbingers of death, but rather millions or even tens of millions of resistance points. Li Tai roared internally, "Come to me." Just as he became engulfed in ecstatic anticipation, feeling on the verge of transcending, suddenly, the side wall collapsed, and a figure cloaked in a robe surged towards him at breakneck speed. Li Tai was astonished to find that he sensed no murderous intent emanating from this figure. "Are you here to save me?" Li Tai was momentarily bewildered. In the blink of an eye, he mentally traversed through the names of those he knew. Yet none seemed likely to rescue him from this dire predicament. The only one capable of saving him, Old Pan, was, unfortunately, unable to enter the tomb. Wait, this scene feels oddly familiar. Li Tai found himself trapped in a desperate situation, only for someone to appear in what seemed an impossible scenario to save him. Was this not the quintessential moment for a protagonist to make a grand entrance? Li Tyre observed the figure closely, and suddenly, he caught sight of a glimmering short sword at the mysterious person's waist. He recognized this sword. Luo Li? Li Tyre considered the possibility that this could indeed be her doing. The child of fortune possessed an uncanny ability to find a way out, even in the most desperate of circumstances. "Follow me," a feminine voice commanded urgently. Li Tyre's suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed Luo Li. At that moment, his expression was a tapestry of emotions, shock and gratitude for her timely intervention, intertwined with the anguish and resentment of losing the hundreds of thousands of resistance points that were slipping away from him. Yet, with Luo Li's arrival, he knew he had to abandon his plans. Luo Li was not someone he could afford to lose. Her demise would be irreversible. Li Tyre hurriedly followed Luo Li as they fled, the furious roar of Luo's song echoing behind them, for he had finally cornered Li Tyre, only to see him escape. Facing the relentless pursuit of tens of thousands and the numerous traps within the tomb, Luo Li showcased the true meaning of being the child of fortune, evading certain doom with an almost supernatural finesse. With her extraordinary luck bolstering their escape, the two raced onward, nearing the exit of the mire-like tomb. Had it been only Luo Li, the script would have undoubtedly seen her emerge unscathed, effortlessly toying with her pursuers. However, with her accompanying the extraordinarily unlucky Li Tyre, who was devoid of any protective aura. Misfortune seemed to shadow him. During one of their attempts to break free, Li Tyre inevitably fell behind, becoming ensnared in a tightening encirclement. Had Luo Li not heroically charged back into the fray to rescue him, he would have been left to face a gruesome end. Although Luo Li had once again managed to save him, her luck appeared to falter this time, and the chaos, the robe concealing her identity, was struck away. Revealing her face to the crowd, she was recognized as Luo Li of the Luo family. Li Tyre was engulfed by guilt. It was his presence that had drawn her into this perilous situation. With her identity exposed, the consequences would be dire, as even if she escaped this time, the powerful factions would seek retribution from her family. This was the last thing Li Tyre wished to witness. "You must flee. I'll handle the rest. I possess a potent elixir. As long as I remain within this tomb, they won't leave, and your family will remain unscathed." Li Tyre understood he could not act selfishly. Since Luo Li had risked her life to save him, he should not place her in a dilemma. Hearing his words, Luo Li's eyes brimmed with tears. She understood the weight of his decision. The tomb housed thousands of cultivators, and for him, a mere chi refinement stage practitioner, to re-enter would be tantamount to a death sentence. "No. This is my fault for being careless and allowing them to discover me. I cannot stand by and watch you perish here. I am the foremost genius of the Sword 9 world. My family will not abandon me. If necessary, I will endure punishment." Despite her frustration, Luo Li's nature forbade her from accepting Li Tyre's choice. As the pursuers closed in, Li Tyre knew time was of the essence. Reluctantly, he shouted, "Miss Luo, you must leave at once. I do not wish to owe you a debt of gratitude. Such debts are the hardest to repay. And I despise them. Do not think that I will feel grateful. Your pity is unnecessary." He urged Luo Li to flee, but she remained unmoved. Having cultivated to her current prowess, becoming the greatest genius of the Sword 9 world, she possessed her own convictions. Realizing that his harsh words could not sway her, Li Tyre made a decisive move, delivering a powerful punch to Luo Li's abdomen in front of the pursuing crowd. Caught off guard, Luo Li could only brace herself, but Li Tyre's combat prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary chi refinement stage cultivator. He rivaled those at the initial stage of Golden Core. With a resounding thud, Luo Li was sent hurtling away like a cannonball towards the tomb's exit, blood spilling from her mouth. Li Tyre cast one last glance at Luo Li, thinking how foolish she was. They were not even close, yet she had gone to such lengths. With his gaze averted, he hesitated no longer, employing the utmost precision of his ethereal movement technique, racing deeper into the tomb, intent on luring the pursuers into the depths and activating his prior atomic bomb plan. "No!" Luo Li cried out in despair. Although Li Tyre's punch had sent her reeling, she was aware of her own resilience. She had merely been propelled by a tremendous force and sustained only minor injuries. Hearing her anguished cries from afar, Li Tire felt a surge of warmth within him, an unfamiliar sensation. Having wandered alone for so long, experiencing the world's harshness, his heart had long turned cold. Half an hour later, while desperately evading his pursuers, Li Tire finally reached the tomb's depths, ceasing his flight. "Damn it! Why have you stopped running? I want to see who else can save you today." The crowd was astonished by Li Tire's strength, realizing he was far from the useless individual rumored in the outside world. Although he appeared to be at the 9th stage of Qi refinement, his true combat abilities were far beyond that level. No longer wasting words, Li Tire retrieved a stout, 1-meter-long atomic bomb from his spatial storage. This is an extraordinary treasure. Upon its revelation, the crowd recognized its significance, their breaths growing heavier as the desire to eliminate Li Tire and seize the artifact intensified. This was an unexpected boon. Li Tire chuckled at the rampant greed displayed by the onlookers, their base desires laid bare. "Want it? Then take it." He hurled the modified atomic bomb into the throng, mocking the ugliness of human nature. Boom! The modified atomic bomb detonated instantly, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of heat and shock throughout the crowd. At the center of the explosion, Li Tire was obliterated in an instant. The scorching wave expanded violently in the confined space, radiating outward at breakneck speed, turning even Golden Core stage cultivators to ash in the blink of an eye. Their ultimate defenses rendered utterly futile. The thunderous sound reverberated through the tomb, while those outside believed a colossal beast lay within, roaring in rage. Some perceptive individuals sensed the impending disaster and hurriedly shouted for others to flee the tomb's vicinity. Those slower to react were caught unaware, their bodies shattered by the shockwave emanating from the tomb. The Yuanying stage practitioners of various powerful factions, concealed outside the tomb, had initially awaited the emergence of their own cultivators, but upon sensing the disturbance, they all rushed toward the tomb. With a deafening blast, those who had just arrived at the tomb's perimeter were struck by the overwhelming shockwave, sent reeling and spewing blood. A brilliant red light erupted from within the tomb, followed by its catastrophic collapse. Moments later, the once level area transformed into a gaping chasm, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles in width and plunging thousands of miles deep. The Luo family had fled the tomb early after securing a demi-saint-level fruit. Now watching in terror as the chasm appeared, their hearts racing as they thanked their lucky stars for escaping disaster. Among them, Luo Li stood, her gaze vacant as she stared into the sudden abyss. Her heart heavy with despair, a crystalline tear slipping from the corner of her eye, as memories of Li Tire's carefree demeanor flooded her mind. Chapter 34. The tomb becomes an abyss. Li Tire returns to Zhone City. Luo Li was engulfed in self-reproach for failing to bring Li Tire out alive. Gazing at the tomb, now reduced to nothingness by an inexplicable force, she felt a knot of frustration tighten within her. And with a cough, blood spilled forth, rendering her unconscious. Luo Jiuyu, alarmed at Luo Li's sudden collapse, understood that the family's greatest genius could not suffer harm on his watch. He swiftly rallied the Luo family to return home. The remaining factions and numerous rogue cultivators lingered around the tomb for a while, eventually concluding that all within had perished, along with any treasures, and reluctantly departed the site. Hours later, the once crowded area around the tomb had fallen eerily silent. Returning to tranquility, suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps from a spirit beast grew louder, revealing the earlier cautious Pang Tong, who had distanced himself upon sensing danger. Now, he stood at the abyss's edge, muttering to himself. This shouldn't be. How could there have been such a violent explosion within the tomb? Moreover, entry for those above the Yuanying stage is restricted. Surely, a full-force strike from a Golden Core stage cultivator could only damage a small section. Yet, the entire tomb has been obliterated. How peculiar! Pang Tong squinted slightly, staring into the abyss in a daze, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, lost in thought. Just as he was about to turn away, a sudden sharp sound echoed from the depths behind him. Pang Tong turned in suspicion, only to be struck dumb by the astonishing sight before him. A space within the abyss had abruptly torn open, and a hand slowly emerged, followed by a foot. Yet, before he could discern whether the person was male or female, a piercing scream erupted. It seemed the individual lacked the ability to hover, as they plummeted straight down into the abyss. Their scream fading into a distant echo, a resounding thud followed, and Pang Tong surmised that the person must have reached the bottom. Thankfully, he confirmed through the sound that it was a man. Though the voice struck him as eerily familiar, as if he had heard it before, as he racked his brain to recall the identity of this individual, he cautiously approached the edge of the abyss. Intent on discovering whether the man had survived the fall, however, as he neared the brink, a large face suddenly shot up from the depths, brushing perilously close to Pang Tong's own, their eyes locking in a moment of shock. Had he taken a single step further, they might have found themselves in an unexpected embrace. A ghost? Two terrified screams rang out, reverberating through the vast emptiness of the abyss, sending shivers down the spines of the scattered cultivators in the burial grounds. Li Tai had not anticipated that upon his revival and emergence from the rift, he would find himself weightless and plummeting into the abyss. His body descended first, while his mind lagged behind. Unable to comprehend the existence of such a gaping chasm, the abyss, stretching for thousands of miles, was shrouded in darkness, and Li Tai felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him, not daring to linger. He activated his ethereal steps to propel himself off the cliff, but as soon as he emerged, he found himself face to face with a bearded man. The sudden appearance of this visage sent Li Tai into a panic, his hair standing on end as he screamed, nearly fainting from shock. Regaining his footing at the edge of the abyss, the terror in his eyes lingered, for this was a fright beyond reason. As he turned to confront the man he had just encountered, he was struck by recognition. Brother Pang? Pang Tong's fear intensified as he realized that the entire burial ground had been reduced to nothingness, with foundational and golden core cultivators meeting tragic ends, while Li Tai, a mere chi refining stage cultivator, had somehow survived, having emerged from the rift. What manner of being is this? Li, brother Li, truly fortunate you are. Pang Tong's heart raced with trepidation. This young man was anything but predictable. Li Tai soon grasped that what was once the burial site had transformed into an immense chasm. He swallowed hard, marveling at the devastating power of what could only be described as an upgraded atomic bomb. Had everyone in the burial ground perished? The shock in Li Tai's eyes quickly morphed into elation, his heart pounding wildly like a drum. Straining to maintain composure, he tremulously summoned the system to access the marketplace. Upon seeing the staggering 36.52 million resistance points displayed, he could no longer contain his exuberance and erupted into boisterous laughter. Pang Tong gazed at Li Tai in bemusement, utterly perplexed by the latter's exuberance, and decisively interrupted him, urging that this was no place to linger. An hour later, the two sat upon the back of a lion-horse spirit beast, moving away from the direction of the burial site, now a considerable distance apart. Their journey was marked by silence, each lost in their own thoughts, Li Tai pondering Pang Tong's identity, while Pang Tong contemplated the mysteries surrounding Li Tai. After a long pause, Li Tai broke the silence. Brother Pang, I intend to return to my family. What are your plans? He knew it was time to part ways, as he had pressing matters to attend to. I plan to continue wandering the world, going wherever the path leads me, Pang Tong replied, glancing at Li Tai, hesitating to voice his thoughts. He had initially considered traveling alongside Li Tai, but upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. Then, Brother Pang, may our paths cross again. Indeed, Brother Li, I am certain we shall meet again. With a clasp of their fists, they bid each other farewell. After parting ways with Pang Tong, Li Tai hastened his pace, eager to return to Jinyuan City. He had heard troubling news that his uncle, Li Liang, had betrayed their family, and his father seemed to be in grave trouble. 10 days later, under Li Tai's relentless journey, he finally approached Jinyuan City. Contrary to his expectations of a besieged stronghold, Jinyuan City stood intact, much like a weathered elder, silent yet brimming with stories untold. As he walked through the streets, he noticed an unsettling stillness. Few pedestrians were in sight, and it dawned on him that something significant must have occurred in Jinyuan City, for the once bustling streets were now eerily quiet. Upon reaching the Li residence, the servants scattered at the sight of him, whispering amongst themselves, some calling out his name in excitement, Li Taier paid them no mind, making his way directly to the courtyard where his aunt, Li Ling resided, only to be informed that she was at the back mountain. Eventually, he found her at a rain-viewing pavilion on the mountainside. "Aunt, what on earth has happened to the family?" he inquired urgently before even closing the distance. Li Ling, having already received word of Li Taier's survival, approached him with a blend of worry and tenderness. "Taier, you have finally returned. I am so relieved you are safe. I had my people searching for you everywhere. I was beside myself with worry." Hearing her words, Li Taier's eyes reddened as he stood before her, taking in her weary demeanor. "It is all my fault. I've caused you such concern." He stammered. Li Ling grasped his arms, scrutinizing him for any signs of injury, only to be taken aback upon realizing that he had advanced to the 9th stage of qi refining in just over a month. However, this was not the moment for such discussions. She composed herself, ready to disclose the recent upheavals within their family. Chapter 35. The Advantages of Wealth. Bye. Li Ling turned to gaze at the waterfall on the back mountain, her eyes gradually hardening with resolve as she recounted the events of the past few days. It turned out that Dongfang Ruiyu's visit to annul the engagement was merely a pretext. They had already set their plans in motion prior to coming to the Li family. 2 days later, under the leadership of the Luo family, alongside the Luo clan and the Guangdao sect, a formidable army of cultivators besieged Jinyuan City, demanding that the Li family surrender Li Ling and Li Taier. Had it only been the 3 major factions outside, it might have been manageable. After all, the Li family possessed a protective array, and as long as they remained within the city, even a coalition of the 3 factions could be held at bay for a year or more. Yet, at this critical juncture, Li Liang, citing Li Ling's selfishness in disregarding the family's safety, led a rebellion against the Li family, demanding the removal of Li Ling from her position as matriarch, before anyone could react. Li Liang had dismantled the Li family's protective array from within. Faced with the peril of his family, Li Ling had no choice but to relinquish her position, offering herself as a hostage to temporarily appease the 3 major factions. This had transpired over a dozen days ago. There was one matter that had long puzzled Li Taier, and seizing the opportunity, he finally asked, "Aunt, I was unaware of any engagement with Dongfang Ruiyu. How is that possible?" Li Ling's expression turned complex as she sighed softly. You were indeed unaware of the engagement. It was a decision made by your father in conjunction with the Dongfang family. At the time the engagement was arranged, you were still on the planet base and had not yet returned." Li Taier was puzzled. "Why would they arrange an engagement for me when I was merely a wandering illegitimate child?" Li Ling, perceiving his confusion, continued to explain. There were 2 reasons for the engagement. The first was to strengthen cooperation through the union of the families, fostering closer ties for future endeavors. The second, and more significant reason, was for your benefit. With that, she regarded him with warmth. "For my benefit?" Li Taier was taken aback, unable to fathom how this could be for him. "Your father went to great lengths to bolster the support behind you," Li Ling stated, stepping out of the rain-viewing pavilion to a vantage point overlooking a corner of Jinyuan City, deep in thought. After a long silence, she spoke again. "Since events have unfolded thus, I shall reveal everything to you." Li Taier held his breath, his heart racing, knowing that what was to come was of utmost importance. "The reason you have been wandering is that your father intended it to be so. It is not that he dislikes you. In fact, it is quite the opposite. He cares for you deeply, and thus, he chose to let you roam freely to protect you." "Protect me?" Li Taier was baffled, struggling to grasp the meaning behind her words. "Indeed, you might find it hard to believe, and others would certainly not accept it. To understand why you wandered, we must trace back to the death of your mother." Through the recounting of Li Ling, Li Taier came to realize that so many events had transpired in the past. His mother, Wan Qinger, did not belong to the Jianzhou star domain. Rather, it was during an outing for training that Li Ling encountered her, who was being pursued by some mysterious forces. It was Li Ling and another individual who rescued her, and the 3 of them subsequently embarked on adventures together in the star domain. Both Li Ling and the other man fell in love with Wan Qinger, yet she ultimately chose Li Ling just when they believed their lives would continue in happiness and stability. One day Wan Qinger's identity was inexplicably revealed, and the enigmatic forces that had once hunted her reappeared. The mysterious forces were overwhelmingly powerful. Li Ling and the other man were no match for them, and ultimately, Wan Qing'er met her demise as they forcibly extracted the bloodline power from her body. Although the exact nature of this bloodline remained unclear, the relentless pursuit by the mysterious forces suggested that it was extraordinarily formidable. After the extraction of her bloodline power, Wan Qing'er lost all her cultivation. Initially, the mysterious forces intended to kill her on the spot, but Li Ling and his companion fought desperately to save her. That time, Wan Qing'er was already pregnant, and in order to give birth to Li Tire, she exhausted her life force, passing away shortly after his birth. Thus, do I also possess that kind of bloodline power within me? Did my father abandon me to wander alone in order to shield me from those mysterious individuals? At this moment, Li Tire felt a surge of emotion. For so many years, he had been kept in the dark. Li Linger appeared despondent, as the death of Wan Qing'er still weighed heavily on her heart. Indeed, all of this was done out of necessity. It is highly likely that you possess that bloodline power as well, but it seems it requires activation, for currently, you do not have that bloodline power within you. The ancestor has already examined your body. Yet, even so, my father should not have left me to wander alone without care. Suddenly realizing that the father he had resented for so many years was actually protecting him, Li Tire found it hard to accept Li Linger. Understanding the hardships Li Tire had endured over the years, felt a pang of sympathy for the child before her voice growing increasingly gentle. How could that be? Tire, although your father placed you in a remote location to fend for yourself, he has always arranged for cultivators to protect you from the shadows. It was only when you turned 5 that your father withdrew them. For that individual had found you and has been following you ever since. Following me? Could it be Lao Pan? Li Tire was momentarily bewildered, as all his previous understanding was suddenly overturned, leaving him in disbelief. It must be him. I remember his full name is Pan, and Brother Pan also had feelings for your mother, but in the end, she chose your father. Nevertheless, Brother Pan has always silently loved your mother. On the day she died, he was so heartbroken that his hair turned white overnight, so that's how it is. Li Tire finally realized why Lao Pan, despite his immense strength, willingly stayed by his side. Considering himself a servant, he was, in fact, protecting him. Tears welled in Li Tire's eyes, realizing he had never truly been alone. After a moment of silence, Li Linger dropped another bombshell. Recently, the 3 major forces suddenly attacked the Li family. And your father suspects it is related to that mysterious force. This mysterious force appears to be incredibly vast. Your father mentioned that even if the Li family and the Dongfang family joined forces, they might still be unable to ensure your safety. Li Tire was taken aback. What kind of colossal force was this, that even the combined power of the 2 foremost families in the Jianzhou world could not contend against it? Is my father still alive? Where is he now? He is alive, but he has likely sustained serious injuries. Your father's soul talisman appears somewhat dim.as for his whereabouts. I suspect he is in the Luo family of Yunjing City. Li Tire clenched his fists. Now that he had learned the truth of the past years, regardless of whether he could accept it at this moment, the most pressing matter was to rescue his father. Thus, he resolved to set off alone for Yunjing City. After bidding farewell to Li Linger, Li Tire intended to return to his courtyard. On his way, he encountered several elders from the family, likely waiting to chastise him, having received word of his return. However, Li Tire chose to ignore them. This was not the time to engage with them. The elders, constrained by Li Ling, dared not act against Li Tire at this moment. Li Tire then heard that the family ancestor was summoning him, requesting a meeting, but he was solely focused on preparing to rescue his father and had no time to attend to anyone else. Upon returning to his courtyard, Li Tire hastily opened the system marketplace, glancing at the 36.52 million rebellion points displayed. A smile crept onto his face, as he felt more confident about rescuing his father. After some consideration, Li Tire chose to spend 4 million rebellion points to exchange for 8 celestial-grade Barrett sniper rifle bullets and another 4 million rebellion points for 20 divine-grade bullets. Utilizing the marketplace's wish function, he customized 8 Space Fighter J-20 air-to-air modified Thunder missiles, which surprisingly cost him 8 million rebellion points. After a quick calculation, He realized that he had spent a staggering 16 million rebellion points on just 3 items, which left Li Tire feeling pained. He lamented that money was not easily spent, as he now felt like a miser, wishing he could split a single rebellion point in half to use. With everything prepared, Li Tire also received 3,000 top-tier spirit stones from Li Linger. She did not inquire further. Whatever her dear nephew desired, she would provide. 2 days later, just as dawn was breaking, Li Tire exited the town of Jinyuan, riding the flying spirit beast he had procured from the family, hastening towards Yunjing City. Chapter 36. For Li Tire alone, the Li family mobilizes at all costs. Li Tire rode the flying spirit beast for 5 consecutive days before finally approaching Yunjing City. The city walls of Yunjing City exhibited a verdant hue, with the bricks and stones interlaced, resembling dragon scales from a distance, especially with the walls soaring into the clouds, truly resembling a sinuous azure dragon poised for flight. As he neared the city gate, Li Tire noticed numerous cultivators entering and exiting. Seemingly unaffected by the desolation that had gripped Jinyuan City, he intended to enter Yunjing City and head to the Luo residence, but was unexpectedly stopped by the guards. Growing impatient, he swiftly knocked down several Foundation establishment guards with a single punch. Shouting furiously, "Li Tire is here. I demand to see your clan leader, Luo Hong. Look, it's Li Tire. He dares to storm the Luo family's stronghold alone. He truly is a reckless youth, purely seeking death. The rumors say he is but a waste. Everyone disperse. A mere chi refinement stage cultivator wouldn't last a single blow." Cultivators inside and outside Yunjing City suddenly heard Li Tire's name, realizing he had clashed with the Luo family, and immediately understood that this Li Tire was the one the Luo family had pressured the Li family for. A wave of derision swept through the crowd. "Bold, the clan leader is not someone you can meet at will." Suddenly, a sharp attack shot toward him from within the city. Judging by its intensity, the assailant was likely a golden core stage cultivator. Li Tire snorted coldly, realizing, as he had expected, that directly meeting Luo Hong would require some effort. Nodding, he drew his sword. One hand firmly grasped the sheath while the other clutched the hilt. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, unleashing a circular wave of sword energy that sliced through the air, causing the clear sky to darken with thunder and lightning. Vast sword slash. Li Tire roared, the sword energy cleaving through space and charging toward the attack from the golden core cultivator. With a resounding boom, the two attacks collided, sending Li Tire stumbling back a couple of steps, his blood surging. The golden core cultivator from the Luo family fared slightly better, only trembling slightly, but internally. He was thrown into turmoil. He could not comprehend how this so-called waste, with only the cultivation of Qi refinement's 9th stage, could possess such formidable combat power, rivaling that of a golden core beginner. Employing a divine-level technique that could likely surpass even the foremost genius of the Luo family in the Jianzhou world, at that moment, the intent to kill Li Tire solidified in his mind. A genius so defying logic must not be allowed to survive, especially one aligned with an enemy force. Onlookers in the distance gasped in shock. Was this truly the waste of the Li family as rumored? The attack from a golden core cultivator had been blocked by a Qi refinement cultivator. Was there any justice in this world? Compared to him, they felt utterly humiliated. Li Tire glared at the assailant, discerning through the system that the individual was at the mid-golden core stage. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this confrontation, he found that breaching the lair of a top-tier force was even more challenging than he had anticipated. The assailant's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Li Tire, and when his eyes fell upon the long sword in Li Tire's hand, recognition washed over him, followed by a furious outburst. "The sword you wield is the accompanying sword of young Master Luo. You must be the one who killed him. Men, surround him. He must not escape alive today." Li Tire watched as over 100 Luo family cultivators, radiating an aura of murderous intent, surged toward him from the city, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. The Luo family truly was a top-tier force in the Jianzhou world. Each of the 100 cultivators had at least reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, with the highest among them at the late Golden Core stage. At this moment, he felt a pang of regret. He realized that he had not adequately prepared for this bold incursion into Luo territory, As he had failed to exchange for the highest-tier divine techniques, now, he lacked nothing but rebellion points, having ultimately underestimated the situation. Kill! Over 100 voices erupted in a collective shout, disregarding the principles of numbers or strength as they unleashed their full power in a concerted attack. A practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement found himself besieged by this multitude of Foundation establishment and Golden Core cultivators. Bystanders, who had prudently retreated to a safe distance, gaped in astonishment. Unable to discern whether the Foundation establishment and Golden Core cultivators were simply inept, or if the Qi refinement practitioner was extraordinarily formidable. In the blink of an eye, the area around Li Tai Air was engulfed in a dazzling display of sword and blade light, as well as fists and kicks. Should any of these strikes connect, his sole fate would be a swift demise. Activate the super lucky aura, Li Tai Air silently roared within, for in the face of such overwhelming odds, he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. He executed the Spirit Void Misdirection step to its utmost limit, maintaining composure amid the onslaught of over 100 attacks, with deft movements. He evaded lethal blows by mere fractions of an inch, bolstered by the super lucky aura that granted him uncanny fortune. Though his body bore numerous wounds, his eyes shone with clarity, and his spirit soared. In contrast, the attackers grew increasingly alarmed. Li Tai Air's extraordinary prowess was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. The techniques employed by this youth were all of divine rank, his collection rivaling that of first-rate sections. As Li Tai Air dodged and counterattacked, his cosmic extreme sword technique decimated foes, while the Buddha's palm was executed with divine finesse. Above Yunjing City, the weather shifted dramatically, with blinding sunlight giving way to torrential rain. As the environment itself was influenced by the divine rank techniques, instilling fear in all who beheld the scene. The once majestic city gates lay in ruins, the verdant walls marred by massive palm imprints, each a testament to the destructive power of Li Tai Air's Buddha's palm. The might of divine rank techniques was evident, capable of challenging foes far beyond their own tier. Ding! Host detected successful resistance and kills, awarding 900 resistance points. Ding! Host detected successful resistance and kills, awarding, with each adversary he felled. A notification chimed, rapidly accumulating resistance points. The battle had reached a stalemate. Of the over 100 attackers, more than 30 had already fallen, leaving only the Golden Core cultivators to continue their assault on Li Tai Air. With another execution of the Buddha's palm, he created an opening in the encirclement toward the city gates and, without hesitation, dashed into Yunjing City, heading straight for the Luo residence. Report: young Master Li is besieged by over 100 members of the Luo family, the weakest among them at the peak of Foundation establishment, with the rest all at Golden Core level. However, young Master Li is exceptionally fierce, having already slain or injured over 30 before charging into Yunjing City, seemingly intent on storming the Luo residence alone. 3 days after Li Tai Air departed from Zhenyuan City, Li Ling Air learned of this news, and in her fury, she struck the messenger, leaving him gravely injured. She was incensed that her subordinate had reported the news too late. Anxious for Li Tai Air's safety, at that moment, Li Ling Air led a multitude of subordinates aboard a void-breaking flying vessel. Racing toward Yunjing City, the scout who had previously delivered the news was one she had dispatched. Quickly, everyone accelerate. We must reach Yunjing City as soon as possible, Li Ling Air commanded. Her voice laced with urgency, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists behind her, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was genuinely frightened. Li Tai Air must not come to harm. What provided her with slight solace was the realization of Li Tai Air's remarkable strength. Despite being merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he was able to contend with Golden Core cultivators, even in overwhelming numbers. Li Ling Air gazed ahead, her eyes seemingly piercing through space to fixate on Li Tai Air, who weaved through the streets of Yunjing City, murmuring with a smile, "No wonder he is the child of my sister-in-law Qing Air, in Zhenyuan City, within the elder hall of the Li family. Reporting to the elder, every word spoken by my subordinate is true. Young Master Li single-handedly battled over 100 cultivators from the Luo family, all at the peak of Foundation establishment. Recently, he even killed over 30 cultivators to break through their encirclement and directly entered Yunjing City." The speaker trembled with excitement, his voice quaking. awed by Li Tai-er's might, which surpassed his comprehension. For millennia, in the realm of Sword Nine Stars, there had been no one like him. Li Tai-er was undeniably the greatest genius of Sword Nine Stars. Elder Li Qing, who had witnessed his share of storms and tempests, was momentarily rendered speechless by the report of Li Tai-er's exploits, his teacup spilling, soaking his robe, oblivious to his own lapse in composure. Quickly, inform the family patriarch. Li Tai-er must not perish. He is the future of our Li family, Elder Li Qing exclaimed, urgency lacing his tone as he instructed his subordinates to relay the message without delay. However, before the subordinate could exit the elder's hall, Li Qing seemed to regain his senses, shouting, "No, no. I shall go myself. I will personally seek out the patriarch." With that, the elder's dignified demeanor vanished, and he raced out of the hall. Leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, they had never witnessed the elder in such a state of disarray. An hour later, all members of the Li family in Zhenyuan City were prepared. Heeding the patriarch's command, their sights set on the Luo family in Yunjing City. They had but one objective, to ensure Li Tai-er returned to Zhenyuan City unscathed. Even if it required the sacrifice of every last member of the Li family, it was a price they were willing to pay. Chapter 37. The Perilous Rescue of Father. A grand performance approaches. Li Tai-er, having plunged into Yunjing City, felt no sense of relief. The sheer number of cultivators within the city was staggering. While there were merely over 100 attacking him from the outside, the number of cultivators within the city was exponentially greater. Fortunately, the Luo family did not perceive Li Tai-er as capable of breaching Yunjing City. Thus, the number pursuing him remained relatively small. With the aid of his super lucky aura and its fortuitous blessings, he skillfully navigated through the buildings of the city, gradually nearing the Luo residence. Block him. The Luo residence is not a place he can simply enter. Do you take us for mere decorations? A golden core cultivator at the peak level suddenly charged toward Li Tai-er from the direction of the Luo residence, accompanied by a fierce onslaught. The pursuers from the Luo family were furious. How could a mere chi refinement cultivator evade capture despite their overwhelming numbers? As Li Tai-er dashed forward, he executed the Spirit Void misdirection step, twisting his body in an uncanny manner and employing an esoteric footwork to narrowly evade the powerful strike from the golden core cultivator. However, the residual force still tore through his arm, causing blood to flow freely. Just as several more golden core cultivators closed in on him, Li Tai-er recognized that he had reached his limits. Relying solely on evasive maneuvers would no longer suffice. Without hesitation, he retrieved the planetary Barrett battle rifle from his spatial storage, swiftly chambering a divine-grade bullet. Li Tai-er wasted no time in pulling the trigger. With a thunderous boom, the divine-grade bullet was propelled forth, the rifle's muzzle belching forth a searing flame. Fearing that the Luo family would not believe him, Li Tai-er boldly opened his spatial storage and retrieved 2 semi-immortal grade fruits. This is my sincerity. I am willing to exchange these 2 semi-immortal grade elixirs for my father's departure from Yunjing City. Of course, Li Tai-er paused and declared in a solemn tone, "As one of the conditions, I shall remain the semi-immortal grade fruits." The surrounding members of the Luo family gazed in astonishment at the fruits in Li Tai-er's hands, which exuded an extraordinary fragrance. Merely inhaling the aroma of the fruits made them acutely aware of the subtle advancements in their long-stagnant cultivation, and some cultivators, observing the fruit's forms, experienced sudden epiphanies and promptly sat down to attempt breakthroughs. The sound of swallowing saliva reverberated through the air, with many pairs of eyes turning crimson, lusting after the fruits. Even the cultivators at the transformation stage were no exception. Humph! A light snort suddenly echoed throughout the space, startling the Luo family cultivators, whose greed had clouded their judgment. Bringing clarity back to their eyes, Li Tai-er felt a jolt of fear. From that light snort, he sensed an overwhelming power, realizing how far he was from this individual's realm. Let him in. Though the person did not appear, they issued a command with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. Li Tai-er followed the guide smoothly to the reception hall of the Li residence, where numerous Luo family cultivators openly displayed their murderous intent, glaring at Li Tai-er with hostility. In the reception hall, Li Tai-er scanned the seated members of the Luo family and discovered, through the system, that they were all transformation stage cultivators. He could not help but inwardly marvel at the formidable foundation of this first-rate power. Which minor faction would dare provoke them? Each individual could easily be a towering figure in their own right. None among the Luo family spoke. They merely stared coldly at Li Tai'er, yet their curiosity about this young man, who could battle 2 levels above and feared no group confrontations, was palpable. Cough, cough. Li Tai'er, feeling uneasy under their scrutiny, cleared his throat to ease the atmosphere. I have come to negotiate for my father, Li Ling. To leave Yunjing City, I am willing to offer these 2 semi-immortal grade elixirs. And as one of the conditions, I will remain in the Luo residence, subject to your disposal, he stated with measured confidence, his gaze unwavering upon all present, unafraid. Upon seeing the 2 semi-immortal grade fruits, the calm expressions of several Luo family members vanished. Although they did not display the same grotesque behavior as those outside, the fervor in their eyes was unmistakable, and Li Tai'er internally rejoiced, sensing a favorable outcome. What if I refuse? The one seated at the head, Luo Hong, had already concealed the fluctuations in his gaze and now spoke mockingly. Anticipating this question, Li Tai'er replied unhurriedly, then I shall destroy the 2 fruits. And I shall submit to your disposal, as long as you do not wish to claim these 2 semi-immortal grade elixirs. He deliberately emphasized the term semi-immortal grade. Another moment of silence ensued. Bring Li Ling here, Luo Hong finally resolved after much contemplation. The semi-immortal grade elixirs were rare treasures, and in comparison, everything else could be set aside for the time being. A quarter of an hour passed. Li Tai'er had never felt that time could drag on so painfully. Just as he grew impatient, the doors swung open, and Li Ling was roughly shoved inside. Li Ling stood over 9 feet tall. With a powerful build and a face adorned with a thick beard, a ghastly scar running along his eye. Though covered in blood and appearing somewhat disheveled, his eyes still shone with vigor. Exuding an innate authority even without anger, Li Ling coldly surveyed the hall, his gaze eventually landing on Li Tai'er. With just a glance, he recognized Li Tai'er for the resemblance to his mother, Wan Qing'er. With striking, Li Ling's eyes widened in shock, disbelief washing over him that their first encounter would occur in the Luo residence. How could you be here? The aura surrounding Li Ling surged dramatically. He could endure peril, but his son, Li Tai'er, certainly could not. However, it seemed Li Ling's cultivation had been sealed, and no amount of struggle could change that. Li Tai'er's eyes glistened with unshed tears. But now was not the time for nostalgia. He quickly forced down his emotions. Luo Patriarch, I kindly ask you to escort him out of Yunjing City. He abandoned me for 16 years, putting me through countless trials. Now I have repaid the debt of life he owes me. Li Tai'er turned his face aside, striving to depict an expression of profound sorrow. Luo Hong was unwavered. After all, Li Ling was of lesser importance than the semi-immortal grade elixirs. With a wave of his hand, he ordered that Li Ling be cast out of Yunjing City. Li Ling struggled fiercely, shouting in desperation, realizing that Li Tai'er was trading his life for his own survival, a reality that left him in utter disbelief. Having always strived to protect Li Tai'er, fate had cruelly twisted their roles, leaving him to rely on his son for survival. With tears of blood streaming down his face, Li Ling's anguish was palpable. Yet no amount of shouting changed the outcome as he was forcibly led out of the reception hall and swiftly sent beyond Yunjing City's borders. Meanwhile, Li Liang, hiding within Yunjing City, heard of Li Ling's imminent expulsion and rushed to confront Luo Hong. Yet, Luo Hong was solely focused on acquiring the semi-immortal grade elixirs, and Li Ling meant nothing to him. To confirm Li Ling's departure from Yunjing City, Li Tai'er sought Luo Hong's consent, watching as Li Ling was pushed far away, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. The real performance was about to begin. A cold smile crept onto Li Tai'er's lips. Chapter 38. Li Tai'er's Fury. The disappearance of Yunjing City in the Sword 9 world, returning to the reception hall of the Luo residence. Li Tai'er felt an immense lightness, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart, allowing him to finally unleash himself, and no longer restrained as before. His audacious demeanor resurfaced as he boldly seated himself in the Grandmaster's chair. This scene made Luo Heng's eyelids twitch. He felt as if he had fallen into the trap set by this young man. Luo Patriarch, Before I present you with the elixirs, I wish to offer you an item I fortuitously obtained, a quasi-immortal grade treasure. Hoping to gain your understanding, oh? Luo Heng's eyes brightened. Li Tai'er was now a fish upon the chopping block, and he had no fear of the latter playing tricks. Liang snorted softly. He did not believe that Li Tai'er could genuinely possess a quasi-immortal grade treasure. Each faction had only a handful of divine treasures, and quasi-immortal grade treasures were even more elusive. Without further ado, Li Tai'er decisively retrieved the modified version of the Tsar bomb from his spatial storage. The moment the bomb appeared, its overwhelming energy far surpassed that of divine treasures, causing Luo Hong, Li Liang, and others to spring to their feet in shock. All present in the hall stared in astonishment at the colossal Tsar bomb. Feeling a sense of world-ending danger, was this truly the might of a quasi-immortal grade treasure? It was utterly terrifying. With a resounding bang, the door burst open, and an elderly man with white hair and a gold-trimmed blue robe suddenly entered. Quasi-immortal grade treasure, the elder exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Luo Heng's heart sank at the sight of the newcomer, realizing the gravity of the situation. Elder Lu, what brings you here? He greeted with a forced smile. Knowing that the elder was a member of the Piao Miao sect, a power they could not afford to offend. Upon entering the grand hall, Elder Lu did not spare a glance at anyone else. His gaze fixated on the modified Tsar bomb, growing increasingly alarmed. He yearned to seize it immediately. However, being in the Luo residence, he feared that Luo Hong and the others might act against him for this quasi-immortal grade treasure. As human greed could be exceedingly perilous, Elder Lu's gaze swept over Li Tai'er, internally lamenting his incredible luck in acquiring such a treasure. He then turned his attention back to Luo Hong. One hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard, exuding an air of calm. Luo Patriarch, I wonder how you plan to handle this quasi-immortal grade treasure. After all, there is only one such treasure in our Piao Miao sect, and it is treated as a sacred relic. This treasure is not something just any faction can possess, wouldn't you agree? Elder Lu's words were laden with implication, suggesting that only the Piao Miao sect was worthy of such a treasure. Li Liang, observing from the sidelines, was envious but understood he had no chance to intervene. He could only abandon his ambitions, his gaze thoughtfully lingering on Li Tai'er, pondering his next move. Seeing Elder Lu's remarks, Luo Heng's anger flared, yet he was acutely aware of the Piao Miao sect's dominance within the Sword 9-star domain. The Luo family could not afford to provoke them, so he could only suppress his fury. Hee. Elder Lu speaks wisely. It is fortunate you have arrived. Had you not, I would have sent for you myself. This quasi-immortal grade treasure appears quite splendid, but if it were to remain in the Luo family, we might not be able to safeguard it. Only the Piao Miao sect possesses the strength to protect such a treasure. Luo Hong feigned a congenial smile, uttering words contrary to his true feelings, while internally wishing to vent his frustrations on Elder Lu. Elder Lu, upon hearing this, praised Luo Heng's perceptiveness, eager to claim the Tsar bomb for himself. However, Li Tai'er could not allow Elder Lu to take it so easily. After all, this bomb had been specially prepared for the Luo family. Wait. Li Tai'er hastily interrupted Elder Lu's movements, speaking calmly to prevent his wrath. I have yet to explain how this quasi-immortal grade treasure is to be used. So there's no need to rush, old man. Upon Elder Lu's entrance into the grand hall, Li Tai'er immediately recognized the elder's azure robe, adorned with golden trimmings, as familiar. After much contemplation, he recalled having seen such a garment before. It was in a mysterious mountain range on the outskirts of the wasteland, where a dozen cultivators donned similar robes, ruthlessly stripping the Chiyu tribesmen of their potential and talents, resulting in the slaughter of hundreds. This recollection triggered memories of his mother's demise, which too involved the deprivation of her bloodline. Li Tai'er sensed a connection between the two events. He felt he was grasping something significant, though he struggled to articulate it. Upon hearing Li Tai'er refer to Elder Lu as old man, Luo Hong furrowed his brow in alarm, fearful that Elder Lu's wrath might extend to the Luo family. He hastily admonished, You dare speak to Elder Lu in such a manner? Do you even know where he hails from? He is an entity your Li family would not dare provoke. Li Tai'er's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Eager to hear Luo Heng's next words, however, to his surprise, Elder Lu seemed unfazed by the title. His sole inquiry was about the usage of the quasi-immortal artifact, which was his utmost concern at that moment. Though Luo Heng's subsequent remarks were interrupted by Elder Lu, it was evident that the power behind Elder Lu, which even the Li family dared not challenge, could only be attributed to the Piao Miao sect, the overlord of the Jianzhou star domain. Indeed, the Piao Miao sect must be intertwined with the mysterious forces from over a decade ago. Li Tai Er's heart swelled with joy. This revelation was an unexpected boon. A broader smile graced his face, signaling that it was time to unleash a cataclysmic spectacle. Come closer, everyone, so I may enlighten you. Li Tai Er beckoned to all present, wishing to ensure that the ensuing explosion would obliterate them all. His greatest concern was that some among them possessed supreme defensive artifacts, which might thwart a swift demise. Yet, there was no alternative. He could only proceed with the detonation. As the gathered individuals drew nearer, Li Tai Er's grin widened, nearly reaching his ears as he cryptically inquired, "Have you ever witnessed a mushroom cloud?" "Mushroom cloud? What is that?" Elder Lu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unaware of its nature. "A mushroom cloud is a magnificent sight. I knew you all had never encountered one. Your presence here today is truly fortuitous. Allow me to show you." Before Elder Lu and the others could express their indignation, Li Tai Er immediately triggered the explosion of the planetary Tsar bomb with his mental energy. A deafening roar erupted, in the horrified gazes of Elder Lu and the others. The quasi-immortal artifact, the Tsar bomb, detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic force reminiscent of an ancient behemoth's wrath, shattering the heavens and earth. "This is disastrous," the crowd gasped in terror. True to their status as transformation stage cultivators, Elder Lu and the others reacted with remarkable swiftness, summoning their most potent artifacts and layering their energy defenses in a desperate attempt to shield themselves. Alas, under the might of the Tsar bomb, all beings were rendered equal. The shockwaves surged forth at speeds exceeding 100 times the speed of sound, and those at the epicenter of the explosion were unable to escape before being engulfed. A mushroom cloud, spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers in diameter, shot skyward, sending tremors throughout the Jianzhou world. Centered around the Luo Manor, Yunjing City rapidly crumbled. Wherever the shockwaves swept, cultivators and structures alike were reduced to dust. The shockwave reached into the heavens and plunged into the abyss, transforming the very location of Yunjing City into a vast chasm, several tens of thousands of kilometers deep in mere breaths. All factions within the Jianzhou world felt the tremors, taking to the skies in dread, gazing at the colossal mushroom cloud far in the distance, the power it contained instilling terror in their hearts. "What on earth is happening? Investigate this at once." Simultaneously, various factions dispatched scouts to urgently seek news from the direction of Yunjing City. Chapter 39. Li Ling Er's heartbreak and Li Tai Er's return to peril upon his release from Yunjing City. Li Ling, without a moment's hesitation, understood that to rescue Li Tai Er, he could not rely solely on his own strength. Thus, he hastened toward Zhenyuan City, intending to gather reinforcements from the Li family to return and retaliate. Along the way, he fortuitously encountered Li Ling Er, who was leading a large contingent toward Yunjing City. Without hesitation, Li Ling joined her in their swift journey to as they approached Yunjing City. Only half an hour away, the modified planetary Tsar bomb detonated. Li Ling and his companions had no time to react as a formidable shockwave violently hurled their vessel into the air. Fortunately, by the time the shockwave reached the city outskirts, it had somewhat diminished. Nonetheless, the high-grade void-breaking vessel was shattered to pieces, and the remaining Li family members with lesser cultivation suffered various injuries. Li Ling gazed in horror at Yunjing City, and upon witnessing the enormous mushroom cloud and feeling its raging energy, he spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Overwhelmed by fury and despair, murmuring, "Tai Er, my child," Li Ling Er, undeterred by Li Ling's plight, ascended into the sky. Upon seeing the vast chasm below, her body trembled violently. Biting her lip, tears streamed down her face as she struggled to accept this grim reality. "Tai Er!" A heart-wrenching scream pierced the heavens. The Li family scouts relayed this grim news to the main force of the Li family that was en route. Upon hearing the news, the elderly Qing, overwhelmed, coughed up blood, exclaiming, "Heaven has forsaken the talented." The elder ancestors lamented the demise of the Li family. Just as the family was poised for ascendance, with Li Tai heirs promising growth, the Li family could have easily risen to become the foremost among the four great families of the Jianzhou world, even challenging the Piao Miao sect's dominion. Elder Li Qing lamented, pounding his chest in regret, wishing he had recognized Li Taier's potential, lamenting the loss of the family's hopes due to his lack of foresight. The main force of the Li family, once brimming with confidence as they surged forth from Zhenyuan City, now returned dejected and despondent. Li Ling heir remained relentless, determined to see Li Taier alive, or at least find his remains. Yet reality was cruel, and as she broke away from the main force and arrived alone at the chasm's edge, all that met her gaze was the profound void beneath, devoid of the former grandeur of the city, replaced by an endless emptiness and the still raging energy of the cosmos. "Taier, your aunt has come," Li Ling heir murmured, her eyes hollow and her expression one of profound desolation. Hovering above the chasm for what felt like an eternity, she succumbed to despair. Memories of her fleeting moments with Li Taier flooded her mind, and she bitterly smiled, feeling as though the heavens were playing a cruel joke on her. Beauty fades all too quickly, and now Li Taier was beyond her reach. It was reminiscent of the once gentle and caring Chier, who had bestowed upon her a sense of beauty in the world, leaving her regretful of her journey here, only to depart abruptly just as she held boundless dreams for the future. The two were indeed mother and son. Now, as Li Taier departed, he took with him her last glimmer of hope in this world. With a heavy sigh, Li Ling heir turned away from the chasm, leaving behind the Jianzhou world, a realm of sorrow. As the moon waxed and waned, the following morning, a faint sound emerged from the depths of the chasm, resembling the anguished groans of humans, and not just one a cough. "Damn it! If that brat isn't dead, I'll flay him alive and make him regret being human." Elder Lu cursed, his garments freshly changed, for his previous robe had been reduced to dust in the explosion. At that moment, he staggered out of the chasm, followed by 5 individuals, including Luo Hong, the Luo family patriarch, along with the Luo family's elder and 3 ancestors. The elder was at the late stage of transformation, while the 3 ancestors were at the initial stage of refining the void. The other individuals in the Grand Hall, all below the transformation stage, had been swept away by the explosion, including Li Liang. The few survivors either possessed supreme defensive artifacts or were exceptionally powerful, yet even they bore significant injuries due to their proximity to the explosion's epicenter. The others were not so fortunate. At the moment the modified Tsar bomb detonated, they were instantly vaporized by the searing energy of the shockwave, meeting an irrevocable fate. Luo Heng's face remained grim and silent for an extended period. The destruction of his family and the obliteration of Yunjing City, which had vanished from the Jianzhou world, left the Li family and the million cultivators within it reduced to ashes. Though he should have been engulfed in rage, he instead exhibited an eerie calmness, yet his eyes burned with an inner fire, betraying the turmoil within. The act of detonating a quasi-immortal artifact was utterly insane. No one dared to do such a thing, or was willing to pay the cost. The Luo family's ancestors did not blame Luo Hong. None could have predicted this outcome. For millennia, they had neither witnessed nor heard of such an event. Elder Lu glanced at Luo Hong, recognizing the tempest of rage simmering within him, aware that he could erupt at any moment. Thus, he refrained from provoking him further. Resigned to his misfortune, he planned to return to the Piao Miao sect and seek trouble with the Li family later. After all, Li Taier was a member of the Li family, and even if he had perished, the repercussions would still fall upon the Li clan. Elder Lu would not allow himself to suffer in silence. Suddenly, a tearing sound pierced the stillness of the chasm. Before Elder Lu could move, he turned to the others with suspicion, seeking the source of the noise. There, a portion of space within the chasm was abruptly torn asunder, and a hand emerged, soon followed by a foot. The elder Lu and his companions stood in stunned silence as the mysterious figure emerged partially from the void. Li Taier, drawing from his prior experience, understood that beneath him lay an abyss, and thus, he cautiously extended only half of his body to assess the situation, just as he lifted his gaze towards the expanse above the chasm. He was met with the malevolent stares of 5 fiery eyes glaring fiercely at him. Who are they? Those 5 individuals were illuminated by sunlight, obscuring their features from Li Tai Er's view. As he strained to discern their identities, a shiver of terror coursed through him upon examining their profiles through the system. What the hell? How did I not manage to eliminate these bastards? Panic set in for Li Tai Er, realizing that he had barely revived before being thrust back into peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the void and plummeted rapidly towards the abyss's depths. At this moment, Li Tai Er found himself ensnared in the abyss, with no avenue for escape. Truly, heaven had no path, and the earth offered no refuge. Just as he had escaped paradise, he now plunged into hell. Exclaiming in disbelief at the sheer thrill of it all, Elder Lu and his associates had long harbored a desire to tear Li Tai Er limb from limb, and now, witnessing him emerge from the void as if nothing had occurred, they were filled with a mix of joy and astonishment. Kill him? Elder Lu was the first to act, his great sword thirsting for blood. Before the others could react, he unleashed a powerful wave of sword energy aimed directly at the plummeting Li Tai Er. As the rest sprang into action, they swiftly moved towards Li Tai Er, particularly Luo Hong, who was unwilling to wait even a second longer. He yearned to capture Li Tai Er and subject him to the utmost torment. Believing that only then could he assuage his deep-seated resentment, Li Tai Er found himself cornered, with combat being his sole chance for survival. However, facing opponents whose lowest cultivation level was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, he knew that relying solely on his own combat prowess was utterly futile. Resolutely, he retrieved the planetary Barrett sniper rifle from his spatial storage, loading 8 divine-grade bullets in an instant. Bring it on. Li Tai Er grinned malevolently, shouting defiantly. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, prepared for the inevitable chaos that would ensue. Bang, bang, bang. 8 gunshots erupted in succession, the violent discharge of the Barrett rifle resonating like thunderclaps across the abyss. The 8 divine-grade bullets were expelled from the gun's muzzle with ferocious intensity. What? 8 divine-grade artifacts? Luo Hong, leading the charge, was the first to sense the caliber of the bullets, his heart racing with dread. He recognized the apocalyptic power carried by the bullets. While he might have had some confidence in withstanding a single projectile, facing a barrage of 8 was an entirely different matter. 3 cleans of chi. Realizing escape was no longer an option, Luo Hong had no choice but to activate the abilities bestowed by his transformation stage cultivation, manifesting 3 ethereal selves, representing the past, present, and future. Each ethereal self possessed half of his strength, and combined, they could rival his true form in combat capability. This was the first time Li Tai Er had witnessed a transformation stage cultivator pushed to their limits, and he was fortunate enough to observe their unique abilities. The 3 ethereal selves stood resolutely before Luo Hong, collectively bracing against the onslaught of the divine-grade bullets. Boom, boom, boom. 2 bullets shattered the defenses of the ethereal selves, dissipating them entirely. Just as the 3rd bullet was set to strike Luo Hong, he carefully withdrew a long sword from his storage. Li Tai Er focused intently, realizing that it too was a divine-grade artifact. The sword, named Voidbreaker, was one of the 3 sacred artifacts possessed by the Luo family. Only now did Luo Hong reveal the artifact, slashing diagonally to cleave the divine-grade bullet in twain. Though he emerged unscathed, the clash of divine artifacts sent a jolt through his hand, numbing his grip. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 bullets sought out the 4 members of the Luo family, colliding with Elder Lu's sword energy. In the moment of impact, the sword energy dissipated, leaving the Luo family's elder more severely injured. While the 3 other ancestors merely trembled, a drop of blood escaping their palms. Elder Lu was astonished to discover that the 8 divine artifacts wielded by Li Tai Er were, in fact, one-time consumables. Doubts began to gnaw at him regarding Li Tai Er's true lineage. Divine artifacts were treasures to be guarded by entire clans, so how could a mere youth wield them so freely? Even to the point of exhausting them. Swallowing hard, Elder Lu felt a chill creep over him, fearful that he had unwittingly provoked a formidable foe. If Li Tai Er was not of the Li family from the Jiuxing domain, then from whence did he hail? Could he be from another star domain? Perhaps the superlative Weiyang star domain beyond the boundary sea? Or even the Dan domain? Or was he a denizen of the chaotic star domain? He dared not speculate further. Elder Lu trembled at the thought of what other treasures Li Tai might possess, for he had so easily produced 8 divine artifacts, a creature of terrifying potential capable of wielding a quasi-immortal weapon. Doubts began to fester within him. The Luo family members too recognized the gravity of the situation. However, the vendetta against Li Tai for annihilating their clan and destroying their city was an unforgivable offense. Regardless of his origins, he must perish today. Kill! Roared one of the Luo ancestors, dismissing the notion that a mere chi refining stage cultivator incapable of flight could be so difficult to eliminate. The Luo ancestor in the initial phase of the void refinement stage unleashed his assault. As thunder rumbled above the abyss, dark clouds shrouding an expanse of hundreds of kilometers, in a fit of rage. The void refinement stage cultivator could turn the tides of heaven and earth with a mere gesture. While the transformation stage cultivator divided his essence into 3 ethereal selves, the void refinement stage cultivator trained all 3 selves until they matched his true form's cultivation level, subsequently merging them into a single entity to reach the pinnacle of the void refinement stage and aspire towards the unity stage. Under the pressure of the Luo ancestors' onslaught, Li Tai felt as though he were battling against the very forces of nature. His body on the brink of collapse. In comparison, it was as if a firefly dared to contest the brilliance of the moon. Li Tai continued his rapid descent into the abyss, which plunged over 100,000 kilometers deep. He was astounded, once more witnessing the terrifying power of the modified planetary Tsar bomb. Trapped in the abyss with no leverage, Li Tai was forced to confront the impending, terrifying strike of a void refinement stage cultivator once more. As the attack loomed closer, he felt the surrounding space constricting around him, limiting his movements. Struggling to access his spatial storage, he retrieved 2 immortal-grade bullets, which appeared unremarkable and lacked any discernible aura. All fear stemmed from a lack of firepower. Hastily loading the 2 bullets, Li Tai suddenly felt the weight of pressure lift from him. Void refinement stage cultivators are not so formidable after all, he mused, feeling emboldened. Gazing at the cataclysmic force of the impending attack, Li Tai grinned wickedly. Come on, let the storm rage even fiercer. At this moment, he was filled with audacity. Boom, boom. 2 explosive shots rang out, reverberating throughout the abyss like the roars of ancient beasts. The Luo ancestor felt a shiver run down his spine, a sensation he hadn't experienced in millennia. As if the scythe of death was poised at his throat. Third brother, take cover. Those are immortal-grade artifacts. The other 2 Luo ancestors, having closely monitored Li Tai's movements, recognized the caliber of the bullets as they were fired. Immortal-grade artifacts? Elder Lu, who had initially contemplated retreat amidst the chaos, was now overtaken by greed. The prospect of an immortal-grade artifact was enough to ignite his desire to seize it, even if it meant risking his life. It's too late. Li Tai's eyes gleamed with malice as a cunning smile played upon his lips. The immortal-grade bullets, imbued with the might of thunder, traveled at speeds 1,000 times that of sound, creating ripples in the void and leaving a multitude of minute fractures in their wake. The sheer terror of the immortal-grade bullets was enough to threaten the very fabric of space. The Luo ancestor who had initially targeted Li Tai understood he could not evade the attack. He felt irrevocably locked onto, knowing that even if he fled to the ends of the earth, the bullet would pursue him until his destruction. Elder brother, second brother, help me! The third Luo ancestor cried out in desperation, his courage faltering. The 3 of them unleashed their full power, and the clouds above the abyss thickened further. Bolts of lightning as thick as barrels flashing intermittently within the storm, a chaotic energy saturating the very atmosphere. Kill! The 3 Luo ancestors shouted in unison, channeling the power of thunder to strike at Li Tai. As they combined their might, a massive bolt of lightning surged forth from the clouds, racing towards the incoming immortal-grade bullet with unparalleled speed. It was as if a needle was aimed at a wheat stalk. Upon impact, the resulting cacophony resonated through the ears of all present, leaving them bloodied, while blinding light illuminated the previously impenetrable darkness of the abyss. Boom, boom, bang. The thick bolt of lightning merely grazed the first celestial-grade bullet for a fleeting moment before it was cleaved in twain by the latter. Its formidable might undiminished as it surged directly towards the three ancestors of the Luo family. With the lightning assault thwarted, all three expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, yet the bullet continued its relentless advance. In that instant, disregarding the excruciating pain coursing through their bodies, the trio simultaneously summoned their refined ethereal selves. 6 ethereal figures and 3 corporeal forms materialized before them in an instant, followed closely by the activation of their defensive measures. The eldest ancestor of the Luo family also brandished another weapon of assault, the Void Scissors. Just as they completed their preparations, the celestial-grade bullet was upon them. The 6 ethereal figures possessed half the combat prowess of the trio. Yet they could not withstand even a single breath, disintegrating into motes of light in an instant, as the figures were shattered. The 3 Luo ancestors once again coughed up blood, their expressions instantly waning. The bullet, retaining its ferocity, detonated before the 3 corporeal forms, the violent shockwave obliterating 2 of them into mere light. But the diminished force was ultimately repelled by the last remaining form. The assault of the first celestial-grade bullet finally dissipated. Yet before the Luo ancestors could exhale in relief, the second bullet swiftly followed. The eldest ancestor reacted ahead of the others, taking advantage of their momentary distraction to push them back with a powerful palm, the surging energy propelling them rapidly to safety. Had all 3 faced the celestial-grade bullet together, they would likely have suffered grievous injuries. In that fleeting moment, he made the decision to sacrifice one to save 2. Intending to withstand this attack alone, no. The 2 other Luo ancestors shrieked in horror, caught completely off guard by their elder brother's sudden act. You must survive. The Luo family depends on you. Without a backward glance, the Luo ancestor charged directly at the celestial-grade bullet in the span of a breath. The divine artifact, the Void Scissors, shattered, the last vestige of his corporeal self disintegrated, and the Luo ancestor was reduced to nothingness. Successfully intercepting the second celestial-grade bullet's onslaught. Ding. Host has successfully achieved a level-up kill, gaining 200,000 resistance points. Li Taier stared blankly at the unfolding scene, moved by the Luo ancestors' actions, yet lamented the unavoidable fate dictated by their opposing stances. Either he would perish or they would. Ah, little bastard. I will make you pay with your life. Witnessing their elder brother's demise ignited a furious wrath in the 2 remaining Luo ancestors, Luo Hong and the Grand Elder, both charging at Li Taier in a frenzied rush. This time, it was either Li Taier's life or theirs. Faced with the frenzied full-on assault of 2 early-stage void refinement practitioners and 1 late-stage divine transformation master, even from a distance, Li Taier felt an overwhelming pressure compressing his body. Blood erupted from his mouth uncontrollably, his internal organs grievously injured, his bones creaking ominously, and his body on the verge of being crushed. His ability to continuously slay divine transformation and void refinement practitioners stemmed solely from the support of the system, yet his own strength was merely on par with an early-stage golden core cultivator. As he confronted the frenzied attacks from foes of significantly higher cultivation, he could no longer endure. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, in a desperate bid to alleviate his pain, he retrieved the celestial-grade artifact, the universal primordial cauldron, from his spatial storage, enveloping himself within it, which provided a modicum of relief. Another celestial-grade artifact. Elder Lu was alarmed, his eyes bloodshot as he recognized that this was no expendable item. He hastily joined the Luo family in their pursuit of Li Taier. They were there to kill, but he was there to seize treasure. As Li Taier succumbed to unconsciousness, his body uncontrollably plummeting into the abyss. He could only await his demise in silence. Just as the Luo family members believed vengeance was within their grasp and Elder Lu was on the cusp of acquiring the celestial artifact. A resounding and menacing voice echoed throughout the abyss. Those who dare to lay a hand on Taier shall know no mercy. The voice jolted the unconscious Li Taier awake. And with great effort, he opened his eyes to see a figure with snow-white hair approaching. Old Pan, you have finally arrived. He managed to smile before slipping back into unconsciousness, realizing that this time, even death would elude him. Who are you? Elder Lu and the others gazed in terror at the rapidly descending old Pan. Judging by the oppressive aura emanating from him, he surpassed any present individual in cultivation. At least at the early stage of void refinement, in the blink of an eye, old Pan stood before them, his speed astonishing and shocking the onlookers. Elder Lu, filled with dread, hastily retreated, widening the distance between himself and old Pan. Old Pan's gaze fell upon Li Tai, who was plummeting towards the abyss, his eyes tightly shut, his body smeared with blood, contorted unnaturally. Rage surged within him. Those who bully Li Tai shall perish. Old Pan's aura surged violently, his murderous intent palpable, almost coalescing into a tangible form, his eyes burning crimson, filled solely with the desire to kill mid-stage void refinement. Elder Lu confirmed old Pan's cultivation, trembling in fear. Lamenting inwardly where such a fearsome practitioner had emerged from, having never heard of him before. With such power, only the sect's old master could hope to contend with him, and even then, only the old master alone. A mid-stage void refinement practitioner could single-handedly challenge any first-rate power. What connection did this man have with Li Tai? Elder Lu became increasingly convinced that Li Tai's identity was anything but ordinary. In a hurry, he clasped his hands in a bow towards old Pan, his tone humble and fearful. Esteemed sir, Li Tai's current state is entirely the doing of the Luo family. I bear no responsibility. I am an elder of the Misty Sect, and I implore you to spare me for the sake of the sect. After speaking, Elder Lu lowered his head, anxiously glancing at his feet, unable to meet old Pan's bloodthirsty gaze. After a prolonged silence without a response, Elder Lu cautiously raised his eyes to old Pan, only to find him grinning menacingly, a smile that was utterly terrifying. This is bad. Elder Lu realized that old Pan would not spare anyone present, and he shouted frantically at the Luo family members, "We must unite and strike together. Otherwise, none of us shall survive." Luo Hong, previously incensed by Elder Lu's attempt to shift all blame onto the Luo family, felt a swell of indignation. Yet, at this moment, as Elder Lu urged them to join forces against old Pan, Luo Hong, despite his fury, set aside his grievances. After all, a mid-stage void refinement practitioner meant that none of them stood a chance alone against old Pan. Kill? Luo Hong exchanged resolute glances with the two other ancestors, and they all resolved that their only chance of survival lay in uniting their strengths. Old Pan regarded the approaching foes with indifference, a cold smile creeping across his lips. They were naive to believe that numbers could secure their victory. Thanks to the God-tier heart technique bestowed upon him by Li Tai, the Ta Ching transformation formula, old Pan had advanced from early to mid-stage void refinement in just a month. He had long since brought his past and present selves to the same cultivation level, making him equivalent to 3 individuals. 3 mid-stage void refinement practitioners challenging him, who was at the highest level of early-stage void refinement among them. Old Pan had yet to strike, but when he did, he would unleash his full power. As Elder Lu and the others were about to unleash their assault, old Pan leisurely manifested his past and present selves. Raising his hand slowly, then striking forward lightly, boom! The entire abyss quaked, a colossal energy hand, towering several tens of thousands of feet, advanced slowly towards the oncoming assailants. Though it moved with deliberate slowness, it was unstoppable. The fierce gusts from its palm scattering the clouds in the sky, rendering the heavens within a 1,000,000-kilometer radius a pristine azure. Elder Lu, witnessing old Pan's full force strike, turned pale with terror and bellowed, "You cannot kill me. The Misty Sect will not let this go." Before he could finish, the massive handprint suddenly accelerated, and with a single blow, the assailants were obliterated, vanishing into nothingness without even a trace of resistance. However, what old Pan did not notice was that as Elder Lu met his demise, he hastily shattered a jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was a communication artifact used by the Misty Sect, capable of transmitting crucial information and also possessing a positioning function. After dispatching the group, old Pan rushed towards the still plummeting Li Tai, cradling him in his arms. Seeing Li Tai's grievous state, old Pan felt an ache in his heart, repeatedly lamenting how he had arrived too late. In a bid to restore Li Tai's health, old Pan wasted no time. leaping out of the abyss and, discerning the direction, flew straight towards the town of Jinyuan. At the Misty Sect's council hall, where did Elder Lu encounter trouble? A man seated at the head, exuding an imposing aura, inquired solemnly, reporting to the sect master. According to the Jade Slip's positioning, it is indicating Yunjing City. One of the elders at the side responded respectfully. Once again, Yunjing City? The fierce explosion earlier also originated from that direction. Go! Send someone to investigate. Anyone involved in Elder Lu's assassination shall be met with ruthless extermination. No matter who they are. The sect master's eyes gleamed coldly, exuding a chilling murderous intent. Anyone who dared to kill a member of the Misty Sect was courting death. The elder who had responded trembled at the sect master's fury, realizing it had been millennia since such wrath had been displayed. He could only imagine that a storm of bloodshed was about to engulf the Jianzhou Star region. Traveling from Yunjing City to Zhenyuan City necessitates 5 days of beast-riding flight. However, under the feet of a mid-stage refinement void cultivator, Old Pan, at the break of dawn on the second day, had already brought Li Tai'er to Zhenyuan City. Throughout the journey, Old Pan did not temper his aura, which radiated a powerful killing intent, reminiscent of a wounded savage beast rampaging forward. Wherever he passed, cultivators were so terrified that they knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring down, their heads buried deep, fearing that this formidable being, Old Pan, might take offense and casually end their lives. In Zhenyuan City, within a hidden enclave of the Li residents, 4 early-stage refinement void ancestors of the Li family had long concealed themselves for cultivation. For over a millennium, aside from the recent emergence of Li Tai'er from their secluded training, nothing had disturbed them. Yet today, they sensed Old Pan's overwhelming aura from afar and, in fear, all 4 flew out from their cultivation grounds, warily observing the hovering figure of Old Pan above the Li residents. Fellow cultivator, my apologies for not welcoming you from afar. May I inquire as to your purpose in the Li residence? Old Pan coldly glanced at the 4 Li ancestors and sternly commanded. Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly bring forth your family's elixirs, for this lad is on the brink of death. Bring out the elixirs? Do you take us for cabbage merchants? The Li ancestors were at a loss for words. For centuries, no one had dared to rebuke the Li ancestors, and they were about to erupt in anger. However, upon seeing Li Tai'er in Old Pan's grasp, they were struck with disbelief. Li Tai'er is still alive? What are you dawdling for? Having lived this long, have you lost your wits? Old Pan had picked up quite a few peculiar phrases from Li Tai'er, and he found this particular term most fitting to describe the 4 individuals before him. Though the 4 Li ancestors did not fully comprehend the term, they recognized it as an insult. For Li Tai'er's sake, they forced themselves to endure the provocation, knowing full well they could not contend with Old Pan. At that moment, the Grand Elder Li Qing, accompanied by the other elders, hastily approached through the air, believing a grave enemy had arrived and prepared for a desperate fight. Yet upon seeing Li Tai'er in Old Pan's possession, Li Qing rushed toward Old Pan in a frenzy of joy, aware that the latter could easily annihilate him, but undeterred for the future of his family. Old Pan, discerning Li Qing's benign intent toward Li Tai'er, did not obstruct him and directly handed Li Tai'er over, instructing, "This lad has sustained severe injuries. Prompt treatment is imperative." Yes, the esteemed one speaks true, Li Qing exclaimed, his heart brimming with elation as he gazed at the barely breathing Li Tai'er. Nodding fervently, without further hesitation, he beckoned the other elders and swiftly made their way to Li Tai'er's quarters within the Li residence. The 4 Li elders issued a stern command, mobilizing all cultivators of Foundation establishment and above, recalling all those outside, and setting up formations around the Li residence, forbidding any unauthorized personnel from entering, with offenders facing lethal consequences. The entire Li residence sprang into action due to Li Tai'er's condition, including the younger generation of the Li family, who eagerly volunteered to assist. Once dismissive of Li Tai'er, these youths were now fervently vowing to ensure no harm befell him within the Li residence. The reason the Li family had endured as a first-rate force in the Jianzhou Star domain for millennia lay in their unparalleled cohesion. Internal strife was permissible, but should any outsider dare to obliterate their clan, unity would prevail, and they would collectively resist the external affront. A few days prior, When Yunjing City was obliterated, Li Ling believed Li Tai'er had perished, leading him into despair as he isolated himself within his chambers, avoiding all company. Yet now, alerted by the commotion within the Li family, he learned that Li Tai'er was indeed alive and rushed to his room with uncontainable joy. Upon seeing Li Tai'er lying on the bed, battered yet still breathing, he collapsed beside him, overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly murmuring that it was enough for him to be alive. Old Pan stood at the back of the crowd, observing the disheveled Li Ling with a faint sigh. As the Grand Elder Li Qing administered the family's sole semi-immortal great elixir into Li Tai'er's mouth, the potion transformed into pure energy, swiftly mending his broken body. Only then did Li Tai'er slowly awaken. But as consciousness returned, he was immediately engulfed by an excruciating pain that made him groan, "Damn it, it hurts. I would rather be dead." He regretted not having allowed himself to be killed, wishing he could slap himself for having employed the immortal artifact, the Mother Chi Cauldron, for protection in his moment of near death. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as he suddenly slapped his own face, leaving everyone astonished, gazing at Li Tai'er, who was now striking himself. The rapidity of the action had caught everyone off guard, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Tai'er, what's wrong? If you have something on your mind, do share it with me, Li Ling urged. Alarmed, fearing the boy might have lost his sanity, Old Pan cast a peculiar glance at Li Tai'er. He had witnessed similar behavior from him on the Baizhe planet and had grown accustomed to it. Old Pan? The first thing Li Tai'er did upon opening his eyes was search for Old Pan, and upon seeing him still present, he quietly sighed in relief, fearing Old Pan might have vanished again. Hearing Old Pan's name, Li Ling glanced back, his expression complex, yet he remained silent. Old Pan approached Li Tai'er, examining his condition and noticing the semi-immortal great elixir rapidly repairing his body, which eased his concerns. Given the circumstances, it seemed that with 6 months of rest, Li Tai'er would be fine. What? 6 months to recover? Li Tai'er exclaimed with a hoarse voice, upon learning he would be bedridden for half a year. He refused to accept it. He did not want to undergo a confinement period. He still needed to earn some resistance points, as he had yet to purchase the experience voucher from the first beauty of the alien race. Old Pan gazed at Li Tai'er in exasperation. This fellow had not changed one bit. The Li ancestors, witnessing Li Tai'er's revival, finally felt a weight lift from their hearts. They had numerous questions they wished to pose to him, but seeing his current state, they prudently chose to hold off for the moment. Li Tai'er lay heavily back on the bed, grimacing in pain due to the movement, with some idle time. He decided to check the system shop for his resistance points, recalling that he had obliterated the entire Yunjing city. Surely, he must have amassed a fortune in resistance points. He was already envisioning a blissful future. Upon accessing the system shop, however, Li Tai'er was instantly dumbfounded. 20 million resistance points. Isn't this the amount I had before departing from Yunjing City? Why hasn't it increased? Disregarding the slaughter of the city, he had personally killed over 30 individuals before entering, and he distinctly remembered receiving a system prompt for successfully acquiring resistance points from a higher level kill, rewarding him with 200,000 points. Where had they all gone? Li Tai'er suspected the system had pocketed his points. Suddenly, he sprang up from the bed, disregarding the intense pain coursing through him, demanding an explanation from the system. Ding! Due to the host's indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, all resistance points gained during the fierce battle have been revoked. The million cultivators killed during the city siege do not count. Damn it! Li Tai'er felt tears welling up in his eyes, realizing that all his efforts had come to naught. Gazing at his pitiful form, he questioned the system if it believed he wouldn't resort to self-harm and despair. Yet the system paid him no heed. Old Pan, what of my cauldron? Li Tai'er asked weakly, looking at Old Pan with a forlorn expression. Old Pan, momentarily bewildered, retrieved the previously taken cauldron from his storage bag and handed it to Li Tai'er. This unassuming object turned out to be an immortal artifact. Old Pan was genuinely astonished when he first held it. He had no idea what kind of fortuitous event had befallen Li Tai'er in his absence for him to come across such a treasure. When the others beheld the immortal artifact in Old Pan's hands, they stood rooted in shocked. Li Ling, unable to contain his aura, inadvertently shattered the bed where Li Tai Er lay. The eyes of the four Li ancestors nearly bulged out. What had they just witnessed? An immortal artifact, such a treasure, only heard of in tales, had never been seen in the Jianzhou star domain. Yet here it was, apparently belonging to Li Tai Er. Li Tai Er received the Mother Qi cauldron, examining it closely. The material is sufficiently sturdy. This will do. He then instructed everyone present to keep their distance. Still in shock, they instinctively stepped back a few paces. Just as they distanced themselves, bang! A tremendous sound erupted as Li Tai Er's head was struck by the cauldron, exploding like a watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere, and he promptly met his demise. The four Li ancestors? Li Ling, Grand Elder Li Qing. Old Pan, Chapter 43. The most lethal form of conceit. What in the world was that? Before anyone could react, Grand Elder Li Qing exploded in rage, shouting, "Is this fellow insane? Did he just commit suicide?" Everyone exchanged glances, realizing they had witnessed something extraordinary. One moment he was fine, and the next, he had blown his own head off. The room erupted into chaos, with shouts and curses ringing out incessantly. The cultivators outside trembled under the oppressive aura of the mid-stage refinement void cultivators, completely oblivious to the unfolding calamity. Li Ling felt a chill run through him. Mouth agape, yet unable to produce a sound, trembling as he cradled Li Tai Er's remains, tears streaming down his face. Old Pan's eyes turned red, ready to unleash a roar, but he watched as Li Tai Er's remnants were suddenly enveloped in a glow, vanishing in an instant. Old Pan was on the brink of madness. What in the world was happening? A void beast? Yes, it must have been the work of a void beast. Old Pan's aura suddenly surged, as he was convinced that the disappearance of Li Tai Er's remnant body must have been the work of the void beasts. All those present in the room, intimidated by Old Pan's overwhelming presence, chose to retreat to a safe distance. Clenching his right fist tightly, Old Pan concentrated all his energy into a single point and then thrust his fist forward with great force. With a sharp crack, his fist struck the void, causing the space to shatter like glass and suddenly erupt into a gaping rift filled with chaotic void currents and void beasts. Li Ling and Li Qing were horrified at Old Pan's terrifying power, as a single punch was capable of fracturing the very fabric of space. The four ancestors of the Li family felt the same dread. This fellow was extraordinarily powerful. Simultaneously, they were taken aback to see that there were indeed void beasts present. These creatures lived in the chaotic void currents, aimlessly drifting through the void, primarily feeding on fragments of the void, though they occasionally consumed human cultivators. Void beasts seldom existed alone, often appearing in groups of 3 to 5. Their cultivation levels ranged from 1 to 9, corresponding to human cultivators from the Qi refinement stage to the ascension stage. Only those of the 8th level or above possessed the ability to directly hunt human cultivators through the void. But such high-level void beasts were exceedingly rare. Enraged by the inexplicable disappearance of Li Tai Er's remnant, Old Pan's eyes turned blood-red, his entire being enveloped in an intense murderous aura. At this moment, he paid no heed to the fact that the void beasts were merely at the 6th or 7th level. All he desired was to unleash his fury. Before anyone could react, Old Pan plunged into the void, directly immersing himself in the swarm of void beasts, igniting a fierce battle. The rifts in space began to close, leaving everyone to witness intermittent flashes of blinding light from a particular spot in the room, likely the result of terrifying energy collisions. How could these two be so ferocious? The Grand Elder Li Qing, having already reached a boiling point, yearned to vent his frustration but found himself at a loss for how to do so. Upon witnessing Old Pan, a man of such ferocity, shatter the void to unleash his wrath upon the brutal void beasts, he felt it best to remain subdued. The atmosphere within the room gradually descended to a freezing point, with not a single soul daring to utter a word. Outside, those aware of the strange ambience within hesitated to enter. Day turned to night and the sun rose again. A sharp sound startled the dazed crowd awake. They presumed it was Old Pan returning, still bowing his head and sighing incessantly. What on earth was happening? Who had encountered misfortune? Li Tai Er emerged from the void, somewhat puzzled, sensing the somber atmosphere. and inquired with confusion. The grand elder Li Qing, listlessly responding, began to speak but abruptly realized something was amiss. Hastily looking up, "Tai Tai air?" A terrified voice suddenly pierced the air, its high-pitched tone causing Li Tai air to frown. Others, too, abruptly turned their gazes toward Li Tai air, their expressions filled with dread, akin to LSP beholding a stunning beauty clad in sheer fabric. Li Tai air awkwardly smiled, suddenly recalling his suicide the previous day and realizing he must have frightened them with his sudden reappearance. He hurriedly concocted an excuse, claiming that he was exceptionally gifted and could resurrect as long as his consciousness remained intact, urging everyone to keep this secret. Li Ling and the others were momentarily stunned, exclaiming that Li Tai air possessed the talent of a celestial being, the guardian spirit of the Li family, destined to accompany the heavenly path, immortal and indestructible. Li Tai air felt as if he were soaring to the heavens. Relishing their praises, the atmosphere in the room swiftly brightened again, transforming into a scene of merriment. Li Ling was in high spirits, and Li Tai air radiated vitality, entirely devoid of the morose demeanor from the day before. Just as everyone was engaged in cheerful conversation, a loud crack resonated, causing Li Tai air to turn in shock toward a section of space that had shattered like a spider's web, from which Old Pan emerged, his demeanor filled with hostility and weariness, as if he had just endured a grueling battle. Li Tai air was unsure of Old Pan's condition, but it did not deter him from stepping forward to embrace him. Old Pan stared in disbelief at Li Tai air, who appeared completely unfazed. He struggled to comprehend the situation. Could it be that yesterday was merely an illusion? Doubt began to creep into his mind. As he regarded the grinning Li Tai air, Old Pan was suddenly filled with ire, delivering a resounding slap to Li Tai air, sending him flying to the side. Li Qing and the others were left dumbfounded. "What in the world? Old Pan, what madness has possessed you?" Li Tai air screamed, incredulous at the turn of events, questioning the fairness of it all. Old Pan, realizing that Li Tai air had fully recovered, wasted no time and advanced to deliver another round of blows. Despite possessing a physical strength comparable to the early stages of Golden Core, Li Tai air still emerged with bruises and a battered visage. "Old Pan, spare me!" Li Tai air raised a white flag in surrender. Only then did Old Pan cease his assault, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction, uttering a single word: "Exhilarating." Following this, Li Tai air reiterated his earlier outlandish claims. But Old Pan refrained from the flowery praise others had offered, simply stating, "Impressive." While gesturing to Li Tai air, Li Tai air smiled, albeit a bit sheepishly, regarding the matter of Yunjing City being reduced to nothingness. Li Tai air found himself at a loss for words and could only explain that he had detonated a quasi-immortal artifact, which resulted in the complete annihilation of Yunjing City. The impact of this revelation resonated with the same shock experienced by Li Qing and the others when they first beheld the immortal-grade treasure, the Mother Qi Cauldron. Soon, everyone was overwhelmed with an uncontainable heartache. As the ancestors of the Li family gazed at Li Tai air with the same disapproving look one might cast upon a reckless spendthrift, a quasi-immortal artifact. Not a single first-rate force in the Jiuxing domain possessed one. Yet this young man had casually detonated one, as if merely lighting a firecracker. Old Pan was left in stunned silence, having roamed alongside Li Tai air for 16 years, struggling to comprehend how this fellow had suddenly struck such extraordinary fortune. He recalled how Li Tai air had nearly starved on the Baizhe planet, and now, it seemed as though he could effortlessly acquire immortal and quasi-immortal artifacts. Li Tai air inquired whether Old Pan had indeed slain the members of the Luo family and the elders of the mysterious Mist sect. And upon receiving a confirmation, he fell into contemplation. Li Ling and the others remained in a state of shock. Good heavens, a first-rate force had been entirely annihilated by these two formidable individuals. And a wave of ecstasy followed, for these two were allies. After a moment of reflection, Li Tai air realized that the mysterious Mist sect would undoubtedly come seeking retribution, so he needed to prepare swiftly. Opening the void storage space, Li Tai air casually retrieved 4 half-immortal-grade medicinal fruits, handing 2 to Grand Elder Li Qing as a gesture of goodwill and compensation to the Li family, while the other 2 were given to Old Pan. Old Pan took the half-immortal-grade medicine in a daze, still processing what had just transpired, when he noticed Li Tai'er presenting him with a treasure he had never seen before, yet could not discern its grade. What is this? I don't need it. At my level of cultivation, external objects are no longer. Before Old Pan could finish his sentence, his mouth dropped open in shock. What the hell is going on? Li Qing and the others were equally perplexed, exclaiming, "What the hell is going on?" Li Tai'er pried open Old Pan's palm and stuffed 10 divine-grade bullets and 6 immortal-grade bullets into his hands. The ancestors of the Li family felt their heads spinning, exclaiming that they must have woken up too abruptly that morning, encountering so many divine-grade and immortal-grade treasures. Chapter 44. System Daddy, please be a person. Even as the ancestors of the Li family slapped their own faces in disbelief, the artifacts and immortal-grade treasures in Old Pan's hands remained. Old Pan stared wide-eyed at the treasure he held, suddenly feeling the urge to slap himself for his earlier reckless words, realizing he had almost refused these divine and immortal artifacts. Tai'er, you see, the 4 ancestors of the Li family rubbed their palms together, wanting to request something, but found it difficult to approach a younger generation for favors. They stammered, unsure of how to broach the subject. Li Tai'er was well aware of their thoughts, but was uncertain whether the mysterious mist-sect would genuinely come after them. So he had no intention of granting their requests just yet. The ancestors of the Li family signaled to Li Ling with their eyes, but Li Ling chose to ignore it. What a joke. How could a father ask his son for things, even if they were divine or immortal-grade artifacts? Li Ling felt he needed to maintain his dignity in front of his son Li Tai'er. Even though he too desired those treasures, Li Tai'er shot a bemused glance at Li Ling, noticing his peculiar expression, and reluctantly decided to relent and give them something, seeing as Li Ling was indeed his father. Spending 500,000 resistance points in the system store, he exchanged for an immortal-grade bullet for a Barrett sniper rifle and tossed it to the ancestor of the Li family. This left the ancestor of the Li family ecstatic, for with this immortal artifact, the Li family could finally take a step toward becoming a superpower. Old Pan, being a formidable being at the void refinement stage, had never encountered such a plethora of divine and immortal-grade artifacts. Strictly speaking, he had never encountered a celestial artifact before, yet now he found himself in possession of 6. The sudden arrival of such fortune left him somewhat disoriented. Subsequently, he spent 2 days instructing Old Pan on the use of the Barrett sniper rifle, which caused Old Pan considerable distress, as during the tutoring sessions, Li Tai'er inadvertently wasted 2 precious bullets. However, upon witnessing the formidable power of those bullets, Old Pan quickly dismissed his earlier anguish. The sheer potency was simply irresistible, and he had not anticipated that a divine weapon could be extravagantly utilized as a disposable resource. The venerable ancestor of the Li family observed Li Tai'er depleting 2 divine artifacts without batting an eyelid. Inwardly lamenting the sheer wastefulness, he swore to preserve the celestial artifact in his possession as a treasured heirloom for future generations. After bidding farewell to the ancestor and others, Li Tai'er arranged for Old Pan to stay in another courtyard while he remained in his current abode. Eager to achieve a personal goal, to arm himself to the teeth. Opening the system shop, he utilized the wishing feature, spending 1,990,000 resistance points to customize a planetary Barrett sniper rifle, and then expended 4,000,000 resistance points to exchange for 4 celestial bullets and 10 divine bullets. As he perused the items in the system shop, it dawned on him that it was time to comprehensively upgrade his cultivation techniques. Resolutely, he decided to spend 1,500,000 resistance points to redeem the final 2 layers of the Tai Ching derivative technique. The second layer, a quasi-celestial level costing 500,000 resistance points, and the third layer, a celestial level priced at 1,000,000 resistance points. Li Tai'er felt both excitement and sorrow. Previously, he had been frugal and often worried about his resistance points, but now he could finally indulge himself, purchasing whatever he desired without haggling. What a display of extravagance! Yet, when Li Tai'er intended to exchange for the final layer of the Lingshu Mising step, he was taken aback upon reading the description, exclaiming in frustration, "Is this a blatant attempt to extort money? The mental technique is only 1,500,000 resistance points. The second layer of the Lingshu Mising step astonishingly required 5,000,000 resistance points, and it was merely a quasi-celestial level. Not even celestial, however, as he unfurled the scroll for the second layer of the Lingshu Mising Step. An exuberant smile spread across his face. What a treasure! Not only was the technique more profound, but practitioners who mastered it could also fly through the air, even those in the chi refining stage, provided they could comprehend it fully. But this was no challenge for Li Tai'er. He promptly spent 200 resistance points to redeem a moment of enlightenment, successfully mastering the second layer of the mental technique. After testing it, he discovered that this technique was tailor-made for him, filling him with immense joy. The ability to fly was exclusive to cultivators above the God transformation stage, and now he too could achieve it. He subsequently spent 600,000 resistance points to exchange for the second and third layers of the Wanxiang Extreme Sword Slash, both at the divine level, which included the Earth Slash and the Sky Slash. Particularly, the third volume, Sky Slash, promised that any cultivator who learned it could open the heavenly gates with a single strike, prompting Li Tai'er to exclaim that it was an incredible value, the king of cost-effectiveness. After a spree of purchases, Li Tai'er checked his remaining resistance points, discovering only 6,930,000 left. His expression immediately soured. One truly does not appreciate the value of basic necessities until they manage their own expenses. He would have to continue striving for more resistance points. Just as he intended to close the system shop, he suddenly recalled a certain item he had long coveted. Navigating swiftly to its location, he found the price of 666,666 resistance points still stung his heart, the coveted Summon Alien Beauty Experience voucher. Should he give it a try? An internal battle ensued. He feared future regret upon reaching the Sage Realm, having spent 666,666 resistance points merely for a few hours of Joyli. Tai'er hesitated. Feeling that the system shop was a lecherous trap, cunningly enticing this innocent young man to make exorbitant purchases, it was outrageously expensive. After much contemplation, he decided to satisfy his curiosity. He would merely take a look, perhaps a hug at most. With trembling excitement, Li Tai'er gripped his shaking right hand with his left, lightly tapping the exchange button. As his resistance points were swiftly deducted, he hurriedly began to undress, feeling a sudden warmth envelop him. No, he felt hot already. Just as his robe slipped off and his trousers were halfway down, a flash of light flickered before him, and the space suddenly tore open. To his astonishment, a graceful, enchanting nine-tailed spirit fox emerged. Its pristine white fur devoid of any impurities, exuding an ethereal aura. Li Tai'er stood frozen. Was this truly the first beauty of the alien race? He hastily rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be mistaken. A bitter smile creeping onto his lips, upon looking again, he confirmed his initial suspicion. It was indeed a nine-tailed spirit fox, albeit a female. But that wasn't all. It wasn't even in human form. Enough was enough. Li Tai'er could no longer contain his frustration. Was this truly the first beauty of the alien race? Li Tai'er was on the verge of tears, cursing the system shop for being a swindler. After finally summoning the courage to make a significant purchase, he was met with a beast. This was more infuriating than being tricked by a celestial being. Just as he contemplated sending the nine-tailed spirit fox back, a sudden explosion of power emanated from her. Li Tai'er felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, more terrifying than old Pan's aura. What cultivation level was this fox? The spirit fox, her eyes seemingly enchanted, gracefully approached Li Tai'er, her nine tails brushing against him, exuding a seductive charm as she sniffed his scent. As if to memorize, Li Tai'er held his breath, fearing that this fox spirit might bite him if displeased. "Get her back!" he screamed inwardly, nearly bowing down to the system. "Little one, did you summon me?" The fox purred softly. Li Tai'er tensed, his hair standing on end. Chapter 45. This nine-tailed spirit fox is quite irregular. Li Tai'er vowed never to indulge his curiosity again. It was far too terrifying. Just as the system began to dissipate the nine-tailed spirit fox, he distinctly noticed her gaze brighten, fixated on him, her pink tongue licking her lips, a playful smile gracing her features. A flash of light, and the nine-tailed spirit fox vanished, leaving Li Tai'er with a blurry glimpse of an environment blanketed in snow. Suddenly, the door burst open. "Tai'er, Are you all right? Old Pan, having sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Li Tai-er's room, rushed in, concerned for his well-being. Still reeling from the shock of encountering the nine-tailed spirit fox, Li Tai-er hastily concocted a plausible excuse to deflect Old Pan's inquiries. Old Pan, naturally skeptical, continued to press for answers. But Li Tai-er, exasperated, devised a clever solution. He handed Old Pan a copy of the second and third layers of the Tai Ching derivative technique scroll, which left Old Pan speechless in awe. As he realized the significance of a celestial-level mental technique, Li Tai-er breathed a sigh of relief. He finally enjoyed some peace and promptly pushed Old Pan out of his room, no longer engaging him. Old Pan lingered at the door for a moment before hurriedly departing, eager to immerse himself in training, for a celestial-level technique was a rare treasure. 2 days later, Li Tai-er stepped out of his courtyard. Still at the 16th stage of Qi refining, his previous 2 deaths had not occurred during intense battles, so his physical attributes had not doubled. With his cultivation progress being painfully slow, he decided to take advantage of this rare free time to stroll around the estate and appreciate the scenery. The attitude of the people in the Li residence towards Li Tai-er had undergone a complete transformation. Wherever he went, those he encountered regarded him with respect, referring to him as young master, daring not to address him by name. The younger generation no longer mocked him. Instead, their first question was always about his recovery, followed by eager requests to hear tales of how he infiltrated Yunjing City and survived. Their eyes filled with admiration. Even his second brother, Li Chuang, who had previously maintained a cold demeanor, now expressed pride in his younger brother. Li Tai-er noticed that during their reunion, his elder brother, Li Yuan, who often wandered the lands, regarded him with a newfound warmth, calling him a little monster after examining him closely. Li Yuan's demeanor was amicable, and it was evident that he had fully embraced Li Tai-er as his younger brother. The remaining elders were equally warm, showering him with concern and maintaining kind smiles, which made Li Tai-er feel a bit bashful. For the first time, he sensed that he was surrounded by people who genuinely cared for him. Was it due to the power he now possessed? No. Li Tai-er preferred to believe that everything was a result of being a member of the Li family. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to a secluded spot on the back mountain, a place where his aunt, Li Ling-er, often frequented. Standing in the rain-watching pavilion, he listened to the chirping of birds and the roaring sound of the waterfall cascading down. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The absence of his aunt's figure by his side filled him with unease. What could have happened? A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Had something gone awry? His expression darkened as he resolved to seek answers. Just as he turned, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Tai-er, I heard from the servants that you were here. Your father wishes to have a word with you. Li Ling gazed at Li Tai-er with a tender expression, his eyes brimming with affection and concealed love. Li Tai-er felt somewhat uncomfortable. Ahem. Father, what is it that you need to discuss? He spoke first, unable to endure the overly sentimental atmosphere. When he was with Old Pan, they were constantly bickering and often resorted to scuffles. It is nothing of great consequence. I heard from Ling-er that she has already informed you of everything. Li Tai-er nodded, growing anxious at the mention of his Aunt Li Ling-er. There was no time to reminisce with his father. Father, why is my aunt not in the residence? Where has she gone? Surely, nothing has happened to her. Li Tai-er looked at Li Ling with a frantic expression. Upon hearing this, Li Ling's gaze dimmed. Whenever Li Ling-er was mentioned, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had he accompanied Li Ling-er to Yunjing City, perhaps she would not have vanished. When Li Tai-er learned that Li Ling-er had been blown into the abyss in Yunjing City, he disregarded his own safety and ventured out alone to search for her, after which she never reappeared. His eyes reddened with unshed tears. Li Tai-er was like a trapped beast, howling in anguish, his eyes ablaze with despair. Unable to stem the flow of tears, he felt a heavy burden of responsibility for his aunt's disappearance. He suspected it was likely related to the Luo family, yet the few remaining members of the Luo family had already been exterminated by Old Pan, leaving him with no leads to pursue. Li Ling, unable to bear his son's self-reproach, reassured him that he had sent someone to investigate. After all, when Yunjing City was destroyed, many people in the vicinity were bound to have been alarmed. And surely someone must know the whereabouts of Li Ling-er. After all, She was a cultivator at the early stage of transformation and could not simply vanish without a trace. Hearing this, Li Tai'er felt a slight relief, and he too believed that his Aunt Li Ling heir might not necessarily be in danger. He urged his father Li Ling to inform him immediately if there were any updates. Suddenly, as Li Ling and Li Tai'er conversed, 3 resounding and heavy bell tolls echoed throughout the entirety of Zhenyuan City. "What is happening?" Li Tai'er exclaimed in surprise at the sudden sound of the bells. Li Ling's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave as he spoke in a low voice. "This is serious. Report. Patriarch, urgent news." A subordinate rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor. Li Ling cast a sharp gaze at the subordinate and barked. "What is there to panic about? Speak." "Our scouts have reported that 30,000 kilometers northeast of Zhenyuan City, a vast number of cultivators are heading towards our city, their numbers unspecified, but estimated to be over 400,000. They are all riding high-grade void-breaking flying boats or commanding advanced spirit beasts at the Miao Miao sect." Li Tai'er inquired urgently. "Indeed." Upon receiving confirmation, a chill ran down Li Tai'er's spine. He thought to himself how quickly they had arrived. Since this battle could not be avoided, they would fight. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he exuded an aura of danger, thinking that at most, he could unleash 2 improved versions of the Star King bombs. What superpower could withstand such devastation? A cold smile crept across Li Tai'er's lips as he even felt a sense of anticipation for the impending conflict. Chapter 46. A Genius? A wastrel? Luo Li's determination. Li Tai'er and Li Ling stood atop the eastern gate tower of Zhenyuan City, gazing into the distance, although they could not yet see the approaching Miao Miao sect members. The wind howled ominously, filling the eastern gate tower with an oppressive atmosphere. The Miao Miao sect, with its tens of thousands, intentionally slowed their advance, their overwhelming killing intent unmasked, coalescing into a sea of murderous intent that darkened the skies. This maneuver was meant to pressure the Li family of Zhenyuan City and to intimidate the other forces within the Jinjia world, proclaiming their dominance. The various factions in Jinjia world were stirred. Centered around Zhenyuan City, the skies were filled with cultivators observing from the AI art. As the Miao Miao sect took action, other forces dared not approach closely, fearing to provoke the wrath of the hegemonic Miao Miao sect, which might lead to their own annihilation. Everyone awaited the unfolding drama. Resources in Jinjia world were finite, already divided among the existing superpowers. Other factions seeking to ascend and acquire more resources needed the old powers to step aside. Hence, many were watching for an opportunity to feast upon the remains of the Li family in this world. The strong prey upon the weak. The law of the jungle prevailed, and the powerless had no voice. Meanwhile, the onlooking cultivators were enjoying the spectacle, gossiping among themselves. "Have you heard? Elder Lu of the Miao Miao sect was killed in Yunjing City, and the Miao Miao sect has issued a death order. Anyone involved will be executed without mercy." "What? The Miao Miao sect dares to act. They even killed an elder of their sect, truly reckless. Could it have been the Li family's doing?" "TSK, your news is outdated. I heard it was that Li Tai'er, who had the audacity to storm Yunjing City, that did it. Goodness. How fortunate for the Li family. A wandering bastard has such astonishing talent. Not only did he invade Yunjing City during his qi refinement stage, but the city was also mysteriously obliterated, and he somehow survived. Truly preposterous. I say, he is merely a brash youth. What if he is a genius? He has provoked the Miao Miao sect. Today, he will surely die." "Ha ha ha, indeed. A fallen genius does not count as a genius." The Miao Miao sect aimed to amplify the commotion, and among the onlookers, aside from various factions, the majority were idle cultivators who thrived on chaos, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. The impending battle between the Li family and the Miao Miao sect not only ignited fervent discussions among the scattered cultivators present, but also sent ripples through the other factions in Jinjia world. In Taiyan City, within the Dongfang family residence, Dongfang Ryu wept, "Father, I was wrong. I should not have been deceived by Lu Qing and trusted his lies. I acted on my own to withdraw the engagement with the Li family. And now I've stirred up such a great disaster." Dongfang Bumye sighed, shaking his head. "It's too late for regrets now. What a pity for Li Tai'er. Had you married him, the Dongfang family would have surely ascended to greater heights." Dongfang Ruoyu. tears streaming down her face, did not foresee that her rash withdrawal from the engagement would lead to the extermination of the Luo family and the obliteration of Yunjing City, now escalating into a confrontation between two superpowers. The situation had spiraled beyond control. "Oh, I regret spoiling you," Dongfang Miye lamented. "At this point, there is no use in discussing it further. If only you had successfully married him, our Dongfang family would surely have soared." Dongfang Ruoyu, however, did not share her father's viewpoint. While she regretted her actions, she only regretted not consulting him before unilaterally approaching the Li family. She did not regret the engagement withdrawal itself. She had always looked down upon Li Tai'er. Upon their first meeting in the Baizhe world, she found him exceedingly unrefined, lacking any semblance of grace, and he could not compare to her brother Lu Qing. More importantly, Li Tai'er was a bastard, a drifter. How could he be worthy of her status as the cherished daughter of the Dongfang family in Jianzhou world? To marry Li Tai'er? She would rather die. Even now, you remain obstinate? Dongfang Miye retorted. Li Tai'er possesses immense potential, surpassing any talent in Jianzhou star domain, including Luo Li, who cannot even be compared. As a first-rate power, the Dongfang family had a solid intelligence network. The information Dongfang Miye received indicated that the destruction of Yunjing City was solely the doing of Li Tai'er. While the specifics were unclear, it did not diminish Dongfang Miye's shock. Which young person in Jianzhou star domain could achieve such a feat? More importantly, the intelligence revealed that following the destruction of Yunjing City, a powerful figure of the void refinement stage appeared, rescuing Li Tai'er and slaying the few remaining members of the Luo family alongside Elder Lu of the Miao Miao sect. This powerful being acted solely for Li Tai'er. It was clear how immense Li Tai'er's influence must be. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he alone could rival a superpower. However, due to his daughter's foolish actions, the Dongfang family had missed the greatest opportunity for ascendancy. Every time Dongfang Miye thought of this, he felt an overwhelming sense of agony, wishing he could strike his daughter. Dongfang Ruoyu, dead. Is it merely a wandering bastard? When the Li family held their coming-of-age ceremony, he was merely at the 6th stage of qi refinement, compared to the prodigies of other forces in Jianzhou world. He was nothing but a waste, and how could he dare to compete with Luo Li? Dongfang Ruoyu dismissed her father's words, believing he merely coveted the power behind Li Tai'er's family. Frustrated by his daughter's short-sightedness, Dongfang Miye ordered the servants to confine Dongfang Ruoyu to her courtyard, forbidding anyone from letting her out without his command. Oh, how I envy the Li family. They possess such a monstrous genius. If he can weather this storm, the Li family is destined to rise because of Li Tai'er. The Eastern family, forever envious, faces the unfortunate consequence of Dongfang Ruoyu's unwavering obsession, which has irrevocably severed the ties between the Dongfang clan and the Li family. In the city of Tianyin, the Luo family received alarming news. "Miss, the Piao Miao sect has dispatched hundreds of thousands of cultivators towards the Li family's stronghold. It appears they intend to coerce the Li family into surrendering Li Tai'er, and that enigmatic powerful figure, it seems Li Tai'er is in grave peril this time." Silence. Luo Li, consumed by frustration, found herself inexplicably irked by any ill tidings concerning Li Tai'er. After a moment of contemplation, she resolutely dashed out of the courtyard. "Miss, you cannot go out. The clan head has ordered that you remain within the confines of your courtyard, or else you shall face punishment. And what of it? I can endure a beating. I am accustomed to it. I must go out today." Miss, the maid, in a state of panic, desperately hoped to dissuade Luo Li from her course. However, Luo Li was resolute, donning an oversized robe that enveloped her entirely, and without a backward glance, she departed her courtyard, heading straight for Jianzhou City. Although a cloth was bound around her eyes, she felt an unprecedented clarity of vision at that moment. Chapter 47. Do you believe that treasures come seeking you? Tai'er, what is the current situation? At the eastern city gate of Jianzhou City, Old Pan arrived late. Li Ling turned to regard the newly arrived Old Pan, and suddenly his pupils constricted as he sensed a heightened aura emanating from him, leaving him astonished at the latter's cultivation talent. Once, he, Old Pan, and Wan Qing had traversed the martial world together, their skills being relatively equal. Yet, after a mere decade or so, while he remained stuck at the peak of the transformation stage, Old Pan had astonishingly reached the mid-stage of the void refinement stage. And now, just days later, his cultivation had further progressed. Old Pan, I thank you, Li Ling said gravely, fixing his gaze on Old Pan. Old Pan understood Li Ling's gratitude, but he had been following Li Tai not for Li Ling's sake. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Li Tai heard his father's voice and frowned slightly. Though aware that his father's decision to leave him wandering was for his own good, he found it impossible to force himself to draw closer to Li Ling in such a short time. Through the system, he had also noticed Old Pan's cultivation had increased, leaving him secretly astounded at the terrifying power of the celestial techniques. The higher one ascended in cultivation, the more difficult it became to progress. Some individuals might be stuck at a minor realm for their entire lives. He hadn't anticipated that after merely granting the celestial technique to Old Pan, the latter would experience growth in just a day. Although he had not broken through to the mid-stage of the void refinement stage, he was perilously close. Old Pan, it seems these bastards do not intend to let us off easily, Li Tai remarked with a bitter smile as he regarded Old Pan. I will follow your lead. What do you plan to do? Old Pan replied nonchalantly, adhering to his principle. If a fight ensues, engage. If defeat is imminent, retreat. Due to this principle on the planet base, Li Tai had often been betrayed by Old Pan. Left to fend for himself during numerous skirmishes while Old Pan made a hasty escape, Li Tai turned his gaze towards Juan City, where the streets were filled with fleeing cultivators. The Li family members he had hoped to see had yet to appear. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, he focused on Old Pan. Let us depart for the wilderness, away from Juan City. After all, this turmoil was ignited by us, and it is best not to involve others. Although Li Tai was no saint, he still possessed a modicum of conscience, and it was preferable to avoid harming the innocent in the city. Old Pan had no objections. Wherever Li Tai went, he would follow. He had not left his side for over a decade, and that would not change now. However, before departing, Old Pan, with an unusually serious expression, handed Li Tai a small token, instructing him that if ever in need, he could visit any planet within the Jianzhou star domain that was inhabited by cultivators, and displaying this token would ensure assistance. Li Tai stared incredulously at the token inscribed with the character Xiao. The token was neither metal nor wood, its material indiscernible, yet he felt an instinctual recognition of its significance, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety. Old Pan, what is the meaning of this token? Old Pan laughed heartily, ruffling Li Tai's hair as he teased, You stubborn boy, just take it. When did you become so chatty? With no choice but to accept the token, Li Tai was puzzled by Old Pan's sudden gesture. Although he did not recognize the token, Li Ling, as the head of the influential Li family, understood its implications well. The Xiao organization, the largest assassination group in the Jianzhou star domain, was rumored to be an omnipotent force capable of eliminating anyone in existence, unless the price for their services was insufficient, showcasing their audacity. No-one knew the identities of the members within the Xiao organization, for they could be present anywhere there were cultivators. Li Ling was taken aback to discover that the leader of the Xiao organization was none other than his acquaintance of over 100 years. Old Pan, marveling at how deeply hidden this truth had been. He was further astonished that Old Pan had entrusted this token to Li Tai, as it effectively meant handing over the entire Xiao organization to him, leaving even Old Pan incapable of commanding any member thereafter. The organization only recognized the token, not the individual, and it could only be passed from the previous leader to the next, with no alternative means. As Li Tai and Old Pan prepared to depart Juan City, Li Ling attempted to follow, but Li Tai intervened. Representing the entire Li family, Li Ling's involvement would drag the entire clan into the fray, endangering the lives of hundreds of thousands who relied on the Li family for protection. Li Tai, unwilling to see his father embroiled in a dilemma, was particularly mindful of the danger, especially since his aunt, Li Ling had gone missing due to his actions. Li Ling felt a profound sense of helplessness. His beloved child was on the brink of a life-and-death crisis, and he could only stand by and watch. Li Tai pressed his lips together, his gaze flickering. Although he wished for his father to stand by him, reason dictated otherwise. Old Pan, let us go. Li Tai'er shouted, leaping from the city wall, with Old Pan following without hesitation. Even if death awaited them, he would accompany Li Tai'er into the fray. Upon leaping off the city wall, Old Pan initially intended to fly with Li Tai'er, who was merely at the chi refinement stage, but before he could voice this thought, his eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Li Tai'er soaring through the air unaided, moving at a speed comparable to that of a late-stage golden core cultivator. What on earth? Old Pan's mind screamed in disbelief. While Li Tai'er had frequently astonished him with rare treasures, he had never heard of a chi refinement stage cultivator being able to fly. Tai'er, what is this? Old Pan was at a loss for words, utterly astonished. He was intensely curious about how Li Tai'er had acquired such astonishing abilities. They had only been in the Jianzhou world for less than a year. Yet Li Tai'er seemed transformed, igniting his fears that perhaps the latter had been possessed by a powerful entity. Li Tai'er felt a sudden headache, realizing in his haste he had activated the second layer of the semi-immortal technique. The Ling Su Mising Step, which he had just exchanged for 5 million resistance points. For a chi refinement stage cultivator to fly was an exceedingly terrifying feat in anyone's eyes. Old Pan? Do you believe me when I say that these techniques and treasures simply appeared before me? Li Tai'er managed a smile that was more pained than joyful, finding himself at a loss for words as he pondered how to weave this tale. To his surprise, Old Pan responded with a knowing expression, suddenly realizing that it might have been a gift from Li Tai'er's mother. When Old Pan first encountered Wan Qing'er, he was captivated by her enigmatic aura. She did not belong to the Jianzhou star domain, and the techniques and treasures she wielded were extraordinarily precious. Li Tai'er felt a pang of guilt. But seeing that Old Pan was willing to be deceived, he felt a sense of relief and focused on their journey. Look, Li Tai'er and another person have emerged from Jinyun City. It seems they are heading towards the wilderness. They're courting death, huddling within the city, shielded by formations. They might have survived a while longer. Now, venturing outside is sheer folly. Yet one cannot entirely dismiss their actions as foolish. Remaining in the city would mean being trapped. Escaping may grant them a sliver of hope. Futile. A multitude of onlookers, distant from Jinyun City, could only vaguely discern the figures of Li Tai'er and his companion hastening from the city, prompting a flurry of speculation among them. 200,000 kilometers away, the formidable army of hundreds of thousands from the Piaomiao sect steadily advanced towards Jinyun City. Report. Elder Li Tai'er and that mysterious individual have burst forth from Jinyun City, fleeing towards the wilds. Did you clearly identify them? Elder Li, exuding an intimidating presence without anger, fixed his gaze upon the messenger. Having compared the likenesses multiple times, there is no room for error. Elder Li's expression tightened. He knew all too well that the wilds were fraught with peril, particularly for their large contingent, which could encounter grave dangers within. He swiftly commanded, "Everyone, advance at full speed. We must intercept them before they enter the wilds." Chapter 48. Crisis approaches. Sword Chi sweeps 10,000 miles. Half an hour later, Li Tai'er and Old Pan had already traversed over 10 million kilometers from Jinyun City. To expedite their flight, Old Pan was now carrying Li Tai'er. For the speed of a golden core cultivator vastly outstripped that of a void refinement cultivator. Old Pan, at our current pace, we have less than half a day's journey before entering the wilds. Once we arrive, we shall delve into those deathly forbidden zones deep within, and I shall ensure that all those hundreds of thousands remain trapped there. Li Tai'er gritted his teeth, his voice barely escaping through clenched jaws. The audacity of the Piaomiao sect to attempt his assassination infuriated him, and he was already scheming on how to ensnare them. This was a lucrative opportunity worth billions of resistance points. Having spoken for a while without a response from Old Pan, Li Tai'er turned to look at him, only to find his expression grave, the forward momentum of their flight beginning to wane. What is it? A sense of foreboding washed over Li Tai'er. Too late. They've caught up. Old Pan's gaze was fixed intently in a certain direction, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him, following Old Pan's line of sight. Li Tai'er's pupils dilated in shock. 5 figures, initially no larger than insects, had suddenly appeared before them, revealed by the system to possess mid-level void refinement cultivation. These bastards, they truly underestimate us. Li Tire spat in fury. Realizing they were intent on exterminating both of them, the 5 individuals, garbed in azure robes adorned with golden trim, hovered above Li Tire and Old Pan, looking down upon them with disdain, their gazes sweeping over Li Tire. However, when they turned their attention to Old Pan, the sneers on their faces faltered momentarily, their pupils flickering as they recognized that the intelligence provided by their sect was evidently flawed. This mysterious figure's cultivation was alarmingly close to late-stage void refinement. Old Pan regarded the advancing 5 with trepidation. They were all mid-level void refinement cultivators, and he felt no certainty of victory. His greatest concern was for Li Tire. Should a battle ensue, he feared he would be unable to protect him. As both sides faced one another, tension thickened the air, and without uttering a word, their auras clashed in an invisible contest. Shielded by Old Pan, Li Tire remained unaware of the immense force of this clash, only hearing the sounds of violent explosions around him, as massive mountains crumbled and trees were reduced to ashes. The Piao Miao sect's numbers were overwhelming, and as Old Pan's aura began to falter, a battle was on the cusp of igniting. Tire, fall back, Old Pan bellowed, propelling Li Tire away just before the 5 could strike. Understanding that remaining would only hinder Old Pan, Li Tire swiftly maneuvered around the Piao Miao sect's 5 members and soared towards the wilds. Initially, the 5 had dismissed Li Tire, a mere chi refinement cultivator, as inconsequential, believing their only adversary to be Old Pan. Once Old Pan was dealt with, they assumed dispatching Li Tire would be trivial. However, when they witnessed the chi refinement cultivators soaring through the skies, they were taken aback. One among them hastily broke away from the group, intent on eliminating Li Tire to avert any unforeseen complications. Yet Old Pan was no mere figure to be disregarded. He unleashed the technique of chi transformation into 3 clarity, manifesting 3 versions of himself, each at the same cultivation level as his true self. And all 3 Old Pans attacked with full force, preventing the 5 from diverting their attention to Li Tire. Hurry! Flee into the wilds. I will catch up shortly. Old Pan exerted himself to the utmost, striving to delay the 5 and buy Li Tire a chance to escape. Li Tire recognized Old Pan's precarious situation. Battling 5 cultivators of similar strength was already beyond his limits. Without hesitation, he activated the Lingshu mysterious steps to its utmost potential and dashed toward the wilds. Without Old Pan to carry him, the remaining half-day journey would now take Li Tire 3 days to traverse. As he sped along, he kept a vigilant watch on the battle unfolding behind him. Though too far to discern the specific details of the confrontation, the tremendous sounds of energy clashes revealed the intensity of the fight. As Li Tire raced forward, a day swiftly passed, and he was now perilously close to the wilds. Yet, he felt no exhilaration. The Piao Miao sect's hundreds of thousands were also drawing near, utilizing high-grade void-breaking flying vessels and various high-tier spirit beasts, their speed undoubtedly surpassing his own. Had it not been for Old Pan's earlier assistance, Li Tire would have been caught long before. Despite his utmost efforts, as the sun dipped below the horizon, he was ultimately pursued. Kid, you've run fast, but it's all in vain. You will die sooner or later, so why struggle? Elderly sneered at Li Tire. Elderly secretly exhaled in relief, having managed to catch up to Li Tire just before he could enter the wilds. Li Tire felt like a cornered beast, surrounded by at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. His demeanor shifted from one of avoidance to one of desperate resistance. With no avenue for escape, he resolved to fight to the bitter end. Elderly regarded Li Tire with disdain. A chi refinement cultivator was hardly worth his attention in a world teeming with talent. Even if Li Tire were a genius, he could only challenge Foundation establishment cultivators at best. With over 20,000 Foundation establishment cultivators present, even standing still, Li Tire would tire himself out trying to kill them. Attack! Elderly commanded impassively, regarding Li Tire as a doomed foe, unworthy of his words. The pursuit of the hundreds of thousands was merely a stratagem to force the Li family into the open. But it seemed they had miscalculated, for no Li family cultivators had appeared thus at Elderly's order. Dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators leapt from the ranks, grinning malevolently. A mere chi refinement cultivator was no challenge for them. Their motivation for joining the fray stemmed from a desire to claim credit. In their eyes, the battle would be over in an instant, and they would gain a merit point without effort. Li Tyre grinned, delighting in the opportunity to seize the initiative. He nodded and drew his sword, gripping the sheath tightly with one hand and reversing the grip on the hilt with the other. He unsheathed the blade in a flash. Wuxiang extreme sword slash the heavens, Li Tyre roared, his voice resonating like thunder, as a massive phantom of a swordsman materialized behind him, echoing his actions, with a resounding clash. Akin to the scythe of death in motion, the sword's energy surged across 10,000 miles, in the incredulous gazes of the dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators charging towards him. Their bodies were instantaneously severed in half. The sword's energy was unstoppable. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be cleaved asunder, chaos engulfing the surroundings, as the army of hundreds of thousands descended into disarray. The sword's energy howled through, claiming lives as if they were mere grass. Even the most accomplished golden core cultivators could not withstand its onslaught, being turned to souls beneath the blade in an instant. Such was the terror of celestial-grade offensive techniques. Ding. Host detected resisting in a life-or-death situation. 8,000 cultivators killed. Reward. 7.2 million resistance points. Li Tyre was filled with ecstatic joy. Indeed, the third layer of the Wuxiang extreme sword slash the heavens, which was said to be capable of opening the gates of heaven with a single strike, had not disappointed him. Although the power of his strike, wielded with the strength of a nascent golden core, could not reach the legendary might of opening the gates of heaven, it was still tremendously formidable. However, the energy expenditure was equally staggering. That single strike had consumed half of Li Tyre's spiritual energy. He gasped in astonishment, exclaiming how monstrous it was. Elderly, in a state of shock and fury, never anticipated that a chi refinement cultivator could unleash such a horrifying blow, one that transcended his comprehension. He began to suspect that Li Tyre might have been possessed by some super-powerful entity. Otherwise, how could he defy all logic? This astonishing strike had slain over 8,000 Foundation establishment and golden core cultivators, and even claimed the lives of more than 300 mid-level nascent soul cultivators before being finally halted by a coalition of nascent soul cultivators. Elder Li's eyes burned with rage as he fixated on Li Tyre, wishing he could tear him to shreds. Noticing Li Tyre's significant energy depletion, he decisively commanded, all forces, unleash everything to eliminate him. No mercy. In an instant, every high-grade void-breaking flying vessel began to gather energy, rapidly consuming the top-grade spirit stones from their energy chambers, as a torrent of energy coalesced at the vessel's bow, poised to unleash an apocalyptic strike. All their attacks were aimed solely at Li Tyre, a mere chi refinement cultivator. Chapter 49. The Struggle of a Cornered Beast. All of Li Tyre's skills on display. A group assault? How utterly shameless. Observing the frenzied energy about to erupt, a cold smirk appeared on Li Tyre's lips. Unperturbed by the impending danger, he sat down cross-legged, determining that his immediate priority was to replenish his internal spiritual energy. For grueling battles lay ahead. Elder Li furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Li Tyre's actions. Even at this juncture, he still sought to cultivate. Elder Li had not even considered the possibility of restoring spiritual energy. The vast majority of cultivators practiced profound-level techniques, with only a select few exceptionally fortunate individuals possessing Earth-level ones. As for heavenly-level techniques, only the superpowers of the Sword 9 realm could claim ownership. And even among them, the number of those capable of cultivating such techniques was exceedingly rare. As for divine-level techniques, they were simply beyond reach. It seemed that only the Miao Miao sect within the entire Sword 9 star domain had any, and even then, only a handful of individuals, such as the sect leader and the elder, could practice them. Others had no chance whatsoever. However, even with a heavenly-level technique, restoring spiritual energy would still require at least a quarter of an hour. Thus, in Elder Li's understanding, the brief moment at hand was far too fleeting to restore any spiritual energy. The only option left was to cultivate, but in such dire circumstances, Li Tyre would surely be frightened into a stupor. Li Tyre sat cross-legged on the ground, hands forming seals, preparing to enter a state of cultivation. In his estimation, The third layer of the timing transformation technique, a celestial level method, should only require 20 breaths to replenish the spiritual energy within him. He believed he had more than enough time before the assault from the Miao Miao sect arrived. However, just as he entered the cultivation state and began to circulate his technique, an explosive surge of spiritual energy erupted around him, centered on his being. Under the horrified gazes of Elder Li and the others, a massive torrent of nearly liquid-like spiritual energy surged toward Li Taier's body, which he then devoured completely. Merely 2 breaths later, Li Taier's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, a flicker of brilliance flashing within, only to be replaced by sheer astonishment. "What the hell? This is absolutely terrifying," Li Taier stammered. Having witnessed the might of a celestial level technique for the first time, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. "Quick! Kill him!" Elder Li's fear was palpable. He must not be allowed to escape today. This was no ordinary technique. It was undoubtedly above heavenly level. His eyes were a tumult of fear, murderous intent, and greed. Boom, boom. Several high-grade void-breaking flying vessels had gathered their energies, and under Li Taier's serious gaze, a volley of white energy projectiles, each as thick as a large water barrel, streaked across the sky, aimed directly at him. Given their power, even a cultivator at the initial stage of divine transformation would likely perish on the spot against such an onslaught. Damn it! The super lucky aura is still in cooldown. Just as Li Taier attempted to activate his aura, he was abruptly informed by the system that it was still on cooldown, causing him to realize that only about 5 days had passed since he had previously obliterated Yunjing City. Yet, Li Taier had no intention of dying in vain. He was determined to seize every last point of resistance available. As the energy attack bore down on him, he decisively retrieved the space fighter, the J-20, gifted by the system from his spatial storage. He swiftly poured all his high-grade spirit stones into the energy chamber, activating the aircraft. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and the onlookers could only witness a massive object materializing out of thin air at Li Taier's location. Just as the energy attack collided with it, engulfing the area in a maelstrom of violent energy and rising dust. When the dust finally settled, Elder Li's smile froze on his face. The location that had been struck by the energy projectiles was utterly devoid of Li Taier's presence. With not even a trace of his remains to be found, only emptiness. "What is going on?" was the collective query of the crowd. "Look, what is that in the sky?" Other divine transformation cultivators instinctively looked up, astonished to discover an object of indeterminate rank hovering above, appearing silver-gray, with a pointed front, 2 wings in the midsection, and 2 elongated tubes at the rear expelling gas. None among them had ever witnessed such a thing and were baffled as to its nature. Li Taier sat within the J-20, equally astonished. This aircraft, having been modified by the system, was astonishingly fast. He merely thought about it, and just as the energy attack was a mere meter away, he vanished from his spot and reappeared in the air above the crowd. As the fighter hovered above, Li Taier felt as if his mind lagged behind, unable to process the speed he had just experienced. It was beyond mere velocity. It was akin to a spatial leap. Elder Li squinted, sensing Li Taier's aura emanating from the object. At that moment, his heart sank. He could never have anticipated that a mere chi-refining cultivator could possess such an array of rare items, techniques, and this inexplicable contraption. He faintly sensed danger emanating from it. The other divine transformation cultivators from the Miao Miao sect finally took the situation seriously. During the previous assault, they had refrained from acting, knowing that it would be disgraceful for their rank to attack a chi-refining cultivator. Li Taier gazed down at the stillness of the hundreds of thousands below, a sinister smile forming on his lips. It was now time for a counterattack. He produced 2 modified air-to-air Thunderbolt missiles, each costing him a staggering 1 million resistance points, exceeding the divine grade category, yet not quite reaching the power of a Tsar Bomba. Lying somewhere between divine and semi-celestial grade, classified as semi-celestial, a growing sense of unease gnawed at Elder Li, the commander of this operation. He hastily issued orders for everyone to unleash their full strength. Even the divine transformation cultivators could not stand idly by. In an instant, All Foundation establishment cultivators piloted their void-breaking flying vessels to attack, while those at the Golden Core stage and above used their items to unleash their might. Dozens of divine transformation cultivators dispersed in all directions, cutting off all escape routes for Litair. A copper wall and iron bastion had formed, trapping Litair in the center, with an onslaught akin to a tidal wave awaiting him. Though Litair saw them closing in, he felt no fear. "You little brats, Grandpa is about to gift you something spectacular to show you the brilliance of the world." He cackled wildly, indulging in his madness. Piloting the J-20 through the throng of Meow Meow cultivators, the aircraft's attack mode was activated, unleashing a torrent of bullets that erupted from its nose, visibly consuming 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. Foundation establishment cultivators fell like blades of grass beneath Litair's relentless assault, the system's notifications of resistance point rewards ringing continuously in his consciousness. As the chaos ensued, all high-grade void-breaking flying vessels had activated their defensive arrays, making it impossible for Litair to breach them in a short time. Given his limited high-grade spirit stones, he could only activate a restricted attack mode, with the firepower of the aircraft equivalent to a full-force strike from a cultivator at the early Golden Core stage. The deafening explosions echoed, as Litair utilized the aircraft's incredible speed to execute rapid short-distance spatial jumps, desperately evading the assaults from high-tier spirit beasts and divine transformation cultivators. Yet, despite the speed of the space fighter, the sheer number of Meow Meow cultivators was overwhelming, especially when facing the terrifying attacks from divine transformation cultivators. Even the most meticulous of plans could falter. "Warning, warning, the aircraft has sustained severe damage. Current integrity at 70. Warning, warning, the aircraft's energy is insufficient. Imminent crash, damn it." Litair cursed under his breath. The consumption from the spatial leaps was staggering. Of the 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, fewer than 100 remained. It was time to test the might of the semi-celestial missiles. Litair no longer hesitated, maneuvering the aircraft into attack mode and lightly tapping the screen to activate the fire button. With a resounding boom, 2 air-to-air Thunderbolt missiles roared forth from beneath the aircraft, shooting directly toward the center of the Meow Meow sect's numerous void-breaking flying vessels. "Quick! Intercept it!" Elderly, watching the semi-celestial artifacts hurtling toward them, was far from pleased, a sense of severe crisis enveloping him. He sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 50. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to showcase the beauty of technology." "It's too late," Litair sneered coldly. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was fixated on the semi-celestial missiles, he piloted the J-20 erratically toward the wasteland. What did the semi-celestial Thunderbolt missiles signify? Elderly and the others had no inkling. Yet the mere thought of them filled them with profound shock. A chi-refining cultivator casually wielding semi-celestial artifacts was unimaginable. Such artifacts were possessed by only a handful within the Meow Meow sect, which dominated the Sword 9-star domain, holding sway over countless stars within that realm. Elder Lee's unease intensified. Relying on his instincts, he knew that the issue lay with these 2 semi-celestial artifacts. He abandoned his greed and roared for everyone to quickly evade. Witnessing Elder Lee's uncharacteristic panic, the others, though still oblivious to the impending catastrophe, sensed that something dreadful was about to unfold. Yet, it was too late. The interval between Litair firing the Thunderbolt missiles and Elder Lee realizing something was wrong was merely a few breaths. Boom, bang. The sounds of 2 consecutive violent explosions erupted, their combined force creating a more horrific spectacle, unleashing a mushroom cloud with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. A colossal shockwave burst forth from the explosion's epicenter. Nearby void-breaking flying vessels were shattered, high-tier spirit beasts were torn apart, and Foundation establishment cultivators were reduced to ashes. The defensive array that had previously withstood Litair's relentless assault with the J-20 at the early Golden Core level crumbled as if made of paper. Utterly fragile, madman. He is nothing short of a lunatic. This was the collective thought of all divine transformation cultivators, including Elder Lee, who had dared to detonate semi-celestial artifacts, 2 of them, no less, as the shockwave swept through. The foundational stage cultivators of the sect fell in droves, their lives extinguished, Elderly felt a surge of blood rise in his throat from sheer fury, yet he forcibly swallowed it down. The area within the explosion resembled a hellish purgatory, filled with the wails of the dying and the roars of the furious, while the shockwave continued its relentless harvest of lives. Elderly understood that waiting any longer was futile. With a thunderous shout, his voice, bolstered by his cultivation, drowned out the cacophony of the explosions. All members of the Chow Miao sect, those at the nascent soul stage and above, join me in countering this onslaught. Yes, the unified roar echoed from all directions as the cultivators, under Elder Li's command, ceased their individual evasion of the shockwave. They charged forward, 10,000 cultivators launching an all-out assault, their fierce offensive colliding with the shockwave in an instant. In that moment of collision, those with slightly lower cultivation levels spewed blood and were sent flying, clearly suffering severe injuries. The divine transformation stage cultivators fared somewhat better, sustaining only minor internal injuries. With a trace of blood at the corners of their mouths, the terrifying shockwave gradually dissipated under the collective effort of the crowd, leaving behind a scene of devastation, scattered feathers, severed limbs, and a river of blood flowing across the ground. Elderly clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding, veins bulging at his temples, his eyes wide with fury. The once mighty Chow Miao sect, with its hundreds of thousands of cultivators, had been reduced to this tragic state by a mere chi refining stage cultivator. After the explosion, fewer than 250,000 cultivators remained. Under the detonation of two semi-immortal artifacts, nearly 150,000 had perished in an instant. Ding. Host detected the elimination of 150,000 opponents. Reward: 135 million resistance points. Current resistance points: 142.65 million. Hiss. Li Taier inhaled sharply, realizing he had truly become a wealthy man overnight. The destructive power of two semi-immortal missiles was indeed terrifying. Ha ha ha. If you have the ability, keep chasing. I want to see how many more explosions you can withstand. Having tasted success, Li Taier was determined to devour the remaining cultivators entirely, taunting Elderly to compel him to pursue further. Warning, warning, energy depleted, aircraft descending, damn it. This is not how it works. Li Taier was genuinely panicked now, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Just after mocking the Chow Miao sect's over 200,000 cultivators, they were now eager to exact revenge. And now, the only means of escape had ceased to function. Li Taier wished he could slap himself for forgetting the prior warning about energy depletion. Now, with no choice left, he could only crawl out of the aircraft and store it in his spatial pouch. Elderly, in the throes of anger, noticed that Li Taier had abandoned his flying artifact and was about to unleash a scathing retort when he was astonished to see the latter floating midair. Where on earth did this fellow come from? Elder Li's heart raced. A chi refining stage cultivator had showcased skills that utterly eclipsed his peers in terms of cultivation, techniques, and artifacts, nearly dominating the foundational strength of all forces in the Jianzhu star domain. He was certainly not a member of the Li family. This was Elder Li's final conclusion. However, having already provoked him, there was no turning back. Only with Li Taier's demise could he avoid the potential wrath of unknown forces in the future. All members of the Chow Miao sect, heed my command. Eliminate this man. No rest until he is dead. Elder Li's gaze was icy as he focused on Li Taier, his voice chilling to the bone. At that moment, he acknowledged his own fear. He sensed a crisis that could threaten the very existence of the Chow Miao sect emanating from a mere chi refining stage cultivator. Kill. The roar of over 20,000 cultivators surged towards Li Taier, a tsunami of murderous intent sweeping across a vast expanse, causing lower-tier spirit beasts to perish from sheer terror. This is escalating dramatically. Li Taier watched in horror as the Chow Miao sect charged towards him with lethal intent. Relying on Old Pan for rescue was impossible. The latter was still struggling against 5 mid-stage void refinement cultivators in the void. Now, it was up to him alone, gritting his teeth and mustering all his strength. He activated his Lingshu mystical step to its limits, mobilizing every ounce of spiritual energy within him, racing towards the wild domain at full throttle. Yet even so, Li Taier's speed could only match that of a peak golden core stage cultivator. Behind him, among the over 20,000 pursuers, There were no fewer than 10,000 at the nascent soul and divine transformation stages. The distance between them was rapidly closing. It's over, a failed scheme. Li Tai'er gazed back at the dark throng, tears of despair threatening to spill. Since there was no escape, he resolved not to run anymore. Initially reluctant to expend his resistance points, hoping to eliminate the 20,000 cultivators through the terrors of the wild domain. It seemed now that the Xiaomiao sect would not afford him that opportunity. Then let it be a fight to the death. Li Tai'er made up his mind. After all, he couldn't truly die. And at worst, he would just delay the inevitable. With that resolution, he boldly charged straight into the throng of tens of thousands. At this moment, he was filled with fervor, his spirits soaring to the heavens. Who among them would dare face such overwhelming hostility without flinching? Only he, Li Tai'er. He had already envisioned the upcoming scenario. Just moments ago, they had knocked him down, and in the next instant, he would rise, doubling his strength, and teach them a lesson with fists the size of sandbags. After a few exchanges, he believed he could confidently declare that all present were nothing but trash. Just as thoughts raced through his mind, the two sides were on the verge of collision when Elder Li suddenly altered his strategy. Seeing Li Tai'er boldly charging towards over 20,000 cultivators instead of fleeing, his eyes were clouded with greed. Do not kill him, capture him alive, prevent him from taking his own life. He will be of great use to me. What the hell? Why is he deviating from the script? Li Tai'er was stunned. His perfect plan thwarted before it even began. How infuriating! In his heart, he cursed Elder Li's ancestors. But now he was in the tiger's den, and it was too late to consider escape. Damn it. Since you want to play, let us play for real. In a flash, Li Tai'er used the wish function in the system shop, spending 16 million resistance points to custom-make 4 semi-immortal modified Tsar bombs. At this point, he had no shortage of resistance points. Originally intending to save them for his ambitions to enhance himself through the shop's wish function, he now had no time to spare. Come on, let me show you the beauty of technology. The 4 Tsar bombs hovered before Li Tai'er, a sinister smile on his face, as the distance between him and the 20,000 cultivators shrank to less than a kilometer. As soon as the 4 semi-immortal Tsar bombs appeared, Elder Li's face twitched violently, his eyes wide with shock. Return. Everyone, fall back. Form the 4 symbols extermination formation. Quickly. Elder Li's voice reached a frenzied pitch. Chapter 51. Speechless. To think I possess a bloodline. ISNT, that a term reserved for beasts? In the void, Old Pan struggled against 5 mid-stage void refinement cultivators. One side had the advantage of cultivation, while the other boasted superior numbers, making them evenly matched. Yet, while battling, Old Pan kept a close watch on Li Tai'er's situation, his heart in turmoil as he saw Li Tai'er surrounded. When the latter broke free and slaughtered a group, he was both astonished and overjoyed. But seeing Li Tai'er charge out only to return to a dire situation again, Old Pan's concern turned to panic. He could not bear to watch Li Tai'er perish before him. Even as Old Pan abandoned most of his defenses, risking injury to break free from the 5, they capitalized on the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault. In an instant, Old Pan was drenched in blood. Yet despite his relentless charges, he could not break free to provide support as the battle raged on. Old Pan's unease deepened. He sensed that something horrific was about to unfold, desperately attempting to withdraw from the current fight. However, it was too late. Boom, 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 boom. A series of 4 violent explosions erupted, shaking Old Pan to his core as he witnessed a vast expanse of millions of kilometers engulfed in mysterious explosions, the rampant energy sending chills down his spine. Tai'er! Old Pan's anguished scream echoed through the void, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, his voice hoarse from shouting. The 5 cultivators facing Old Pan were equally stunned by the violent explosions. Staring at the mushroom cloud stretching tens of millions of kilometers wide, finally realizing why Yunjing City had suddenly vanished. Such terrifying and chaotic energy would make it nearly impossible for them to escape unscathed. Even if they were present, far in the distance, onlookers among the scattered cultivators, who had just been mocking Li Tai'er, believing he was doomed, now fled in terror. Yet, the intense shock wave surged forth like the scythe of death. swift and merciless. As the crowd gradually comprehended the gravity of the situation, death had already materialized before them. Swathes of cultivators were reaped as if they were mere leaves swept away by a tempest. Lao Pan, acutely aware that Li Tai must be facing dire straits, succumbed to a frenzy, brandishing the celestial-grade Barrett sniper bullets gifted to him by the latter as his weapon. Seizing the tumultuous energy surge, he charged recklessly at the 5 adversaries, forsaking all defense, heedless of the violent energy battering his body, adopting a reckless, death-defying approach. The 5 individuals, witnessing the sudden appearance of the celestial artifact in Lao Pan's grip, were struck with terror, their souls nearly departing their bodies. What filled them with even greater dread was the realization that Lao Pan chose to disregard the ferocious energy assault. Despite being grievously wounded, he launched himself at them like a desperate madman. The 5, now bereft of any inclination to hold back, brandished their treasured semi-celestial artifacts in a frantic defense. Unlike Lao Pan, who seemed oblivious to the threat of death, they understood that this confrontation was merely a sect mission, not worth sacrificing their lives for. They quickly huddled together, adopting a defensive posture with their backs pressed against one another. Meanwhile, Lao Pan unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks around the 5. Venting his pent-up rage, his ferocious onslaught continued on. Old Pan shouted anxiously, unwilling to let Li Tai venture into danger. That moment, Old Pan recalled Li Tai had previously mentioned possessing the ability to resurrect. Yet even this knowledge did not quell his unease regarding the latter's provocation of the mysterious figure. Despite Li Tai's seemingly reckless demeanor, who could fathom the fear he harbored within? The disparity in their cultivation levels was simply too great, and he remained oblivious to the unknown powers the opponent might possess. Should Li Tai flee, Old Pan would inevitably face a grim fate, a prospect that Li Tai could not abide. Presently, he resembled a moth drawn to the flame, fully aware of his impending doom yet pressing forward with unwavering resolve. In an instant, Li Tai accelerated. Gripping the Wanwu Muki Ding, his demeanor exuding a fierce defiance as he charged towards the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure frowned slightly, discerning that Li Tai was indeed at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, far exceeding the 10th level. Moreover, it was remarkable that a practitioner at the Qi refinement stage could levitate, wielding what appeared to be an ordinary ding that was, in fact, an artifact of celestial quality. No matter how one looked at it, Li Tai emanated an air of peculiarity. Yet, the mysterious figure felt an exhilarating thrill, for this was precisely what they sought. Their organization existed to gather the exceptional bloodlines and potential of this world. The stronger Li Tai became, the more elated the mysterious figure felt, affirming their long-standing decision to pursue Wanqing, for as her son, Li Tai was destined to transcend ordinary comprehension. Observing Li Tai's fearless advance, the mysterious figure slowly retrieved a battered clay jar from his storage pouch. Despite its dilapidated state, Li Tai learned through his system that it was also an artifact of celestial quality, albeit somewhat damaged. You think being immortal allows you to act with impunity? The mysterious figure scoffed, feeling it necessary to demonstrate their terror to Li Tai. Upon hearing this, Li Tai's heart sank. These individuals had killed his mother, Wanqing, and were evidently aware of the bloodline's undying capabilities. He had previously surmised that they must possess means to counter such abilities. However, he could not afford to flee now. Old Pan was still behind him. Kill! Li Tai roared, charging forward while tightly clutching the Wanwu Muki Ding, wielding it like a sword to unleash an attack that could cleave the heavens. The aura surged from the tip of the ding, forming a circular wave of energy that darted towards the mysterious figure. The Wanwu Muki Ding, being a celestial artifact, exhibited a might that surpassed even the most exquisite swords. Yet, Li Tai's cultivation remained insufficient. The energy he unleashed could annihilate any practitioner below the initial stage of yuanying, but it was utterly inadequate against the mysterious figure. Hemph! An ant shaking a tree. The mysterious figure mocked with a sardonic smile, hurling the battered jar skyward, where it rapidly expanded in size, enveloping Li Tai in a massive beam of light. Li Tai felt no danger emanating from this light and attempted to accelerate out of its reach. only to be horrified to discover that his body remained immobile. What is happening? Li Tai-er's fear escalated as he realized his consciousness was bound, his body frozen in place, unable to move. The mysterious figure approached Li Tai-er leisurely, taunting, "Boy, let us see how arrogant you really are. Once I control you and ensure your immortality, your abilities will be as useful as a chicken rib." Li Tai-er broke into a cold sweat, realizing for the first time that he was facing a treasure capable of attacking his consciousness. A glaring weakness. He could not allow himself to be controlled. Without hesitation, he resolved to self-destruct. But before he could act, the mysterious figure seemed to have seen through his intentions, mockingly saying, "What? You wouldn't dare to self-destruct, would you? Feel free to try," he laughed heartily. In that moment, despair engulfed Li Tai-er. He attempted to self-destruct but found he was utterly incapable of doing so. His consciousness completely paralyzed. Terrified, he watched the mysterious figure draw nearer, feeling death's proximity for the first time. Damn it! This is truly the end. What a pity! Li Tai-er wished to glance back at old Pan one last time. Yet his body no longer obeyed his commands, remaining utterly still. Old Pan, engaged in battle, had been closely monitoring Li Tai-er, and now he finally sensed something was amiss. Seeing the mysterious figure approach while Li Tai-er remained motionless filled him with dread. He fought desperately, abandoning all defenses. His already injured body was battered and broken. Though he forced the four opponents to retreat, he could not break through the encirclement in time, as the mysterious figure closed in on Li Tai-er. Now less than 100 meters away, old Pan grew increasingly anxious, yet he was powerless to intervene, forced to watch helplessly as Li Tai-er fell into peril. Just when Li Tai-er believed his end was imminent and had resigned himself to defeat, the Wanwu Mukyi Ding suddenly trembled in his grasp. Before he could investigate further, an authoritative shout echoed from the distance. "How dare you!" For figures, swift as shooting stars, surged towards them, exuding an overwhelming presence. Li Tai-er checked through his system and discovered they were all at the initial stage of Lianxiu. Ancestors? Li Tai-er could hardly believe his eyes. He thought the Li family had forsaken him, especially since the forces sent to kill him were led by the dominant Piao sect. Tears welled up in his eyes as he beheld the throng of thousands of Li family members charging forward behind the four ancestors. Their murderous intent palpable and their resolve unwavering. Chapter 53. A Grand Gamble. The Li family dispatches their kin to save Li Tai-er. The four Li family ancestors unleashed their full speed. Akin to a meteor colliding with Earth, the mysterious figure approached within 50 meters of Li Tai-er. The four united their strength, unleashing a torrent of fist strikes, sword energies, and blade auras. Their assault as vast as the ocean, reverberating like thunder. The mysterious figure's expression darkened at the unexpected arrival of the Li family. He decided to abandon Li Tai-er. With a slight shift, he evaded the ancestors' attacks effortlessly, creating distance between them. He remained confident that Li Tai-er, ensnared within the celestial artifact's beam of light, was incapable of movement, and he believed it was a futile hope for the newcomers to attempt to breach the light to rescue him. The four Li ancestors, realizing their full force strike had been easily dodged by the mysterious figure, felt a sense of foreboding. They positioned themselves in front of Li Tai-er, confronting the mysterious figure from afar. Upon sensing the mysterious figure's significant cultivation level, the ancestors were instantly alarmed, realizing he far surpassed them. The throngs of Li family members, numbering in the thousands, finally arrived on the battlefield, appearing as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Standing resolutely behind their ancestors, at this moment, the Li family members dared not act recklessly, the atmosphere thick with tension, fully aware of the impending confrontation, yet they stood fearless. Tai-er, what happened? Why aren't you moving? Li Ling, his father, rushed to Li Tai-er's side, concern etched on his face. Li Tai-er, however, could not articulate a response, only able to roll his eyes in a desperate attempt to convey his situation. The mysterious figure stood aloof in midair, unperturbed by the thousands of practitioners before him, chuckling ominously. He has long been locked within my control, and your arrival is futile. He must accompany me today. No one can stop me. As the mysterious figure's words fell, his gaze suddenly locked onto Li Tai, or more precisely, onto the object in his hand. The Wanwu Muki Ding. At the moment the Li family appeared. When Li Tai was in the gravest danger, the Ding had activated itself. It was unlike other celestial or divine artifacts that were one-time use. This Ding possessed its own consciousness and had awakened from its slumber in response to Li Tai's peril. With a resonant sound, the Wanwu Muki Ding expanded from its original size to that of a house, shimmering with a verdigris hue as it floated above Li Tai's head, emitting a series of sonorous chimes that echoed like celestial music. After 3 resounding rings, the colossal beam of light enveloping Li Tai shattered, causing the already damaged celestial artifact's glow to dim further. Seeing Li Tai freed, the Wanwu Muki Ding rapidly shrank once more. Darting straight towards him, to Li Tai's astonishment, it collided gently with his forehead before vanishing. He was elated to discover that the Ding, which he had previously treated as a mere brick, now quietly hovered within his consciousness, casting a protective veil over it. Tai, are you all right? Li Ling asked anxiously as he witnessed Li Tai suddenly regain movement. Father, I am fine now, Li Tai replied, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the Wanwu Muki Ding. This was not the time for such inquiries. Scanning the faces of the Li family members, he fought back tears. Father, ancestors, why have you come? The third ancestor turned to Li Tai. His eyes filled with remorse, his tone thick with apology. Tai, forgive us for our tardiness. We had to relocate the Li family members to different planets in batches, which took considerable time, hence the delay. Li Tai was taken aback, unable to comprehend why they needed to evacuate their kin. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. They intended to sever all ties and confront the Piaomiao sect in a decisive battle. All for him, Li Tai. His heart ached, tears threatening to spill once more. Seeing his son on the verge of tears, Li Ling reached out to wipe away the moisture from the corner of Li Tai's eye. Gently ruffling his hair, a man must not cry so easily. You are the future of our Li family. For your sake, we are willing to stake everything, indeed. As long as you are alive, our Li family shall never fall into decline or destruction. You are our hope, the esteemed ancestors spoke in unison. Although the tens of thousands of Li clan members remained silent, their unwavering gazes directed at Li Tai conveyed an extraordinary resolve. In that moment, Li Tai felt an overwhelming sense of belonging to this once foreign Li family. They were indeed his kin. Young man, I never anticipated that you could even break the shackles of the sea of consciousness. Truly impressive, the mysterious figure, observing the Li clan's incessant chatter, grew increasingly impatient and, with gritted teeth, spat out these words. His former confidence had been shattered by that enigmatic little cauldron, and how could he not be infuriated? The 4 ancestors of the Li family wore expressions of grave concern, fully aware that the impending battle would be exceedingly arduous. Tai, you must leave first. We will hold them off, one of the ancestors declared. Fixing a steadfast gaze upon Li Tai, Li Tai wished to say more, but upon seeing the anxious expressions of the ancestors and his father, Li Ling, he refrained from lingering any longer. With the eyes of tens of thousands of Li clan members upon him, he swiftly dashed towards Old Pian, Li clan warriors. Follow me into battle, the Li ancestor bellowed, prompting a chorus of responses. In an instant, the collective power of tens of thousands of Li clan members surged forth, their formidable aura coalescing, causing the heavy clouds within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers to disperse in an instant, revealing a cerulean sky. Kill, the Li ancestor roared, opting for a proactive assault. The thousands of Li cultivators, their eyes ablaze with fury, vowed to follow him to the death. The mysterious figure coldly observed the Li clan charging towards him. His eyes filled with murderous intent, Li Tai glanced back at the Li clan members, tears streaming down his cheeks. He could not afford to delay any longer. He had to rescue Old Pan first. Drawing a Barrett rifle from his spatial storage, he swiftly loaded the 4 remaining celestial-grade bullets. An overwhelming killing intent coursed through him. These people had gone too far. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as the 4 celestial-grade bullets streaked forth. Imbued with the power to annihilate, heading straight for the 4 mid-stage void refinement cultivators surrounding Old Pan. The 4 were engaged in a fierce struggle, having gained the upper hand, as Old Pan, severely injured by the mysterious figure, fought valiantly but was nearing exhaustion. With the sudden arrival of the 4 celestial-grade bullets, Old Pan's pressure significantly diminished. Seizing the moment, he channeled the last remnants of his spiritual energy to unleash a powerful strike. Coordinating with the celestial-grade bullets to launch a pincer attack on the 4. The 4, already at their limits from a prolonged battle, could no longer withstand the combined assault from both sides. And their bodies erupted in an instant, leading to their demise. Li-Tai-Er's expression brightened with joy as he rushed towards Old Pan, who, utterly depleted, could no longer maintain flight and was plummeting towards the ground. Chapter 54. The Shift of Offense and Defense. Li-Tai-Er braced himself once more, successfully catching Old Pan, only to suddenly notice 4 tiny figures emerging from the remnants of the exploded bodies, swiftly retreating into the distance. What is happening? Are they nascent souls? Just as Li-Tai-Er was about to pursue, Old Pan hastily stopped him. Oh, not chase. Those are their virtual spirits. Mid-stage void refinement cultivators are exceedingly difficult to kill. Even if they escape now, they can later possess others to reincarnate, albeit with greatly diminished strength. It would take them centuries to recover. Li-Tai-Er furrowed his brow, gaining insight into a new reality. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. With Li-Tai-Er's assistance, Old Pan sat cross-legged in mid-air, circulating his heart technique to restore his spiritual energy. He had also cultivated the 3rd layer of the celestial-grade Tai Ching transformation technique. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the heavens surged forth, liquefying into a torrent that flooded into his body, creating a commotion even more significant than when Li-Tai-Er practiced. Li-Tai-Er remained vigilant, guarding Old Pan while also keeping an eye on the distant battle. The Li clan members were uniting their efforts against the mysterious figure, but regrettably, the disparity in cultivation levels was too great. Over half of the tens of thousands of Li cultivators had already fallen. The 4 Li ancestors, cornered and desperate, resorted to secret techniques that consumed their essence to temporarily elevate their cultivation. Each now reaching mid-stage void refinement, with one even brushing against late-stage void refinement. Li-Tai-Er trembled with rage, wishing he could charge into battle alongside the Li clan. At that moment, he was horrified to discover that the void above him was suddenly torn apart by an inexplicable force. And a wave of pressure, nearly equal to that of the previous mysterious figure, descended upon him. Under this invisible weight, Li-Tai-Er found it hard to breathe, soon becoming unable to stand upright. Straining with all his might to resist the urge to kneel, another mysterious figure had appeared. In the instant the void was rent asunder, Li-Tai-Er glimpsed something that filled him with dread. Deep within the chaotic void, an ancient grand hall stood, and within it, he distinctly sensed the presence of numerous mysterious figures. Old Pan opened his eyes, glaring at the impending second mysterious figure, then turned his gaze back to Li-Tai-Er. Seemingly wishing to imprint him in his memory, Li-Tai-Er immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Before he could utter a word, Old Pan suddenly surged forth with all his might, charging into the rift in the void. His aura fluctuating violently as he attempting to break through now. Why at this moment? A wave of fear washed over Li-Tai-Er. Old Pan was disregarding his own safety to forcibly ascend to late-stage void refinement. Intending to harness the power of the tribulation to restrain the second mysterious figure, Old Pan, Li-Tai-Er shouted in anguish, hastily pursuing Old Pan, only to be repelled by a single palm strike. At the moment the rift in the void closed, he distinctly saw Old Pan's lips form the words, urging him to take care in the future. Li-Tai-Er unleashed the pain within him, wailing in helplessness. Just then, another piercing roar echoed from afar. Li clan warriors, follow me to death. The mysterious figure was truly terrifying. The 4 Li ancestors could no longer hold on, and they planned to self-destruct to buy Li-Tai-Er a chance to escape. In an instant, the sound of self-detonations rang out like firecrackers, echoing through the AI. Li-Tai-Er was devastated. Those he cared for were about to leave him forever, and he felt utterly powerless to intervene. No, I refuse to accept this ding. The system detected the host's despair and intense will to resist, prompting a reminder that the host could utilize the wish function of the system shop to customize anything desired. The system's notification chimed just then, and Li Tai-er realized he had not yet reached the end of his rope. Time was of the essence. Many Li cultivators had already self-detonated, the earth-shattering booms resonating through the air. Vibrating Li Tai-er's heartstrings. System, provide me with a maximum level red-haired monster invincibility voucher. Ding. According to the host request, the maximum level red-haired monster invincibility voucher has been customized. Invincibility duration, 1 hour. Required resistance points, 100 million. Damn it! Li Tai-er seethed, feeling wronged. The system was taking advantage of his plight. 1 hour of invincibility required 100 million resistance points. How could he ever hope to amass such an amount? In this urgent situation, he could not afford to mourn the loss of resistance points. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Redeem it for me." Ding. Maximum level red-haired monster invincibility voucher successfully redeemed. Please make haste. In an instant, Li Tai-er felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him, as if he could obliterate everything with a mere gesture, sever the currents of time with a glance, and shatter the balance of existence with a single thought. The overwhelming strength filled him with satisfaction, though the sudden appearance of his ridiculous red hair was undeniably awkward. He longed to slap himself for his choice. Clenching his fists, he turned his gaze towards the mysterious figure who was toying with the Li clan cultivators. A cruel smile creeping across his face. The tides of offense and defense had shifted. The Li clan cultivators charged fearlessly towards the mysterious figure, only to self-detonate in front of him. Though the explosions were immense, they could not harm him, nor even breach his defenses. All efforts proved futile, yet the crowd continued to surge forward, willingly sacrificing themselves to buy as much time as possible. The mysterious figure did not intervene, instead watching with scornful amusement as the masses rushed to their demise, relishing the tragic atmosphere. Li Tai-er's eyes blazed with fury. He could wait no longer. With a swift step, he appeared before the mysterious figure. In the blink of an eye, the once carefree expression of the mysterious figure transformed into one of sheer terror as he realized that a fearsome creature, covered entirely in red hair, had inexplicably manifested before him. What filled him with dread was that he could not see through this monster. Li Tai-er fixed his gaze upon the mysterious figure but did not strike. Instead, he waved his hand, causing time to reverse. The Li clan cultivators who had just self-detonated were suddenly restored, as if the devastating explosion had been played in reverse, returning them to their complete forms. The mysterious figure's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Just as the 3 Li ancestors, who were poised to attack, froze in place, cold sweat trickling down their brows, those Li cultivators who had prepared to self-detonate were equally stunned. In that moment, all were rendered speechless, their minds blank. "You?" The mysterious figure began to speak, but with a resounding smack, Li Tai-er sent him flying. With that seemingly gentle strike, the mysterious figure's head exploded. A hushed silence enveloped the scene, suddenly pierced by a collective gasp. Is this still the unshakable, enigmatic figure? With a mere slap, his head was sent spinning, utterly defenseless. The mysterious man's ethereal form swiftly fled from his shattered corporeal shell. Having been paralyzed by sheer terror, just as he contemplated escape, he was horrified to discover that the space around him had seemingly solidified, trapping him within. "Why, Lord, I beseech you, spare my life. I have not wronged you. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. You cannot possibly kill me." The mysterious figure struggled to comprehend why this terrifying red-haired creature targeted only him. Yet, in his desperation to survive, he continued to plead for mercy. Kneeling in the void, repeatedly bowing his head, the patriarch of the Li family and Li Ling exchanged glances, each reflecting the same bewilderment. Was this truly the formidable adversary from earlier? How had he transformed into such a docile creature? A chilling smile crept across Li Tai-er's lips. "Oh? You claim to have wronged me not? Lift your head and behold who I truly am." The mysterious man, paralyzed by terror, dared not raise his gaze to meet Li Tai-er's, until a furious bellow from the latter compelled him to do so, scrutinizing closely. His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Li Tai. You are correct? Alas, there is no reward. Li Tai raised his palm and gently grasped the ethereal form of the mysterious man, who disintegrated into ashes in an instant of sheer terror, with no chance of resurrection. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. The patriarch of the Li family observed the mysterious man's utter lack of resistance against the red-haired creature and hastily clasped his fists in gratitude. His voice trembling slightly, Li Tai smiled faintly, but to avoid arousing suspicion from the patriarch, he remained silent. With the matter here resolved, his next priority was to rescue old Pan, as time was running short. With a sharp sound, Li Tai swiftly tore through the fabric of space, disregarding the fearful gazes of the patriarch and others, plunging into the void. Old Pan, hold on, I am coming. Chapter 55. The humiliation of Li Tai. The indecent young lady racing through the vast expanse of the void. Li Tai was drenched in sweat. Half an hour had passed since he entered this realm, yet he still had not caught sight of old Pan. And the mysterious grand hall had vanished. Surrounding him was a turbulent chaos of void currents, the terrifying potential for harm sending shivers down his spine. Fortunately, he currently enjoyed an invincible status, rendering him unafraid. Occasionally, he encountered reckless 5th and 6th tier void beasts, which he swiftly dispatched, storing their remains in his spatial storage, prime ingredients for a nourishing feast, not to be wasted. As time ticked away, Li Tai felt increasingly anxious. The invincible state he enjoyed was dwindling to less than a quarter of an hour. If he could not locate old Pan soon, he would have to regretfully retreat, lest he be forever trapped in this realm. Without his invincibility, even a single void current could easily spell his demise. The thought of such an outcome sent a chill through him. Indeed, to be imperishable yet unyielding was a fate worse than death. Akin to languishing in an eternal hell. The surroundings were eerily quiet, interrupted only by distant whimpers drifting from afar, causing goosebumps to rise on Li Tai's skin as he pressed on through the void, aimlessly searching as the time for invincibility approached its end. Suddenly, he spotted a vast expanse of dense clouds ahead, filled with terrifying lightning that flickered within. Astonishingly, the colors of the lightning varied, not merely golden but also crimson and iridescent. 2 bolts, one golden and one red, leaped through the clouds, suddenly striking downwards. Boom! A deafening thunderclap resonated through the void. In the fleeting illumination, Li Tai distinctly glimpsed 2 figures, but the light from the lightning vanished in an instant, leaving him regretful for not seeing them clearly. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the location where the figures had passed, but just as he accelerated, a vibrant bolt of lightning exploded beside him. Before he could react, he was instantly engulfed by a rift that tore open beside him. Where am I? Li Tai felt as though, in a single breath, he had been transported to an unfamiliar environment. This space was eerily silent, filled with an expanse of stars, yet as he attempted to examine them closely, he realized they lay an unfathomable distance away. In the distance, a river stretched infinitely, and Li Tai perceived this river was no ordinary one. It seemed both still and in motion. A mere glance was enough to make him feel as if he might sink into its depths. Driven by insatiable curiosity, he approached and was horrified to discover that this was no ordinary river. Within its waters, he saw reflections of himself and old Pan. They were moments from their time on the Whitesea planet, and even more distant memories unfolded before him, allowing him to glimpse his entire past life in the blink of an eye. This truly is the river of time. Li Tai gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had arrived here. Just then, he noticed a colossal figure seated by the river's edge, utterly engrossed in the flowing waters. As if searching for something, as Li Tai gazed intently at the mysterious figure, the latter suddenly sensed his presence, slowly lifting his head to meet Li Tai's gaze. Boom! Li Tai's scalp prickled. Through the system, he could glean no information about this person. All he saw were empty sockets where eyes should have been, an endless void resembling an unfathomable abyss. Warning, warning. The time for the maximum level red-haired creature's invincibility experience is about to expire. Countdown begins. 10, 9. The system's alert jolted Li Tai back to reality. He realized his time was running short. Without a moment to ponder, he tore through the fabric of space, and as he stepped through the rift, he inexplicably turned to glance back one last time. In that fleeting moment, his actions were delayed, for he was horrified to see a mysterious bronze hall emerging from the river of time. Oscillating between the past and the future, it bore a striking resemblance to the grand hall he had seen earlier in the void. Yet he was certain that the previous hall was not the same as this bronze one. Their auras were worlds apart. 6, 5, 4. The system issued its final warning, and Li Tai'er no longer dared to hesitate, plunging headlong into the void, racing towards the exit. Just as he was about to reach it, however, the invincible mode's time unexpectedly concluded. Oh no! A sense of impending doom washed over Li Tai'er. The void was rife with perilous currents, and as he neared the escape, a swift current grazed his body. Li Tai'er immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, darkness enveloping his vision as he succumbed to unconsciousness, his battered and bruised form passing through the rift and plummeting downwards. Splash! The sound of him hitting the water echoed. Days passed in a fleeting blur. One morning, a melodious voice rang out by the riverbank. "Father, come quickly. There is a young man on the shore." The man rushed to his daughter's side, dragging the unconscious youth to a nearby clearing. After examining his injuries, he shook his head and sighed. He is beyond saving. His wounds are far too severe. Though he still breathes, I fear he will not last long. This youth was none other than Li Tai'er. Struck by the void currents 5 days prior, now barely clinging to life and still unconscious. The girl, despite the horrifying wounds that marred his body, could still discern the handsome features beneath the blood and grime, particularly the robust chest hidden beneath tattered clothing. She swore she could not bear to let such a pitiable young man perish so easily. Reluctantly, the father acquiesced to his daughter's earnest pleas and agreed to bring Li Tai'er back to their village. For 3 consecutive days, Li Tai'er remained in a state of delirium, fully aware yet unable to move his body. He knew a girl had been tending to him, replacing the herbs on his wounds and wiping his body clean. Yet, the more she cared for him, the more he yearned to open his eyes and confront the one who had so diligently looked after him, longing to voice the words that had remained unspoken in his heart. "Miss, could you perhaps refrain from being so attentive to the younger brother? I truly find it overwhelming." At that moment, Li Tai'er wished for nothing more than to meet his end. At least upon resurrection, he could move freely, free from such indignities. Were it not for his desperate efforts to keep his younger self from looking up, he would have feared for the preservation of his virginity. A month swiftly passed, and Li Tai'er remained ensnared in this false death. During this time, the girl's parents often urged her to give up on him, as there had been no signs of improvement. Keeping him at home was no solution, and whispers began to circulate in town. But the girl steadfastly refused to relent, continuously sending her parents away, insisting she would save the young man. Day in and day out, the girl cared for him, her earlier humiliating actions somewhat subdued, yet occasional teasing still managed to tighten his body, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Heaven forbid! This is far too stimulating. Li Tai'er, overwhelmed by sorrow, found himself reluctantly enduring his plight. The following evening, he lay in his room when a cacophony erupted outside, filled with the sounds of violent collisions, women's screams, the wailing of infants, and the mournful cries of women. With a resounding bang, the door to Li Tai'er's room was forcefully kicked open, and a man's furious voice followed. "Damn it! This village is so impoverished, making me waste my trip. Bring that girl here. I need an outlet for my frustrations." Almost immediately, Li Tai'er recognized the voice of the familiar girl, though it was now laced with fear and despair. With a loud thud, the door slammed shut again. "Don't touch me, I beg you," the girl pleaded desperately, her cries of anguish echoing in the room, accompanied by the sound of fabric being torn. Furious and trembling, Li Tai'er fought with all his might to regain control over his body. Yet it proved futile as he witnessed the imminent violation of the girl. Sweat poured down his face in anxiety. Chapter 56. Which youth is not infatuated? Which maiden does not harbor springtime feelings? "Move!" Li Tai'er roared, and after numerous attempts, he finally reclaimed control over his body. His eyes flew open, and after orienting himself, he charged out of the side room, intent on confronting the man attempting to assault the girl. Though the man was fixated on the girl, his years of experience in perilous situations kept him somewhat alert. Just as Li Tai-er lunged forward to strike, the man, sensing danger, hastily grabbed the girl and hurled her toward Li Tai-er. Making a swift escape through a wall, the man, drenched in cold sweat, inwardly acknowledged how close he had come to death, realizing that had he not been vigilant, he would have met his end in that very moment. Fearing for the girl's safety, Li Tai-er instinctively restrained his attack and caught the girl mid-air. As he watched the man flee beyond his reach, he couldn't help but feel regret. This fellow was no ordinary adversary. "You've hurt me," the girl whimpered in pain, her voice breaking through Li Tai-er's thoughts, prompting him to realize he had been too rough in his embrace. However, the sensation was exquisite, akin to the smoothness of jade. Causing Li Tai-er to swallow hard in a flurry, he released his grip on the girl's delicate waist, but as he pushed her away, he was suddenly captivated by the sight of her impressive curves. His heart raced, and his gaze fixated on her. What kind of test is this for a man in power? The girl quickly crossed her arms over her chest, striving to evade Li Tai-er's fervent gaze. Her face streaked with tears and panic. Yet, her curves only seemed to accentuate their allure beneath her arms. Li Tai-er struggled to avert his gaze, wishing he could indulge in this rare spectacle. But the urgency of the situation demanded his attention. He hastily retrieved a robe from his storage bag and tossed it to the girl, his eyes inadvertently drifting back to her striking silhouette. "Put this on and stay in the room. Do not come out," he commanded with an air of authority. Pushing open the door to exit, it was then that the girl realized the one before her was the very boy she had rescued, who had remained unconscious until now. Overwhelmed with joy, her cheeks flushed, but her excitement was short-lived as the memory of the ruthless bandits outside flooded back. "You must escape quickly. There are many of them. And their leader is a golden core cultivator. You are merely at the chi refining stage. You cannot match him. Do not throw your life away." Her face was etched with fear as she implored him to flee. "Fear not. Remain in the room and leave everything to me. I want to let you out," Li Tai-er replied, feeling a surge of confidence as he noticed the spark of hope flicker back to life in her previously dimmed eyes. He was convinced that in this moment, the girl would undoubtedly fall madly in love with him. Upon stepping out, Li Tai-er intended to maintain his bravado, yet the sight that greeted him stole his breath away. The village was surrounded by a gang of bandits, with nearly 1,000 men, each radiating an ominous aura, unmistakably seasoned in the ways of bloodshed and violence. Through his system, he assessed the situation. Aside from the leader, who was a mid-tier golden core cultivator, nearly half of the remaining bandits were Foundation establishment cultivators, while the majority were chi refining practitioners. Scattered across the ground were a few corpses, a grim testament to the brutality of these marauders. As Li Tai-er scrutinized the bandits, they too were sizing him up. Upon realizing he was merely a chi refining cultivator, they exchanged incredulous glances with their leader, unable to comprehend how their boss had nearly met his demise at the hands of such an opponent. The leader, feeling humiliated at this revelation, seethed with rage. He had described this boy as terrifying, claiming he was at least a late-stage golden core cultivator. "Kid, you dare to trespass where angels fear to tread? To mock me, you seek death." A smirk of derision danced upon Li Tai-er's lips as he raised a middle finger in mockery before breaking through the encirclement and sprinting toward the village's outskirts, intending to lure them away to avoid collateral damage. "Coward! Come chase your grandfather if you dare. Let us see if I don't sweat you like a fly." With that, he accelerated his escape, deliberately controlling his speed to keep the bandits in pursuit, yet ensuring he did not fall too far behind. The elderly villagers, witnessing the bandits being drawn away, breathed a sigh of relief, though their expressions were tinged with worry as they gazed in the direction of Li Tai-er's departure. "Who is that young lad? It's a shame he chose to sacrifice himself for us. Alas, I have never seen him in the village before. Do any of you know him?" The crowd shook their heads in unison. Only the girl's parents stared in astonishment at Li Tai-er's retreating figure, their familiarity with him dawning upon them. Upon recognizing him, they exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. The loyal townsfolk, who had been vigilantly waiting at the village entrance, held onto a sliver of hope for Li Tai-er's safe return. The girl, her eyes swollen and glistening with tears, stood at the village's edge, unwavering in her belief that he would come back, accompanied by her parents. As time slipped by, the dawn gradually broke, yet Li Tai-er remained absent. Alas, everyone should head back. He may not return, an elder concluded. Noting the overwhelming disparity in both numbers and cultivation levels between the two sides, they had never held much hope, merely a flicker of desire for a miracle. The girl's parents sighed in resignation. Attempting to console her, Ching-er, it's time to go, he surely cannot come back. What a pity. The girl, however, refused to yield, steadfastly waiting as others began to depart. She stood alone at the village entrance, waiting for Li Tai-er. As the light grew brighter, the first rays of sunlight illuminated her, casting a long shadow that mirrored her profound loneliness. She steadfastly believed that the boy would return, yet reality dealt her a harsh blow, causing her to turn away, her expression forlorn. After taking a few steps towards the village, she suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching from a distance. She quickly lifted her head in astonishment, though fear held her back from turning around. "Miss, are you waiting for this young master?" A somewhat roguish voice rang out suddenly. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she sobbed uncontrollably, her cries echoing with heartbreak. Chapter 57. Women almost hindered my blade's speed. Li Tai-er rushed to the girl's side, taken aback by her sudden outburst, unsure of how to comfort her, his tongue faltering as he struggled to find the right words. "Why you?" Li Tai-er began, but before he could finish, the girl unexpectedly flung herself into his arms, her weeping growing louder. Li Tai-er was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to embrace her or not, ultimately deciding to open his arms and allow her to pour out her emotions against his chest. However, the softness pressing against him stirred feelings within him, leaving him both exhilarated and bewildered. "This is truly exhilarating," he roared inwardly, as Li Tai-er and the young girl strolled back to the village. An instant fervor erupted among the villagers. Everyone was aware that their hero had returned, and they flocked around, showering him with expressions of gratitude and concern, leaving Li Tai-er feeling quite embarrassed. The girl, on the other hand, stifled her laughter, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she watched Li Tai-er's face turn a deep shade of crimson. Having never encountered such a scene, Li Tai-er awkwardly clasped his fists in thanks, his lips nearly worn thin from the incessant flow of admirers. With a sudden burst of determination, he activated his ethereal steps and, with the girl, made a hasty retreat from the crowd. Upon reaching the girl's home, Li Tai-er finally caught his breath. Glancing at the smiling girl, he found himself appreciating this life more than he had anticipated. The girl's parents had already been informed by the villagers of Li Tai-er's return and were busy preparing a meal, but they hadn't expected the duo to return so swiftly. Leaving the food still unprepared, Li Tai-er, feeling a pang of hunger, assured them that there was no need to cook, as he had some meat that could be roasted. The girl's parents hurriedly declined, claiming they had plenty of meat at home and that he shouldn't trouble himself. However, when Li Tai-er retrieved the flesh of a sixth-tier void beast from his spatial storage, both the girl and her parents stood frozen in shock. Although they were unaware of the nature of this spirit beast, the occasional aura of pressure radiating from the meat filled them with a sense of dread. After a moment, they ceased their refusals, and the girl's parents promptly began preparing a bonfire and butchering the void beast, while the girl obediently sat beside Li Tai-er, engaging in conversation. Through their dialogue, Li Tai-er learned that the girl was named Ching-er. Upon hearing her name, he experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, as his mother had a similar name, albeit with different characters. Furthermore, Li Tai-er was astounded to discover from Ching-er that this planet was called Watertide Planet, a second-tier planet located within the chaotic star domain. She had never heard of the Sword 9 star domain, nor did she know of Sword 9 Planet. Initially, Li Tai-er thought Ching-er was jesting, but upon seeing the seriousness in her eyes, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had never imagined that a mere traverse through the void would lead him to such a distant place. Crossing star domains in the process, he exclaimed in disbelief. According to Ching-er, The previous bandits were merely a small squad of a force known as Yinzei, a faction that proliferated throughout the chaotic star domain. This star domain was rife with countless factions, embroiled in perpetual warfare, with countless cultivators perishing daily. They had long since grown accustomed to the violence. Despite Qing Er's increasingly somber tone, Li Tai found himself growing more exhilarated. This chaotic star domain seemed tailor-made for him. He had previously been troubled about where to acquire rebellion points, having expended an entire small target's worth for a full-level red-haired monster invincibility voucher. Now, Qing had unwittingly provided him with a lifeline, revealing that rebellion points were abundant throughout the star domain, ripe for the taking. He was so excited that he nearly embraced Qing for a passionate kiss. But he could only fantasize, as her parents suddenly approached him. Li Tai regarded the two, who were awkwardly fidgeting, with a bemused expression. However, when he followed their gaze, he was met with a blank stare of confusion. Approaching the void beast, he noted the intact carcass and the several broken mid-grade cleavers piled nearby, and he couldn't help but chuckle. After all that effort, the couple had failed to break through the hide of the 6th-tier void beast. He had thought it was nearly ready for roasting. "Allow me," he confidently interjected, unable to fathom why dismantling a deceased void beast would be so challenging. With a metallic clang, a superb longsword was drawn, and Li Tai summoned his cultivation to its fullest, skillfully cleaving the void beast into pieces. Afterward, he wiped the sweat from his brow. The beast's tough hide had been remarkably resilient, though dismantle it. He had been compelled to employ the half-demigod technique of the 10,000-form sword, a formidable skill. Li Tai began to understand the helplessness of Qing parents, both of whom were only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. It was indeed a tall order for them. The three exchanged glances, and Li Tai offered an awkward chuckle. Half an hour later, the four of them gathered around the bonfire, indulging in a sumptuous feast. Li Tai's excitement grew with each bite, his body ablaze with warmth. Meanwhile, Qing parents, having overindulged, succumbed to the abundant spiritual energy of the void beast's meat, their cultivation levels surging uncontrollably to the late foundation establishment stage. And their powers continued to rise gradually. Observing her parents' state, Qing took care to moderate her own intake. Although she did not faint, she too became increasingly animated, her cheeks flushed and her eyes alluringly dreamy, causing Li Tai to feel a stir of anxiety, especially as her unintentional breaths of excitement stirred a tempest within him. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly charged, and Li Tai suddenly recognized the unusual nature of the void beast's meat. Consuming it in large quantities had a fortifying effect on cultivation, while smaller portions exhibited aphrodisiac properties. Seeing Qing dazed expression, he understood that he could not remain there any longer. How could anyone resist such a tender and enchanting maiden at this delicate age? Li Tai considered himself no paragon of virtue. Rising quickly, he was about to step out of the room when Qing seemingly imbued with sudden strength, lunged at him like a fierce tiger, her body pressing against him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed in shock. Qing coiled around him like a water snake, her breath fragrant and tantalizing, especially with the weight of her ample bosom against his back, sending a surge of heat coursing through him. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Li Tai turned to support Qing's warm body, guiding her to kneel before him. As he gazed down at her enchanting visage, he took a deep breath, battling his inner turmoil before finally making a resolute decision. With a swift motion, he struck Qing unconscious and dove into a nearby lake. Plunging beneath the surface, that was close. I nearly compromised my sword-drawing speed. Ah, women! Li Tai kept a saying close to his heart. With no women in mind, drawing the sword is naturally divine. Chapter 58. Dying in Splendor, and then Rebirth. Li Tai spent 3 days submerged at the lake's bottom, finally dissipating the heat within him. When he emerged from the water, the sun was nearly setting. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was startled to see thick smoke rising from the village in the distance, an ominous feeling settling in his gut. Touching down on the shore, he was about to rush toward the village when he noticed a figure lying beneath a large tree at the water's edge. Upon approaching, he realized it was none other than Qing the girl he had knocked out 3 days prior. Although the mark on her face had vanished, she remained unconscious, her body still radiating heat. And he wondered how she ended up there. After a moment of effort on Li Taier's part, Qing Er finally stirred awake. Upon seeing him, she asked in confusion how she had ended up there. Recalling only that she had run out from the village to find him, with no memory of what had occurred afterward, Li Taier was momentarily at a loss for words. With Li Taier's assistance, Qing Er stood, her cheeks slightly flushed, leaving Li Taier uncertain if she recalled their earlier encounter. Yet he played the fool, adopting an expression of ignorance that only made Qing Er clench her teeth in frustration. As they hurried back to the village, Qing Er's anxiety grew. She was deeply concerned for her parents. Upon nearing the village, a piercing scream escaped her lips as she cried out for her mother and father. Li Taier was equally stunned by the horrific scene before them. Limbs and severed bodies littered the ground, stretching from the village entrance deep into its heart. Naked female corpses hung from the trees. Each one a harrowing sight. In that moment, he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Just days prior, these same villagers had surrounded him in gratitude, but merely 3 days later, everything had changed. These kind-hearted individuals had been brutally slaughtered by an unknown force, their lives extinguished, leaving behind only cold corpses. He couldn't help but lament the unpredictability of life. In this chaotic star domain, strength was paramount, and the weak had no voice, merely fish on a chopping block, awaiting slaughter. As they ventured deeper into the village, Li Taier's anger intensified, appalled that such a heartless faction would not spare even infants. The ground was stained with brain matter, and nearby lay the shattered remains of baby corpses. This hellish scene made Li Taier feel physically ill. Though he had obliterated factions before, he had never resorted to such cruelty. The actions of these people were beyond inhumane. They were akin to a pack of deranged beasts. Qing Er could no longer contain her agitation and raced toward her home, retching uncontrollably along the way. As this was her first encounter with such a nightmarish reality, "Father! Mother!" a chilling and anguished wail suddenly pierced the air. Li Taier followed closely behind Qing Er, hearing her voice from a distance. And he knew that her parents were likely in grave peril. As he traversed the path, Li Taier had a grim premonition that the entire village had been ruthlessly slaughtered, with no survivors. Qing Er had probably ventured out in search of him a couple of days prior, which spared her from the massacre. Li Taier refrained from entering the house, choosing instead to stand guard outside, not wishing to disturb Qing Er. Any words he could utter now would seem utterly futile. The sun had risen to its zenith, scorching the village with unbearable heat, and the metallic scent of blood thickened in the air. With little to occupy his mind, Li Taier began investigating the causes of death among the villagers, discovering that many had met their end with a single, lethal blow. The town was not devoid of formidable foundation-building cultivators. Yet even they had fallen so easily, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He surmised that this group might be affiliated with those he had previously vanquished, a faction known as Yanzai, who had returned for revenge. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to lead Qing Er away from this place, planning to devise further strategies afterward. However, before he could turn to find her, he sensed something approaching rapidly from a considerable distance. Upon keenly attuning to the presence, Li Taier's pupils widened in shock. An enormous throng of cultivators was racing towards him, each exuding a palpable intent to kill, and the leader among them had reached mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. There was no time to flee. Within mere breaths, Li Taier found himself encircled, as he had anticipated. The garb of these individuals matched that of the ones he had previously dispatched. They belonged to the Yanzai faction. Upon realizing that they faced only a chi-refining cultivator, their disappointment was palpable. In a flurry of thoughts, Li Taier quickly formulated a plan. If it were only him at stake, he would have felt no fear. But Qing Er was still inside the distant building. Should she perish, it would be an irrevocable loss. Seizing the moment while they still underestimated him, Li Taier swiftly dispatched a foundation-building cultivator who stepped forward from the crowd. Before the group could recover from their shock, he unleashed the celestial blade of myriad forms, tearing through their ranks and creating an opening through which he dashed. Ha ha ha! The Yinze faction is hardly formidable. Just as foolish as the last group. I find no thrill in this slaughter, Li Tai'er taunted, no longer restraining his speed. Even with all his might channeled into the Lingshu Misty Step, his ultimate velocity could only rival that of a perfected golden core cultivator, and hot on his heels was a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. The leader, regaining his composure, was struck by greed as he witnessed a chi-refining cultivator soaring through the air. He discerned that the technique Li Tai'er employed was undoubtedly of a high caliber, likely a divine-level movement art. After him, with a thunderous command from the nascent soul leader, the others snapped back to attention, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent and avarice as they pursued Li Tai'er. As he led them farther from the village, Li Tai'er exhaled a sigh of relief, eager to find a suitable spot to confront this group. Weaving through the mountains, he frequently glanced at the sky, waiting for the right opportunity. Although he could not outrun the nascent soul practitioner, each time the threat loomed closer, he would pivot and draw his exquisite long sword, executing the celestial blade of myriad forms to strike at the heavens. The attack's potency rivaled that of a perfected golden core cultivator. While it could not injure the nascent soul practitioner, it was enough to slow him down, allowing Li Tai'er to accelerate once more. Like a slippery catfish, he evaded capture, yet the excitement in the eyes of the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator only intensified. To the nascent soul practitioner, Li Tai'er appeared as a mobile treasure trove, with techniques, movement arts, and artifacts of the highest order, all of which he desperately coveted. As dusk deepened into night and dawn approached, Li Tai'er recognized the moment had arrived. His previously racing form abruptly halted, and he slowly turned, a sinister smile gracing his face. The two sides locked gazes, each exuding an air of assured victory. Without uttering a word, Li Tai'er, under the mocking scrutiny of the Yinze faction, charged into the throng of several thousand cultivators, each at least a foundation-building practitioner. The nascent soul leader remained motionless, arrogantly hovering in the air, watching as Li Tai'er fought valiantly amidst the crowd. Though many of his forces fell in droves, the leader's eyes only brightened further. Qing had followed from a distance, now hiding on a hillside, terrified as she gazed upon the battlefield. She was astonished by Li Tai'er's bravery, praying fervently for his survival against this group. As the number of cultivators dwindled, the smile on the nascent soul leader's face began to stiffen. He could no longer remain indifferent while witnessing his forces being systematically slaughtered. The sheer power Li Tai'er displayed instilled fear in him. Was this truly a mere teenager? Everyone, stand aside. This boy is mine to kill, the nascent soul leader bellowed, causing the remaining cultivators to exhale in relief and retreat. The horror in their eyes lingered, as they felt not as though they had surrounded a boy, but rather that he had ensnared them all within his grasp. This was nothing short of a monstrous prodigy. Li Tai'er's expression brightened as he focused on the advancing nascent soul practitioner. Sheathing his exquisite longsword and summoning the materia of all things cauldron from his mind, as the small cauldron emerged, all present felt their breath catch, the intense pressure emanating from it amplifying their greed. Especially in the eyes of the nascent soul leader. With his previously restrained offensive now unleashed with full force, he sought to claim that precious artifact. Li Tai'er glanced at the sky. The dawn was near. His spirits lifted. He roared, "Come forth," and channeled all his strength. The celestial blade of myriad forms surged forth, executed with the precision of a near-immortal level technique, as Li Tai'er, relying on his chi-refining 18 stages cultivation, approached the power of early-stage nascent soul. He forsook all defense, seeking only the most extreme offense. He aimed to perish in brilliance and then be reborn. Chapter 59. 18 Stages of Chi Refining. Li Tai'er's desperate strike at the heart. No! Qing-er's eyes blazed with red, her voice a heart-wrenching cry. She watched in horror as Li Tai'er was torn asunder beneath the assault of the nascent soul practitioner, and in that instant, she felt as though she had plunged into an abyss. The group suddenly heard a feminine voice emanating from the distant mountains, soon realizing Qing-er's presence. Oh, this girl is quite exquisite. She seems to know that boy. Perhaps she's his lover. Capture her and enjoy her later. The Yinze faction, having been relentlessly bested by Li Tai'er, now sought to vent their frustrations upon Qing Er, hoping to reclaim their lost confidence. Yet, Qing Er showed no inclination to flee. Her heart had shattered along with Li Tai'er's demise. In that moment, she found herself engulfed in darkness, akin to a soulless automaton. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight enveloped Qing Er, and her once blank gaze flickered with life upon seeing that the boy still existed. I dare anyone to touch her. The voice, though soft, resonated with formidable authority. The throng of cultivators charging towards Qing Er halted in terror, their resolve wavering as they looked around in confusion, unsure of the voice's origin. This was the moment Li Tai'er had awaited. Through countless experiences of death, he had discovered that he revived each time at dawn. Thus, he had perished just before the break of day, and if his conjecture proved correct, he would resurrect the moment the sun graced the horizon, without the need to wait any longer. Fortunately, his guess was accurate. All members of the Yanzhe faction stared in disbelief as Li Tai'er emerged from the rift in space, defying their understanding. How could a qi refining cultivator be so difficult to kill? In the eyes of the mid-stage nascent soul practitioner, Li Tai'er still appeared as a mere ninth-stage qi refining cultivator. Yet, only Li Tai'er knew that his physical attributes had doubled once more. He was now at the 18 stages of qi refining, his capabilities comparable to that of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Everyone, unleash your full power, crush him. The nascent soul cultivator felt genuine fear. Facing Li Tai'er's unpredictable tactics, he yearned to eliminate him swiftly. Li Tai'er surveyed the oncoming onslaught, a menacing smile curling upon his lips. Those who kill shall be killed. Grasping the materia of all things cauldron firmly, he unleashed the celestial blade of myriad forms once more, this time with a ferocity surpassing before, a torrent of energy cascading forth, altering the very fabric of the heavens. At that moment, the manifestation of the celestial blade, executed from the 18 stages of qi refining, embodied power akin to that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The semicircular energy dissipated the offensive in the terrified eyes of the nascent soul practitioners. Then, maintaining its might, it pierced through every one of them in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators suspended in midair fell like dumplings into the valley below, their lives snuffed out in an instant, leaving only one survivor. Ding! The host detected the annihilation of 4,000 adversaries during the rebellion, earning a reward of 3.6 million rebellion points, bringing the total to 257.95 million. Seizing the opportunity while Li Tai'er was momentarily distracted, the primordial spirit surged forth from his body and fled desperately towards the horizon. As the distance between them widened, the fear etched upon his face began to dissipate. He mocked Li Tai'er for being too naive, allowing him to escape. Should he return to the stronghold, the latter would inevitably face a cataclysmic retribution. Li Tai'er, well aware of the capabilities of a cultivator at the primordial infant stage, leisurely tossed forth the mother qi cauldron, which instantly pursued the fleeing spirit. No, you cannot kill me. The diminutive primordial spirit was engulfed in terror. Should it be slain, it would face utter annihilation. The spirit was drawn back into the cauldron and landed in Li Tai'er's grasp. Esteemed sir, I was blind to your greatness and should not have provoked you. I implore you to spare my life. If you do, I vow to serve you loyally for eternity, becoming your most devoted slave. In a desperate bid for survival, the primordial spirit cast aside all thoughts of Li Tai'er's age, his face contorted in obsequiousness, flatteries spilling forth profusely. However, Li Tai'er would never entertain such a fence-sitter. Knowing full well that this creature would eventually become a source of calamity in that instant, he resolved to shatter the primordial spirit. Realizing his imminent demise, the primordial spirit shed its facade, roaring with fury. You wretched brat, do not blame me for the warning. I am the fourth leader of the Yanzhe faction. If you slay me, my comrades will not let you off lightly. He was a formidable being at the pinnacle of the primordial infant stage. Audaciously threatening his grandfather, Li Tai'er let out a cold smile, preparing to shatter the primordial spirit with the cauldron when a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. This matter could not simply be dismissed. This individual might yet possess significant utility. While death was temporarily averted, he would not let him off easily. With a sinister grin, Li Tai's smile instilled a shiver of foreboding in the primordial spirit. From his spatial storage, he retrieved remnants of the void beast's flesh, transforming a small portion into a fine ash that he scattered into the cauldron. As the spirit inhaled the essence, it felt its body brimming with pure energy, becoming more corporeal. Yet before it could revel in the sensation, a wave of extreme heat surged forth, turning its form a shade reminiscent of cooked shrimp, emitting indescribable sounds within the cauldron. Li Tai, fully aware of the potent aphrodisiac effects, contemplated finding a mother spirit beast to further exploit this situation, intending not to kill but to thoroughly humiliate it. Before departing, he meticulously scoured the storage bags of the fallen. But aside from the fourth leader's bag containing over 800 premium spirit stones and 2 foundation establishment pills, the rest yielded a meager total of merely 100 premium spirit stones. With nothing else of value to be found, damn it, a bunch of paupers, Li Tai exclaimed in frustration. After all his efforts, the spoils were disappointingly scant. Approaching Qing Li Tai had yet to utter a word when she rushed into his embrace. Sobbing loudly, Qing was genuinely terrified. At the moment Li Tai had been slain, she contemplated following him into the void, for he had become her sole beacon of hope in this wretched world. Li Tai hesitated briefly but ultimately opened his arms to envelop her, understanding she must be feeling extremely vulnerable after all she had endured. After a long while, as Qing gradually emerged from her sorrow, Li Tai inquired about the stronghold of the Yinzhe faction. However, she could only provide vague details, knowing it lay far beyond the watertight city amidst a mountainous region, but the precise location eluded her. After she spoke, regret washed over her. She realized Li Tai seemed intent on venturing to the Yinzhe stronghold, and she quickly urged him against it, her tears flowing like rain, adamantly refusing to let him go. Ultimately, she could not sway him, and in a pitiful tone, she implored to accompany him, lamenting her solitude, for she had lost her home. Should he leave, she would be left utterly alone. Li Tai felt overwhelmed. And after much persuasion, he managed to convince Qing to remain in Watertide City, assuring her that he would return swiftly. After half a month, Li Tai and Qing finally arrived at Watertide City. Gazing upon the seemingly endless expanse of the city, he was taken aback. This metropolis could rival the renowned Jiuan city in the Sword Nine realm. He settled Qing into an inn, repeatedly cautioning her to refrain from wandering for fear of danger, promising he would return as soon as possible. Before departing, to ensure her safety, he spent 9.99 million rebellion points in the system shop to acquire a heavenly-grade spirit root, discreetly placing it within her body during their embrace while she was unaware. He also entrusted her with the first volume of the Tai Ching transformation technique, though she had no comprehension of its rank. She obediently memorized it as he instructed. For her safety, Li Tai chose not to leave a copy for her. Additionally, he left her the 2 foundation establishment pills he had obtained earlier, along with over 100 premium spirit stones. Once everything was settled, Li Tai turned to leave the inn, while Qing, overwhelmed with reluctance, gazed longingly at his retreating figure until he vanished at the city gates. 10 days later, Li Tai found himself amidst the unknown mountain range. After extensive searching, he finally discovered traces of the Yinzhe faction in a concealed valley, though the exact location of their stronghold remained elusive. An idea struck him as he gazed at the primordial spirit, now a shrimp-like figure, vibrating with an exuberant energy within the Mother Qi cauldron. A sly smile crept across his face. Chapter 60. Outrageous. An unexpected encounter with a transmigrator during the raid. I am truly a genius. Observing the primordial spirit within the cauldron, Li Tai felt a deep sense of admiration for his own foresight. Lost in self-congratulation, hiding in a depression, he chuckled foolishly. Should a burly man happen upon this scene, he would undoubtedly be left aghast. Once Li Tai's laughter subsided, he released the primordial spirit from the cauldron, confident that following it would lead him effortlessly to the Yinzhe stronghold. Surprisingly, upon regaining its freedom, the primordial spirit did not flee immediately, but instead stared at Li Tai with an infatuated expression. Drooling at the sight of his delicate physique, its body twitching in excitement. Damn it! Li Tai felt a wave of revulsion. This was his first encounter with such a situation. The primal spirit's eyes revealed it was hopelessly ensnared in its carnal desires. Whether due to an excess of void beast flesh powder or its inherently weak will, he could not discern. Get lost? Li Tai could no longer endure this, delivering a sharp slap to the primordial spirit, which jolted it back to partial awareness. Recognizing Li Tai, it turned and fled in a panic. Li Tai pursued relentlessly, the chase lasting 3 days, during which he alternated between tracking and cursing. The primordial spirit oscillated between clarity and indulgence in its lust, all while darting deeper into the mountains, leaving a trail of havoc among the spirit beasts, irrespective of age or gender, their anguished cries echoing throughout. Li Tai was utterly speechless. He had never anticipated the aphrodisiac effects of the void beast's flesh to be so potent. He resolved to utilize this to his advantage in future battles. 2 days later, one afternoon, the primordial spirit finally returned to the Yin-Zhe stronghold. However, upon observing the location of the stronghold, Li Tai was engulfed in fury, for it lay merely a few hundred kilometers from where he had set off 5 days prior. He had been thoroughly played by the primordial spirit. Li Tai was incensed. He had originally intended to infiltrate slowly and catch the Yin-Zhe faction off guard, but his patience had evaporated. He was now eager to complete his mission swiftly. Forqing Air awaited his return. Spending 350,000 rebellion points in the system shop, he acquired a modified hydrogen bomb and soared through the air, gradually approaching the heart of the Yin-Zhe faction's stronghold. Who dares approach? Who would brave the headquarters of the Yin-Zhe faction? The sentinels, both visible and hidden, detected Li Tai hovering in the air. Seeing that he was not riding upon a mount, they were too terrified to act. Listen well, all of you from the Yin-Zhe faction. It is I, your venerable grandfather Li Tai, come to settle accounts with you. Those with sense should all come forth. His voice, amplified by the surrounding spirit energy, reverberated throughout the entire Yin-Zhe compound, echoing against the mountain ranges. Humph! Such arrogance! Where does this impudent little brat hail from? Kill him! The second in command of the Yin-Zhe faction emerged first. Although he witnessed Li Tai's ability to fly, sensing he was merely a chi refinement stage cultivator, he hesitated and ordered his subordinates to test the waters. As hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators surrounded him, Li Tai merely chuckled disdainfully, drawing forth his long sword. The manifestation sword struck with precision, and an extraordinary phenomenon manifested. In an instant, several hundred foes were severed in two by the sword chi. Ding! Detection of hosts rebellion and slaying hundreds. Reward of 360,000 rebellion points. The second-in-command's pupils dilated in shock. He realized that even he would struggle to withstand such an attack. Hastily, he donned a conciliatory expression, apologizing that it was all a misunderstanding. Just as Li Tai was about to respond, a booming voice echoed from the grand hall below. Why waste words with him? Just because you possess divine-grade techniques? You think you can run rampant? Ridiculous. Since you dare to come, do not expect to leave. By my command, activate the 3 talents extermination formation. Under the commanding resonance of a formidable voice, several leaders of the Yin-Zhe faction positioned themselves at the forefront, followed by a multitude of over 10,000. In an instant, an array that obscured the heavens and blocked the sun was formed, locking onto Li Tai's energy signature. A slight chill passed over Li Tai's countenance. He had previously speculated that if the Yin-Zhe faction lacked some hidden trump cards, how could they possibly maintain their standing in this chaotic stellar domain? Through his senses, he discerned that this formation could potentially contend directly with mid-stage transformation gods, truly deserving of their reputation as fierce marauders. After some contemplation, to ensure no unforeseen circumstances arose, he expended 1,050,000 resistance points to exchange for 3 modified hydrogen bombs. At that moment, the leader of the Yin-Zhe faction finally made his appearance. Standing atop the heads of the crowd, fingers weaving through incantations, thereby activating the formation with a thunderous shout. Kill! With the utterance of that command, a colossal green sword, towering to a height of 1,000 zhong, erupted from the formation, its sword energy soaring into the sky. Its blade pointed directly at Li Tai-er. As soon as the giant sword manifested, the heavy clouds in the sky were instantly cleaved apart by the sharp sword energy. Its force sweeping across millions of miles, Li Tai-er's expression grew serious. His garments rustled in the wind as he faced the slowly advancing giant sword. He felt an undeniable sense of being targeted. As if the surrounding space were being systematically suppressed, leaving him with no choice but to confront the impending battle. Teo Flee would surely lead to his demise. Come forth, allow you to assist me in advancing my cultivation. Li Tai-er's spirit surged, grasping the primordial chi cauldron as he boldly charged towards the sword's edge, 4 modified divine-grade hydrogen bombs following closely behind. The leader of the Yinza faction, observing the reckless charge of Li Tai-er, formed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, his murderous intent reaching its zenith. He had yet to encounter a cultivator daring enough to provoke the Yinza faction and escape alive. Li Tai-er unleashed all his skills, managing to create but a slight fissure at the tip of the giant sword before his body was pierced through, blood raining down from the heavens. The leader, witnessing Li Tai-er's demise, had no time to further expand his smile when, in a heartbeat, violent explosions reverberated throughout the mountains. The ears of the over 10,000 low-tier cultivators bled profusely, each donning a mask of agony. Not good. Take cover. The leader of the Yinza faction finally realized something was amiss. He had previously been curious about what gave Li Tai-er the audacity to confront them alone. Now, with the sight of the massive fire columns before the formation, he understood where the latter's confidence lay. But it was too late. The combined might of the 4 divine-grade modified hydrogen bombs doubled the damage. And the Sankai Jushin formation only held for a brief moment before being shattered by the shockwave. The leaders of the Yinza faction bore the brunt of the assault. Their bodies turned to ash in the blink of an eye, with even their nascent souls unable to escape. The leader, realizing the dire situation, hastily summoned his ultimate defensive artifact just before the shockwave struck. However, the shockwave shattered the defensive artifact, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spewing forth, crashing towards the main hall, his fate uncertain in mere moments. The entire Yinza faction was left with but one leader of unknown fate. The rest having perished without understanding the reason for their demise. Ding. Host's dying counterattack resulted in the death of 11,000 foes. Reward: 9,900,000 resistance points. Current total: 25,642,000. The following morning, as dawn broke, Li Tai-er tore through space and stepped forth. Observing the remnants of buildings obliterated by the shockwave, he nodded in satisfaction, especially as he felt the power surging within him. A crooked smile spreading across his face. 20 segments of chi refining. How terrifying! After his recent battle and subsequent demise, his attributes had doubled once more. This moment, his cultivation at 20 segments of chi refining was already sufficient to rival the pinnacle of Golden Core stage. If he employed divine-grade techniques, he was confident he could challenge mid-stage nascent soul cultivators single-handedly. After a brief moment of reflection, Li Tai-er began to descend gradually from the air, intending to scour the Yinza faction's stronghold for treasures. As this was his opportunity for wealth, just then, a figure raced past him from over 1,000 miles away, pursued relentlessly by another cloaked figure. Li Tai-er focused intently and discovered that the pursuing individual donned a robe of azure and gold. A garment he recognized all too well. It was that mysterious faction that had previously targeted his mother, Wan Qing-er, and him. Upon inspecting through the system, he realized that the mysterious figure was merely at the late nascent soul stage, while the one being pursued was at the peak of the Golden Core stage. However, this revelation left Li Tai-er utterly stunned, his mind blank with disbelief, unable to grasp the information before him. Target: human, age 15, Golden Core late stage, child of destiny, transmigrator, a transmigrator. Li Tai-er had always believed he was the only one in this realm, but now he realized how naive he had been. He could no longer afford to waste time pillaging the Yinza faction. He activated the Ling Su Mising step to its utmost, hastily pursuing the transmigrator. Before departing, however, he did not forget to eradicate the roots of his enemies. Launching a divine-grade atomic bomb directly towards the main hall, having sensed a faint, weakened presence hidden within. Watching the distant mushroom cloud rise behind him, Li Tai smirked, "Humph. Dare to provoke me? Even eggs can be scrambled." Chapter 61. With a Barrett rifle in hand, the transmigrator exclaimed thrice, "What a marvel!" Li Tai pursued relentlessly, growing increasingly alarmed. The young transmigrator ahead had already reached the late golden core stage, astonishingly surpassing the speed of early nascent soul cultivators. While he could not outrun the mysterious late nascent soul figure, the transmigrator consistently escaped perilous situations. This sight drove Li Tai into a frenzy. How could the child of destiny exhibit such outrageous luck? He lamented silently. Why did his own luck as a transmigrator seem to have a cool-down period? After a quarter of an hour, the transmigrator at the forefront was once again caught by the mysterious pursuer. Li Tai, unperturbed, anticipated yet another desperate escape scenario. However, to his astonishment, instead of fleeing at breakneck speed, the transmigrator calmly stood by a cliff, defiantly raising his middle finger at the mysterious pursuer, before, to Li Tai's bewilderment, charging headfirst into the mountain wall. Is this a life-risking taunt? Li Tai was momentarily taken aback. Contrary to expectations, bloodshed did not ensue. Instead, the transmigrator bizarrely passed through the wall, vanishing inexplicably. Li Tai distinctly sensed that, before disappearing, the transmigrator had cast a glance in his direction. The mysterious figure followed suit without hesitation, diving into the wall, and only then did Li Tai realize that another world lay beyond. Upon reaching the wall, he found that both had already vanished. To avoid losing their trail, he wasted no time in jumping into the wall himself. Instead of the anticipated dark cavern, Li Tai felt as though he were enveloped in a dizzying spatial corridor, surrounded by rapidly swirling lights. After approximately 10 breaths, when he finally opened his eyes, the environment had transformed dramatically. He was no longer amid the mountain range, but had arrived in a vast desert, with miles of sand stretching as far as the eye could see. Have I been transported to another planet? Li Tai gaped in astonishment, aghast at the absurdity of the transmigrator's abilities. Quickly scanning his surroundings, he spotted traces of the two. Sensing a confrontation unfolding several thousand kilometers ahead, he hastened towards their location, intent on interjecting. The mysterious figure had to die, but before that, he aimed to extract useful information. Upon arriving at the scene, he found the two locked in a fierce struggle. TSK. Li Tai felt a pang of envy. The transmigrator effortlessly challenged foes beyond his level as if it were child's play. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the transmigrator was at a disadvantage, with the situation worsening as time passed. Without hesitation, Li Tai seized the primordial chi cauldron and entered the fray. With his involvement, the mysterious figure quickly found himself in dire straits. Although the transmigrator initially harbored hostility towards Li Tai's arrival, upon realizing that the latter genuinely intended to assist him, the animosity diminished significantly, replaced by astonishment. He felt that Li Tai could not be much older than himself, yet his combat prowess surpassed his own. As a transmigrator, he was supposed to be the absolute protagonist of this world, yet now he felt overshadowed by this unfamiliar youth. The boy felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and fought even harder, eager to reclaim his confidence. Noticing the shift in the boy's mindset, Li Tai smirked, thinking to himself, "Today, I shall show you what it means to be extraordinary. A mere child of destiny is fit only to be a younger brother." With Li Tai's all-out combat efforts, the mysterious figure was soon overwhelmed in no time. A strike from the Wnexi Ing JGN cleaved through the air, gravely injuring the foe. Li Tai positioned his foot upon the mysterious figure's chest, the primordial chi cauldron hovering above, and turned to the young man, lifting his chin in triumph. "How about it? Is this how impressive I am? Are you convinced?" The youth gazed at Li Tai, eyes wide with disbelief, as he witnessed the latter's mastery of divine tier techniques and the divine-grade artifact in hand. Only at that moment did the boy realize that Li Tai's cultivation was merely at the 9th segment of chi refining. Yet his combat strength far outstripped his own. He instantly began to question the validity of his own protagonist status. When had such an extraordinary being emerged? Li Tai at this moment could not concern himself with the thoughts of the young man. He had the mysterious figure underfoot, relentlessly interrogating him about the enigmatic forces at play. Little did he anticipate that, just after his inquiry, the mysterious man would decisively choose to self-destruct. Caught off guard, Li Tai had no time to intervene and hastily sought refuge from the impending explosion. The deafening blast ensued, and the man, before meeting his demise, quietly crushed a piece of jade slip in his hand. Damn it! Was that truly necessary? Although Li Tai managed to evade the epicenter of the explosion, the residual force still affected him, causing his blood to surge violently, accompanied by waves of intense pain. The young man, though farther away from the mysterious figure, was not in a much better situation, appearing disheveled and utterly distressed. Upon witnessing the young man's predicament, Li Tai let out a chuckle, intending to mock him. However, to his astonishment, the sky above them suddenly tore apart, revealing a silhouette far more imposing than that of the previous mysterious man. Kid, what a remarkable tactic. Was it you who forced Master Chen to his end? Li Tai was momentarily speechless. It seemed he had dealt with the lesser threat only for a greater one to appear. He could not fathom how these enigmatic figures had tracked them down with such swiftness, just as one perished. Another emerged. The young man's face was a portrait of despair as he glared at Li Tai, realizing that this individual had single-handedly escalated his warrior-level quest to a king-level challenge. While he could barely cope with a late-stage Yuanian cultivator, now a transformation-stage cultivator had appeared, leaving him paralyzed with fear and questioning whether Li Tai was, in fact, the hidden ultimate boss. Li Tai turned to the young man and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run! Are you daft?" The young man, teetering on the edge of tears, pondered how he could possibly escape a transformation stage cultivator. It was a matter of whether he would meet his end sooner or later. Just as he was engulfed in distress, he suddenly widened his eyes in terror. Li Tai was wielding a sniper rifle, which appeared to be a Barrett. He was momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth was this? How could there be modern firearms from Blue Star in this realm? With the rifle in hand, Li Tai swiftly chambered 4 extraordinary bullets, determined to use them solely to delay the advance of the mysterious figure, lest he attract the attention of an even more formidable opponent. Bang, 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 bang. The extraordinary bullets erupted from the barrel, hurtling towards the initial stage transformation cultivator. The young man could only momentarily accept the existence of the sniper rifle, though he remained skeptical of its power. He was well aware of the Barrett's capabilities on Blue Star. It could easily fell a bull, but to think it could be employed against a being akin to a deity was utterly preposterous. Yet, in the next moment, he was left agape as what he had assumed were ordinary bullets surged forth with a terrifying, world-ending momentum aimed directly at the transformation stage cultivator. The young man exclaimed in disbelief. Feeling as if he had just crawled out of a well, his eyes opened wide to the marvel before him. Chapter 62. A reunion of countrymen, eyes brimming with tears, seizing the moment while the mysterious figure was restrained. Li Tai and the young man hastily fled into the distance, pushing their limits in a desperate escape. The young man was genuinely terrified for his life, while Li Tai seized the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Infuriated by the existence of other crossovers in this realm, he intended to assert his dominance. Despite the young man's best efforts, he lagged behind Li Tai, eventually resigning himself to the situation. Following Li Tai in a huff, their frantic flight lasted 5 days, during which they dared not pause for even a moment. Fortunately, both possessed high-tier cultivation methods, allowing them to sustain their energy. Big brother, I say we've gone far enough, right? That person has surely lost our trail. The young man gasped, insisting they stop running. He had once aspired to be the fastest man in this world. But today he had encountered someone even swifter. Li Tai ran circles around the young man, teasingly chattering, "Oh, young one, what's the matter? Is this all you've got? We shall continue the performance." The young man shot Li Tai an exasperated glare, sprawling out on the scorching sands of the desert, letting out a comfortable groan. "For heaven's sake, don't do that. You're making me uneasy." Li Tai recoiled at the young man's sudden exclamation, feeling a chill run down his spine. Following suit, He too reclined against a mound of sand, only to discover the temperature was indeed remarkable. Letting out a nonchalant sigh, though his sound was undoubtedly more flamboyant than the young man's. The young man let out an "oh" and gave Li Tai'er a big thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Li Tai'er burst into laughter, and the young man turned to join in, their mirth echoing across the vast expanse of the desert. As the saying goes, when countrymen meet, tears well up in their eyes. Yet fortunately, these two men did not embrace and weep together. After a while, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the sands, and they finally subdued their laughter. "My name is Li Tai'er. I was assassinated by my father's business rival and then transmigrated here. What about you?" Li Tai'er gazed dreamily at a solitary cloud in the sky, speaking softly. The young man paused, taken aback by Li Tai'er's candor, and decided to reveal his truth. "I am Yi Bufan. I was accidentally electrocuted and then transmigrated." "Why Yi Bufan?" "Ha ha ha." Li Tai'er erupted into laughter, nearly in tears from the amusement. Why Yi Bufan joined in, chuckling heartily. He had chosen this name himself, inspired by the novels he had read. Believing it to be quite formidable, "Brother Tai'er, your arrival here is truly impressive. A Barrett sniper rifle. How did you manage to bring it along? Its power is genuinely astounding." Yi Bufan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Recalling the earlier display of the rifle's might, Li Tai'er, filled with pride, felt as though his ego could soar to the heavens. He considered elaborating on his other abilities, but decided against it. While both were crossovers, it was wise to keep some secrets. Look at your level of ambition. Unfortunately, this gun only came with a few bullets. Every shot counts. Li Tai'er observed Yi Bufan's starry-eyed gaze with trepidation. Fearing the latter might demand more, Yi Bufan had no choice but to relent, lying back and recounting his own unfortunate past to Li Tai'er. Upon listening, Li Tai'er concluded that this was nothing more than the typical tale of a lowly protagonist, and that Yi Bufan would surely grow stronger as time passed. He instantly felt a weight on his shoulders, realizing that his aspiration to be the elder brother might not be so easily attained. After gathering his thoughts, Li Tai'er recounted his own misfortunes to Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan listened in disbelief, exclaiming that Li Tai'er's experience was far superior to his own. He felt truly wretched in comparison. Soon enough, his lamentations turned into tears. Li Tai'er grew increasingly exasperated as he listened, thinking to himself that Yi Bufan was quite the performer. To him, the tales of hardship sounded like nothing more than a series of face-slapping tropes. What with being humiliated early on and then rising to prominence at critical junctures, Li Tai'er could not comprehend where the hardship lay. It seemed more like a typical feel-good narrative. Eventually, he shut his ears to Yi Bufan's recounting, dismissing the formulaic plot entirely. However, the only useful information gleaned was that Yi Bufan's teacher had been captured by a mysterious force while trying to protect him during an incident. Li Tai'er found this plotline to be all too familiar and could not resist asking Yi Bufan if he indeed had any alchemical skills. 3 days passed in a blur as Li Tai'er and Yi Bufan wandered aimlessly, unaware of which planet they had arrived on. For 3 days, they had not encountered a single soul. One afternoon, as Li Tai'er basked in the sun atop a raised dune, he suddenly heard Yi Bufan's urgent voice calling out, "Brother Tai'er, quick, stop tanning your bronze skin. I've discovered a hidden treasure." Li Tai'er sprang to his feet, not out of astonishment at the hidden treasure, but rather at Yi Bufan's uncanny fortune. Even in this desolate wasteland, he had stumbled upon an opportunity. This stroke of luck was driving Li Tai'er to distraction. It felt as though the heavens were serving him a feast. "Let's go. We must investigate." Li Tai'er waved his hand, brushing off the sand from his companion, and with a flick of his whip, led Yi Bufan towards the direction of the treasure. With an air of undeniable bravado, they set off, yet, after 5 consecutive days, they were still met with nothing but an endless stretch of desert. Were it not for Yi Bufan's constant reassurances of "we're almost there. Just a bit further," Li Tai'er would have long since given up. "Damn it. Where is this hidden treasure? If you say almost there one more time, I swear I won't move another step." Li Tai'er exclaimed, thoroughly frustrated, feeling as if he were a foolish dog led by a bone just out of reach. Yi Bufan chuckled awkwardly, Brother Tyre, we really are close. I always feel this way when I'm near a hidden treasure. It's as if something is guiding me forward. Li Tyre shot a sidelong glance at Yi Bufan, silently questioning, "Are you certain?" Yi Bufan nodded his head like a chick pecking at grains. Fearing that Li Tyre might not believe him, Li Tyre, filled with skepticism, had already resolved that if he could not find the so-called secret treasure within another day's time, he would make Yi Bufan understand why flowers bloom so red. His willingness to heed Yi Bufan's words stemmed not only from a desire to witness the predestined opportunities of a time traveler, but also from a hidden agenda. He longed to take a gamble, hoping that he might be even more formidable, compelling those opportunities to recognize him as their master. As Li Tyre indulged in his fantasies, a sinister smile crept upon his face, sending shivers down Yi Bufan's spine. He couldn't help but think that perhaps his elder brother was a bit unhinged, though he dared not voice this thought aloud. The swaggering demeanor of Li Tyre truly intimidated Yi Bufan, who resolved to bide his time, as all protagonists have done throughout history. Chapter 63. Utterly speechless. Not a family, not entering the same door just as Li Tyre and Yi Bufan crossed a steep sand dune. They were taken aback by the sight that greeted them. A verdant oasis bustling with countless figures, numbering no less than several 100,000. Among them, foundational cultivators were as numerous as dogs, while those at the nascent soul stage were abundant on the ground. However, no one seemed to be at the god transformation stage, leaving them to wonder if this secret treasure had restrictions barring such practitioners from entry. My goodness, Bufan, why are all these loose cultivators congregating here? Li Tyre mused, observing the throng of practitioners, speculating that this opportunity must be extraordinary. The texts always stated that the more intense the competition, the more extraordinary the opportunity. Suddenly, Li Tyre found himself envying Yi Bufan. How was it that he encountered such ripe chances? Every technique and treasured item he possessed had been painstakingly exchanged for. And though he ultimately would not perish, the sensation of death was undeniably real, and frequently losing one's head was anything but pleasant. With this thought, Li Tyre cast a more resentful gaze at Yi Bufan, firmly resolved to seize the chance for himself, casting aside his last shred of dignity. One must be shameless to be invincible, Li Tyre mused, deciding to adopt this phrase as a personal motto. Their arrival went unnoticed, primarily because cultivators continued to pour in from all directions, the numbers swelling exponentially in a short span. Bufan, where do you think this secret treasure is? I can't seem to spot it, Li Tyre queried, searching the oasis in vain for the treasure's location. Brother Tyre, how would I know? Let's be patient. It should appear soon. I have a feeling, Yi Bufan replied with an air of confidence. Li Tyre subtly nodded. After all, it was Yi Bufan's opportunity, and if he said so, it must be true. As the number of cultivators grew, the depression was nearly filled to capacity, leaving no room above or below. Let us retreat, Li Tyre commanded, waving his hand as he stood to move back. Yi Bufan chuckled, and the two exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts in sync. Li Tyre was no fool. He understood that wherever the child of destiny, the protagonist, appeared, danger lurked in abundance, and the loose cultivators served merely to enhance the atmosphere, existing as fodder. 5 days swiftly passed, and rather than feeling impatient, Li Tyre's eyes sparkled with clarity, for the crowd had swelled to over 1 million. It was evident how extraordinary this opportunity was. Once more, Li Tyre found himself envious of Yi Bufan. The latter seemed to sense something as well, his voice unconsciously rising in pitch over the past 2 days. Li Tyre increasingly felt that his position as an elder brother was precarious. His resolve to seize the opportunity grew stronger, vowing not to allow Yi Bufan to soar to great heights without experiencing the perils of the world. Time slipped away in Li Tyre's restless excitement, and another half-month passed in a flash. The million onlookers outside the secret realm remained unusually quiet, the atmosphere in the oasis becoming eerily tense. Li Tyre sensed that the moment was approaching. He glanced at Yi Bufan, who seemed to have entered a state of focus, his gaze sharper than before. As expected, not a single child of destiny was without their cunning. Boom! Just as Li Tyre surveyed the surroundings, a tremendous roar echoed throughout the desolate world. Was it a secret realm? Li Tyre was somewhat speechless. He had previously considered that the treasure might manifest anywhere, but he had never imagined it would appear in the void. A spatial rift slowly tore open, and soon a circular opening, 100 feet wide, materialized before everyone, shrouded in mist, obscuring the interior from view. The crowd of 1,000,000 loose cultivators collectively held their breaths growing heavier, akin to a lecher beholding a breathtaking beauty, all eyes gleaming with greed and madness. Especially since this breathtaking beauty had opened her legs, displaying her mysteries to all, inviting the cultivators to enter. Lityre and Buffon remained calm, patiently observing the unfolding situation, as all awaited the first brave soul to venture into the secret realm. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange. No one dared to be the first to take the plunge. Ha, what a bunch of timid fools. Since no one dares to go, I, Chow, shall take the initiative. Amidst the 1,000,000 cultivators, someone finally took the plunge. With a leap, the individual entered, and after a moment of stillness without any unusual occurrences, chaos erupted as everyone surged forward, each trying to enter in a frenzy. The entrance was too small to accommodate 1,000,000 cultivators simultaneously, and thus, a fierce battle erupted at the threshold, cultivators falling like leaves in autumn. Lityre watched this scene with a heart full of regret. Lamenting the loss of so many precious lives, it was a pity. He truly wished he could unleash a modified Zarbamba upon them, harvesting all those heads, but alas, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. While Lityre understood his own sentiments, Buffon was unaware of his situation, mistakenly believing that his elder brother lamented the loss of life. Consequently, respect for Tyre blossomed within him. The battle grew increasingly brutal, and those left outside the secret realm, witnessing their dwindling numbers, grew frantic. The treasures within were their ultimate goal. They could delay no longer, unleashing their most powerful artifacts, transforming the already fierce conflict into a scene of unspeakable horror. Cries of anguish echoing throughout the oasis, Lityre and Buffon sat comfortably atop a sand dune, enjoying the spectacle of battle, treating the contest over the secret realm as a mere performance. Occasionally commenting on the unfolding drama. Look, Buffon, that fellow's talisman is truly remarkable, capable of restraining cultivators over a wide area. How frustrating for those poor souls, Brother Tyre. Check this out. That person's lion's roar technique is extraordinary. I think I've seen it in some thrilling novel before. I really want it. Buffon Tyre. The two exchanged banter, thoroughly enjoying the show, whistling and applauding as if witnessing a grand play. Yet, they both felt something was amiss. After much contemplation, it was Tyre who first realized the oversight, exclaiming in dismay, "Oh no, how could such a scene lack melon seeds and popcorn?" Buffon clapped his hands. "Indeed, how careless of us. It's all because we rushed out without preparation. We must not forget next time." Lityre nodded vigorously, as Buffon had struck a chord deep within him, as the number of cultivators outside the secret realm dwindled. The two finally made their leisurely way toward the entrance. Whether by sheer coincidence or some unspoken understanding, both paused at the entrance, suddenly locking eyes and furrowing their brows. "You're thinking what I'm thinking?" A knowing smile spread across their faces as they simultaneously responded, "Let us rely on our own abilities." In an instant, they turned away from the entrance, not rushing in, but instead sprinting deeper into the oasis. Both targeting the storage bags of the fallen loose cultivators. Not a family, not entering the same door, ancient wisdom, indeed. Chapter 64. Terrifying secret realm. Dangers abound. The two dove into the fray, scouring the scattered corpses for treasures, reveling in their good fortune. However, many others shared the same intent, scattered about, perhaps numbering in the thousands. Buffon, observing those with similar motives, felt a pang of annoyance but instinctively avoided them, adhering to his principle of "if others do not offend me, I shall not offend them." In his attempts to evade the other loose cultivators, Buffon's speed naturally decreased. He assumed Lityre would behave similarly, considering the latter had previously lamented over the loss of so many lives. Glancing towards Lityre's vicinity, Buffon was left utterly stunned. Was this truly the noble Tyre he admired? Lityre was rummaging through storage bags with one hand, clutching a bronze cauldron with the other. while his mouth held a premium long sword, and a high-quality long sword was wedged behind him. He was entirely armed to the teeth. Li charged through the fray without a hint of hesitation, showing no mercy to anyone daring to collect storage bags beneath his nose. Their fate was sealed, death. All the while, he muttered, "Mine, mine, all mine." Yi Bufan was taken aback by the scene before him, realizing for the first time that his second elder brother, Li Tai'er, was indeed a formidable person. Li Tai'er was diligently striving for wealth. He inadvertently caught sight of Yi Bufan, who was frozen in place, staring at him in shock. This infuriated him, but with a sword clenched between his teeth, he could not articulate his frustration and could only convey it through his eyes. "Are you dazed? Hurry up and take action. The treasures have all been snatched away." At that moment, an oblivious late-stage golden elixir cultivator was rummaging through his storage bag. Completely disregarding Li Tai'er persistently urged Yi Bufan with his gaze to seize the opportunity, while swiftly darting past the scattered cultivator and casually striking him with a cauldron, with a sickening splatter. The man's brain matter exploded, leaving him no time to react and the process of killing. Li Tai'er skillfully looted the deceased's storage bag, his movements remarkably deft. Yi Bufan was left dumbfounded. Such precious treasures were being used by Li Tai'er like mere bricks, one cauldron per head. Truly ferocious, without further hesitation, he accelerated his efforts to seize the storage bags, and this time, when he encountered the scattered cultivator again, he no longer attempted to evade but charged forward, unknowingly influenced by Li Tai'er. An hour later, Li Tai'er gazed at the mountain of spirit stones and various talismans, treasures, and spirit herbs stacked in his empty storage space, laughing heartily, his mood exceedingly elated. This was truly the world that belonged to him. Li Tai'er, no guns, no cannons, the enemies had provided everything. At this point, Yi Bufan also concluded his endeavors, and the joy evident on his face indicated substantial gains, albeit still falling short compared to Li Tai'er. "How was your harvest, Tai'er brother?" Yi Bufan inquired with a mischievous smile directed at Li Tai'er. Li Tai'er responded with a knowing expression, and the two exchanged hearty laughter. Outside the secret realm, few cultivators remained. Witnessing the brazen demeanor of Yi Bufan and Li Tai'er, they could only seethe in silence. "Little brother, let's go. We shall venture into the secret realm as well." Li Tai'er faced the entrance with fervor, eagerly anticipating the treasures within. "After you, big brother." Yi Bufan stood aside, beaming, gesturing for Li Tai'er to proceed first. "Oh, no, Bufan brother should go first." The two engaged in a back-and-forth of polite refusals as they made their way to the entrance of the secret realm. How utterly nauseating! The other scattered cultivators watched the two's exaggerated gestures, inwardly cursing, yet they dared not provoke them due to their sheer ferocity. Upon stepping into the entrance of the secret realm, the environment changed dramatically. The entire realm was shrouded in dimness, the sky a murky gray, obscured by some unknown substance, devoid of any light. "What the hell?" the two exclaimed in unison, having been so preoccupied with observing the sky. They intended to land but suddenly noticed the ground littered with corpses, at least tens of thousands of them, submerged beneath the river, with only the submerged parts left utterly decayed. "What in the world is happening? How did these people die here?" Yi Bufan's eyes widened in shock. Li Tai'er's expression turned grave as he meticulously examined the injuries of the deceased, noting that all bore a small circular hole in their foreheads, from which blood continued to flow. Just as Li Tai'er intended to investigate further, he noticed that most of the corpses' necks suddenly bulged violently, an ominous premonition washing over him. "Bufan, run!" Li Tai'er shouted, bolting away at breakneck speed. Yi Bufan, sensing something amiss, hastily followed suit, fleeing in tandem with Li Tai'er. No sooner had they fled than the necks of the tens of thousands of corpses behind them bulged, bursting apart in an instant, revealing countless serpentine creatures, each a yard long, baring their fangs and surging toward the direction of the two fleeing figures. Upon glancing back, Li Tai'er and Yi Bufan were met with a terrifying sight. The unknown creatures swarmed densely behind them, sending chills down their spines, urging them to flee with all their might. The serpentine beings relentlessly pursued them, Li Taier felt his scalp prickling with fear. These unknown creatures seemed to possess extraordinary piercing ability. Despite the presence of high-tier defensive treasures among the deceased cultivators, none had survived. Buffon, accelerate. We must break into the forest ahead. Li Taier suddenly spotted a dense thicket in the distant horizon. Reasoning that there must be plenty of spirit beasts within, which could distract the pursuing creatures, Buffon, lacking any defiance, realized he was the slowest among them, with the unknown beings trailing mere meters behind him. He could not fathom how these seemingly small creatures could move with such astonishing speed, rivaling that of early-stage infant cultivators. Noticing that many of the corpses along the way had been attacked from behind, Buffon instinctively quickened his pace, nearly catching up to Li Taier. Li Taier stared in amazement as Buffon closed the distance, clicking his tongue in wonder, suspecting that this fellow had been hiding his true capabilities. Yet, only Buffon knew the truth. His current speed was an extraordinary feat, and under normal circumstances, he would not have been able to run this fast in a life-or-death crisis. This time, however, it was a matter of survival. He had no intention of becoming a casualty. Covering a distance of 100,000 kilometers at full speed took merely 10 breaths, truly swift as lightning. The forest was now within sight. And in the next moment, they would enter. Li Taier happened to glance back and was astonished to find that the serpentine creatures had uniformly halted outside a certain perimeter, agitatedly circling in place. Seemingly unwilling to cross a certain threshold, Buffon, wait! Li Taier called out to the still accelerating Buffon, signaling him to observe the serpentine creatures. Taier brother, if we don't run now, it will be too late. Buffon exclaimed in alarm, but upon hearing Li Taier's words, he obediently halted and turned back, only to be taken aback. What is happening now? Buffon also discerned something was off with the creatures. They appeared to be intensely fearful of the forest ahead. Li Taier and Buffon exchanged glances, both swallowing hard, their gazes drawn to the dense thicket before them. Upon closer inspection, the vast forest resembled a colossal beast lying in wait. Silently anticipating their arrival, it was evident that this forest was no ordinary entity. Chapter 65. The eerie forest. Battling the unknown horrors, Li Taier glanced at the densely packed serpentine creatures, then at the ominously silent forest. Weighing his options, the current predicament was not without a solution for him. He firmly believed that all fear stemmed from a lack of firepower. Despite the sheer number of these formidable serpentine beings, he considered them no more than an upgraded hydrogen bomb. If necessary, he could unleash two. Anything solvable with firepower was trivial to Li Taier. Taier brother, we should enter the forest, Buffon remarked earnestly after sensing the atmosphere. Though his expression was serious, he remained composed. As the son of destiny, the protagonist of this world, he possessed ample means to ensure his survival, but he would not resort to them unless absolutely necessary. Are there treasures inside? Li Taier speculated, eager for confirmation. He couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated, having witnessed the son of destiny's extraordinary fortune. Within that forest, he sensed nothing at all, unless he activated his super-lucky aura, which was akin to defying the heavens. He could not compare to Buffon, the naturally gifted protagonist. Buffon nodded decisively, confident in his instincts. Li Taier relinquished his thoughts of brute force. Since Buffon claimed there were treasures in the forest, he naturally wanted to see for himself and discern what could instill such fear in the serpentine creatures. Without further hesitation, the two accelerated into the forest. Upon entering, the visibility plummeted yet again, and Li Taier felt a chilling sensation seep into his bones, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He glanced back at Buffon, who mirrored his reaction, goosebumps evident on his skin. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the oppressive cold intensified, and they began to encounter the corpses of deceased cultivators. Li Taier immediately heightened his vigilance, signaling Buffon to be cautious. Initially, they hadn't noticed anything amiss upon entering the forest, but encountering the lifeless bodies now warranted careful scrutiny. The trees within the forest grew in bizarre shapes. Their trunks were far from straight, twisting and contorting, their branches claw-like and crimson, resembling fresh blood. It felt as if the entire forest was alive, ready to lash out at any moment. The deeper they went, the more suffocating the atmosphere became. They could barely see their hands in front of their faces. But with their cultivation levels, they could rely on their spiritual sense to navigate, avoiding total darkness. As they delved further, both Li Tyre and Yi Bufan felt their skin crawl, for they noticed numerous cultivators hanging from the branches, their expressions frozen in terror, indicating they had faced unimaginable fear before death. The desiccation of their bodies revealed that some had recently perished, while others had been dead for years or even decades. Each cultivator had been drained of their essence completely. Tyre brother, something feels off, Yi Bufan observed quietly, his voice involuntarily lowered by the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. Li Tyre responded with a soft hum. Having also noticed that the deceased cultivators were not merely hanging from the trees, but rather entangled in the branches. Suddenly, a sound of movement echoed from a corner behind them. The two turned sharply, only to find nothing there. Cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads, for the unknown is always the most terrifying. Unable to endure the dreadful ambience any longer, Li Tyre erupted in fury, deciding to abandon any pretense of cooperation. He had yet to find his treasure and was on the verge of being frightened to the point of losing control. Dare to scare me? Come out! Drawing his sword, Li Tyre unleashed the myriad phenomena extreme sword slash, sending a circular wave of sword energy racing outward, toppling trees in its wake. Yi Bufan, initially lost in the atmosphere of terror, was jolted by the sudden display of Li Tyre's swordsmanship, the sky darkening with a resounding thunderclap that nearly sent him into a panic. Woo-wah! As the massive trees fell, gushing forth a torrent of foul blood. Anguished cries and weeping echoed through the forest. The previously still trees suddenly began to writhe as if possessed. Yi Bufan, paralyzed with fear, had never witnessed such a scene before. Bizarre trees opened their crimson eyes, their branches thrashing as they emitted eerie moans. Li Tyre expanded his mental energy to survey their surroundings, realizing they were entirely surrounded by these monstrous trees. Bufan, we must ascend into the air and escape this forest. Responding immediately to Li Tyre's command, Yi Bufan hastily manipulated his energies and followed him skyward. Just as they soared a few dozen meters above the ground, an endless canopy of dense branches obscured the sky above them. Charge! Li Tyre bellowed, swinging his exquisite sword once more. An even more powerful wave of sword energy erupted in a circular arc, slicing through the branches that obstructed their path. Yet, before Li Tyre could revel in his triumph, more branches descended upon them, far greater in number. Furrowing his brow in concern, Li Tyre pondered their predicament when he noticed Yi Bufan suddenly produce a rectangular white jade artifact resembling a ruler. A divine artifact? Li Tyre sensed its formidable aura, arriving at a conclusion. Yi Bufan swiftly formed a spell with his hands, and the white jade artifact transformed into countless replicas, surging forth under his command to assault the web of branches ahead. Despite the overwhelming number of branches, the jade rulers outpaced them in their slicing speed, and the two seemed poised to escape the forest's depths. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them, and as they focused, they discovered the source of the shadow. A colossal tree trunk, over 100 miles thick, hurtling toward them. If it struck true, they would surely meet a grim fate. And no longer daring to hold back, Li Tyre unleashed all the explosive talismans he had scavenged. 1,000 symbols adhering to the trunk under his control. A pained expression crossed his face, but the dire circumstances brooked no hesitation, and he decisively activated the explosives. In a cataclysmic explosion, the massive trunk shattered. Yet before Li Tyre could celebrate, 2 more trunks rushed toward them, even thicker than the last. What on earth is this? The two had fought fiercely, yet remained oblivious to the nature of their adversary. Brother Tyre, duck! As the thick trunks bore down upon them, Yi Bufan shouted, intending to evade. When he turned to look for Li Tyre, he found him standing resolutely in place, showing no intent to dodge. Duck? Ha! Does it think it's worthy? Li Tyre's gaze was sharp as a blade, locking onto the ominous advance of the mysterious entity, his aura surging with intensity as his hair whipped about wildly. In the astonished gaze of Yi Bufan, Li Tyre remained stationary, one hand behind his back as he lifted the other in a gentle pat forward. Observing Li Taire's motion, Yi Bufan felt an inexplicable thought cross his mind. Have you ever seen a palm strike descend from the heavens? What the hell? The Buddha's palm. Yi Bufan's eyes widened in disbelief as a colossal handprint materialized before Li Taire, radiant with golden light. With a single strike, the two massive trunks were obliterated, the power beyond comprehension. This is simply outrageous. How can his weapons and techniques from Blue Star wield such formidable might? Yi Bufan began to doubt his identity as the destined child of fortune. His own artifacts and techniques had been painstakingly acquired. So why did Li Taire possess such extraordinary capabilities, seemingly transcending this realm? Li Taire, unaware of Yi Bufan's inner turmoil, understood from the latter's astonished gaze that envy ran deep. With a swagger, he tucked a few loose strands of hair behind his ear and turned to Yi Bufan. Raising an eyebrow, "Let us go." Yi Bufan smirked, feeling the sting of comparison. Following closely behind Li Taire, they ascended rapidly, eager to discern the true nature of their adversary. Yet as they climbed higher, Li Taire's expression darkened. A sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Suddenly, an intense instinct of danger surged within him, prompting a hasty shout. "Something's off, quickly dodge." Trusting in Li Taire, Yi Bufan reacted without hesitation, swiftly sidestepping. The sound of tearing space echoed as dozens of thick, sharp trunks shot down toward their previous position, their speed and force tearing through the AI. Li Taire quickly summoned the Mother Chi cauldron above his head, enveloping himself in a myriad of ethereal energies. The trunks struck relentlessly, yet all were repelled by the Mother Chi, colliding with a metallic clang that rendered them powerless. Li Taire exhaled in relief, acknowledging the cauldron's extraordinary capabilities, even if he had yet to fully harness its potential. Turning to check on Yi Bufan, he discovered the latter encased within a massive bronze bell, entirely shielded from harm, as a spectral figure seemed to meditate atop the bell, a quasi-divine artifact. Li Taire's expression shifted in surprise. Acknowledging Yi Bufan's status as the destined child of fortune, possessing such a remarkable treasure. However, what Li Taire did not realize was that Yi Bufan was even more astounded. Initially believing Li Taire's bronze cauldron to be merely a semi-divine artifact, he now recognized that his own artifact quaked in the presence of Li Taire's seemingly mundane cauldron. Realizing it was a true divine weapon, Yi Bufan pressed his lips together, feeling a deep sense of frustration. His techniques and artifacts paled in comparison, leaving him uncertain of what he, the destined child, could possibly contribute. After much contemplation, he concluded that the only consolation was that he was slightly older than Li Taire. Seeing Yi Bufan comfortably defending himself, Li Taire finally relaxed. He intended to use the protection of the Mother Chi cauldron to break free from the onslaught of the monstrous trees. Yet the trees showed no signs of relenting. More and more branches surged toward their position. Though they posed no direct threat, they effectively trapped the two within. Both possessed formidable single-target lethality, yet the overwhelming number of branches ensnared them, preventing any escape. "Bufan, how much impact can your defensive artifact withstand?" Li Taire realized that this stalemate could not persist. They needed to employ a weapon of mass destruction. Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Li Taire's intentions were not benevolent, but instinctively replied, "It should withstand a full-force strike from a perfected god transformation cultivator." Li Taire nodded. Assessing Yi Bufan's response, he turned back to him, his tone casual. "Care to witness a fireworks display?" Yi Bufan blinked in confusion, unsure of what kind of fireworks Li Taire referred to. "Brother Taire, what do you mean? What fireworks?" Li Taire laughed mysteriously, naturally, a spectacular fireworks show. Without allowing Yi Bufan to inquire further, he exchanged for a modified hydrogen bomb through his system. As the hydrogen bomb materialized before him, Yi Bufan's composure shattered. Witnessing Li Taire's possession of a sniper rifle was one thing, but now he was confronted with a weapon of unimaginable destruction. He couldn't help but scream, "Isn't that a bomb? You have that?" Li Taire scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Bufan, mocking his lack of knowledge. "Little brother, this is a nuclear bomb." Yi Bufan. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud, spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers in diameter, suddenly materialized within the secret realm, engulfing both Li Tai'er and Yi Bufan in its ferocious explosion. The violent shockwave obliterated mountains and forests in an instant, reducing the branches that had previously troubled the two to mere ash. Yi Bufan was violently tossed about by the shockwave. Although he narrowly escaped immediate death, he couldn't prevent a surge of blood rising in his throat, accompanied by a sweet taste. A quarter of an hour later, as the mushroom cloud dissipated, it took with it a vast expanse of terrifying forest. The two found themselves at the epicenter of the explosion, standing above a gaping chasm that plunged down for hundreds of thousands of miles. Yi Bufan's mouth hung agape, emitting raspy sounds, unable to articulate a complete thought. Was this the nuclear bomb he was familiar with? It was akin to a full-force strike from a perfected stage divine practitioner. As the dust settled, Li Tai'er finally came into view, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, head held high. Brimming with pride, Li Tai'er reveled in the astonished expression of this son of destiny, silently laughing in his heart. He would seize any opportunity to undermine the latter. Ahem, Tai'er Gu, look, as Yi Bufan lifted his rear. Li Tai'er immediately sensed what was to come and decisively refused. He was resolute in retaining this sole nuclear bomb for himself. Dreaming of taking it away was sheer folly in the realm of misery. Li Tai'er prided himself on never having been defeated. Yi Bufan, left with no choice, had to put away his theatrics, realizing they were of no use against Li Tai'er, who was even more unscrupulous than he. Defeating magic with magic was futile for Li Tai'er. Ding, detecting host's sixth behavior, undermining the confidence of the Son of Destiny, rewarding 50,000 resistance points. What the heck? Is this even possible? Li Tai'er was astonished, but soon fell into a frenzy of joy, akin to an LSP unexpectedly unlocking a new position. Chapter 67. The two exchanged knowing smiles and stepped back behind the crowd. Li Tai'er, observing Yi Bufan's glum expression, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. They both soared above the forest, gazing into the distance, and what they beheld left them utterly astonished. Bufan. What is that? Li Tai'er's pupils dilated. His voice trembling slightly. At the edge of their sight loomed an enormous entity, seated in the heart of the forest. This mysterious being, with a gnarled tree trunk resembling a monstrous face, was a dark crimson hue. Towering at a height of 10,000 feet, its branches and tendrils densely packed, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. In stark contrast, 9 fruits radiating a holy glow hung from the thick trunk, their details obscured by distance. A significant number of cultivators, who had entered before them, were engaged in combat with this enigmatic being, yet it appeared that casualties were mounting among the practitioners. Yi Bufan focused intently, and after a long moment, his face lit up with ecstatic realization, shouting, "Corpse Immortal Devil Tuber! A quasi-immortal great elixir!" Li Tai'er's eyes widened, brilliance igniting within. Last time, he had encountered only a half-immortal great elixir, which had propelled him forward immensely in cultivation after just a single taste. He could scarcely fathom the terrifying efficacy of this quasi-immortal great elixir. Both of them salivated profusely, exchanging glances filled with avarice. Mine, mine, all mine. This was the shared thought in their minds, a fierce determination to obtain the elixir. As they approached the corpse Immortal Devil Tuber, Li Tai'er's apprehension grew. The previous half-immortal great elixir had merely utilized illusions, but this quasi-immortal great elixir seemed to possess formidable offensive capabilities. Gazing at the scattered corpses of countless shriveled cultivators, Li Tai'er's eyelids twitched. This elixir had truly become sentient, its combat prowess astonishing, making it nearly invincible among the nascent soul stage. The battlefield was chaotic, filled with roars, wails, curses, and shouts, as shadows flitted through the air, employing a myriad of attack methods. The arrival of Li Tai'er and Yi Bufan attracted no attention from the surrounding cultivators. Despite the carnage surrounding them, everyone's gaze remained greedily fixated on the corpse Immortal Devil Tuber, specifically on those 9 fruits glowing with holy light. Li Tai'er's eyes blazed with fervor, his restlessness palpable. Bufan, let's make our move. Wait! Yi Bufan suddenly shouted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the 9 quasi-immortal fruits. What now? Li Tai was displeased. His mouth was practically overflowing with anticipation, and to halt him now felt akin to drawing a weapon only to be forced to sheath it again. Yi Bufan pointed at the fruits, his expression grave as he looked at Li Tai. Take a closer look. Li Tai, hearing this, skeptically turned his gaze back to the corpse immortal devil tuber. After a moment, his expression darkened, and he spoke in a low voice. Those fruits are actually illusions. Indeed, these fruits are mere facades. The true fruits lie beneath the corpse immortal devil tuber. These cultivators had unwittingly become bait. Observing the ground littered with desiccated corpses, Li Tai appeared somewhat taken aback. Li Tai was enveloped by an eerie aura of death, his expression grave. Yi Bufan subtly nodded, having also sensed that something exceedingly unusual lurked behind the bronze door. The makeshift throng of over 1,000 individuals erupted into chaos as the grand bronze gate swung open, each person racing towards their preferred portal in a frenzied bid to secure treasures. Anxious not to be outpaced by others, with the impetus of competition igniting fierce rivalries, conflict erupted with alarming intensity, the violence escalating mercilessly. The unity that had characterized the opening of the bronze door was now replaced by a brutal struggle for individual gain. In less than half an hour, the number of cultivators dwindled from thousands to fewer than 1,000, as the fierce battle compelled everyone to exert their utmost strength, revealing their fervent desire for the elusive treasures. Amidst the chaos, some reckless cultivators even targeted Li Tai and his companion. Anticipating such a confrontation, Li Tai had deliberately maintained his distance from the crowd to evade the initial wave of turmoil. However, despite his precautions, several early-stage nascent soul cultivators still charged towards them.